Chapter 1, Sudden Betrayal. Lin Feng? I've had enough, let's break up.
Wu Yanjiao looked at the familiar figure in front of her, stopped, took a deep breath, and roared, with some resentment in her eyes.
Break up? Why?
We've been in love for 3 years and we haven't had a single argument.
Why did you break up suddenly? 3 years?
You also know that we have been in love for 3 years. During the 3 years of college, I kept motivating you and encouraging you, hoping that you would become excellent and lay a good foundation for our life after graduation.
But what about now? What do we have? Love? What a joke. Moving every day, running around, and the only means of transportation is your old, yellowed bicycle that you rode for 3 years in college? You squeeze into a small alley with a group of aunties every day? I tell you, I've had enough of this kind of life. I just started my internship. Give me another year. When I get my diploma, I will definitely buy you a house and let you live a good life.
Lin Feng was a little confused.
Wu Yanjiao had always been a lady.
Although she was a little snobbish, she always maintained her image outside.
What happened today?
They were walking along the street and suddenly there was a roar. Lin Feng patted his chest.
This scared him a lot. I'm sorry, I can't wait any longer.
Wu Yanjiao said coldly, her eyes gradually becoming lost, as if she had made some kind of decision.
You, give it to me again, Lin Feng was about to explain. Wu Yanjiao turned around and got into a BMW behind the two men.
The owner of the BMW was a mediocre middle-aged man with a short flat head, a neat casual suit, a gold necklace around his neck, and a big gold watch in his hand. Seeing Wu Yanjiao get in the car, his old face immediately blossomed like a chrysanthemum, and he hooked his big hands and directly grasped her slender waist.
Wu Yanjiao didn't care at all.
She snuggled in the middle-aged man's chest and started acting coquettishly.
This? Can you tolerate it?
Before Lin Feng could react, Wu Yanjiao had already gotten into the car. Lin Feng is honest, but he is also a man. BMW has good sound insulation, so Lin Feng couldn't hear clearly what they were saying, but looking at the familiarity of their intimate actions, how could it be so smooth without just a few rounds?
Is having money really that important?
One day, I will become a high-quality male guest and make all women surrender to me. Lin Feng gradually had an idea in his mind.
This blue BMW looks green in his eyes.
Lin Feng only felt his head dizzy, his blood rushing back, and his blood vessels flowing backwards straight to his forehead. He fell to the ground unconsciously, in front of the BMW. The passerby immediately took out his mobile phone, called the police and called an ambulance.
Comrade, are you okay?
When the police arrived, Lin Feng had already been pinched on the Rinzhong point by a passerby and woken up.
The two people in the BMW were also called out.
Lin Feng stared at Wu Yanjiao and the BMW man with anger. Wu Yanjiao had a sense of guilt in her eyes. The BMW man didn't dare to look directly at Lin Feng, his eyes dodged. After all, the third party will always be disliked. At this time, the three police officers also noticed an unusual atmosphere in the air, and they looked at Lin Feng with a bit of sympathy in their eyes.
You mistress.
Lin Feng rested for a while, recovered some strength, stood up and pounced on the BMW man.
He wanted to get back justice.
The two men stepped back, and the two policemen immediately held Lin Feng down. Lin Feng swayed left and right, and moved his body up and down, trying to break through. After a few attempts, he became weak and his body was exhausted. Ding, the host's mood has been checked and benefits are being sought for the host. Ding, the welfare was obtained successfully, congratulations to the host, super value instant sale.
Instant kill? The kind that can kill your girlfriend in an instant? The kind that can kill her with one shot? No, it's your ex-girlfriend. Lin Feng was a little impatient.
He thought that after leaving school, he would be able to show his talents and achieve great things.
However, he hasn't found a job yet and his girlfriend ran away to relieve the pressure. Host, please do not insult the system. The system has a self-destruct program.
Lin Feng didn't take it seriously.
Just as he opened his mouth, he found that something seemed to move in his head.
Lin Feng opened his mouth tactfully, but no sound came out.
Beep.
Lin Feng turned on his phone and a text message came in, the balance of your Jiapu card is 249 yuan.
Lin Feng had a blank expression on his face. His girlfriend ran away with the new diamond ring he bought for her yesterday. How could society be so sinister in this world? Hey, is this a super value flash sale?
Lin Feng suddenly found that there was an extra software on his mobile phone. Open the software. Friendly reminder: this software is not allowed to be bought or sold, the ownership belongs to the host, and the ownership belongs to the system.
Rolls-Royce? 10 yuan? Guanlan County, 19.9 per building? Lamborghini? 9.9?
Lin Feng was a little curious, so he slid his finger and the payment was made automatically. He didn't need to enter a password, and the payment was automatically settled. Lin Feng looked at the balance, which was 239 yuan. I bought a Rolls-Royce Phantom for 10 bucks. Forget it, just treat it as charity. It's not easy for the person who invented the software.
Prices are so high now, and this scam is so high-end. It's not easy for this person to live.
Lin Feng slid his finger, trying to delete the software, but he couldn't uninstall it.
It's over, it's a virus, it looks like I have to go back and flash the phone.
Lin Feng thought to himself. Lin Feng walked dejectedly to his residence. It was a shabby two-story building, a demolished house. The people living here were all local people from Xiangcheng. The government houses had not been built yet, so this was their temporary residence.
Coming back to an empty place, as if something is missing? This car? A Rolls-Royce, right? How much does it cost? Look at the little gold logo, so upright and lifelike. This car is so long? It's much longer than those BMWs and Audis. It must be a high-end Phantom. How much does this car cost? Everyone present took a deep breath. Even the uncle who touched the little golden man had his fingers trembling and retracted them. For 9 million yuan, his family had 7 houses demolished, but he still didn't dare to compare. Hey, why does this car look so familiar? Lin Feng saw a group of people watching, walked over and said depressedly. Xiao Feng, what's going on? Do you know the owner of this car? Asked the landlord, Grandma Zhang. It's a little familiar. Yeah, we have some friendship. Lin Feng put his hands into his pockets, and something smooth touched between his 2 hands, and he added seriously. Well, how about you ask your friend to come over to your house someday? Lily is home too, so why don't you ask her to cook a meal for you? Lin Feng waved his hands quickly. Grandma Zhang's daughter, Zhang Suili, was also extremely beautiful. Many people pursued her, but she was a bit unlucky in marriage. She had been pursued by 2 men, and both of them died without exception. The most recent one seemed to be half a year ago. Chapter 2: Domineering CEO. Grandma Zhang's words caused quite a stir, and the neighbors all looked at Lin Feng, some mocking, some curious, and some scrutinizing him. However, there was basically no trust in him. Except for Grandma Zhang, because she thinks Lin Feng is not a bad boy. The social circle between people is very important. Some people work hard just to enter a higher level social circle, that is, to get to know more wealthy people, to improve their abilities, to make more money, and to improve their quality of life. Lin Feng was wearing ordinary clothes and a pair of canvas shoes. Although his facial features were distinct and his face was very handsome, which made the clothes look more suitable, it was just good looking and not of high style. Lin Feng, you are not worthy of a person of status who drives a Rolls-Royce. Of course Lin Feng knew what they were thinking. He didn't say much, took out the key, and pressed it. The lights flickered like wind and lightning. Everyone was completely silent. It's like the horses are raising their proud heads, shaking their graceful manes, and singing along to this grand melody to welcome their new masters. Lin Feng also heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Without saying a word, he got into the car. The car let out a steady roar and drove away. Lin Feng didn't know how long he had been driving, about an hour, 2 hours. He just wanted to be quiet and enjoy the breeze outside the window. What's this? No gas? Lin Feng was a little depressed. The system was not working well. How come the gas was out after not running for long? If not, looking at the brand new interior and body, Lin Feng would probably doubt whether there would be any safety hazards in this car. Would the system give him a second-hand car? Lin Feng drove the car slowly past the gas station, attracting the attention of people around. Lin Feng didn't care. He didn't know how many looks he had seen in these 2 hours. There is desire, possession, and envy. If Lin Feng allowed it, his girlfriend would probably have thousands of people by now, and even a green truck couldn't carry them all. Hello, it's full. The young lady in the orange uniform said to Lin Feng respectfully. Well, how much? You added 80 liters in total, 8 yuan per liter, and your total consumption was 640 yuan.
This. Lin Feng frowned and turned his head to see dozens of cars lined up behind him. Although no one dared to honk, Lin Feng still politely drove the car elsewhere.
Can you guys use some petrol?
Lin Feng got out of the car and asked awkwardly while looking at the girl who was refueling.
You can give it a try.
The girl was a little confused for a moment, but she still suppressed her smile, turned around and said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng scanned the QR code, but the amount was too large and payment was not allowed.
This was a bit embarrassing. I can't take down the little golden man.
Here, take it.
It's worth 200,000 yuan. I'll come back and get it when I have money.
Lin Feng shook his head and dismissed the thought. He couldn't bear to have such a perfect work of art destroyed in his own hands.
Hello, can you lend me some money? I forgot to bring money when I got up this morning. Lin Feng looked at the taxi driver behind him and said. The driver was a little hesitant.
After all, 640 yuan is not a small amount of money, and it would take 3 or 4 days of work to earn it back.
I'll lend it to you.
A cold voice sounded, and a tall figure got down from the back seat of the taxi. This woman is tall and wears a black dress, which sets off her fair skin and delicate facial features.
She is a real urban beauty. Guo Wanting waved at the taxi, signaling him to go first, and then she was speechless.
She was driving a luxury car worth nearly tens of millions but couldn't afford to fill up the gas. Dealing with company matters was important, so Guo Wanting didn't waste any time and picked up her phone to pay for Lin Feng.
Get in the car.
Guo Wanting interrupted Lin Feng, who was about to speak, opened the car door, lifted her jade feet, and walked in.
Oh my god, so proactive?
Lin Feng touched his head and looked at the dozens of somewhat irritable drivers behind him. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly.
Shenglong Building, call me when you get there.
The gas money is your car fare this time, Guo Wanting said as she looked at Lin Feng, who was driving.
How inappropriate is this?
Lin Feng was a little embarrassed and glanced at the rearview mirror.
Hey, this mirror has a good visual experience. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances. This woman is thousands of streets ahead of Wu Yanjiao. Lin Feng was thinking crazily in his mind, a country chicken and a phoenix, how can they be compared? There's nothing inappropriate. I'm a little sleepy. Just call me when we get there. Guo Wanting was a little sleepy.
She forgot to bring her car keys when she went to the company today, so she took a taxi. However, the smell in the car was terrible and the driver's driving skills were not very good. She paced back and forth and felt her stomach churning.
This driver is pretty good.
Guo Wanting took a look at the interior and gave Lin Feng a thumbs up in her heart.
No, I will repay a favor.
Lin Feng emphasized. Today, Guo Wanting helped him relieve the embarrassment, and this favor must be repaid.
Are you short of a driver? Can I be your driver? Guo Wanting was a little confused.
I recently failed in my business venture and I'm penniless.
This little CDT is all I have left to keep me company.
Well, okay. Guo Wanting agreed casually and closed her eyes.
Lin Feng raised his mouth slightly, showing a handsome angle. He had a job and it was settled.
As for Xiao Lao, Lin Feng really wanted to sell it, but the conditions did not allow it. The software stipulated that he owned the property, but not the ownership. The ownership still belonged to the system, and he had no way to buy or exchange it. Lin Feng was driving leisurely. There were all kinds of vehicles passing by, but they always avoided Lin Feng's car intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Feng summed it up in one word in his mind: awesome.
Ms. Guo, you're at the company.
Lin Feng looked at the beautiful woman who was still sleeping soundly, and couldn't bear to disturb her. But in the end, he was afraid of missing out on important matters, so he called out softly.
Thank you.
Guo Wanting slowly opened her eyes, patted her numb legs, and prepared to get off the car.
Hey, why is he here? Guo Wanting was a little depressed.
She looked at a figure in a suit and tie with flowers in his hands standing at the door and said with some disgust.
Xiao Feng, you want to be my driver now, right?
Lin Feng nodded seriously.
Well, now you have to do me a favor.
Guo Wanting pointed at the figure at the door and whispered a few words slowly in Lin Feng's ear. Lin Feng's ears felt numb, his face flushed, and his body couldn't help but tense up. It wasn't because Guo Wanting's words were too cheesy. Guo Wanting had a mature body fragrance, exuding the scent of a mature woman all the time, which made Lin Feng almost unable to control himself and he got under her skirt.
This woman is terrifying.
Not only does she look so beautiful, but her scent is also so intriguing and tempting.
Excuse me, what is your relationship with Miss Guo Wanting?
Lin Feng asked, looking at the handsome man in front of him.
Chapter 3 Crazy Pursuer.
The man was wearing a suit and tie, but he had a sickly light feeling all over his body. Lin Feng immediately felt that he must be a rich second generation. Guo Wanting didn't know this man at all, but he had been coming and going and blocking the company's gate more than 10 times. Although he was turned away every time, this was not a long-term solution.
So, Guo Wanting asked Lin Feng to take action so that the other party would give up completely. Hello, I'm her suitor.
The handsome man glanced at Lin Feng, narrowed his eyes, and still spoke politely. Please leave immediately and stop harassing our Wanting.
What do you mean?
The handsome man frowned, and a morbid and vicious look appeared on his handsome face.
I'm his boyfriend. Wanting asked me to tell you that she doesn't know you at all. Please don't harass her anymore.
Lin Feng said firmly, but he felt sympathy for the other party in his heart. Brother, it is better to suffer a short pain than a long pain.
I am helping you. A forced melon is not sweet. I want to see her.
The handsome man lowered his head and ignored Lin Feng. After a few seconds, he said in a low voice.
Well, okay.
Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. After all, he had to see the person if he was alive or dead. He couldn't let this brother think that I was a liar without a business license. He pointed his finger at Guo Wanting, who was sitting in the back seat of the Phantom.
Good, very good, very good. I thought you were a cold and aloof goddess. I didn't expect you to be so casual.
The handsome man struggled a little, his eyes glared with a vicious look. The flowers were raised, and he took out a retractable knife from somewhere and walked towards Guo Wanting.
We are not destined to be together in this life. I don't ask to live together, but I ask to die together.
Don't worry, after I kill you, I will not live in disgrace in this world. The man's mouth curled up and he smiled fiercely. The distance of dozens of meters was already halfway past. Lin Feng was also shocked.
This plot was a bit abnormal. If love failed, they would seek death together?
Lin Feng was also quick-witted and quick-handed. He took 2 steps at a time and stood in front of the car first.
What are you going to do?
Put down your weapons and daggers, and don't let yourself go down a path of no return.
Get out of here.
The man looked at Lin Feng and said viciously. In his eyes, Lin Feng was his love rival. He had defiled his flawless goddess.
Guo Wanting was also shocked.
She was distracted for a few seconds. How come the 2 people who were originally polite to each other at the door suddenly met each other with knives? The perverted man rushed over. Lin Feng opened the car door and was about to get in when he suddenly thought of something. He bent his wrist, pressed a special button on the co-pilot's seat, picked up the weapon in his hand, and stabbed out.
Ah!
The perverted man screamed, covered his chest, and fell to the ground. The security guards who were surrounding him stepped forward to stop him.
Mr. Guo. Guo Wanting nodded at the security guards and gave instructions expressionlessly.
You guys, just send him to the police station. Also, retrieve a copy of the nearby surveillance footage and send it over there as well.
This is a nice car. You are nice too.
Guo Wanting looked at Lin Feng, glanced at the umbrella in the latter's hand, and praised. The people around applauded. Lin Feng fought bravely against the powerful enemy with courage and strategy.
You, follow me up.
Guo Wanting said, and Lin Feng immediately slowed down and followed her. His body was straight and well-behaved. His young face was more mature. Before entering the society, Lin Feng had no money to study books such as 3 Tips to Make Your Leader Comfortable and The Complete Handbook of Subordinates.
Hello, Mr. Guo.
As soon as Guo Wanting stepped into the elevator, the 4 men and 5 women in the elevator greeted her with smiles and pressed the top floor, the 25th floor. Guo Wanting nodded, but did not speak, with a blank expression on her face, like a cold goddess. Others didn't dare to look directly at Guo Wanting, but stared at Lin Feng curiously.
Looking at Lin Feng's dress, he didn't look like someone from the company? Relatives? Not likely. Mr. Gui is worth at least hundreds of millions of dollars. His assets are ranked among the best in Xiangcheng. Lin Feng's outfit is really shabby. A boyfriend is even less likely.
Lin Feng is like an ignorant boy in front of Mr. Gui. Lin Feng knew that the colleagues around him were looking at him, especially those beautiful girls who were dressed up gorgeously. They stared at Lin Feng with their eyes as if they wanted to pierce through his clothes. A few minutes later, Lin Feng followed Mr. Guo into the 25th floor, the top floor. This is a house of about 400 to 500 square meters, with black marble floors, mirror-like tiles, gorgeous crystal diamond chandeliers, pure black glass fragrant wood tables, imported brand-name cushion chairs, and exquisitely carved bookcases.
There are also many fitness equipment nearby.
Looking out through the crystal glass, you will find that the whole city is kneeling at your feet.
Mr. Guo. A girl wearing a black uniform and holding a folder came over.
Guo
Wanting said lightly, turned and walked towards the innermost office.
Lin Feng struggled to move his eyes away from the secretary and followed Guo Wanting.
This woman is so charming. She wears a small suit on the upper body and a short skirt on the lower body.
She has a nice figure and a ponytail that reveals her delicate facial features.
She is extremely beautiful and capable.
As expected, the beautiful boss has all beautiful girls working for her.
Their pairs of straight and slender long legs have captured the attention of countless men. Do you have any special skills?
Guo Wanting sat on the leather seat, raised her phoenix eyes and looked at Lin Feng.
I'm a good driver.
I'm an experienced driver with a 5-year driver's license.
That doesn't count. There are many people with better skills than you. Look over there.
Guo Wanting pointed to the marble and black porcelain table next to her. Lin Feng had just entered society, so how could he stand the aura of a battle-hardened woman like Guo Wanting?
He didn't dare to look Guo Wanting in the eye.
He could only lower his head and stare at the long legs opposite him in a daze.
That's a book.
Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the thick book on the table. These are the resumes from the past month, and nearly half of them are from people applying for driver positions.
Guo Wanting corrected. Do you have a resume?
Lin Feng took out a file bag from his handbag and handed it over, but accidentally touched Guo Wanting's fingers, which were icy cold. Lin Feng, 22 years old, internship this year.
I'm sorry, you don't meet the requirements of our company. You are too young. Our company needs mature talents.
Guo Wanting glanced at Lin Feng's resume and apologized.
I just want a job. My business failed recently and I'm really short of money.
Guo Wanting hesitated for a moment and took out a card from her bag. Here, there's 100,000 yuan in this card.
Thank you for helping me out today. This is not what I meant.
Lin Feng pushed the card back and explained, his face flushed.
Why did this woman say something different from what she said in the car?
They had clearly agreed to it at that time. Little did he know that Guo Wanting had already reacted and had already regarded him as a rich second generation who was broke.
He drove a Rolls-Royce but couldn't afford to fill up the gas tank? What a joke. This was definitely a conspiracy. I'm sorry, please take the money.
I won't send you away, otherwise I'll call the security.
Guo Wanting didn't dare to think about it. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got.
She immediately stood up and walked out.
Chapter 4 Garage Beauty.
The straight and slender long legs disappeared from the corner of his eyes, and Lin Feng also reacted.
Did Guo Wanting think that he was deceiving her? Mr. Guo, are you still short of security guards?
Lin Feng looked at the tall figure in front of him and suddenly asked unconsciously.
Then I felt a little regretful.
I was a college student from a second-tier university, and I studied auto repair, which had great potential for development in the country.
How could I compete with those 40 or 50-year-old old men for jobs? Oh my god, it smells so good.
With this salary, these benefits, various subsidies, 6 insurances and 1 fund, the monthly income should be at least 7,000 or 8,000 yuan.
This job is simply tailor-made for me.
Thinking back to the videos that roommates took some time ago, they were all complaining about the hard work, sticking their butts out, and drilling around in the car like playing whack-a-mole. For the job of a maintenance apprentice that pays 2,000 a month, Lin Feng's brows are smiling like a flower. Finally, under the command of Captain Lin Chong, Lin Feng parked the car in the basement.
Hello everyone, my name is Lin Feng, I'm a new security guard, I hope you can give me your guidance in my future work.
At the welcome ceremony, Lin Feng bowed and looked like he was studying seriously. This scared the 9 colleagues behind him.
They tried to pull the exquisite car keys from Lin Feng's belt with difficulty. How could this be possible? He is a rich second generation.
They must not let him suffer.
Lin Feng was a little depressed. Just as he was about to stand up to stand guard, he was stopped by the captain.
Xiao Feng, just take a rest.
Everyone looked at Lin Feng with eyes that were used to it.
They thought that he was most likely here to pursue Mr. Guo.
A local tyrant just left a few days ago, and today another rich second generation dropped in.
Rich people are domineering everywhere, and ordinary people dare not mess with them. Just a few days ago, the security captain was lying in the hospital, beaten with a black stick, half dead and covered in blood.
It was such a miserable scene.
Lin Chong was also promoted as an exception.
He also has a keen eye and knows who to offend and who to avoid.
Lin Feng did not force it and walked into the store. He originally wanted to buy a pack of local cigarettes for 10 yuan, but after hesitating for a moment, he took out half of his few assets, bought 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, and shared them with his brothers. Everyone took it, looking flattered and slightly surprised, but then they got used to it and started smoking. After all, Lin Feng's status was there. Lin Feng smiled bitterly, not knowing that he only had about 100 yuan left in his pocket. This box of Zhonghua cigarettes was the first time he had smoked such expensive cigarettes since he was a child.
But that's where it ends.
With the system, Lin Feng believes that his future success is just around the corner.
By then, he can use this cigarette as firewood every day.
Click on the software. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the first order and receiving the novice gift package. The reward is a hating villa worth 10 million, a Lamborghini Poison, and a primary clothing doubling card. Note, the value of clothes purchased from any store can be increased tenfold. Lin Feng was a little excited.
He finally had a place to live.
In the morning, my girlfriend despised me for not having a car or a house, and said that there was no future for me to follow her.
In the blink of an eye, she left me, and I got the system.
A great writer once said that when you lose something, you will also gain something at the same time.
2 sports cars and a villa, this is the pinnacle of life that most people dream of, right? If you are not born with some things, they will become out of reach. If you try hard to pursue the principle that poverty cannot last for more than 3 generations, you will find in the end that you have been left behind.
Lin Feng was sitting in the security booth, playing games leisurely.
He decided to go see his big villa after get off work tonight.
In the basement, a bald man was playing a mobile game leisurely. He slid his finger and went straight into the tower. What a pitfall, teammates.
Didn't we attack?
The man was chewing gum and pedaling the steering wheel, feeling so comfortable.
He drank some happy water and threw it out of the window.
What is that? The man was attacked. Looking at the beverage bottle still rolling and spinning on the passenger seat, the cell phone that fell to the ground, his face was in pain, and he was burning with anger.
Don't run, you stinky woman.
Su Wenwen was shocked. She hated such uncultured people the most, so she did some good deeds to accumulate virtue. When she saw the bald man rushing towards her, she was startled and prepared to run with her long legs.
It's worth it, it's so straight. These legs are amazing.
Lin Feng got out of the car and saw the whole scene. Looking at the piles of melon seed shells under the bald man's car window, he must be a person without manners. The bald man just opened the car door and looked at the beauty twisting her body not far away.
He smiled bitterly and said, "You dare to hit me? I have to hit you back."
Suddenly, there was a huge force, and the car door that had just been opened rushed back and knocked him onto the passenger seat. He covered his head and shook it. The vibration subsided a little, and he saw a handsome young man kicking his beloved car.
"Boy, do you know how much my car cost? Are you angry about paying for it?"
The bald man looked at the dent in the door handle and screamed as if he wanted to kill Lin Feng. This was a new car he bought in installments yesterday, and it was kicked today.
This is undoubtedly like when you just marry a wife and someone kisses her. It feels like eating instant noodles with sauerkraut, so sour and refreshing.
When Su Wenwen heard the noise here, she also stopped. When she saw Lin Feng's handsome movements, she couldn't help but see stars.
This Oriental man is really handsome. I quickly took out my phone and took a photo.
A broken car, a broken nouveau riche, a broken person, a guy with no quality.
How dare you come out? Go in.
Lin Feng raised his leg and kicked the struggling bald man again.
You said mine is a broken car, do you have a car?
The bald man looked at his Toyota Prado, which had 2 dents. He felt as if something sweet was gushing out of his chest.
He glared at Lin Feng and roared.
Lin Feng was dressed too ordinary, a white shirt, yellow jeans, faded canvas shoes, and his face still had a hint of immaturity of someone who had just graduated from school.
He looked like a poor kid from other families. This is my car.
Lin Feng pointed at the big boat parked in the man's left hand.
Ha, I'm dying of laughter.
You can drive a Rolls-Royce even with clothes like this.
What a joke. You must be an internet celebrity here to make a joke.
You're going to make me die of laughter. You have a Rolls Royce, so I am the richest man in the world, the richest man in the world. Su Wenwen also shook her head, obviously thinking that Lin Feng was deliberately showing off in order to win her favor. Thinking of this, Su Wenwen was a little disappointed with Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw all of this.
Perhaps in the next second, this man would realize how ignorant he was.
Lin Feng took out the car keys from his trouser pocket and pressed the button lightly under the bald man's incredulous gaze.
Chapter 5: Professional Actors. Everything is so quiet. There is no arrogant flute sound.
On the contrary, the flute sound of Rolls-Royce is very low-key, like the green hum of a black night. It is not ostentatious, but reveals its expensiveness and elegance.
Lin Feng glanced at the two of them, turned around and opened the car door.
Su Wenwen was quick-witted and grabbed the car window that had just been opened. She stuck her head through the window, looked at Lin Feng, smiled, and licked her lips.
Hello, handsome. Can you add me on WeChat?
Su Wenwen's eyes were full of tenderness, and her delicate features were about to melt Lin Feng's heart.
This woman was much stronger than Wu Yanjiao.
Just looking at her slender waist and the waistline above and below her belly button, she would instantly kill most women. A woman's waist is a deadly knife, a woman's abs are a deadly series of knives. Lin Feng did not refuse and opened his phone to scan it.
Wow, this man is so handsome.
Although Lin Feng didn't say a word to him from the beginning to the end, his delicate facial features were full of masculinity, and his temperament was elegant and noble, which was definitely not comparable to those of some sloppy second-generation rich man. The bald man was a little confused. Looking at his deeply sunken car door, he knew that he had no choice but to let it go. After all, the other party was driving a Rolls-Royce. The power behind someone who could drive such a car should not be underestimated. It was not something that a nouveau riche like him could afford to offend.
No, there's also that woman.
The bald man thought of Su Wenwen. But when he turned around and looked around, there was no one there. Su Wenwen saw that the situation was hopeless and had already run away. Lin Feng drove out of the garage, parked the car on the side of the road, took out his mobile phone, and clicked on the flash sale software.
Since God has given him such a good deal, why not grab a few more?
It would be such a shame for himself to have completed 8 years of compulsory education. Sorry, your number of flash sales for today has expired.
Please try again another day.
Lin Feng smiled.
How could there be such an opportunity in the world that could make him a billionaire in an instant? If he followed this flash sale software and grabbed it in a day, wouldn't he become a multi-millionaire? Hey, what is this?
Lin Feng looked at the novice gift package on the left side of the software, which was filled with various RVs, and even pets, airplanes, cruise ships and everything else. Lin Feng clicked it unconsciously and began to explore.
The weather in August is still very hot, so hot that people can't lift their heads.
The girls on the street are still wearing very little, holding parasols, revealing their watery skin and beginning to exude their personal charm. The air conditioning in the car was very cool. Lin Feng felt a little cold and opened the window unconsciously. 9 out of 10 passers-by will look at it, and one of them has poor eyesight.
It is human nature to love beauty. Most people can appreciate the beauty of Rolls-Royce.
The girls on the street would occasionally whore themselves in a Rolls-Royce for a night, and then 2 seconds later, whore themselves again. Lin Feng opened the car window, and people were coming and going around. All of them were a little surprised. Obviously, they did not expect that the person driving the luxury car was so young. Looking at the childish face, this is probably not a rich second generation, right?
Ouch, ouch. My leg, my leg.
Lin Feng saw an old man walking towards him slowly. He threw away his crutches, and in Lin Feng's eyes, he lay straight in front of the car, looking like a fairy scattering flowers, lying limply on the ground.
Oh my God, is this a scam?
Lin Feng was a little surprised. In broad daylight, there was actually someone who was scamming people so blatantly. The key point is that the place where Lin Feng parked his car is under a big tree, and there is no surveillance and no parking recorder. What should he do?
Obviously, your uncle is still your uncle.
He obviously saw this, gave Lin Feng an apologetic smile, and started crying.
I hit someone, I can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore.
The old man started shouting. His voice was not loud, but there were quite a lot of people watching. Some of them came to watch the fun and see the luxury cars.
Brother, since you hit someone, you should pay for it, don't you know that? Why are the rich people nowadays so arrogant?
It's only natural to pay compensation if you hit someone, but why are you so careless?
Are you okay, uncle?
You are already in poor health, why do you still come out for a stroll for no reason?
It's no big deal. I just heard you say that this car is not cheap? I'm afraid it costs a lot of money?
The old man asked subconsciously.
You don't know this, do you?
This car is a Rolls-Royce, a passerby explained.
Rolls-Royce?
How much does it cost? The old man asked subconsciously. About 7 or 8 million, but this car seems to be a high-end one, so it must have cost nearly 10 million. The passerby, who seemed to have a very clear understanding of the car, said to the old man.
This is so expensive?
The old man's mouth trembled a little.
He just thought the car was a bit high-end. Why is it so expensive?
He is too rich and I can't afford to offend him.
I'm afraid I'm in trouble this time.
After all, I have lived to this age. It would be fine if I met an ordinary person, but the key point is that I met such a big guy today, which is equivalent to a rich man in the Republic of China. Which rich man is easy to mess with? The temperature outside was over 30 degrees Celsius. Lin Feng looked at everything outside and continued to turn on the air conditioner, responding to all changes without moving. The old man wiped the sweat from his face and wanted to get up from the hot floor, but there was no way, the opponent was too strong, so he could only run away with the bucket.
Don't worry, sir.
Lin Feng pushed the old man to the ground again. When Lin Feng came out, there was complete silence. After all, people who can drive luxury cars worth tens of millions are really intimidating. Ordinary people may not be able to afford even a car wheel after working hard all their lives.
Young man, you.
The old man smiled awkwardly and wanted to say something, but couldn't. Don't worry, I will follow up on your case.
I have already called the police and sent an ambulance. We will check your body to see if you have any injuries. We can also check your wounds. This is not necessary.
The old man was frightened when he heard it, and hurriedly wanted to run away.
But Lin Feng pressed him to the ground again.
Young man, can I admit defeat this time? The old man began to beg. Everyone was shocked when they heard this.
What's wrong with the tone?
You were hit, but you're still so servile?
You're obviously trying to scam people.
You're disrupting social order. Someone in the field shouted, and everyone rushed forward to subdue the old man and tied him up. Lin Feng bowed and didn't care about what happened next.
This kind of thing is too troublesome to deal with. It would be easy if I had some energy behind me, but the key is that I have no energy behind me.
Lin Feng knew that only being rich and powerful could make one do what one wants. Just being rich would only make one a wealthy man, but being powerful would be enough.
Chapter 6. What is this?
The smell of a mature woman. Lin Feng was driving, listening to popular music in the car. He had no worries in his heart and was thinking about doing something big. I once dreamed of traveling the world with a sword to see the flowers of the world. Sad music makes people intoxicated, the past is unbearable to look back on under the moonlight.
Hey, what's up?
Lin Feng looked at the vibrating phone in the passenger seat, the corners of his mouth slightly raised and a smile popped out. This was a call from Wang Jian, his good friend from college.
Lin Feng, are you coming or not? Don't you know that today is old Lin's birthday? Wang Jian urged.
Lin Feng slapped his forehead, turned the car around and drove towards Xianqing Hotel.
Old Lin's name is Lin Ruoshi. She is the homeroom teacher of Wang Jian and Lin Feng.
She is very caring towards her classmates and is well liked by them, especially the male classmates. Most importantly, old Lin is tall, has delicate features, and fair skin. She is recognized as the most beautiful homeroom teacher in the whole school. More importantly, Lin Ruoshi is only a few years older than them.
It's 8 o'clock and the party is about to start. What should I do?
Lin Feng looked at his watch. It was 7:30, and there were still 30 minutes before the party started. By the way, with the entry-level shopping card, you can get 10 times the value when you buy clothes from any store.
You only buy the expensive ones, not the right ones. After all, how many of the expensive ones are wrong? Lin Feng walked around for a while and was attracted by an expensive store in the mall, Alexander McQueen, a well-known foreign brand. Boss, how much is the most expensive item here?
Lin Feng looked at his watch. It was 7:40, so there should be some time left. After all, the dinner venue, Xianqing Hotel, was not far from here.
The most expensive?
The receptionist at the door was surprised and immediately took Lin Feng to the store manager. Hello, sir. All the clothes in our store that cost more than 100,000 yuan need to be reordered.
I'm afraid it will be a few days late. How much is the most expensive item in the store right now?
Lin Feng asked directly.
He didn't have much time left. After all, old Lin was nice to him and even introduced a girlfriend to him.
As for why Wu Yanjiu has become what she is now, I don't know if it's because society is too realistic, or if they closed their eyes at the beginning.
The most expensive? The store manager looked at Lin Feng's clothes and hesitated.
After all, she was someone who had seen the world, so she quickly adjusted herself. We currently have a long skirt that costs 99,999, which is our main new model this year.
Well, sure, wrap it up. Lin Feng decided. Let me show you this and then you can make a decision.
Even though the store manager had a lot of experience, he didn't react.
No need, just wrap it up.
Lin Feng waved his hand. The store manager gave the clerk a look and the latter quickly got to work. Sir, we have discounts for shopping in our store.
I can apply for a 10% discount for you. What do you think?
The store manager walked up to Lin Feng and said with a smile. It has to be said that all the women who can become store managers are outstanding in figure, appearance, and conversation. Lin Feng can smell the fragrance on their skin as white as milk.
This is the taste of a mature woman. No need.
Lin Feng shook his head lightly and rejected the other party's kindness.
Sir, this is the maximum discount I can apply for. How about I try to get you some other discounts? Discount? No thanks.
Lin Feng waved his hand. Just buy it at the original price, it's the price it should be, no discounts, no offers, I prefer the original flavor. Lin Feng smiled and said.
What a joke.
The moment I bought it, the system had already deposited 10 times the price of the clothes into the card, and the primary clothing card in the system had disappeared.
Discount? Offer? Doesn't this make me lose trust in the system? People trust me so much that the money goes directly into their accounts, and I have to take it out again?
Sorry, this is a disgrace to the system. Well, okay, sir, I'll help you pack your clothes right away.
Swipe the card.
Lin Feng took out a card and said casually. Since the money can be deposited into the account at once, the card swiping limit must have been solved by the system.
Sir, can I add your contact information? Our clothes have warranty service.
In the end, Lin Feng left under the reluctant gaze of the store manager, holding the contact information that Lin Feng had just written in his hand.
This dress is really nice.
Lin Feng touched the fabric and praised that this purple dress looked elegant, soft and silky, cool and refreshing, giving the skin a saturated and intimate feeling. The rows of gold velvet holes on the back of the dress can add a touch of sexiness to the skin. Lin Feng put the clothes on the passenger seat and drove towards Xiangqing Hotel. Xiangqing is a small third-tier city. Although Xiangqing Hotel is not a star-rated hotel, it has a unique flavor.
Feng, where are you? Why can't I see you?
Lin Feng had just driven the car to the hotel entrance and was about to drive to the basement when the name Wang Jian popped up in the address book. A few meters away from the hotel entrance, there was a thin man wearing glasses holding a mobile phone and answering a call.
I'm right at the door.
Lin Feng said with a smile.
At the door? Why didn't I see you?
There was nothing but security guards at the door.
Oh, and there was also a luxury car. Yes, it's a luxury car. Come in, I'm inside.
Lin Feng said and hung up the phone.
This?
Wang Jian looked at the phantom in front of him with trembling eyes, his head twitching a little. He couldn't imagine how Lin Feng owned this car worth nearly 10 million.
How could a commoner become a multi-millionaire? You? Are you a rich second generation? Wang Jian asked suspiciously. How is that possible? If I were a rich second generation, how could I be so low-key in my daily life?
Lin Feng said with some self-mockery.
That's right.
When you were in school, you lived frugally and saved money every day to buy gifts for Wu Yanjia.
You looked so shabby. How about it? Have you achieved your goal now?
Wang Jian laughed and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder with an expression that said, you know what I mean.
Break up.
Lin Feng said lightly.
Break up? When did it happen? Why? As expected, those who bootlick the dogs will never have a good ending.
Wang Jian said in surprise.
Just split today. What? She cheated. Oh my god, how could she do this? I want to meet that guy. A middle-aged man.
Lin Feng said with his head down. After all, today is the first day of the breakup. On this lonely night, two people who have been together as a couple suddenly separate. It is always a bit uncomfortable, no matter how wonderful today's story is.
Brother, I'm sorry. Did you show her the car? No. Why? Do you think this is love? Lin Feng looked at Wang Jian and asked. Wang Jian shook his head. Lin Feng parked the car, and the two went upstairs together. Chapter 7, Ex-Girlfriend's Anger. Hey, who is this? Isn't this Lin Feng? Of course he's the school hunk, who stole our coveted Jiajiao goddess. Wang Xiaobing, don't go too far.
Wang Jian glanced at the people in front of him who came with ill intentions and spoke.
Is it too much?
Originally, Yanjiao and I were childhood sweethearts. It was him, who stole my love and separated me from Yanjiao.
Otherwise, Yanjiao belongs to me, so how could he have anything to do with her?
Wang Xiaobing shook his legs, touched his yellow hair, had a small beer belly, held his wallet, played with his BMW keys in his hand, and exuded the air of a nouveau riche.
Wang Xiaobing, this is a party among our classmates. What's the point of bringing your friends here?
Looking at the people around Wang Bing who were dressed in very individual styles, Wang Jian felt that how could a boy live so exquisitely?
By the way, let me introduce you. This is my eldest brother, Shen Lang, also known as Master Lang.
Wang Xiaobing took a step back, revealing a man in his 30s in front of him.
He was wearing white striped pants, smiling, and looked very approachable.
Lin Feng shook his head.
He didn't have time to play with these people.
After all, celebrating Lin Ruoxi's birthday was the most important thing. After all, Lin Ruoxi had been very kind to him when they were in school.
What, the clown doesn't dare to speak? What's the point of being handsome? Aren't you still a target in society, someone who gets shot?
We have money, we can get countless targets. Although we only have one gun, we have countless targets.
Really?
Lin Feng didn't turn around, his voice was full of disdain. He took his hand out of his pocket, raised it slightly, a shining black gem lit up, and he pressed his finger, and a voice of response arose slowly.
What is this? An illusion?
Wang Xiaobing shook his head and immediately dismissed this unrealistic idea in his mind.
What a joke, he, Lin Feng, can afford a Rolls-Royce? Then I can't buy an aircraft carrier, right? It must be rented. Teacher Lin, look who's here.
Wang Jian opened the door, his eyes lit up and he spoke.
Ha!
Lin Feng frowned, and what came into his sight was a familiar figure, Lin Yanjiao.
You? How dare you still be here?
Wang Jian was about to rush over and tell the whole story, but was stopped by Lin Feng.
Lin Feng, you're here?
Lin Ruoxi was wearing a black striped skirt and had a rosy face. I heard that Lin Ruoxi returned to China to teach after studying abroad, so they were naturally about the same age. The black striped skirt naturally brings out the sexy collarbone, clear and bright pupils, curved eyebrows, slightly trembling long eyelashes, the fair and flawless skin with a faint blush, and the thin lips as tender as rose petals. Lin Feng was also surprised. After not seeing her for a year, Lin Ruoxi was getting more and more beautiful.
Compared with her, Lin Yanjiao looked like an 18th tier heroine. Sister Lin, I'm here.
Lin Feng smiled.
Well, has your relationship with Yanjiao been going pretty well recently? You two are my favorite students. One is the school beauty, and the other is the school hunk. What a perfect match. Lin Yanjiao was a little embarrassed.
She had not intended to come here today, but she happened to meet Lin Ruoxi while shopping and was forcibly pulled over.
Lin Yanjiao didn't say anything. After all, she had just cheated on her boyfriend this morning. Now when she saw Lin Feng, her face was full of shame. The progress is pretty good. Yanjiao is pretty good, very good.
Lin Feng hesitated for a moment and said with a smile.
Well, that's right, isn't it? I thought you two were a perfect match at that time.
Lin Ruoxi's face was full of excitement.
Cici, here I come.
A slightly rough voice sounded, and a man named Shen Lang wearing white striped pants came in and said jokingly.
Get out, you are not welcome here.
Lin Ruoxi frowned and said coldly. Lin Ruoxi, your father hasn't paid me back the money he owes me.
How dare you talk to me like that? Aren't you afraid that something might happen to your father?
Shen Lang's tone was a little gloomy when he saw that Lin Ruoxi actually scolded him.
You dare?
Lin Ruoxi's body was shaking with anger, and there was a hint of panic on her face. After returning from studying abroad, Lin Ruwashi earned a lot of money and gave it to her father for safekeeping. Unexpectedly, her father got involved in gambling. Not only did he lose all the money, he also owed a lot of money.
Of course, I'm not the kind of stubborn man. If you can have a meal with me alone, I don't need the money. Shun Lang laughed.
After all, they all understood what he meant.
Just a meal? That's all? How much money does he owe you?
I'll pay it back, Lin Feng said.
Oh? You want to get involved in this?
Shen Lang said with a smile, looking at Lin Feng with a look of lingering desire. He couldn't afford to offend someone driving a Phantom, but Wang Xiaobing always said that Shen Lang's family was ordinary, and the car was probably rented. Her father owes me a total of 500,000 yuan.
If you pay me back, I will ask you for 1 million yuan. Shen Lang looked at Lin Feng gloomily. The woman who was about to be in his hands flew away. Everything was planned before coming.
He and Wang Xiaobing played the good cop and the bad cop respectively. The success rate of winning her over was no less than 80%.
Here, this is 1 million. Now, please leave quickly.
Lin Feng took out a bank card from his pocket and threw it over.
Okay, kid, just wait and see.
Shen Lang glanced at Lin Feng a few times and threatened.
Feng, I heard that Shen Lang's brother is a member of the Ace Bodyguard. People in this line of work usually have a bad temper.
You have to be careful.
Ace Bodyguard?
Lin Feng had heard of this company.
He didn't expect that Wang Bing's brother actually worked in this company. Lin Feng's smile was a little unsatisfied.
It seemed that they could have a good talk tomorrow.
Lin Feng, how do you have so much money?
Lin Ruwashi widened her eyes in surprise. Similarly, this sentence appeared in everyone's mind, and Wu Yanjiu was the worst.
Why? I broke up with him this morning.
He only had a few hundred yuan in his card.
How could he have 1 million yuan in just one day? Wu Yanjiu's eyes widened, as if she wanted to see through Lin Feng. Could he be a rich second generation? That's not right. How could a rich second generation hide so deeply? A fish in the deep sea can't survive 3 years of diving, right? Aquaman? Not really? Wu Yanjiu was very angry.
She felt that she had been cheated and was too naive.
Lin Feng, why did you lie to me? You are so rich? Why did you let me live a hard life with you for 3 years? You are cheating, and you still think you are right? If I were you, I would rather hide in a rat hole and not go out. I'm too embarrassed to see anyone. Before Lin Feng could speak, Wang Jian spoke first.
As everyone knows, Lin Feng and Wu Yanjiu immediately became the focus of attention. Lin Feng felt that the little green on his head was thriving under the attention of everyone.
Chapter 8C Court Villa.
Lin Feng turned around and was about to leave, but Wu Yanjiu kept pestering him and insisted on asking for an explanation. She grabbed Lin Feng, and Lin Feng slipped and the car keys in his hand fell to the ground.
What is this? The Rolls-Royce car key? Oh my god, brother Feng, you've already driven a Rolls-Royce without me noticing? Aren't you too low-key? It's just so-so. I'll treat everyone to dinner later.
Lin Feng said, not wanting to argue anymore since he had been discovered.
Brother Feng, so awesome. You, pay me money, my key is broken.
Lin Feng said lightly as he looked at the car key whose buttons were a bit stiff.
Me? Key? How much is your key worth? Wu Yanjiu knew nothing about cars.
In his eyes, only BMW and Audi were standard equipment for rich people.
What about Rolls-Royce? A new domestically produced car?
Not much, about 100,000. Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and called the back-end service number of Rolls-Royce. In just 10 minutes, the service provider of the Rolls-Royce factory arrived.
How come you are so fast? Lin Feng asked curiously.
There is no Rolls-Royce 4S store in Shangqing, a small third-tier city. We are a manufacturer service provider, specializing in following our distinguished customers and solving their car needs at any time.
Hey, brother Lai, something happened here.
On the other side, Wu Yanjiu knew that this situation would not end well. It would be better to lose the fight than to call for help first. Thinking of this, Wu Yanjiu's voice softened a little.
Baby, what's up? I'll be right there.
About half an hour later, the BMW man came over. When he saw it was Lin Feng, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes.
He thought, you poor college student, why are you pretending to be so arrogant?
During this period, Lin Ruoshi kept persuading Lin Feng to be kind, but Lin Feng shook his head and refused.
What a joke! Why should he ask others to pay for the bitter fruit he had sown? It's just a broken key? How much is it worth? Just a few dozen dollars?
Come on, kid, $100, no need to give me the change.
Brother Lai picked up a RMB and threw it at Lin Feng's face.
If Lin Feng hadn't stopped him, Wang Jian would have rushed up and knocked the BMW man down.
Manufacturer, how much does this key cost? Lin Feng asked. Mr. Lin, we just did some calculations and it should be around 200,000. Everyone in the field took a deep breath. 200,000 yuan, the money that an ordinary person saves after years of frugality, is not enough to buy even a car key. What car? You want 200,000? Believe it or not, I will call the police and have you arrested. Yu Lai said disdainfully.
When it comes to the extortion business, he is the president and has a lot of experience.
Calling the police is the simplest and most effective way. Rolls-Royce. Lin Feng replied.
This. Yu Lai looked at the broken Rolls-Royce keys on the table and was speechless for a moment.
Isn't it just a Rolls-Royce key? Brother Lai, compensate them? It's like no one can afford it, so cool? I'll buy one tomorrow.
Wu Yanjiu had never heard of this name, and Lin Feng had been poor for many years, so she thought it was some rubbish toy car, so she opened her mouth.
Miss, would you like to pre-order tomorrow? We can help you contact our nearest store.
After hearing this, the manufacturer frowned, but still asked respectfully.
Okay, how much? Wu Yanjiao asked casually. Different configurations have different prices.
This one is about 10 million, said the manufacturer, looking at the Rolls-Royce Phantom key on the table.
What? 10 million?
Wu Yanjiao felt as if the sky was falling.
Oh my god, 10 million? What a concept.
I could never spend it all in my lifetime. I'm sorry, I have something else to do, I'll go first.
Yu Lai lowered his head and prepared to go out. He was not going to keep Wu Yanjiu anymore.
She was too troublesome and was simply a brainless person. With a ding sound, for some unknown reason, the power suddenly went out. Then, a scream was heard, it was hysterical and very unpleasant. After a few minutes, the lights came on, and a middle-aged man was lying on the ground, wailing and struggling.
Upon closer inspection, it was Yu Lai.
As for Lin Feng and Wang Jian, they had already finished their work and left. Lin Feng has a spare key here. Sitting in the car, looking at the starry sky ceiling above the car, Lin Feng misses his youth a little.
After entering society, I always feel that something is missing in my life. Where are we going now?
Wang Jian looked at Lin Feng and said a little depressed. Although he had beaten Yu Lai, he still couldn't get rid of the hatred in his heart.
Let's go to the Hating Villa complex.
Lin Feng said while sitting in the back seat.
You are also an experienced driver. How does it feel to drive this car? Lin Feng asked curiously.
The exterior is low-key and luxurious, the interior is gentle and elegant, the engine is powerful, and the rear seat is well preserved.
Overall, it is top-notch, Wang Jian analyzed.
As Lin Feng listened, he felt something was not right, but he couldn't tell why.
Wow, Lin Feng, is this your home? Wang Jian exclaimed as he looked at such a luxurious villa. Well, I guess so.
Lin Feng nodded and did not deny it.
It's not really a home, it's just a residence. After all, there will be many more homes like this in the future. Brother Feng, this car? Is it yours too?
Wang Jian looked at Lin Feng, his eyes fixed on the Lamborghini at the door. I have to say, this unique shape looks exactly like the racing cars fighting each other in the movies.
Lin Feng nodded, turned, and walked into the villa.
The black marble floor, the mirror-like tiles, the gorgeous crystal diamond chandelier, the pure black glass wooden table, the imported brand-name cushion chairs, and the exquisitely carved bookcases.
The whole room is almost indescribable.
Lin Feng lay on the leather sofa, looking at everything at home, as if he was still dreaming and would wake up tomorrow.
Everyone, little Jian, I'm online again. Today I'm going to take you to see the luxurious villas and new sports cars. Wang Jian started the live broadcast on his mobile phone and walked around the room. Everyone, come and see. This is my good brother and college classmate.
He is the owner of this house. In the live broadcast room, the original several thousand fans exploded instantly. Lowly girl's heart, wow, he is so handsome and stylish. A little cutie, why is God so unfair, giving both handsomeness and wealth to one person? Lin Feng has distinct facial features and is very handsome. Of course, this is one of the reasons why the system chose him. Of course, Lin Feng didn't have time to chat with these fans. Wang Jian was considered a small anchor. Although he couldn't be compared with those big anchors, he still had hundreds of thousands of fans. You can earn several thousand yuan for a live broadcast, and a monthly income of over 10,000 yuan is considered a very high quality life in Xiangqing, a third-tier city. Chapter 9 Ace Bodyguard. This big room always feels a bit empty. Lin Feng looked around. The entire villa has about 10 rooms. It is located in the city center with convenient transportation, and it is very convenient to go to work. Since I feel lonely, let's rent together. Lin Feng posted a rental information online. Celebrity villas, a dream paradise, as long as you dare to come, you will be the next lucky person. Lin Feng spread out his slogan. After that, he cleaned up and went to sleep. Lin Feng had a nickname, Master of Time Management. Early in the morning, Lin Feng drove to the Magic City. It was not far away and it only took about 2 hours to drive there. Or maybe driving is tiring, but driving a Rolls-Royce is an enjoyment. The comfortable back push and the delicate seats make your legs extremely comfortable no matter what posture you put them in. Lin Feng saw netizens joking about this online yesterday, and some even wanted to have female friends practice splits in a Rolls-Royce. Ace Bodyguard, located in the suburbs of Shanghai, is a bodyguard training base that is not open to the public. Only a handful of bodyguards are trained every year, but this company has a distinguished position in China. The devilish training methods have allowed it to train batches of excellent bodyguards. These bodyguards are priced sky high outside, but are still in short supply. Lin Feng bought 51% of the shares of Ace Bodyguard at a flash sale price of 9.9 yuan this morning, officially becoming the biggest boss of Ace Bodyguard. Lin Feng had already learned from Wang Jian last night that Xin Lang's brother is named Xin Tang, and he works in this company. Today is the graduation season for the freshmen, and this is Xin Tang's last year. In the suburbs of Magic City, a large iron gate stands solemnly, but there are no so-called security guards outside this gate. Lin Feng drove the car to the iron gate and knocked on the door, but no one responded. Lin Feng waited for 10 minutes, but still didn't see anyone coming. He felt helpless. Is this company so cool now? During working hours, he knocked on the door for 10 minutes, but didn't see a single employee. Lin Feng frowned, got in the car, adjusted the seat to a comfortable position, closed the door, turned on the air conditioner, and started honking the horn. What a joke, it is now July or August, and the temperature outside is 38 degrees Celsius. Lin Feng's hair is wet from the heat. The horn sounded, not harshly, but rather like a soldier's low voice, stern and solemn. Who is it that keeps honking the horn? Is the horn broken? Or is the brain broken? A man wearing a green camouflage short-sleeved shirt walked over, glanced at Lin Feng's car, and said with disdain. Although Rolls-Royce is a luxury car, which is something that ordinary people dare not dream of, they are different. This is the Ace Bodyguard Company. It's just a Rolls-Royce. You've seen a lot of them. Their annual salary starts at least 1 million. It's just a Rolls-Royce, why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Is some nouveau riche crazy again? Chu Jia looked at the young figure at the door and said disdainfully. Last time, there seemed to be a drunk man in a Land Rover. He was drunk and came over to shout. He was beaten up in a few seconds and his face was bruised and swollen. Later, he came to apologize. Are you on duty here? Lin Feng looked at Chu Jia, who looked so nonchalant, and felt a little angry. Yeah, what's wrong? Do you feel like you're floating around driving a little Rolls-Royce? Is this the peak of your life? Chu Jia looked at Lin Feng questioning himself, puffed out his strong muscles, and said disdainfully. If I had known this earlier, Wang Pai Company would have set up a training institution. The tuition fees alone for those who come here to train as bodyguards would be over 1 million yuan a year, and all of them are rich second generations with prominent reputations at home. Being able to come to the Ace Company is a disguised manifestation of the family's prominent status and good financial resources, and of course, talent. Every trainee who comes for training will have their bones, body sensitivity, instinctive reaction, talent, etc. measured on the first day of arriving at the company, as well as the possibility of strengthening the latter. Therefore, everyone who can come here is a superior person, a superstar among the common people. I've been knocking on the door for 10 minutes, why haven't I seen you? Where did you go? Lin Feng continued to question. Chu Jie continued to pick at the toothpick and looked at Lin Feng jokingly.
I'm going to sleep. What do you want from me? I don't have time for you. Get out of here now. It's working hours now, who told you to sleep? I sleep when I want to, why do you care about me? If you annoy me again, I'll tear your head off and kick it like a ball. Get out of here now. Chu Jie said impatiently, why is this pretty boy in front of him chattering non-stop, just like a woman? Lin Feng frowned. He didn't expect that he would be scolded by his own employees before he even stepped into the door of the Ace Company. Call the person in charge here, I have something to discuss. Lin Feng looked at Chu Jie and said. I'm the person in charge here. You can come in. Go in from here. Chu Jie said, pointing to the ground. Too much. Lin Feng frowned and got into the car. Don't leave if you have the guts. Aren't you very awesome? Come on, let's fight. Chu Jie looked at Lin Feng, who got into the car without saying a word, and said sarcastically. How could I have any intention of leaving? Lin Feng looked at Chu Jie, who had been shouting, and said with a smile. He stepped on the accelerator and with a loud bang, the iron gate on the high bank seemed to be so fragile that it shattered in an instant. Chu Jie was shocked. This was obviously a provocation. It was a slap in the face of Ace Company. Ace Bodyguard is the leader in the bodyguard industry in China. With just one stomp of their feet, the entire bodyguard industry will tremble. The students they train have become the figures that bosses from all walks of life spend huge sums of money to fight for. At this moment, someone actually knocked down the door of the Ace in broad daylight. Isn't this tantamount to slapping the Ace in the face? This is a naked provocation, a slap in the face of the Ace. Chu Jie didn't move. He knew that things had gotten serious and it was no longer something he could handle. After Lin Feng broke through the iron gate, he did not stop immediately but ran towards the training base. It has to be said that the Rolls-Royce is purely handmade and the quality is excellent. After such a violent collision, Lin Feng felt a little bump inside. In the center, the full cup just shook a little and overflowed less than. Who are you? Stop right now? Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. In the distance, several cars began to surround them, looking well trained. Lin Feng did not resist and got out of the car. Who are you? Why did you break into the company's door? A thin middle-aged man with a scorpion tattoo on his neck looked at Lin Feng and asked. I am the chairman. Lin Feng said slowly. Chairman? Chapter 10 Scorpion. Ha, are you crazy? Chairman? Is our chairman as young as you? Our company was probably founded longer than you are. Did you start the company while wearing diapers? As we all know, the Ace Bodyguard Company has never changed its chairman since its establishment. What a joke, a young man comes and says he is the chairman, why doesn't he say he is an African chief? Lin Feng frowned, opened his mouth but said nothing, and just stood there with his hands on his back. Are you serious? Scorpion had been a soldier for many years and was the best at observing the enemy's every move. Lin Feng acted very calmly and didn't seem to be lying at all. There are only two results. Either Lin Feng's psychological quality is too strong, or what Lin Feng said is true. But how is it possible? As a senior executive, he must know that the value of Ace Company is over 10 billion. How could a young man afford it? Of course it's true. Is there any need to lie to you? Lin Feng said confidently. Scorpion glanced at Lin Feng, then walked aside, took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, Mr. Dian? Has the boss of our company been replaced? Scorpion asked in a low voice. Ha? I just found out about this and the company just held a board meeting. How did you know? An old man with gray hair and wearing a black suit frowned and asked on the other end of the line. The boss of the company is a handsome young man with a serious face, about 8 feet tall and around 23 or 24 years old. Scorpion glanced at Lin Feng and did not answer old Diane's words, but continued to ask. How do you know, have you seen him? Old Dian was surprised, what Scorpion said was exactly right. He's right next to me. Scorpion said expressionlessly and hung up the phone. Lin Feng looked at Scorpion, who was walking slowly towards him after finishing his phone call, and didn't say much. Hello, boss. Scorpion walked up to Lin Feng, looked at him deeply, and suddenly raised his hand to salute. This sudden shout also surprised Lin Feng a little.
He didn't expect that Scorpion could find out that he was the boss of the company through a phone call. "Hello, boss." The people around who were originally preparing to watch the fun heard Scorpion shout and saluted Lin Feng. They knew that what Lin Feng said was probably 100% true. Scorpion was their chief instructor, and they had never seen Scorpion treat someone with such high standards.
No need for that.
Lin Feng looked at the serious Scorpion and put down his raised hand.
"Boss, why didn't you call us to pick you up, but instead insisted on breaking down the door?"
"Are you encountering some difficulties?" asked Scorpion. Lin Feng explained the whole story in detail.
Scorpion was furious when he heard it. How could there be such a fool among the ace? How dare he treat the boss like this?
But then he felt a little guilty, and looked at Lin Feng with a look of shame, thinking that he had indeed neglected management these days.
"Scorpion, come with me."
After Lin Feng finished speaking, he got into the Rolls-Royce and sat in the back seat. Scorpion drives with smooth movements, without any sense of jerkiness, just like an experienced driver with many years of experience. Scorpion knew that Lin Feng was testing him, and a bitter smile appeared on his lips.
Driving all kinds of vehicles is basic common sense for their bodyguards.
We have courses for everything from airplanes and tanks to tricycles.
There is nothing we can't do, only what you can't think of. Comprehensive development is also a major feature of ACE, and one of the reasons why ACE can become the leader in this industry.
About a minute later, Lin Feng saw a familiar figure again. It was Chu Jie.
"Hey, you dare to complain to the instructor?"
Chu Jie saw the Scorpion behind Lin Feng and smiled with some disdain.
"Boy, you actually broke into my company's door.
Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of our ACE company and let you know how powerful our company is."
"Boy, do you dare to challenge me in a one-on-one duel?"
"I'll let you fight with one hand."
"I'll keep my word and I won't break it." Scorpion stood behind Lin Feng and didn't say anything. Since the boss didn't say anything, he, as a subordinate, had no right to speak.
Chu Jie, on the other hand, became more and more excited as he spoke. When he met the chief instructor, he felt that his chance had come. If he could perform well and gain the appreciation of the chief instructor, he might be able to get a position among the ace soldiers in the future. Just go for it, and make sure you do your best. Lin Feng smiled and waved at Chu Jie.
"Pretentious," Chu Jie said disdainfully. He suddenly accelerated his pace and kicked Lin Feng in the abdomen. He only used 30% of his strength in this kick.
If it hit, Lin Feng would be kicked away, and of course physical pain would be inevitable. The two were getting closer and closer. Seeing that Chu Jie's feet were only a few centimeters away from Lin Feng's abdomen, Chu Jie could only say sorry to Lin Feng.
There was no other way.
He was forced to do this. If he didn't pretend now, he would probably regret it later. Chu Jie regarded Lin Feng as a new pretty boy and acted like this in front of Lin Feng.
Nonsense. With a loud shout, Chu Jie could no longer stop due to inertia and continued to kick towards Lin Feng. Ah!
There was a scream, and in a flash, a figure flew out. It was Chu Jie. Chu Jie held his stomach, looking puzzled.
He was just an outsider. Why would the chief instructor help him? "Instructor, this is a fight between me and him. This man actually insulted our ace company and broke through our wall. We must get back at him today. He wants to insult you, what can you do?"
Scorpion frowned as he looked at Chu Jie, who was lying on the ground gasping for breath. "In that case, I will risk being expelled from the company to kick this brat out of our flagship company.
This is our boss, the general manager of Ace Company and the largest shareholder of Ace Company." Under Lin Feng's instructions, Scorpion finally revealed Lin Feng's true identity. He is the boss? Chu Jie felt a little headache for a moment.
He actually made the boss wait at the door for 10 minutes in the scorching summer temperature of 38 degrees.
Not only did he insult Lin Feng, he even wanted to beat Lin Feng, and more importantly, he even wanted to have dinner with Lin Feng. "Boss, I was wrong."
Chu Jie covered his stomach, endured the pain, lay at Lin Feng's feet, and begged bitterly. Although Scorpion's kick was not very cruel, it was still too much for a small student like him to withstand. If he kicked too hard, it would seem that he was cruel and ruthless, and if he kicked too lightly, it would seem that he did not respect his boss.
Scorpion was very embarrassed about this. "I feel that you are not suitable for this place."
Lin Feng glanced at Chu Jie and said lightly.
Chapter 11, The King of Escorts. He turned around and left. Scorpion followed behind him and treated Chu Jie without any mercy.
This was the result he deserved. He actually dared to be so cruel to the boss. Lin Feng was already very merciful by just letting him go.
You know, the power of the ace bodyguard should not be underestimated.
He has a good relationship with the leaders of various industries.
Boss, please give me another chance.
Chu Jie looked at Lin Feng's ruthless back. He knew that he had done something wrong, but he still begged bitterly. Deep down, he has begun to like the training mode here at Ace, and he has invested deep feelings in every flower, grass, and tree here.
You still have a chance next time at the Ace Recruitment Academy.
Lin Feng said after hesitating for a moment, then got in the car.
Don't worry, boss. Chu Jie will never let you down. I will work hard to become the strongest bodyguard.
Chu Jie looked at Lin Feng's departing back, clenched his fist as big as a sandbag, and swore. Lin Feng also didn't expect that the words he left today would become Chu Jie's spiritual support in the future, and in the not-too-distant future, Chu Jie would actually become the new escort king.
Scorpion looked at Lin Feng deeply through the mirror inside the car.
It was really rare for Lin Feng to have such a close confidant at such a young age. Scorpio's uneasy heart was also comforted a lot. At least many brothers would not lose their jobs or become homeless if they followed such a boss.
Everyone knows that Scorpion is Ace's chief instructor, but a few people know that Scorpion is Ace's first escort king.
Every year, there will be a skill competition among the aces, and the one with the highest skills in each area will be the king of escorts. It is extremely difficult to stand out from hundreds of masters.
Do you know Shin Tang?
Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked at Scorpion, who was driving in front, and asked.
I don't know him. Scorpion shook his head. He had no impression of this person.
The only people he had contact with were a few instructors under him, and the instructors had direct contact with the trainees.
Do you need me to check it for you? Asked Scorpion. No need, I just remembered something and asked casually.
Lin Feng refused.
By the way, how did you confirm my identity?
Lin Feng was a little puzzled.
What was going on with this Scorpion?
He could actually confirm his identity through a phone call. Through Dian Lao, he is also one of the founders of the company and owns 5% of the company's shares.
Oh? If I'm not mistaken, you should have a 10% stake in Ace, right?
Before Lin Feng got the shares, he took a quick look on the system and found that Lin Yanjun, nicknamed Scorpion, owned 10% of the shares of Ace, making him the third largest shareholder of Ace. As for the second largest shareholder, she is a foreign woman.
Yeah. Scorpion nodded, not feeling surprised.
As the boss of the company, Lin Feng knew that these things were undoubtedly normal. When I was released from the army, I worked as a soldier abroad for several years and had tens of millions of dollars.
After a friend introduced me to this company, I invested in it.
But I didn't expect Wang Pai to develop so rapidly and become the best in the country in just 20 years. This is inseparable from your hard work. You can obviously live a comfortable life with the shares, but you still have to work here day and night. Lin Feng said after a moment of silence.
This is just the job I like.
Although I'm tired of the days of living on the edge of a knife, I yearn for such a life.
Ace meets all my requirements. Seeing that students can learn real skills from me, I feel very comforted. Scorpion hesitated for a moment, but still expressed his inner thoughts.
For some reason, at this moment, he actually felt that he had met Lin Feng too late.
Take out 10 million from the account for me, it's urgent. Lin Feng ordered. Yes, Scorpion responded. Scorpion's work efficiency was extremely fast.
In less than 10 minutes, Lin Feng received a text message informing him that 10 million yuan had arrived.
Boss, take this. Scorpion handed over a golden box.
Lin Feng opened it and saw that there was a dragon-shaped jade pendant inside. It looked like a rare toy from ancient times.
If it were put in the present time, it would probably be worth a lot of money. What is this?
Lin Feng asked, looking at the jade pendant made of excellent material in his hand.
He didn't understand what Scorpion meant. This is the first time we meet.
You look like a very principled person, but you come to curry favor with me on your first day here.
Is this really okay?
This is a token of our escort master.
With this jade pendant, we can dispatch all our students to any city in the future.
Lin Feng glanced at the scorpion-shaped jade pendant on Scorpion's waist and nodded.
Since everything is fine, I'll leave first.
Lin Feng saw that the work was completed, turned around and prepared to leave.
Boss, your car is broken. Can I fix it for you?
Scorpion looked at the horrible appearance of the hood in front of Lin Feng and asked with concern.
Okay.
Lin Feng did not refuse. This is Jiaoli, this is Han Shui, they are old members who have been here for several years. Scorpion suddenly clapped his hands, and two beautiful girls wearing belly-revealing clothes walked in from the door.
Jiaoli, Han Shui, these are the bosses of our company.
Scorpion was now next to Lin Feng and began to introduce them.
Hello, boss.
Jiaoli and Han Shui began to salute and greet.
Lin Feng nodded.
Perhaps it was the result of long-term training. Jiaoli and Han Shui had very good figures, simply top-notch. The bright waistline around the belly button adds a lot of color to the whole person.
You, what are you doing?
Lin Feng was a little confused. He didn't know why two girls suddenly showed up when they were talking just fine before.
These are the outstanding talents I have selected.
They will be with you at all times and protect your safety at all times.
Does our company have any female members?
Yes, they are all assigned to different positions.
Okay then, let's decide.
Yes, sure. Lin Feng looked at these two beauties with curvy bodies and did not refuse.
I don't know what the nightclubs here are like.
Lin Feng was looking at the KTV nearby, and suddenly a wonderful idea came to his mind. Lin Feng has never been to a nightclub, but now that he has money, Lin Feng really wants to give it a try. Lin Feng drove Scorpion's Porsche and started to wander around the Magic City as usual.
Well, this nightclub is pretty good. How about you guys?
Lin Feng looked at the two girls sitting in the driver's seat without saying a word, and finally took the step to strike up a conversation.
Wherever the boss goes, we go. We have no reason to refuse. Chapter 12.
The interior of the Magic City bar is very prosperous, with high-end new sounds and young and energetic female waiters. More importantly, there is actually an Atmosphere bar group here, and now the middle of the bar is the exclusive space for the Atmosphere group.
Huh? How could it be her?
Lin Feng couldn't help but doubt that this world was just too coincidental. In the last second, Lin Feng was still staring at the beauty at the bar, and in the next second, the domineering President Guo Wanting was actually here.
She? Why is she here?
Lin Feng looked at the sad woman at this moment and asked curiously. At night, Guo Wanting unexpectedly had a hint of sadness in her temperament. Lin Feng did not expect that such a domineering president would have such a sad side. It's so unsafe for a girl to go to a bar alone to get drunk.
Sigh.
Lin Feng sighed and didn't say much. Everyone has their own unique way of relieving stress.
This woman's aura is really strong.
Guo Wanting is only 25 or 26 years old, but she exudes an air of competence. Even in a bar, she has a unique temperament.
The black dress wrapped around her petite figure, and her facial features showed something unknown, sometimes disdainful, sometimes happy.
Lin Feng looked around and found that many men who tried to strike up a conversation with him were rejected. Although they were politely rejected, they still stared at Guo Wanting. Lin Feng was not surprised by this look.
As a man, of course he understood men better.
This was the way he looked at his prey. At this moment, Guo Wanting was like a strong lamb. Everyone was waiting for the moment when Guo Wanting got drunk and then took her home with them.
How could Lin Feng not understand the man's little thoughts?
The elegant and seemingly gentle man opposite him smiled apologetically after being rejected again. Then, he drank the colorful sunshine cocktail in the glass in an elegant posture, but his eyes kept staring at Guo Wanting from time to time. Everyone was awake except her who was drunk. Lin Feng sighed and decided to help those who needed help.
Go, get me a glass of wine.
Lin Feng looked at the sisters behind him and ordered.
Okay, boss.
Jiaoli and Han Shui nodded. One of them went to get drinks for the boss, while the other continued to observe the surroundings in case anything unexpected happened. As soon as Lin Feng entered the door, he had already attracted the attention of all the men in the bar. The Magic City Bar, a bar named after the Magic City, naturally had a lot of hostesses in it. As long as your price is high enough, any woman can have a drink with you. The ones who got the attention were naturally not Lin Feng, but Jiaoli and Han Shui. Since Scorpion arranged a bodyguard for Lin Feng, he must have made very careful considerations regarding strength, appearance, etc. The explosive bodies of these two beauties aroused the most primitive desires of the men as soon as they entered the bar. They wanted to go over and chat with them, but found that these two beauties had no expression on their faces. Just like Deadpool surrounding Lin Feng, it is obvious that Lin Feng's identity is not simple. In a bar in Shanghai, a simple booth costs more than 100,000 yuan.
Only young men from wealthy families can come here to play on May Day. Beautiful lady, can I buy you a drink? Sorry, I don't want to be disturbed, Guo Wanting said casually without looking up. Then, what if it's me?
Lin Feng looked at Guo Wanting and smiled.
Ha? Shouldn't you be at work? Why are you here?
Guo Wanting looked at Lin Feng, somewhat confused. She knew that Lin Feng had joined the security team, although she didn't expect how long he would last.
I quit, Lin Feng said. It's not easy to get rich, life is on the rise, isn't it happy for a cheater? Why do you have to work day and night? Isn't that a waste of feelings? Isn't it worthy of the system that worked so hard to find you? Ah? So fast? Guo Wanting was a little surprised. Fast? Not fast. If you want, I can go slower,
Lin Feng said after looking at Guo Wanting's figure. The people who came to pursue me lined up from the door to Paris.
You are the first one I have seen to give up.
Others would pursue me for at least 10 days or half a month,
Guo Wanting said disdainfully.
He looked down on men who were not persistent.
Chase for 10 days or half a month. Is it useful? Ha ha. Lin Feng smiled disdainfully. You are just a bootlicker. You are by my side when I need you, and I kick you out when I don't need you.
A dog licker only adds some fun to other people's life, increases the confidence of the heroine, adds sadness to the hero, adds trouble to the society, and adds worries to himself.
Then, we don't understand the happiness of a dog licker. Lin Feng didn't want to be a bootlicker, not in this life.
He was already injured, like a wounded wolf who could only lick his wounds silently in the middle of the night.
Indeed, it's useless. I'm not interested in men like you.
Guo Wanting looked at Lin Feng, took a sip of the wine in the glass, and said to herself,
Oh? I'm not interested in you either. Then why are you still talking to me?
Guo Wanting raised her head, as if she had just seen Lin Feng. Her listless eyes revealed a bit of seriousness. Lin Feng did not answer immediately. He shook the vodka in the glass, and his eyes gradually became playful. I just don't want to see you sleeping with a strange man in a hotel on a big white bed tomorrow morning.
You, what do you mean? Guo Wanting looked at Lin Feng with a somewhat unfriendly tone. Is she that kind of casual woman?
I said, if I didn't talk to you, you would have been slept with by a strange man at night, Lin Feng explained with a dry mouth.
Why are women so troublesome? Shameless. Guo Wanting frowned and took the wineglass and poured it towards Lin Feng. How could this man be so shameless? It hurts.
Guo Wanting screamed, but found that her raised hand was pressed in the air, and her wrist was as if clamped by an iron clamp, unable to move. The colorful wine in the glass could not be spilled, and it flowed along the glass and splashed onto Guo Wanting.
Puff!
Guo Wanting's hair was instantly wet, and her originally confused mind suddenly became much clearer. Lin Feng gave Jolly a look, and the latter immediately understood and stepped aside. Originally, Guo Wanting, who had lowered her head and was drenched like a drowned chicken by the wine, raised her head. Lin Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes.
Oh my god, so sexy.
The wine flowed into her neck through her wet hair. Her originally jade-white neck suddenly had a crystal-clear beauty. Her wet little mouth kept shaking, making people want to have a kiss on her. I didn't expect that the domineering president in Queen style actually has such a sexy side.
Tell me, what do you want to do? Guo Wanting looked at Lin Feng and said helplessly. There's nothing I can do.
I can't win the argument, and I can't win the fight either.
Chapter 13, Single-handedly challenge all.
Guo Wanting has already determined that the chance encounter between the two parties due to not being able to refuel on the road was caused by Lin Feng.
This opportunity was created by Lin Feng himself. He was really good at acting.
She was actually fooled by him at that time. The more Guo Wanting thought about it, the more scared she became. The man in front of her was really scary. She had been in the business world for many years, but she felt like she couldn't see through him.
You, look around you, how many two-colored MILF eyes are staring at you?
Lin Feng didn't look up at Guo Wanting, who had already compromised. He shook the wine in the glass and spoke casually.
Guo
Wanting began to look around and found that the men around her who were chatting and laughing and daydreaming alone would glance in her direction from time to time.
Sometimes when I meet Guo Wanting's gaze, I would even avoid it a little. That's none of your business. It's none of your business. Why are you meddling in other people's business? You called me a dog? Yes. So you are the rat? You. Guo Wanting gritted her teeth but couldn't say anything. You should thank me.
If I hadn't shown up today, maybe we would have ended up in a one-on-one duel at best, or even worse, it would have been a one-on-one duel.
What's the difference? Guo Wanting frowned.
He could roughly understand the meaning of Lin Feng's words, but he still couldn't help asking. In the worst case, it's one-on-one, and in the worst case, you challenge them all. Lin Feng said without hiding anything. This is the society, with the filth of human nature, the reality of society, and the decline of morality.
You. Guo Wanting was furious. She was a CEO, how could anyone say such things to her? Wasn't this indirectly calling her a slut? Take her to sober up.
Lin Feng instructed his men.
I'm not going.
Guo Wanting resisted, but was still dragged away like a chicken.
Sir, what are you doing?
The waiter at the side heard the voice and came over and shouted.
This is my girlfriend.
I'm taking her to the bathroom to sober up.
Sorry to bother you.
Looking at the waiter's retreating figure, there are still some people around with evil intentions.
Well, it's almost time now. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. If you want to have a good time tonight, you can continue drinking.
Lin Feng looked at Guo Wanting, whose eyes were gradually becoming clearer, and said, then walked out casually.
What kind of man is this? Guo Wanting looked at the strong Lin Feng and was completely speechless. Lin Feng's performance was too strong. He was completely different from the little puppy she met by chance at the gas station. I wanted to come here to take a look around and see if there are any stunning beauties.
Since ancient times, there has been a saying among prostitutes and brothels that they are infatuated with each other. Later, it was passed down that they only sell their art but not their bodies. It is called an entertainment place, but infatuated women are rare. Lin Feng murmured, feeling a little regretful. He had called these women into a private room and watched them for a long time, only to find that they were boring.
I still prefer challenging women.
Such women are more interesting. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that he had a new goal in life.
How about going to buy 2 sets of clothes now?
Lin Feng said, looking at his faded jeans.
But it's dark now, how can there be a clothing store that's open 24 hours a day?
Lin Feng patted the steering wheel. Boss, Han Shui has something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Han Shui, one of the 2 beautiful bodyguards, suddenly said.
Lin Feng nodded.
The former turned his head, but did not dare to look directly at Lin Feng.
He lowered his head and said. Boss, you are the CEO of the Ace Company. You can do what others can't do. What do you mean?
Lin Feng was a little confused.
Is there something here that he doesn't know?
Boss, you are a noble man who forgets things.
Our Ace Company has been expanding over the years.
We not only have the bodyguard company, but we also bought a few streets.
By the way, how many streets did you buy?
Lin Feng was secretly surprised.
The strength of this Ace Company should not be underestimated. It seemed that he was indeed a frog in a well. But now they have all closed the door.
Lin Feng said helplessly.
He looked at his watch. It was already 10:30.
The nightlife has just started, and this magical city has just shown off its beauty at night.
Everyone is having a blast and enjoying themselves, but you are actually buying clothes in the middle of the night? How is that possible? Don't they sleep? Isn't it nice to eat skewers and drink wine with bare chests in a restaurant at night? All problems are not problems. As long as you want to, you can do it. Zhao Li added. Is it true? You can do anything?
Lin Feng suddenly had a lustful look on his face and turned to look at the 2 sisters. Due to long-term exercise, their figures became even more sexy. Han Shui and Zhao Li both wore light-colored tights, which made their plump figures look even fuller, and their curves reached a certain height, showing off the female figures to the fullest.
We only do work.
Han Shui replied with a flushed face. As for Zhao Li, her neck was red and she covered her mouth shyly.
After a swaying, the scenery was beautiful and moving.
Lin Feng swallowed silently.
Boss, please don't keep staring at us like that, we feel sorry.
Zhao Li said with difficulty, her eyes light and light, as if her body was about to melt.
Well, come on, don't go off topic. Let's continue our discussion and get down to business.
Lin Feng hummed twice and focused his attention, which gradually expanded from 2 points to a surface.
Boss, I'll make arrangements right away and have the employees come over to work overtime.
If they come, I'll reimburse their round-trip travel expenses and pay them 3 times their usual salary.
I'm afraid this isn't a good idea. It's too late. Most of them have families.
I can't ask them to rush to work just for my own selfish interests. Lin Feng frowned and thought about it from another perspective. He also hated such a leader.
How about this? We won't force you to come. If you are willing to come, you can enjoy the benefits you mentioned above. If you are not willing to come, you will naturally no longer enjoy these benefits.
Lin Feng thought about it and made arrangements. Lin Feng believes that most people will come. After all, this is a charity event.
There aren't many customers at night.
The salary is high, and the round-trip fare is reimbursed.
Boss, everything has been arranged. All stores will be open in about half an hour.
Well, okay.
Lin Feng nodded. Should we arrange a few sets for you too?
Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and said,
Thank you, boss.
The chief instructor has sent our clothes to your residence, so you don't have to worry about us.
Han Shuwei said. Ha? Residence? Do you know where I live? Lin Feng frowned. He just moved into Hating Villa yesterday. How could they find out where I live today? Chapter 14 Social Flathead. Sorry, boss, we didn't mean to check on you.
Han Shuwei apologized when he saw Lin Feng frowning slightly.
It's okay, this is the first time and the last time, otherwise I can't guarantee the consequences. Lin Feng warned. Yes.
The two sisters behind him nodded heavily. Half an hour passed quickly, and Han Shuwei drove the car towards the most prosperous street in the Magic City with ease.
Beep, beep.
Han Shuwei couldn't help but honk the horn when he saw the vehicle in front suddenly stop in the middle of the road and didn't move. This press had a terrible effect. A shirtless man wearing a big gold chain suddenly got out of the black Land Rover in front. The figure displayed on the man's chest was none other than Guan Yu, also known as Guan Eri. He put on a big gold chain, shaved his head, and rushed over angrily with his bare chest. Just as he was about to rush over, he suddenly thought of something, went back to open the back seat of the vehicle, and took out a machete that was nearly half a meter long.
Oh my god, it's just a honking of the horn, is that a big deal?
Lin Feng looked at the flat-headed man who was rushing towards him and couldn't help but think of an animal, the flat-headed brother.
Don't care about life or death, just do it if you don't agree.
I just want to kill you all, or be killed by you. When I start fighting, I'm afraid of myself.
All living beings are my food. My life is too busy.
I am either fighting or on my way to a fight.
I don't hold grudges. If I have a grudge, I'll take it on the spot.
Arrogance is not my nature, but provoking me is tantamount to suicide. Lin Feng opened the car door and wanted to have a good talk with the flat-headed man. After all, it was just a question of a horn.
There was no need to make such a big fuss.
This is the first time for all of us to be human, there's no need to be so passionate, don't care about life or death, just fight if you don't agree, if you can't win, you're doomed.
Did you just blow the horn?
The man with the flat head saw Lin Feng get out of the car and asked. Lin Feng covered his nose.
Oh my god, how much alcohol did he drink?
As soon as he opened his mouth, a smell of alcohol mixed with bad breath hit him in the face. This action angered the flat-headed man. Lin Feng actually dared to despise him like this.
Do you know who I am? The flat-headed man asked. How should I know who you are?
Lin Feng frowned and glanced at the flat-headed man a few more times. He had never seen this person before.
Don't you know who I am? The flat-headed man roared. How could I know who you are?
Lin Feng was speechless.
Then I'll step back and see who I am.
The man with the flat head picked up the machete and started to chop at Lin Feng. His movements were done in one go without any delay.
Poof!
Han Shuwei pulled Lin Feng behind him and dodged the knife. The machete hit nothing and the man with the flat head, who was drunk, raised the machete and prepared to chop again. Han Shuwei was quick-witted and kicked the flat-headed man away. Jolly grabbed the flat-headed man's throat in mid-air and pressed it under her knees. The man whimpered but could not speak. The fight lasted only a few minutes, and there was already a huge crowd of people in the distance.
No one around dared to come close to watch the fun. If they came, they would die.
Another thin man got out of the Land Rover, saw the scene, and came over to dissuade them. "Brother, please let my brother go. The police will be here soon.
We will give you 5 million and we will just pretend this never happened. Is that okay?"
The thin man walked up to Lin Feng and begged bitterly.
Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that Lin Feng is the real boss here. Those two women? They are just bodyguards and henchmen. 5 million? Is that a lot? Do you think I'm someone who is short of money?
Lin Feng pursed his lips and said disdainfully.
What a joke. As soon as I got out of the car, he came over with a machete and wanted to chop me without saying a word. Fortunately, I had 2 sisters by my side. If not, I would have been in danger with my flesh and blood body. After all, looks cannot make a living.
In times of crisis, no matter how handsome you are, it is useless.
This is a desperado and he will not go easy on you just because you are handsome. Brother, what do you want? I can tell you that my eldest brother is doing very well in the Magic City. If you offend him, you will offend a lot of people. You better be careful in the future.
Lin Feng moved his lips but didn't say anything. On the contrary, if you can release my elder brother, Jinri, he will definitely give you a generous gift when he wakes up from his drunken stupor.
How about 10 million?
Seeing that Lin Feng didn't say anything, the thin man thought that Lin Feng was already moved, so he continued talking.
Everyone understands the reasoning behind this. After all, it's our fault. One more road means one more friend, right? After all, the Magic City is so small that we can always meet each other if we look up, right?
The thin man pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and saw that Lin Feng still didn't say anything. He thought that Lin Feng had been conquered by him. He began to walk forward, preparing to pat Lin Feng on the shoulder, continuing to express his goodwill. After all, time was limited. If he still couldn't leave before the police arrived, this matter would probably be a bit difficult to handle.
Ha!
Lin Feng looked at the thin man coldly and slapped his hand back.
Get out!
Lin Feng said coldly.
Okay, you wait, the thin man threatened as he retreated. Well, you two go and stop him. Lin Feng ordered.
This man actually threatened him with vicious eyes.
He really couldn't be kept. Keeping him would be a disaster. Yes, boss.
After giving the order, Han Shui's wrist twisted, and the flat-headed man's wrist and ankle were all broken. The 2 men immediately rushed towards the thin man who was not far away.
Get out of the way, everyone, the thin man shouted.
He had seen the 2 beauties with explosive bodies beside Lin Feng. He thought they were just pretty faces, but he didn't expect them to be so powerful that they subdued the eldest brother with just one move. The thin man regrets it now. If he had stopped the big brother earlier, this situation would not have happened. Seeing that the people behind him were about to catch up, the thin man's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He took out a dagger from his belt and chopped at anyone he saw. The crowd of onlookers fled in all directions, and there were constant screams in the field, and the scene was in chaos.
Ding ding.
The system detects that the host is in crisis and enters invincible protection mode. Lin Feng was stunned.
Encountering a crisis? Please, the crisis has already passed for 10 minutes, okay? System? Is there a network delay?
Lin Feng was speechless.
Ha! My body seems to be different from before.
Lin Feng discovered that the system automatically turned on the protection mode while talking to itself. It seemed as if the potential of his body had been developed. His tired body, which had been a little tired after a day's work, suddenly became full of energy. Lin Feng felt like he was the living Michael Jordan, boxing champion Tyson, and the master of the universe. Looking at the thin man who was still struggling to escape, Lin Feng licked his lips, his eyes flashing, and he seemed eager to try. The thin man who was originally running very fast now seemed to be running much slower in his eyes. Lin Feng could even clearly see how many hairs on his legs trembled with each step he took, and he could clearly feel the frequency of movement of each hair.
This feeling is so great, I feel like I am in control of this world. Chapter 15. Do you listen to your boss?
Lin Feng knelt on one knee, exerted force with one foot, and pushed hard. With a whoosh, he flew to the side of the thin man in an instant. He walked straight past the crowd of people passing by and came to the side of the thin man.
Where should I hit?
Lin Feng hesitated as he looked at the thin man's body.
Don't hit someone in the face, don't expose their shortcomings when you scold them. You must never hit someone in the face, it's too insulting. Pa.
Lin Feng attacked from both sides at the same time, left and right, and instantly the thin man's face swelled up. His body flew backwards due to the huge impact force. He opened his mouth in the air and couldn't help but spit out a breath, which contained 2 blood-stained teeth. Lin Feng looked at his hands, and he didn't expect himself to be so strong. He only used a quarter of his strength just now to beat the thin man unconscious.
If he had used all his strength, wouldn't he have died with just one slap? Lin Feng was a little depressed. He didn't expect that his body would be strengthened so much. He came quickly and left quickly without leaving any cloud in the air. Lin Feng suddenly felt his body become much heavier. It was not because his body was drained, or because he had used too many secret books and wasted too much energy. Instead, there is too much suppression in this body, there are too many problems, and the body's potential has not yet been developed. Boss? Han Shui and Zhao Li looked up at Lin Feng in surprise. Wasn't Lin Feng next to them? How did he suddenly appear in front of them? Yeah. Lin Feng nodded without explaining anything. Sometimes it is better not to explain anything. Ding ding, ding ding. When the alarm sounded, Lin Feng took a closer look and knew that today's matter should end today. There was no way out, the police's orders could not be disobeyed. Lin Feng sighed and followed the police back to make a statement. The confessions of the masses, plus the camera, were able to clearly see what happened just now. Of course, Lin Feng did not see the scene where he flashed back. After thinking about it, it should be deleted by the system. The system does not want to attract attention. Lin Feng learned that this flat-headed man was named Wu Meng, and he was actually the leader of a local gang in Shanghai. He owned several bars and had several criminal records. Nicknamed Menggu, he is quite famous in Shanghai. He is fierce and many people dare not provoke him. Brother Meng? Only for 1 second? That's still considered fierce? Lin Feng was speechless. It was not easy for a person to live a life. Everyone was a human being for the first time. Why did they try every possible means to accelerate their own demise? After leaving the police station, it was nearly 12 o'clock. Lin Feng had no mood to go shopping in the mall at this moment, but there was no way. The employees had started to work the night shift for him, and until now, if he didn't go, how disappointed the employees would be. Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Lin Feng looked at the yawning employees and wanted to shout, but no sound came out. Pack this and this for me. Lin Feng entered the mall, picked up a few clothes of good styles, and packed them up to take away. What to do if you have too many clothes? 2 beauties are here to keep you company. Lin Feng looked at the 2 sisters, each carrying more than a dozen bags, and couldn't help but complain. Lin Feng really wanted to help them carry the things himself, but was rejected. Instructor Scorpion asked them to come to serve as bodyguards for the boss and to take care of their daily life. They knew this. If they let the boss come over to weigh things, they will probably be punished when they go back. Here, 5 pairs of this style of shoes, and a few more sets of this pattern shirts. Lin Feng shouted at every store he passed by. This made the sisters behind him smile bitterly. Walking on the roadside, he attracted a lot of people's attention. When other people were shopping, boys would help girls carry things, but it was the opposite for Lin Feng. There was nothing he could do because of his status and position. What do you think of this dress? Do you like it? Lin Feng walked to a lingerie store, which had a wide variety of different styles. Lin Feng took a look at the black hollowed-out underwear with a bow on the outside and asked casually. Very good, but we don't like it. Han Shui answered first. As for Zhao Li, half of her face is now red, because this dress is so enchanting and sexy. Am I your boss? Lin Feng asked. Yes. The 2 sisters answered in unison, their voices extremely serious and earnest. Well, do you want to listen to what the boss says? Lin Feng asked again. Listen. The 2 sisters nodded. Then listen, we want this one. Lin Feng pointed at the black clothing and said. Huh, that's not right? Lin Feng murmured, and interrupted the waiter who was packing. When the 2 sisters heard this, they were secretly happy. Has the boss changed his mind? They received the most rigorous training in Ace Company all year round and are still too conservative when it comes to clothing. Even though such high-profile clothes are meant to be worn close to the body, they cannot wear them out. In this regard, they were extremely repulsive to Lin Feng giving them such a thing. Well, do you have the largest size of these 2? Take out the largest size and pack it up for me. Lin Feng opened his mouth and glanced at a certain place. After careful observation and comparison with his own, Lin Feng said seriously. This standard size is indeed a bit small. Lin Feng kept shopping until 2 o'clock. Finally, he had no more clothes to buy, so he arranged for his employees to send the clothes home. Zhao Li, I'm sleepy. Lin Feng suddenly said, looking at Zhao Li with a ponytail. Boss, you. Zhao Li's eyelids twitched, wondering what the boss meant by suddenly calling her. Sleeping with me? Impossible? Han Shui is still here? How embarrassing, although it's a bit exciting.
Lin Feng had no idea what Zhao Li was thinking. He was a gentleman. If he knew, he would definitely give Zhao Li a slap in the face. It was the 21st century, and yet she still had such dirty thoughts.
This chair is uncomfortable to sit on. Can you lend it to me to sleep for a while?
Lin Feng forced his drooping eyelids open and said weakly.
How can I borrow this?
Zhao Li suddenly felt a little aggrieved. She came here to be the boss's bodyguard and protect his personal safety. How could the boss have such an idea?
Go to sleep.
Zhao Li leaned back and said nervously.
Lin Feng hummed softly, then leaned over and fell on Zhao Li's legs. Not long after, he fell asleep.
A minute later, a light whoosh sound was heard. The heat from Lin Feng's mouth continued to spread, and Zhao Li actually felt a strange feeling in a certain part of her body. I have to say Lin Feng is quite handsome.
Number 16 Shen Tang.
In the morning, the early morning sunlight shines through the curtains and onto the bed. Lin Feng opened his eyes and saw a familiar room in a daze. When I went downstairs, I saw breakfast prepared for tonight on the table and two sisters busy in the kitchen.
Aren't you two bodyguards? Why do you work part-time as nannies?
Lin Feng was a little speechless.
Bodyguards, you are professional, okay? Since you are a bodyguard, can you be more professional?
The chief instructor said that when the boss is too busy to take care of his daily life, the two of us can help you solve the problem.
Han Shui said. Well, it tastes pretty good.
Lin Feng took a bite of the bread and praised it. The taste was almost the same as that of the chefs outside.
Ha!
Lin Feng turned on his cell phone, only to find several missed calls. After looking at the contact person above, Lin Ruoshi, Lin Feng frowned.
Could it be that something happened to old Lin?
Lin Feng dialed the number, and the call was quickly answered with an anxious voice.
Lin Feng, where are you?
Wang Xiaobing, Shen Lang, and others came to see me again.
They said they wanted to look for you, and if they couldn't find you, they would block the door every day.
Lin Ruoshi said anxiously on the phone.
Teacher Lin, wait for me, I will come back to you soon.
Lin Feng's eyes flashed with coldness. He had to teach them a lesson and let them know that his current status and position were not something that ants like them could compare to.
No, they will only come here for a few days and may go back. But you have to find a place to hide quickly, otherwise they will find you, okay?
Lin Ruoshi reminded.
No need.
Lin Feng smiled disdainfully and hung up the phone.
Let's go back to Xiangcheng.
Lin Feng looked at the two sisters who had already prepared breakfast and said. Boss, if you're in a hurry, we can take a helicopter back.
Han Shui suggested.
It would take 2 hours to drive back, but only about 20 minutes by helicopter.
Okay, let's take a helicopter.
Lin Feng didn't think much about it. Some things are better to be dealt with early. After about a few minutes, a helicopter slowly took off above a hotel. This was not Lin Feng's first time taking a plane, but it was his first time to book a whole place on the plane and plan to say that all of these were his. Lin Feng is the boss of the company.
These things belong to the company, and naturally belong to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng also has the right to use these tools. Lin Feng turned on his phone, but found that there was no network. He opened today's flash sale and found that various products popped up one after another. He clicked on the product homepage and could see the details of various products. Lin Feng turned off his phone, but found that the flash sale software was still on the screen.
Lin Feng was shocked. Who created this? Was it a hacker? Was it so powerful?
It didn't need a network or power.
It was always stored on the phone and could be used whenever you needed it. Can you see what's on my phone?
Lin Feng showed the turned-off phone to Han Shui without turning it on. As for Zhao Li, she was of course flying a plane, and her speed was not slow, reaching a speed of 400 kilometers per hour. Lin Feng could see that she was an experienced driver.
Boss, there's nothing on your phone screen?
Han Shui touched her head and looked at her phone a few more times, a little confused, thinking that this was just a little game the boss played with her when he was bored.
Yeah. Lin Feng nodded.
This software also has an automatic invisible face scanning function. When the mobile phone screen recognizes the owner's face, a window will pop up automatically.
It will be invisible at other times. Hey, why is there a woman's hair on my clothes?
Lin Feng looked at Han Shui suspiciously. Lin Feng suddenly felt that Han Shui was not serious. He must have done something unspeakable while he was sleeping. Otherwise, why did I fall asleep in the car yesterday and wake up in bed? I didn't. Han Shui saw the boss staring at him and quickly waved his hands. Well, really? Lin Feng looked up and down to see if the other party had any flaws, but after a long while, there was no flaw at all. Boss, yesterday you fell asleep on my lap. No, you fell asleep in the car. We didn't have the heart to disturb you, so we carried you to the bed. Han Shui explained. Oh, okay then, is this hair yours? Lin Feng picked up the long hair in his hand, walked close to Han Shui and asked. It shouldn't be. Han Shui immediately picked up the hair and compared it with it, and finally said with certainty. Lin Feng, what do you think of me, your boss? Are you willing to make friends with me? Lin Feng didn't hesitate and said directly, I just want to make friends with you. How do you pay? Han Shui asked curiously. I think we can have a normal relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend. Lin Feng looked at Han Shui, hesitated for a moment, and said. But I don't like this, boss. You're not my type. Sorry. Han Shui leaned back a little, with a guilty look on his face. Well, it's okay, don't worry, sooner or later you will like me, and even fall in love with me. Lin Feng was full of confidence. Feelings are cultivated. Lin Feng didn't believe that these two sisters who followed him every day would have no feelings for him. Sign in and receive 100 million. Lin Feng clicked on his phone. Congratulations to the host, you have received it successfully, and will start your brilliant life. Lin Feng successfully received 100 million, but he didn't feel anything. When I was poor, I longed for a life of luxury and extravagance. When I had no money, Shanghai was just an ordinary city. After I became rich, you will find that no matter where you go, it can become a workplace with music and dance every night. The feeling of 100 million is just like winning the lottery. Now that you have money, you don't have to live a simple life, start living a normal life. 20 minutes passed in a flash, the plane circled and landed over a hotel. Lin Feng got out of the car, and dozens of black men were wandering around the helicopter. Hello, boss. Dozens of men in black shouted in unison. They were all bodyguards in Xiangcheng. Lin Feng nodded, turned around and got into an orange Ferrari. The car roared and drove into the elevator, which slowly began to descend from the top floor. Go to the faculty dormitory of Xiangcheng University. Lin Feng ordered. Han Shui took a step forward with her beautiful legs, stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed forward. At the same time, dozens of autos followed behind it, with such a mighty momentum that it seemed able to sweep away everything. In the future, you should have good taste in clothes. Don't wear those weird things, such as wide leg pants and Western-style pants. Try to wear them less. Looking at Han Shui, who was concentrating on driving, Lin Feng gave him an earnest lecture. I think wearing shorts is actually a pretty good choice. Chapter 17, Don't accept the toast and drink the wine. The convoy drove for dozens of minutes, with such momentum that passing vehicles gave way. The supercar led the way, followed closely by 10 autos. I'm afraid that this is another young man from some family making trouble. An old man looked at the huge commotion and said to himself. The convoy arrived in front of a dilapidated 6-story-old residential building. The house in the community was not big and the area was small, so it could not accommodate so many cars. Lin Feng could only park the car somewhere else, which delayed some time. Uncle, do you know where Lin Ruoshi's home is? Lin Feng saw an old man basking in the sun at the door and went over to ask. What she? The old man stood up and asked. Lin Ruoshi. Lin Feng said. What she? The old man shook his fan and covered his ears, indicating that his hearing had deteriorated a little. Lin Ruoshi. Lin Feng raised his voice and spoke. What she? The old man asked again. Lin Feng was helpless, shook his head, turned around and prepared to leave. Chatting with the old man was really exciting. Teacher Lin, which floor are you on? Lin Feng dialed the phone. Don't come over yet, they are blocking the door. Lin Ruoshi's voice was a little hoarse, probably because she didn't eat or sleep well these days. It's okay, I have a way. Where are you? Lin Feng smiled and continued to ask. 5th floor, 501, be careful. Lin Ruoshi instructed. Lin Feng hung up the phone and went to the 5th floor. As soon as I reached the 5th floor, I saw 2 blonde men squatting and smoking at the stairs. Oldly, do you think Lin Feng would dare to come out if we blocked the door like this? Said a yellow-haired man.
I don't know. Anyway, I will definitely not come out. If I come out, I will be beaten up.
A blonde-haired man shook his head.
I'm here.
Lin Feng walked over.
Who?
The two yellow-haired men looked around, and the voices came before the people arrived.
I'm the person you want to block.
Lin Feng walked up and said, feeling a little tired. There was nothing he could do, because these old communities were so poor that they couldn't even afford to install elevators.
Lin Feng, you're looking for death.
A yellow-haired man looked at Lin Feng coming and rushed forward first, roaring. When he reached the stairs, he was suddenly stunned and ran away.
Oh my god, why are there so many people?
At first glance, it was Lin Feng himself. When he got closer, his vision widened. My god, there were more than 10 people, dressed in uniform, with cold and ruthless expressions.
I'm afraid they are not people who are easy to mess with. Catch them all.
Lin Feng gave the order, and the group of people behind him took the brunt of the attack, like a tiger descending from the mountain, and in just a few steps they caught the two fleeing people.
Did Shen Lang ask you to open this place? Lin Feng asked. No.
One of the yellow-haired men shook his head, his eyes evasive, and answered.
Speak nicely, or don't blame me for being rude. Lin Feng frowned, a little impatient.
Yes, it was Brother Shen who asked us to come here to block Lin Ruoshi. He said that if you don't come, we will forcibly take Lin Ruoshi away tonight. Lin Feng threatened the yellow-haired man, who shook his head and tried hard to explain.
Well, that's about right.
Lin Feng nodded.
Make a phone call and tell them about the situation here.
Lin Feng ordered as he looked at the two people kneeling on the ground begging for mercy.
Ha!
The two were stunned. They didn't understand what Lin Feng meant.
Was he deliberately asking them to call for help? Hello, Brother Shen.
One of the men called tremblingly.
Ha!
Has the person been found? A familiar voice asked on the phone.
Well, I found it. Your two people are here with me now. Come quickly. Slow down, I don't have time to wait for you.
Lin Feng picked up the phone and started talking.
Lin Feng? Okay, you wait. Shen Lang hung up the phone. Xiao Lang, what's the matter? Why are you going to do something so angry?
A voice came, and an explosively muscular man appeared in the room. In an instant, the whole house seemed to be shrouded in his aura, and it was so depressing that it made people feel a little breathless. Brother, I have a kid here who hurt my beloved woman.
I'm going to meet him now. Shen Lang explained. Okay, I just need to go out for a walk today. In that case, let's go together. Wait a moment, I'll go change my clothes.
Shintang said, and went back to the house to change into a close-fitting shirt. Lin Feng, just wait. It's not me who came to see you today, but my brother who insisted on coming here.
If anything happens to you, you can't blame me. Shen Lang thought. Teacher Lin, are you okay?
When Lin Feng knocked on the door, he saw a somewhat haggard face, and Lin Feng felt a little sad. The originally pretty and lovely Lin Ruoshi now looked a little haggard. Lin Feng became even more determined to help Teacher Lin get revenge.
I'm fine. If you're fine, just leave quickly. Who knows when they may come back?
Lin Ruoshi urged. She was worried about Lin Feng.
If Shen Lang and the others came and saw Lin Feng here, wouldn't Lin Feng be doomed? Leave? Is it possible? I came back this time just to find them. Lin Feng said. Shen Lang is Lin Feng's main mission this time. He even extorted 1 million from me last time. How can I not pay it back today? But, can you really do it?
Lin Ruoshi looked at Lin Feng, feeling a little worried.
As a man, you can't say no.
Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, then clapped his hands. Dozens of bodyguards in black suits appeared behind him, completely dispelling Lin Ruoshi's concerns.
What is this?
Lin Ruoshi asked in surprise. The several men in black behind Lin Feng were full of momentum. They were totally different from those second-rate guys fighting on the streets. They were rich and powerful, while the second-rate guys were just hooligans.
My bodyguard.
Lin Feng nodded and told the truth.
Are you a rich second generation?
Lin Ruoshi was surprised. He had watched Lin Feng grow up, so how could he suddenly explode like a nouveau riche? No, I'm not a second-generation rich, I'm a first-generation rich. Lin Feng explained again. Lin Feng, this is 200,000 yuan, take it first, and I will give you the difference later.
Where did you get the money?
Lin Feng knows that teachers' salaries are very attractive. Thinking of a salary of 200,000, I'm afraid I'll have to go without food and drink for a long time.
You are finally here.
Lin Feng heard footsteps downstairs, the voice sounded a little anxious, so he walked in quickly.
Shen Lang, you are finally here?
Lin Feng looked at Shen Lang and began to ask.
I've already given you 1 million, why are you still coming here to cause trouble? Do you want to refuse my toast and then drink the wine for punishment? Chapter 18 System Self-Destruction Program. 1 million? Do you think I really want your money? Shen Lang said disdainfully. Ha? Are you Shen Teng?
Lin Feng ignored Shen Lang and looked at the strong man behind him.
Yes.
Shen Teng looked at the dozens of black men around him and actually felt a familiar breath from them, but he couldn't tell where exactly. His intuition told him that the young man in front of him was probably not simple.
Shen Teng, I'm giving you 2 choices now.
1. You will be expelled from the Ace Company and have nothing to do with it from now on.
2. You immediately admit your mistake and apologize to me, and I may be able to forgive you. Lin Feng gave Shen Teng 2 choices.
For him, it was not difficult to suppress Shen Teng.
He could even defeat him overnight and make him lose his job completely.
He would also be expelled from this job forever and would never be able to find this job again.
You are probably a fool, what nonsense are you talking about?
Shen Lang said impatiently when he saw Lin Feng talking nonsense.
Who do you think you are? Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty here?
Shen Lang looked at Lin Feng and said with disdain.
Who is Shen Teng?
Ace Company's high-ranking bodyguards, who can come out of Ace Company without an annual salary of more than 1 million, a little Lin Feng, actually dared to make decisions, it was really too much.
Stop talking. Shen Teng looked at Shen Lang and tried to stop him. The latter immediately shrank back and stopped talking. Can you give me a reason?
Shen Teng looked at Lin Feng and said seriously.
What if I say no?
Lin Feng refused.
Then today either I beat you to death, or you beat me to death.
Shen Teng looked at Lin Feng very seriously. It was not because he was competitive, but in his heart, the reputation of Ace Company was inviolable. Lin Feng had to use Ace Company as a threat step by step, which was really too much.
Okay, I'm going to reveal my cards.
I'm the boss of Ace, Lin Feng. Lin Feng casually took out a dragon-shaped jade pendant from his pocket and put it back. Although it only lasted a few seconds, most people still saw it. After all, they had all received professional training.
A professional bodyguard is as strong as an adult Siberian tiger.
It is normal for him to survive for more than a month after taking on extreme challenges in the wild.
After all, humans have wisdom. Hello, boss.
Shen Teng stretched out his hand to salute, which surprised Shen Lang.
Yeah. Lin Feng nodded and didn't say much.
Your brother took 1 million from me and now he wants to cause trouble for me.
If I'm not around, he will block my teacher's door.
Lin Feng looked at Shen Teng and said. Shen Lang felt a chill in his heart and his legs went weak.
He was doomed. He knew his brother's temper too well. Sure enough, without saying a word, Shen Teng turned around and gave Shen Lang a big slap in the face, and then kicked Shen Lang 3 meters away with a roundhouse kick. Come here and apologize to Boss Lin.
Shen Teng said to Shen Lang, who was lying against the wall.
Lin Feng, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Shen Lang bent down and apologized to Lin Feng. Boss, this is 2 million.
1 million is what my brother took from you, and the other 1 million is ours multiplied by that. Shen Teng took out a card from his pocket and said. Lin Feng thought about it but didn't reach out to take it. He already had hundreds of millions of dollars.
How could he be short of this little money? Teacher Lin, you take it.
Lin Feng said to Lin Ruoshi, who was in a daze beside him.
Ah? How is this possible? I can't accept it, absolutely not.
Lin Ruoshi waved her hands quickly.
This is 2 million. My God, I can't earn that in a lifetime. My annual salary is only tens of thousands of yuan. Just take it. I'm not short of money now. Just consider it as me depositing it with you, right?
Lin Feng thought for a while and said.
If he gave it directly to Lin Ruoshi, she would definitely not want it. Well, okay then.
Lin Ruoshi hesitated for a long time and took the bank card from Shen Teng. Seeing that Lin Feng received it, Shintang did not stay long and took Shenlang and left.
Teacher Lin, let's go and have dinner together?
Lin Feng said to Lin Ruoshi.
Well, fine, as long as you don't mind. The two walked into the house.
As for the bodyguards, they just stayed at the door first. They were paid for waiting there.
Lin Feng, what do you want to eat?
Lin Ruoshi looked at Lin Feng hesitantly. Originally, he wanted to call him Boss Lin, but when the words came to his lips, he couldn't say them. After all, he had become accustomed to calling him Lin Feng.
I don't know what to eat. Let's just make whatever is in the kitchen and have some home-cooked food.
Lin Feng said with a smile.
Well, okay then.
Lin Ruoshi started to busy herself in the kitchen while Lin Feng lay on the sofa watching TV. Although I stay in a 5-star hotel every day these days, I don't feel at home at all.
How can I feel at home when I am wandering around outside?
In fact, after you have money, you will find that ordinary life is also pretty good, such as eating and watching TV.
But I can't do that, Lin Feng sighed. There is no other way.
Now that I have obtained the system, I must follow the system's way and never let the system down. But Lin Feng clearly remembered that it was included in the contract he signed with the system. If the host loses the desire to make progress, or the daily wealth cannot be increased, the system can arrange for the host to die unexpectedly, so that a new host can be obtained. Lin Feng was a little speechless. He thought it was good when he saw it, but now he doesn't want to fight for it. When he saw this treaty, he found it like a hedgehog. Lin Feng, it's ready.
The food is ready. Lin Ruoshi brought the food up.
One is scrambled eggs with tomatoes, one is stir-fried green beans, and one is spicy chicken. I hope it suits your taste. Lin Ruoshi said, looking at Lin Feng. Under Lin Ruoshi's gaze, Lin Feng brought a piece of spicy chicken to his mouth. In an instant, the feeling of home filled the air, my taste buds exploded, and when I took another bite of rice, it instantly tasted like home.
This is the kind of food a normal person should eat. Eating a lot of meat and fish every day is so bad for the body, it makes the body overloaded every day.
Not bad, it tastes great. Lin Feng praised and took another bite of the food.
By the way, I'm returning this to you.
Lin Ruoshi felt a little shy when she heard Lin Feng praising her, but then she suddenly thought of something and took out the card that Lin Feng gave her from her pocket.
Lin Feng, I really can't take it. It's too valuable for me. I really can't take it.
Lin Ruoshi put the card on the table and said to Lin Feng.
If you don't want it, I'll throw it away. Anyway, this money is a drop in the bucket for me. It's nothing.
After saying that, Lin Feng prepared to throw the card out of the window.
No.
Seeing that Lin Feng was really going to throw it away, Lin Ruoshi immediately snatched the card from Lin Feng's hand.
It's such a waste. I'll keep it for you first. Come to me if you need it in the future. This money will always be yours.
Lin Ruoshi looked at Lin Feng and said seriously.
Really, there's no need. I'm rich, really. I have a lot of money. I'm the first generation of rich people, do you understand?
Lin Feng was speechless and continued.
I know you are rich, but you can't waste it. Chapter 19. You give me courage. I'm full.
Lin Feng burped. This meal was so delicious. He hadn't eaten such a delicious meal in a long time. Since you are full, go take a shower. Lin Ruoshi looked at Lin Feng and urged.
Huh? Taking a shower? Why? Lin Feng asked, don't you smell the sweat on your body?
Lin Ruoshi said with some disgust. When Lin Feng heard it, he subconsciously sniffed it and found that it was indeed a bit stinky.
But why didn't they tell me? Why didn't I feel it?
Lin Feng was a little confused.
I heard that you are their boss?
Lin Ruoshi overheard this during their conversation and asked curiously.
Yes.
Lin Feng nodded and said honestly.
What company's boss?
Lin Ruoshi looked at Lin Feng and asked curiously.
That kind of boss? That kind of boss? A big shop like a small workshop?
Lin Ruoshi looked at Lin Feng and said.
Lin Feng was his student and had excellent academic performance.
Lin Ruoshi naturally paid a lot of attention to Lin Feng. He felt that Lin Feng was not that kind of big boss.
No, he's probably just a boss worth hundreds of billions.
Lin Feng told the truth. Lin Ruoshi covered her mouth. My God, hundreds of billions.
Okay, I'm going to take a shower. Ask them to go out and buy me some clothes.
Lin Feng said to Lin Ruoshi.
Yeah, okay. Lin Ruoshi nodded.
Lin Feng walked into the bathroom, but found that the door he closed was suspended in the air and could not be closed no matter what he did. Lin Feng looked back and saw a beautiful woman coming towards him. She raised her lips with a hint of sexiness and kissed him. Before Lin Feng could react, Lin Ruoshi threw him to the ground and pressed him against the wall. Just as he was about to speak, his mouth was blocked by a sexy little mouth. Lin Feng instinctively wanted to push Lin Ruoshi away, but found that she was kissing him unscrupulously. Lin Feng is also a passionate man, how could he stand such teasing?
Teacher Lin, we can't do this.
Lin Feng quickly shook his head and pushed away the disheveled beauty in front of him with difficulty.
Lin Feng, do you think I'm not pretty? Am I not beautiful?
Lin Ruoshi was pushed away, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes, and she looked at Lin Feng with some resentment. Beautiful, beautiful.
Lin Feng murmured. Teacher Lin was absolutely beautiful with a great figure. She was many times prettier than his girlfriend Lin Yanjiao. Every day when Lin Ruoshi wore a work skirt and gave lectures on the stage, it would arouse endless fantasies among all the boys. Then why did you push me away? Lin Ruoshi asked with even more resentment, as if she were an unsatisfied woman. I don't want to force you. I will feel guilty for the rest of my life.
Lin Feng said, put on his clothes and prepared to leave. He had to do things according to his heart and not act on impulse. Lin Feng felt that Lin Ruoshi was willing to marry him because he helped her pay off her debts. If she was just trying to get some temporary pleasure, it would be unfair to Lin Feng.
Do you like me?
Lin Ruoshi looked at Lin Feng and asked.
I like you.
I've liked you since the first time I saw you in college. Lin Feng looked at Lin Ruoshi and said honestly.
Well, I like you too.
Lin Ruoshi looked at Lin Feng and answered shyly.
Huh? Didn't you try to match me up with Lin Yanjiao? Do you still like me?
Lin Feng was a little surprised. If Lin Ruoshi hadn't been secretly trying to match them up, Lin Feng felt that he and Lin Yanjiao would not have been together, and there would have been no breakup.
I'm your teacher. Although we are about the same age, I am still your teacher after all. If we were to fall in love, I would be under a lot of pressure. But today you gave me courage.
Lin Ruoshi looked at Lin Feng seriously. Lin Feng had extremely delicate features and was recognized as the school's most handsome boy. Such a boy would attract girls' attention wherever he was.
You? Are you sure it's not for my money? Lin Feng murmured. What are you talking about? Lin Ruoshi asked angrily. Am I that kind of casual person? I'm leaving. I'm not in the mood today. Bye.
Lin Feng put on his clothes and prepared to walk straight to the door.
You can't leave today.
I said, this matter is not yours to decide. Lin Ruoshi grabbed Lin Feng, pressed him to the ground, and began to attack him aimlessly.
Lin Feng's eyes became moist.
This was a case of rape. Half an hour later, Lin Ruoshi had put on her clothes and saw Lin Feng still lying on the white bedding.
Lin Feng looked at the colorful chandelier and felt a headache. Everything happened too fast and he suddenly had a girlfriend.
Seeing the red mark on the bed, Lin Feng knew that Lin Ruoshi had given him her first time and he was already his woman.
What do you mean? Are you acting ungrateful after getting the advantage?
Lin Ruoshi asked, looking at Lin Feng with a dazed face and lifeless eyes. Lin Feng did not answer and continued to look at the ceiling.
Did you feel comfortable just now?
Lin Ruoshi asked as she helped Lin Feng put on his clothes.
Comfortable.
Lin Feng said honestly. Lin Ruoshi looked at Lin Feng's current appearance and instantly felt that Lin Feng actually had such a cute side. Her girlish heart exploded and she kissed Lin Feng.
You? You really like me?
Lin Feng looked at Lin Ruoshi's happy appearance, and the guilt in his heart instantly lessened a lot. He had been hurt by women before, and he always felt that Lin Ruoshi did this out of gratitude.
What do you think?
Of course I like it, otherwise how could I be so proactive?
Lin Ruoshi's face flushed when she said this.
Lin Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the woman who was as fierce and bold as a tiger just now would have such a shy side.
Let's go and buy you an apartment and a car.
Lin Feng said to Lin Ruoshi.
I don't want to. I'm not with you for these things.
Lin Ruoshi refused directly.
You are already my woman, so I will naturally not treat you unfairly. Besides, if you still live here, what if Shen Lang comes to you again?
Lin Feng persuaded.
Okay then.
Lin Ruoshi hesitated for a moment, then nodded while gritted her teeth. Lin Feng took Lin Ruoshi's hand and walked out, and the bodyguards in the field stepped aside. Seeing this scene, the sisters looked a little unnatural. They didn't expect that the boss's feelings would develop so quickly.
Let's go to Country Garden first and buy you a house,
Lin Feng suggested.
But where? Will it be too expensive? Lin Ruoshi asked hesitantly.
She had heard of Country Garden.
Chapter 20. Buy a Ferrari. Biguolin is the largest real estate developer in China and a leader in the real estate industry.
Every year, countless well-known salespeople work hard for it. Even though Lin Ruoshi didn't know much about the real estate industry, she had heard of Country Lin.
Is it expensive? It's just so-so,
Lin Feng said indifferently, lying in the car, closing his eyes and taking a short rest. The battle just now was really tiring. Lin Ruoshi was too proactive and kept teasing Lin Feng's nerves. Lin Ruoshi looked at Lin Feng's wealthy appearance and felt that she must discipline him well in the future and make him understand the principle of long-term success.
About 20 minutes.
The car drove to a luxurious real estate complex, which was magnificent in splendor. Many salesmen in professional attire were wandering around the door, which made many people stop in their tracks. Lin Feng had already asked the bodyguards behind him to retreat, leaving only the two sisters to protect Lin Feng's safety.
Boss, we're here.
Han Shui looked at Lin Feng and said.
Okay, got it.
Lin Feng nodded and pulled Lin Ruoshi out of the car.
Welcome, how can I help you?
A female salesperson who was dressed very smartly and had a very beautiful face came over.
High-end real estate sales recruitment has some very high requirements. Ability is one of them, and of course beauty is also indispensable.
It can be said that Country Lin's female sales staff are both beautiful and intelligent.
We want to see the house, Lin Feng said. Okay, then I'll introduce it to you. The female salesperson shook her ponytail and took the lead to walk towards the property. The moment Lin Feng got off the car, he attracted her attention. Lin Feng was dressed in a very noble manner, with two hot women standing behind him as a foil. Lin Feng looked at the buildings of different heights on the table and felt a little dazzled. Which one do you like?
Lin Feng looked at Lin Ruoshi and asked.
I don't know either. Lin Ruoshi looked at Lin Feng with some embarrassment.
The entire community is planned to cover an area of 50,000 square meters, with a total construction area of 120,000 square meters. It is planned to have 14 buildings, including 9-story garden houses with elevators, high-rise buildings with panoramic views, and small high-rise buildings. Among them, there are 7 garden houses, 4 18-story high-rise buildings and 2 29-story high-rise buildings. The overall design style of the project is modern, simple and fashionable, and it is determined to be the most comfortable and livable ecological community in Haimen. The project planning adopts scientific and reasonable humanized design, with the best building parameters and the most reasonable waterscape group, to create the most livable and humanized residential model. The plot ratio is only 2.1, and the greening rate is 35%, which is the most reasonable residential waterscape combination at present. Both the plot ratio and the building density are much lower than any community in Xiangqing at present, which greatly improves the living comfort, the timeliness and sustainability of the residents. Relying on the optimal plot ratio and greening rate, the residents and natural environment are perfectly unified, which truly embodies the harmonious concept of harmony between man and nature.
The female salesperson saw Lin Ruoshi's embarrassment and introduced her. Well, how much does one set cost? Lin Ruoshi asked. Lin Feng didn't say anything.
The house was bought for Lin Ruoshi.
The price didn't matter, as long as she liked it. The female salesperson walked up to Lin Ruoshi affectionately and began to speak gently and considerately. The current average price of a house is around 31,000 yuan per square meter.
Of course, the prices of different houses will be different.
This is just an approximate data. So, expensive?
Lin Ruoshi was a little embarrassed, as her monthly salary was only a few thousand yuan. Lin Ruoshi looked at Lin Feng, her eyes clearly asking for help.
The houses here are too expensive. Let's go and look somewhere else. The saleswoman also looked at Lin Feng and didn't say much.
She wanted to give Lin Feng some room to think. If Lin Feng discussed the price, it meant there was still hope of negotiating the deal.
How much do you sell the best building here? Lin Feng asked. Usually it's between 6 million and 10 million, said the saleswoman.
Yeah.
Lin Feng nodded.
The saleswoman opened her mouth to say something, but was stunned the next second.
Give me the most expensive unit in the building.
Lin Feng said.
Sir, are you sure?
This is 10 million. The saleswoman was surprised. She had worked here for many years and had never seen such a generous person. Swipe the card. Lin Feng took out the card from his pocket and placed it on the table.
The female salesperson was very excited.
This was a house worth 10 million yuan. She could probably get hundreds of thousands of yuan in commission alone.
Would you really like to reconsider this? The saleswoman asked. No need.
Lin Feng shook his head and didn't say much. What he lacked most now was not money.
Okay, please wait a moment. The female salesperson took Lin Feng's bank card and went to handle a series of procedures. You are so rich?
Lin Ruoshi looked at Lin Feng and asked again.
10 million. He just threw it away without blinking an eye. You are stupid. Are cheap houses comfortable to live in? Are there good things that are cheap? Do really good things have discounts? This one is worth the money.
Lin Feng patted Lin Ruoshi's head and said.
That makes sense. Lin Ruoshi nodded. Soon, the contract was signed and the house was in Lin Ruoshi's name.
At first, Lin Ruoshi refused to agree, but was persuaded by Lin Feng.
Before leaving, the female salesperson asked to add Lin Feng on WeChat to explain the transaction matters regarding the house.
Lin Feng looked at the other person's figure, hesitated for a moment, and agreed.
The female salesperson was very excited. This was a big customer.
If she served him well, he would be very successful.
Let's go buy a car.
Lin Feng looked at the silent Lin Ruoshi and said.
Can you let me choose by myself?
I don't like others to interfere with my normal life, and you can't do that either. Lin Ruoshi's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at Lin Feng.
Well, okay.
Lin Feng thought about it and nodded.
Lin Ruoshi is stubborn in her own way.
If she wants to eat well, dress well, and live well, it would be a bit too much to ask.
Let's buy a Ferrari.
Lin Ruoshi suggested.
You don't want to? Lin Ruoshi looked at Lin Feng. If you want, buy it. As long as you like it.
The car quickly drove to the Ferrari 4S store, and Lin Feng asked Lin Ruoshi to choose.
Soon, a Ferrari 411 drove out.
Its bright red paint and wild appearance made it the dream lover of all women.
Are they your bodyguards?
Lin Ruoshi looked at the two sisters behind Lin Feng and asked.
Yes.
Lin Feng nodded. Why do you choose bodyguards who are so pretty?
Why don't you just hire a male bodyguard?
Lin Ruoshi began to play the role of a girlfriend.
Chapter 21, Start a Business and Become a Boss. Is it beautiful?
Lin Feng asked doubtfully, his face a little confused.
Men's words are deceiving.
Lin Ruoshi was a little skeptical.
They are not as beautiful as you. They are just my bodyguards. Why did I choose them? Because they are good at fighting. They are more outstanding.
Lin Feng comforted. At this moment, Lin Feng was complaining wildly in his heart.
Nonsense, if they weren't pretty, would I let them follow me?
Lin Feng looked out the window helplessly, and glanced at the two sisters in front of him. Her figure is still as hot and her face is still as adorable. No, Han Shui seems to have become plumper every day I haven't seen her.
Oh my god, if this continues, what is going to happen? Boss, what should we do next?
Han Shui looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng did not answer. He watched Lin Ruoshi drive away, feeling somewhat confused.
Is it time for me to build a career?
Although there are many companies, I should also have something to do.
Start a company. Lin Feng said. Boss, Ace is your company? Han Fei was a little confused. That's just one of them.
I will have countless companies in the future, but I want to start my own company.
Lin Feng said.
Han Shui was a little confused.
I don't just have one company, I have many companies? Is this what the boss meant? Which industry is growing the fastest right now?
Lin Feng asked, looking at the fiery woman in front of him.
Internet industry. Han Shui said. Anchor? Yes.
Han Shui nodded and said.
Okay, now post a message online and recruit talents with a large sum of money. You go buy a building tomorrow and use it as our company. Lin Feng said.
But, boss, buying a company may cost tens of millions.
We don't have that much money. Do we need to apply to the company before using the company's funds?
Han Shui said with some difficulty.
No, I have money.
Lin Feng took out a card from his pocket. There should be another 30 million in it, take it first. Lin Feng transferred 100 million to several cards, and the 30 million was one of them.
Okay, boss.
Han Shui did not refuse. Lin Feng drove back to Hating Villa, only to find that his best friend Wang Jian was still in his villa. Why are you still here? Lin Feng asked, looking at the room that looked like a pigsty.
This place is like the mansion where the princes lived in ancient times. Why should I go back to live in my 10 square meter rental house when I have a villa instead? Wang Jian shook his head and refused to leave.
He was ready to stay with Lin Feng. He has no hope of finding a rich woman in this life. The only one he can rely on is his good friend Lin Feng.
What? You're actually sharing a room with Teacher Lin?
Wang Jian, who was originally playing the game with a quad kill, was stunned when he heard this. The pentakill was no longer a good thing and he was killed by the opponent.
My God, I can't believe that underneath your pretty appearance you have such a brave heart. It's only been a few days and you've conquered her?
Wang Jian said in surprise.
Back then, this was the goddess of both brothers. You are both right and wrong. She was the one who conquered me first? Lin Feng explained. Conquer you? If you don't reveal your flaws, how could I have the time to conquer you? You must have seduced me first. Feng, you actually seduced my goddess away, I'm going to fight you.
Wang Jian was about to rush over with the mouse in his hand.
I'm going to click you to death, I'm going to click you to death.
Wang Jian held the mouse and clicked randomly in front of Lin Feng.
Get out of the way. I was forced.
She forced herself on me.
I am the victim.
Lin Feng was speechless.
He was obviously the real victim.
You're forcing yourself on me, and you're still calling me the victim.
When did you become so shameless?
Wang Jian cursed and stepped aside, then turned around and went back to the game.
What is your dream?
Lin Feng looked at Wang Jian and asked.
Yes. Wang Jian responded, pressing the keyboard with both hands. What dream? Let's see if I can help you realize it. Lin Feng asked curiously. Wang Jian, a street urchin, actually still has dreams?
He skipped classes every day at school, and after graduation, he was like a vagrant and didn't go out to work, but he still has dreams.
You are my dream, said Wang Jian. Ha? What do you mean? I don't like men? My sexual orientation is normal.
Lin Feng looked at Wang Jian, shrank back and said.
Don't worry.
Your body has no temptation to me.
Look, my friend, you are doing very well now. If I follow your strength, I will be able to succeed and become a superior person from now on.
Wang Jian said with a smile.
You think too much.
Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Although he said that, if Wang Jian really had something to do, Lin Feng would help without even raising his eyelids. After all, Wang Jian was his best friend, one of the few friends he could confide in.
A dream, actually I do have one. I want to become an e-sports expert. You see, I'm pretty good at playing games. I'm already the strongest king now. But what can we do? Games can't make a living. Look at the videos online, the National Swordsman and the National Dragon King all went to work in electronics factories. Dreams can't solve life's problems. Maybe tomorrow I'll have to work in an electronics factory.
Wang Jian turned off the computer with a somewhat dejected look on his face. There was nothing he could do as life could not satisfy his dreams.
Come to my company tomorrow. We welcome you to join us.
Lin Feng looked at Wang Jian, who turned off the computer, and instantly realized that Wang Jian, who was originally a street urchin, had been hit by the ruthless life and had nothing to ask for.
Is this true? Lin Feng, don't fool me.
I won't go if you don't explain it clearly.
I have no ability and it would be embarrassing for you if I went.
I won't go if you don't explain it clearly.
Wang Jian refused. I'm going to open an internet company tomorrow and recruit a large number of talented anchors. Of course, if you are really good at playing games, you can become a game anchor.
Lin Feng suggested.
Really?
Wang Jian said excitedly.
Of course it's true. Lin Feng nodded. Don't worry, brother. I will never embarrass you.
After Wang Jian said this, he excitedly turned on the computer and opened the game. He wanted to concentrate on practicing his skills. Lin Feng was lying on the bed, browsing the information of various internet companies. Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. Lin Feng took the start of this company very seriously. Ding ding. Lin Feng's cell phone suddenly vibrated. He opened it and saw that it was the female salesperson who sold the house today. "Hello, Brother Feng, are you asleep?" said the saleswoman. "No." Lin Feng responded simply and continued looking at the computer. Chapter 22 Yan Lianhua. Why aren't you sleeping? Are you worried about something? I just took a shower and I can't sleep either, the saleswoman responded. Oh. Lin Feng replied politely and continued to browse the computer. On the other side, in a rental house, a woman with a nervous look on her face was looking at her phone excitedly while holding it in both hands. She was Yang Lianhua, the female salesperson at Jinri House Selling. Will he pay attention to me? Will he pay attention to me? The word "oh" appeared on the mobile phone screen, and the woman felt relieved. He replied to me again. I recently learned a new dance, and I wonder how well I do. Can you give me some suggestions? Yang Lianhua looked at the screen of her mobile phone excitedly. The contact information clearly showed the name of the rich man. Click and send. Yang Lianhua's face began to get excited again. She held the phone in both hands, waiting for the other party to reply to her. Lin Feng was browsing on the computer, perhaps because he was too engrossed, he did not even notice the message on his phone. Perhaps because she was too focused, Yang Lianhua's eyes became a little blurry and her vision gradually became hazy without her realizing it. Ding! A text message rang on the cell phone. Yang Lianhua jumped up instantly, all her previous sleepiness gone. She picked up her phone excitedly, but when she saw it, her face was full of disappointment. Lotus, do you like the food tonight? It's a lonely night, and I suddenly want to see you. Dog liquor. Yang Lianhua cursed, and instantly swiped the message aside, looking to see if Lin Feng would reply to her message. However, she was disappointed. The message she sent was like a stone sinking into the sea, with no response at all. Maybe he is sleeping? Yang Lianhua thought, but she still kept sending messages. Maybe Lotus is asleep? A man looked out the window and asked with concern when he saw that there was no response to the message he sent. When Lin Feng finished browsing on the computer, it was almost 12 o'clock. He looked at his mobile phone and found dozens of messages. Have you slept? Is my dancing good? Do you have any suggestions? Can we arrange a time to have dinner together? Or I can dance for you in person. Lin Feng smiled as he saw the saleswoman sending out so many messages. My finger slid inadvertently and clicked on the video. I was deceived by the video. It showed a woman with an attractive figure, no fat on her abdomen, beautiful facial features, and she was wearing a miniskirt and dancing freely in front of a straight steel pipe, exuding feminine charm. Nice dance, good night. Lin Feng replied, then turned off his phone and went to sleep. He actually replied to me and praised me. Oh my god. Yang Lianhua held the phone and jumped up and down on the bed as if she had taken stimulants, with a happy smile on her face. Good night, have a good dream, moi. Yang Lianhua replied, and then she felt a little sleepy. She looked at the time, it was already 12 o'clock, it was time to go to bed, she had to go to work tomorrow. As I scrolled down, I saw that the bootlicker who treated me to dinner in the evening was still sending me messages. I couldn't help but smile with disdain. You don't know who you are. You actually flirted with me. I belong to a wealthy man. Are you worthy of me? Out of politeness, she replied, good night. Oh my god, Lianhua actually replied to me, she actually replied to me. The man outside the window was looking at the phone, and an excited smile instantly appeared on his originally frustrated face. As soon as it was light in the morning, Lin Feng was awakened by Wang Jian. Oh my god, it's only 8 o'clock. Did you take the wrong medicine today? Lin Feng kicked Wang Jian aside and continued to lie on the bed to sleep. What's wrong with this grandson? He used to sleep until the afternoon. Boss, it's already 8 o'clock. Aren't you going to open the company today? Let's set off. Wang Jian urged. I'm the boss. I want to control the company. How can you not let me sleep well? Lin Feng murmured, and then continued to sleep. Wang Jian was speechless, and after thinking about it, he went back to sleep.
But I couldn't fall asleep in bed. I tossed and turned, always imagining what the newly opened company would look like. Brother Feng, it's really time to get up. Today is the big day of the company's opening. You should wake up quickly. Wang Jian continued. Lin Feng had no choice but to cover his head with the quilt and continue sleeping. Unexpectedly, Wang Jian chattered and muttered to himself like an old monk chanting sutras. Lin Feng had no choice but to get up as he lost all desire to sleep. Boss, why did you get up so early today? Han Shui was driving and saw that Lin Feng set off at more than 8 o'clock. She couldn't help but ask curiously. She had followed Lin Feng for a few days, and Lin Feng slept until noon every day. Lin Feng looked at Wang Jian standing aside, with murderous intent flashing in her eyes. She wished she could kill this guy right now. Wang Jian saw Lin Feng staring at him, but he was completely unaware and had already started imagining what the company would look like. Lin Feng was somewhat helpless. This guy was shameless and he couldn't be beaten or scolded. He was the boss and he ran his own company. This was the first time he saw his employees so excited. Boss, I have found the address of the company you asked me to find. The company is located here on the South 4th Ring Road. The original owner offered 30 million yuan. Zhao Li said on the side. Well, okay, let's go and take a look. Lin Feng nodded. 30 million? Wang Jian said in surprise, his mouth trembling a little. He originally thought that Lin Feng was just a local tycoon, but he didn't expect that he was actually a wealthy man. You, how much assets do you have now? Wang Jian asked Lin Feng with trembling mouth. As for assets, a few hundred million should be no problem. If there are two companies, one worth hundreds of billions, Lin Feng counted on his fingers. Forget it, don't say anymore, I'm tired. Wang Jian waved his hands. He comforted himself in his heart. He couldn't compare himself. Comparing himself with others would kill him. Boss, do you have another company under your name? Han Shui asked cautiously. After all, she was just an employee, and this question was a bit beyond her job scope. Lin Feng didn't care. In his heart, these sisters would be his sooner or later and were already his own people. There is also Country Garden. I also invested some shares in it. It seems that I am the largest shareholder now? Lin Feng said. This morning, Lin Feng used the flash sales system on his mobile phone to grab 51% of Country Garden's shares at the price of 9.9 yuan, officially becoming the largest shareholder. Boss, there should be a high-end conference room here at Country Garden. Should we set up our company there? Zhao Li suggested. No need. A company should look like a company. What's the point of being alive in Country Garden? This company was founded by me, and I wanted to surpass the assets of all other companies. Lin Feng said ambitiously. Chapter 23 Codemaster. South 4th Ring Road, near the subway station. Lin Feng looked at the 13-story building in front of him and nodded. When you step into the house, you will find that the decoration style is exactly the same as that of most office companies. The lighting in this building is pretty good, with north-south ventilation. But the room needs to be properly decorated in the future, said Lin Feng. But these are all matters for the future. The only solution now is to decide on it quickly. Boss, the top floor is where you will work, Han Shui said. After saying that, he took Lin Feng to the office on the top floor. The black leather sofa, the brown classical cabinet, the books on the table, and the black computer desk give people a majestic feeling. Forget it, let's just leave it at that. Let's quickly complete the equipment today. We'll start working tomorrow. Lin Feng ordered. Lin Feng, what are you going to do? Wang Jian looked at Lin Feng and asked. In the early stage, we will train various talents, enter major apps and become traffic celebrities in the video, and then we will create a platform of our own, and then develop and expand it, that's it. Lin Feng expressed his suggestions. What should a top traffic influencer do? Wang Jian asked doubtfully. Don't worry, we have a professional filming team and all the props are professional. In addition, we will spend money to buy some attention, so the talent we choose is the most important. We have to choose anchors with development potential. Lin Feng thought about it and expressed his true thoughts. You will be the manager of this company from now on. You will manage the company when I am not around. Lin Feng said. Over there is your office. Lin Feng said, pointing to a small house at the southernmost end.
Entering the house, I found that it was an esports room, which had the highest configuration computers, the highest configuration graphics cards, the most comfortable esports chairs, and black and red lights that kept flashing, creating a unique esports atmosphere.
You can start broadcasting now. We will give you gifts and find fans. As long as you are good enough, you will be the next esports star.
Lin Feng said to Wang Jian.
Boss, someone is here for an interview.
Han Shui said to Lin Feng from the side.
Who are you? Why are you here for an interview so early?
Lin Feng looked at the time. It was just past 9 o'clock, and most people would have just finished breakfast.
Let him in.
Lin Feng said, lying on the chair. A dark, thin, bespectacled boy pushed open the door and kept looking around the room. Finally, he was a little surprised to see Lin Feng. Lin Feng was really too young.
Hello, please come in.
Lin Feng said enthusiastically.
Are you here for an interview?
Lin Feng asked, looking at the tall, dark and thin boy.
Yes, I'm here for an interview.
The thin dark man sitting opposite Lin Feng said with some trepidation. After all, if the interview is successful, Lin Feng will be his boss in the future.
We are recruiting anchors here. May I ask, do you have any talents?
Lin Feng looked at the thin and dark boy and began to ask.
I don't have any talent.
The thin and dark boy said weakly.
Lin Feng frowned. This boy didn't quite meet his requirements. I only know how to type.
The thin and dark boy nodded.
What's your name?
Lin Feng asked.
Sure.
The thin and dark boy replied. Sure had also just arrived in Xiangcheng.
He originally went to school here.
Now that he had graduated, he wanted to find an internship, but most of the jobs were not satisfactory. He accidentally saw on the internet that Lin Feng was recruiting anchors, so he wanted to come over and take a look. I just don't know if typing can be considered a talent.
What does mean?
Lin Feng murmured, and searched on the internet, and was surprised.
So you are an online writer, I'm so sorry.
Lin Feng quickly raised his hand and clasped his fists.
Being a writer is difficult.
Especially an online writer, not only does he need to have a good time management ability, but he also needs a high typing speed.
The talent you want to perform is typing? Lin Feng asked again. Well, yes, my talent is writing.
Sure, who said?
You are very smart.
You can get royalties from writing a novel, and you can earn another income from live streaming.
In fact, this is a good choice.
Lin Feng praised.
So how fast do you type? Can you tell me about it?
Lin Feng asked. The speed can reach about 8,000 words per hour. Sure, who thought for a while and said. Well, if you can code this article within the specified time, you will be accepted. Lin Feng looked at Sure Hu and said. Sure Hu sat down at the computer and took out his keyboard, which was very ordinary, nothing special. He positioned his hands on the keyboard and began to wave them flexibly. This is really the speed of a single hand. Lin Feng was a little surprised. It seems that he still underestimated the other party's typing speed. About an hour later, Lin Feng frowned and saw that Sure Hu's fingers were still flying on the keyboard with no intention of stopping. Lin Feng took a quick look at the article. It was only about 5,000 or 6,000 words. With his speed, he should have finished typing it long ago. It would be impossible for the current situation to occur. But what is going on now? Is there something wrong? Lin Feng was a little confused, and took a closer look. Sure Hu had already coded twice, and his fingers were flying constantly, and he was about to code it a third time. Sure Hu, you're accepted. Lin Feng nodded and praised. It's incredible that he has such fast hands at such a young age. The young are really to be feared, Lin Feng thought in a somewhat connoisseur-like manner.
Have you written any books recently?
Lin Feng looked at Sure Hu and asked curiously.
Judging from the speed at which he types, he probably has already completed many books, right? I'm writing it and saving the manuscripts. I haven't started publishing it yet?
Sure Hu said.
What's the name of the novel?
Lin Feng asked curiously.
I've already thought of a name, it's Do Put Song Zone.
Well, sure.
If you need anything, just tell me.
Also, our company will have some resources in the future.
If you need them, you can just tell me. We are all family.
Lin Feng patted Sure Hu's shoulder to show encouragement. He had an invisible premonition that once Sure whose book Fighting Against the Tsungzone was published, it would probably cause a sensation in the online literature world and at least push the online literature world forward 20 years.
Sure who was encouraged and full of confidence.
Lin Feng immediately arranged for him to come to work tomorrow and arranged an office for him.
As for the salary and benefits, there is nothing to say. Everything is based on the highest standards.
We have everything that other companies have, and we also have benefits that other companies don't have.
Boss, there are a few more people coming for the interview.
Han Shui knocked on the door and said.
Chapter 24. What talents do you have? What jobs are they applying for? Lin Feng asked curiously.
He had just recruited a master of coding, so he was in a good mood. They said they were applying for a wilderness survival anchor position, Han Shui said.
Survival in the wilderness?
This is a somewhat dangerous sport. Lin Feng was a little embarrassed.
Let them in first. Lin Feng ordered.
When the door was opened, there were 3 men with braided hair and strange clothes.
What talents do you have? Lin Feng asked the 3 men in strange clothes.
We know how to survive in the wilderness, said the tall and thin young man who took the lead.
Have you ever been to the wild before? Have you ever survived successfully? Lin Feng asked.
No, but we want to try it, said another short man with a determined look on his face.
Try? Are you kidding? We only have one life. If you try, you might die.
Lin Feng looked at them and shouted angrily.
Do you have a wife? Do you have children? Do you have parents? Do you want your wife to suffer the pain of losing her husband? Do you want your children to suffer the pain of losing their father? Do you want your parents to suffer the pain of losing their son? If you dislike someone, then you start trying, even at the cost of your life.
This is not worth it, it is shameful, it is a waste of yourself, and it is irresponsible to your life. Lin Feng looked at them and spoke slowly, waved his hand, and asked them to leave. Lin Feng was furious. He was so young, but he wanted to learn from others and become a wilderness survival anchor.
He had no experience at all. Was he going to get killed?
Beauty, what talents do you have? Lin Feng asked, looking at the girl with a nice figure in front of him.
I can dance.
As she spoke, the girl began to perform a dance in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head.
The girl's dancing moves were not good enough and did not meet his requirements.
At the end of the day, the company had only recruited 3 people. Apart from Wang Jian, there were only 2 people left, one a master of coding and the other a master of painting.
I think we should take the initiative and look for people with talents.
Lin Feng thought and said, waiting here for others to come for interviews is too passive. For dance classes, just find a dance teacher directly.
It can be male or female.
Sometimes men can dance more seductively than women.
Lin Feng ordered.
If you want to sing, just ask the music teacher, and so on.
Lin Feng said.
After saying that, he left, as he had other things to take care of today. At the entrance of Country Garden, Lin Feng slowly stopped the car. Before I even walked into the door, I saw a beautiful figure rushing towards me.
Mr. Lin Feng, are you here to see me?
Yang Lianhua looked at Lin Feng and said excitedly. She felt that Lin Feng must have been moved by her dancing, and might have come to have dinner with her today. Lin Feng had already fallen at her feet.
Yes and no. Lin Feng said. I want to ask you a question. What do you think of the Country Garden family here? Lin Feng asked. It's great. Coming back here feels like coming home.
Yang Lianhua's eyes flashed and she said without hesitation.
People in the sales industry are all savvy. How could they always say bad things about the company?
They should talk more about the company's advantages.
Is this true? If you tell the truth, I can give you a gift.
Lin Feng said, looking at the stubborn net lotus.
Of course what I said is true. Country Garden gives me a feeling of a big family, which I don't have in other companies.
Yang Lianhua hesitated for a moment, but still said persistently.
Well, okay, call your boss. Lin Feng nodded and ordered. Brother Feng, aren't you here to see me? What do you want to see my boss for?
Yang Lianhua said with some vigilance. She immediately felt that her business yesterday was intercepted by her boss on the way. I have something to discuss with your boss, just notify him. Lin Feng frowned and said. This Yang Lianhua is really too entangled. Such a woman cannot be touched. If we have a relationship with her in the future, I am afraid my life will not be easy, Lin Feng thought to himself. Yang Lianhua saw that Lin Feng looked a little unnatural and knew that he must be angry, so she stopped pestering him and turned away.
Sir, are you looking for me? A plump middle-aged woman in a white uniform walked over.
Although her facial features were not delicate, she had a unique charm. A woman in her 30s who could have such charm must have been a very interesting woman when she was young.
Well, yes.
Lin Feng glanced at Yang Lianhua behind him and said, Lotus, go get the gentleman a glass of water, the manager ordered.
Sir, let's go inside and talk.
After saying that, he took Lin Feng to the office. Sir, I heard from Lianhua that you just bought a top-floor apartment from us yesterday.
I wonder if you came here today for this. The manager looked at Lin Feng, who didn't say anything, and asked first. Of course not, I just want to hold a meeting.
Lin Feng smiled and said.
Hold a meeting?
That's possible.
We have some meeting rooms for rent.
The manager looked at Lin Feng and said.
I'm not here to find a meeting room. I'm here to have a meeting with you. Hello, Manager Wang, I am the new chairman, my name is Lin Feng.
Lin Feng extended his hand generously in front of Wang Ping. You are the new chairman, Lin Feng. Wang Ping said in surprise. She received a notification in the group this morning saying that the company's chairman had been replaced. She didn't expect that something so far away would be so close at hand.
However, isn't this chairman in front of me a little too young?
He looks like he just graduated from college.
How can he be the chairman at such a young age? Wang Ping looked at Lin Feng's outstretched hand and quickly shook it with an apologetic look. Notify everyone to hold a meeting. We will discuss the plan today.
Lin Feng looked at Wang Ping and ordered.
Okay, I'll notify them right away.
Wang Ping nodded.
Soon, in a luxurious office. Everyone here is an old employee of Country Garden. What do you think of the work here?
Lin Feng looked at the dozens of elderly people in the left and right rows and began to ask. Working in Country Garden has allowed me to showcase my abilities and unleash my talents, someone said first. Then, some people started to speak out their inner thoughts, but they only spoke positive words, and did not mention some of the improvements made by Country Garden. As the saying goes, a new official starts with 3 things to do. Lin Feng became the chairman of Country Garden at such a young age, so his methods must be extraordinary. You just took over Country Garden and you started saying a lot of bad things about it.
Is that really okay? What if Lin Feng gets unhappy and fires him immediately? They won't even have a place to complain. Chapter 25. Hello, brother. Here, I don't need you to tell lies. What I need now is your truest thoughts. Lin Feng looked at everyone and said. Everyone was a little confused. What happened to Lin Feng?
Lin Feng was not playing by the rules.
Who would voluntarily put forward their inner demands? We are not here for the meeting today to discuss how excellent our company is.
Putting aside these advantages, although we are still the leader in the real estate industry, we still have many areas that need improvement.
Lin Feng continued. Starting now, each person will do one. I'll give you 5 minutes.
Lin Feng thought for a moment and said.
Wang Ping, you speak first.
Lin Feng looked at Wang Ping on the far right, smiled and said.
I think the food in our company is a bit expensive.
Although our meals are very good, the consumption level is not low, said Wang Ping.
How much is everyone's daily food allowance now? Lin Feng asked. 20 yuan a day, someone said.
Starting from today, we will follow the standard of 50 yuan per day.
Lin Feng said. Boss, isn't this a bit too expensive? Wang Ping said. It doesn't matter. The money earned by the company is supposed to be given back to society. This little money is really nothing.
Lin Feng smiled and said.
Next, the company doesn't have enough entertainment programs. Apart from work every day, there are many single people in the company. I think we can organize a blind date conference for the company.
A man with a bloated look and a computer in his hands, his hair was bald, and he looked like a programmer.
Okay. Lin Feng nodded and took a note.
After the meeting, everyone was impressed by Lin Feng's charm.
But boss, wouldn't this be too wasteful? Wouldn't the consumption level be too high?
Wang Ping walked up to Lin Feng and said in a low voice.
Lin Feng frowned. What Wang Ping said was true. If I let you eat well and dress well, what if you don't live up to my expectations? Forget it, let us talk about this later.
Lin Feng drove back to the company and saw that they were all preparing for the live broadcast. 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening is the time when people in this busy city go home and rest after get off work. You can start the broadcast at any time, even all the time, but if you don't choose a good time, you will definitely not have many fans. Lin Feng returned to the company and saw that they were all working. Wang Jian was in the office, playing League of Legends with the screen projected onto the internet. Sherhu was typing frantically with a very fast typing speed, but a good work cannot be created with just fast typing speed. It also requires good ideas and novel themes. The books written by Sherhu appeared on the internet page by page, but did not cause much stir, because no one saw them and no one paid for them. Sherhu, you can say the name on your contract and the company online. This will not count as a breach of contract. Lin Feng walked aside and said in a low voice. Brother Feng, does this really not count as a breach of contract? Sherhu asked. Of course not. On the one hand, it provides good works, and on the other hand, it increases the company's publicity energy. How could it be a breach of contract? Lin Feng said. Wow, thanks for the yacht. Thank you, Master Feng, for the helicopter. In the two live broadcast rooms, Wang Jian and Sherhu were constantly expressing their gratitude. Lin Feng operated his mobile phone, directly recharged 500,000 yuan, and bought 100 yachts in succession. The popularity of the live broadcast room instantly increased. Oh my god, who is this person? More and more people have seen it, and the number of fans is also increasing. Wang Jian's operation was smooth, and even if all his teammates died, he still operated with ease, with detailed positioning and unique skills, which dazzled the game fans in front of the live broadcast room. As for Sherhu, the content of the article made people linger after reading it for a moment. This was definitely not water, it was the strength of a platinum god. As soon as people searched online, they were immediately immersed in it and read it with great interest. The detailed descriptions were very vivid, and the content of the article made people eager to finish the current chapter and could not help but read the next one. In just 10 minutes, Lin Feng invested millions of gifts and pushed them to the first and second places on the reward list. The number of people in the live broadcast room increased, from dozens at the beginning, to hundreds or even thousands, tens of thousands, and finally to hundreds of thousands. Lin Feng was a little surprised, especially Sherhu. The novel host's ability was so terrifying. On a certain novel website, a flop work that had originally had rather mediocre data suddenly came alive, with recommendation votes constantly refreshing and reward lists constantly being updated. Lin Feng nodded, he was right about Sherhu's talent. Although there are only tens of thousands of people watching Li Jian's videos here, the data cannot be underestimated. Although there are only tens of thousands of people, they are all precise standard customers. They are never stingy with rewards. Brush, 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 a double kill, the old friends exclaimed 666. Several sports cars were immediately arranged and rushed up. However, as for Sherhu, even though he had many fans of his novels, they all wanted to get them for free and went to some pirated websites to read books, which was a shameful behavior. At 11 o'clock in the evening, after 3 hours of live broadcast, looking at the data, the number of fans had exceeded 1 million, and Sherhu had received more than 1 million, nearly 2 million. He received a lot of gifts. Lin Feng calculated that after deducting his own tips, he could actually earn hundreds of thousands. This figure was so terrifying that the money that an ordinary person would earn in a lifetime of labor was earned in just one night. Now is the era of big data. If you want to make money, it is impossible to work honestly for others and be a worker. Who would want to be a worker if they can make money? There are still too few anchors now, and we have to continue developing them tomorrow. In addition, it would be good to cultivate a few female internet celebrities, Lin Feng said. Suddenly thinking of something, his eyes flickered as he looked at the sisters standing beside him. Han Shui and Zhao Li not only have hot bodies, but also beautiful faces, which is the standard for marriage and childbearing among the general public nowadays. Do you have any talents? Lin Feng suddenly asked, looking at the two sisters. We don't have any general talents, but we are good at darts. Han Shui looked at Lin Feng and said. Darts? This technology still exists now? Lin Feng was a little surprised. Darts can be used to take people's heads from dozens of meters away. Lin Feng thought it had been lost long ago. He didn't expect that this technology still exists now? You, show us your talent? Lin Feng asked curiously. Then boss, can you help cooperate? Zhao Li said from the side with a malicious smile on her face. Lin Feng is paying attention to them sisters every day.
Does he really think they don't know? Chapter 26 I Want a Child. Cooperation? Lin Feng looked a little confused, not knowing what they meant by cooperation.
Jolly took out an apple and prepared to put it on Lin Feng's head. Han Shui was holding a toothpick and looking at Lin Feng 3 meters away. Lin Feng had seen such a scene on TV, and when he saw it this time, he immediately felt a headache.
No, I can't do this. Lin Feng waved his hand and refused. He stood up and left, calling Wang Jian over. Wang Jian looked at Lin Feng in confusion until Lin Feng placed the apple on his head.
Then he understood what was going to happen.
Wang Jian's body was shaking a little.
Although Han Shui was holding a toothpick instead of a dangerous weapon, it was still a bit too much for him to handle.
Sailor Han swung the toothpick, and it flew out like an arrow and hit the center of the apple.
Lin Feng clapped his hands and cheered. After get off work, Lin Feng drove on the way home. Looking at the crowds of people coming and going on the street, he felt a little overwhelmed and felt out of touch with this world.
No matter when and where you are, you will find that there are always people who are better than you.
When you are no longer a boss and start moving bricks, you will find that there are always people who move bricks who are better than you.
Austrian bar? That's a good name.
Lin Feng said, looking at the name shining at the door of the bar.
Hey, why is there a girl lying here?
Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he saw a girl lying on the ground wearing shorts and showing a pair of long white legs. Lin Feng was worried that something might have happened to the girl, so he got out of the car immediately to see if anything was wrong with her. After all, this was a matter of life and death, and since he had seen it, he had to do something about it.
This was one of Lin Feng's principles. Hey, why is it her?
Lin Feng looked at the girl, a little surprised. This was the girl he saw under Guo Wanning's garage.
Her name was Su Wenwen.
Lin Feng remembered that they still kept in touch with each other at that time. Lin Feng was somewhat helpless and had to open the car and throw her in. There was no other way, he had to be a good person to the end and send the Buddha to the west, which was also one of Lin Feng's principles. Lin Feng drove and looked at Su Wenwen in the back seat.
He confirmed that she was fine and just drank too much.
Then he started driving towards Lin Ruoshi.
It feels like a long time since I last saw her.
Lin Feng really missed Lin Ruoshi's well-behaved and lovely appearance.
Who is it?
Lin Feng knocked on the door, but there was no response. He knocked a few more times, and then a pleasant voice came.
Lin Feng didn't say anything.
He opened the door and saw a familiar beauty. Lin Feng smiled. Lin Ruoshi had just finished taking a shower and was getting ready to go to bed, but she didn't expect Lin Feng to come.
Why are you here? Lin Ruoshi pulled Lin Feng into the house and asked curiously. I just miss you, so I want to come and see you.
Lin Feng said, nodded, and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, as soon as I turned around, I was grabbed by Lin Ruoshi.
You have come to my place?
Where else do you want to go? Lin Ruoshi looked at Lin Feng and pressed him against the wall. She held Lin Feng's shoulder with one hand and turned off the light with the other.
What are you doing? I want to go back.
In the dark night, Lin Feng felt a pair of smooth little hands invading him unscrupulously, and he immediately resisted. Just as I opened my mouth, I was blocked by a pair of warm and moist lips after a while.
Do you want to go back now?
Lin Ruoshi's voice whispered softly in Lin Feng's ear, with the hot air from her mouth blowing continuously on Lin Feng's ears.
I'm a little tired and don't want to go back.
Lin Feng said, turned around and picked up the beauty in front of him and walked towards the bedroom. In the morning, as soon as Lin Feng got up, Lin Ruoshi had already prepared breakfast.
Lin Feng, let's have a child.
Lin Ruoshi looked at Lin Feng and said seriously.
Have children?
I'm afraid that's not a good idea, Lin Feng refused.
Getting married and having children is a man's lifelong nightmare.
Before marriage, a man is like a wild horse that has run away from its reins.
After marriage, there are too many restrictions.
Lin Ruoshi was not surprised to see that Lin Feng did not agree. All this was within his expectations. After all, this would require a long period of adjustment. Lin Ruoshi wanted a child because she really liked babies.
By the way, my dad is coming tonight.
Lin Ruoshi looked at Lin Feng and reminded him.
Well, I'll come see him tonight.
Lin Feng said casually.
Ha? Why did you come to see him?
I just want to tell you that my dad is very powerful, so I want you to stay away from him.
Don't show up tonight. Guo Wanting looked at Lin Feng and said. Ha? Why? Lin Feng frowned. Why were they suddenly not letting me come when I was about to meet the parents? My dad has a really bad temper. He used to practice boxing. He has a bad temper and likes to beat people. So, I want you to stay away from him. Guo Wanting looked at Lin Feng and said earnestly. Okay.
Lin Feng nodded reluctantly, but he had made up his mind that he must meet Guo Wanting's father tonight. When Lin Feng went out, he suddenly found that there was another person in the car. He was a little depressed because he had forgotten Su Wenwen in the car when he picked her up on the roadside last night. Lin Feng went downstairs and saw a beautiful figure swaying in the car, but couldn't open the door no matter what. Lin Feng was a little depressed and didn't know how to explain to this beautiful woman. Su Wenwen woke up and wanted to turn over comfortably, but she bumped into something and woke up with a start. She turned around and found herself in a sports car.
Fortunately, nothing went wrong.
Su Wenwen looked at her body and found her clothes were intact, so nothing should have gone wrong last night. She opened the car and was about to go out, but found that the car door was locked. In desperation, I turned on my phone, but only 1% of the battery was left.
Don't turn off the phone. Don't turn it off. Su Wenwen kept praying while looking at the phone, wanting to call for help. Unexpectedly, it would have been better if I hadn't prayed. As soon as I prayed in my heart, my phone turned off immediately. Oh my god, no way? So unlucky?
Su Wenwen was very depressed. Looking at the supercar, Su Wenwen really wanted to smash it. Lin Feng turned his head to look at Su Wenwen's angry face. He wanted to turn around and leave, but was discovered by Su Wenwen, who was looking around. It is now 7 o'clock in the morning, and most people in the community have not come out for a walk yet. Su Wenwen felt that Lin Feng was familiar the first time she saw him. After looking at him a few more times, she immediately realized that this was the young man she met in the underground garage. I think they had some friendship in the past and they often stood up for justice together.
Chapter 27 Let us get a room.
Thinking of this, Su Wenwen began to bang on the car door frantically.
Oh my god, I was discovered? Lin Feng was a little depressed.
When their eyes met, Lin Feng immediately understood what Su Wenwen wanted. There was nothing he could do.
Who made me so sad?
Lin Feng nodded and immediately walked towards the direction of the car.
Help me, help me.
Su Wenwen kept banging on the car door and shouting. However, the sound insulation effect of Lamborghini is really good. Although Su Wenwen's cry for help in the car was very loud, Lin Feng could only hear a little bit outside the car. When Su Wenwen saw Lin Feng nodded in the car, she felt relieved.
Wait until I get out and find out who was behind this attack.
I'm going to kill him, Su Wenwen shouted from inside the car. The next second, his expression changed.
Lin Feng was holding a unique car key.
He pressed it lightly, and the car started. Lin Feng sat in the driving seat.
Oh my god, I didn't expect that you, with such a handsome face and a lot of money, could be so despicable.
Su Wenwen said in surprise. Before Lin Feng could react, he felt a pain in his arm.
Su Wenwen opened her mouth and bit his arm.
Lin Feng did not resist and just looked at her quietly. After more than 10 seconds, Su Wenwen finally stopped and looked at Lin Feng, who was looking at her quietly, and said with some curiosity.
Why don't you resist? Why should I resist? I didn't do anything wrong. Look, can I resist? You're so quick to act. Lin Feng looked at his arm that was already bleeding, rubbed it, and said, I have to say, this girl's teeth are really good. TSK, who told you to do something bad to me? If you didn't have such evil ideas and wanted to trap me in the car and do something bad to me, how could this happen? Su Wenwen looked at Lin Feng's bleeding arm, and a trace of sympathy unconsciously welled up in her heart. Did she go a little too hard? Lin Feng didn't say anything and drove forward. Where are you going?
Su Wenwen saw Lin Feng driving forward without saying a word, and she couldn't help but feel a little scared.
This person? Isn't he trying to take the opportunity to retaliate against me?
Thinking of this, Su Wenwen held the seatbelt with both hands to ensure her own safety. She had seen many cases like this on the internet.
Some extreme men will do extreme things when they are angry. I'll take you to the place you came yesterday.
Lin Feng said expressionlessly. There was nothing he could do. He had been a good person and helped, but he still ended up in trouble.
10 minutes later, Lin Feng drove the car to the door of Oscar Bar.
The original bright lights and feasting scene at night was no longer there, and only a few people from the morning passed by.
Get out of the car. Lin Feng said. Ha? What are you getting off the car for? Where is this? What are you going to take me to do? Su Wenwen asked curiously. What do you mean, where is this? Have you forgotten that you came to the bar to drink last night and I found you here? Lin Feng said, pointing to a poplar tree at the door of the bar. This. Su Wenwen thought about it and patted her head. It seemed that she really drank too much yesterday. Then, while walking on the side of the road, she felt dizzy and sleepy, so she lay on the ground and fell asleep. Were you the one who picked me up from the ground yesterday? Su Wenwen suddenly understood something and said immediately. Get off! Lin Feng still had no expression on his face. He looked at the steering wheel and said. This? Sorry, I won't leave. Who knows if you took advantage of me when I was sleeping? Su Wenwen looked around and saw the men in black clad around her. She immediately shrank her head and said in a rogue manner. You? This is too shameless. Lin Feng looked at Su Wenwen, who was unwilling to get off the car, and was speechless. How could such a beautiful girl with such a good appearance and good figure have such a speechless side? Lin Feng wanted to say something when he suddenly heard a cooing sound. Su Wenwen looked a little shy, and her cooing sound broke the silence between them. You? Are you hungry? Lin Feng asked, looking at Su Wenwen, whose face was a little red. No, I'm not hungry. Su Wenwen shook her head and said. You are obviously hungry, why do you say you are not hungry? Lin Feng looked at Su Wenwen and felt that she was a dishonest girl. I'm really not hungry. Su Wenwen said weakly. Your stomach is rumbling? And you still say you're not hungry? Don't worry, I don't have much else but a lot of money. I can still afford to treat you to a meal. Lin Feng looked at Su Wenwen and said generously. There was nothing wrong with what he said. Lin Feng may have nothing, but he has a lot of money. The thing he has the most is money. Who said that a rumbling stomach means hunger? Who made that rule? Is it you, Xiaoer? Su Wenwen looked at Lin Feng and said. I just have a stomachache, so I feel a little pain in my stomach. Do you know if there is a toilet nearby? Su Wenwen looked at Lin Feng for help. The sudden stomachache was really unbearable for Su Wenwen, so she asked Lin Feng for help. Toilet? There should be one. Lin Feng looked around and found several large shopping malls, but Lin Feng looked at his watch. It was not yet 8 o'clock in the morning and shopping malls usually open at 9 o'clock. This is a bit difficult. Lin Feng touched his head and said with some difficulty. This? Why don't we go get a room? Lin Feng said, pointing to the big hotel next to them. Get a room? You're not trying to take advantage of me, are you? Su Wenwen looked at Lin Feng warily. When boys think of getting a room, they might have some dirty thoughts in their minds. What are you thinking about? I'm serious and I'm not joking with you. I can't let you go to the toilet in the car. Lin Feng looked at Su Wenwen and said. Well, okay. Su Wenwen nodded reluctantly. Waiter, please get a room. Lin Feng said to the waiter who was dozing off at the desk. The waiter was startled by Lin Feng's voice, thinking it was the boss coming to check on him, but he didn't expect it to be a young couple. Sir, our house is currently full. There is only one couple's room left. Do you need it? Although the waiter looked at Lin Feng with some displeasure, he still said dutifully. It's a couple's room. Lin Feng didn't think too much about it. He paid the money and got the room key. As soon as I entered the house, I was attracted by the bright lights and feasting in front of me. This couple's room is really nice. Lin Feng exclaimed. Su Wenwen beside him had already rushed into the bathroom impatiently. However, just a few minutes later, Lin Feng heard a knock on the toilet door and couldn't help but frown. Chapter 28, Showing Off Your Strength. Did Su Wenwen have any accidents? Lin Feng thought to himself and immediately rushed to the toilet. What's wrong? Are you okay? Lin Feng shouted at the bathroom door and knocked on it. I'm fine, it's just that. Su Wenwen said hesitantly. If you're not feeling well, just tell me and we'll go to the hospital right away. Lin Feng was a little depressed. Why should he pretend to be strong when he was not feeling well? No, that thing is coming. Su Wenwen said. That? Which one? If you feel unwell, tell me right away. We have some savings and I'll take you to see a doctor. Lin Feng said. He looked a little anxious. Could something have happened to Su Wenwen?
My period just came suddenly. Su Wenwen's voice rang out in the bathroom, sounding a little shy.
Oh. Lin Feng nodded and prepared to leave. As long as the person is okay, he's glad. Can you help me buy some tissues? Su Wenwen's voice sounded again in the bathroom.
Her voice was not loud, and there was some embarrassment in it.
Sure.
Although Lin Feng was embarrassed, the matter was so urgent that he didn't think much about it and went downstairs to buy it quickly. However, when he arrived at the supermarket downstairs, Lin Feng was a little confused.
There were so many brands of this stuff, how should he choose? The most important thing is what length of sentence is, and the comfort level is different.
Lin Feng didn't know how to choose for a moment. Lin Feng wanted to ask the shop owner, but found out that the owner was also a man and had no experience in this area. In desperation, Lin Feng had to buy one of each type of tissue. There was no other way, he didn't know which type of tissue Su Wenwen needed.
Boss, let's settle the bill.
Lin Feng put the tissue on the table, looked at the boss and said.
Brother, do you need so much?
The boss looked at Lin Feng, smiled and said.
There's no other way. We don't know which one women need.
In that case, we might as well buy them all. Women are hard to please. Lin Feng looked at the boss and said.
Ah, brother, you said what's in my mind. Women are really mysterious animals.
The boss sighed, as if he had thought of something. Lin Feng returned to the hotel, patted the toilet door, put his things at the door, and walked aside.
I'm going to open the door, don't peek.
Su Wenwen said at the bathroom door.
Lin Feng didn't say anything.
He didn't have time to pay attention to Su Wenwen at this moment.
Wow, there really is something in this room.
Lin Feng exclaimed.
Oh.
Lin Feng sighed. He has learned a lot in the past few years, but there are still many things he doesn't understand. It is true that one never stops learning as long as he lives.
Culture is so profound. You, what are you doing? Su Wenwen looked at Lin Feng.
At this time, Lin Feng was lying on the edge of the bed, and no one knew what he was thinking about. I'm just curious, why this dress looks like this. Lin Feng touched his hair, a little embarrassedly said.
Since you are out, let's go.
Lin Feng took the lead and walked outside. Su Wenwen felt strange.
This guy didn't even look at her straight in the eye? Could it be that her attractiveness was so low? Su Wenwen began to doubt herself.
She looked at her long, white legs, and her plump abs. She thought her figure was pretty good. She looked in the mirror and thought her face was pretty good too.
Hello, check out.
Lin Feng put the key on the table.
Ha!
The waiter opened his eyes and saw that it was Lin Feng again.
He became a little impatient.
He had just fallen asleep, so why was he disturbed by this guy again?
Hello, check out.
Lin Feng said again when he saw that the waiter had not reacted yet.
Check out. Okay? The waiter looked at the time. It was only a few minutes since the room was checked in.
Lin Feng noticed that the waiter looked at him with a strange look, but he didn't notice anything in the end. The waiter began to look at Lin Feng suspiciously. Lin Feng's expression looked a little unnatural.
His dignity as a man was insulted like this.
Su Wenwen saw this scene nearby and laughed so hard that she shook with laughter. After leaving the hotel, Lin Feng saw Su Wenwen still covering her mouth and laughing, and couldn't help but retort.
You know what? I'm a muscular man.
Then, Lin Feng showed off his biceps.
The bulging muscles showed his extraordinariness. Wow, he looks like a muscular man, ha. Su Wenwen laughed and ran into the car. Why did you buy so many tissues for me?
I can't even put them all in my packaging.
What a waste. Su Wenwen looked at Lin Feng with some blame. Can you be so willful just because you have money? How do I know which one you like? I also don't know which one you can use. So I bought them all. There will always be one that you like. Lin Feng waved his hand and said. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful.
Su Wenwen looked at Lin Feng and praised him, with a strange feeling flashing in her beautiful eyes.
By the way, where are you going? I'll take you home. Lin Feng looked at Su Wenwen and said. Go home? No, I don't have a home.
Su Wenwen shook her head and refused.
Where do you usually live? Lin Feng asked.
Hotel, but my card has been restricted recently and I have nowhere to stay.
Su Wenwen sighed, frowning. Then, shall I open a hotel for you?
Lin Feng suggested.
It's not good to rent a room.
It's unhygienic, with so many people staying there all day long, and there's a smell of disinfectant.
Su Wenwen shook her head and refused again. What do you want?
Lin Feng frowned.
You are so willful even though you have no money? And you are so picky? How about I stay at your place?
Su Wenwen suggested. No, I'm not used to having girls living in my place. Lin Feng refused directly.
What a joke, a man and a woman living in the same room.
Lin Feng is a traditional man.
Then just let me starve to death and just watch me die.
Saying this, Su Wenwen was about to get off the car.
Okay, stay. Isn't it okay for me to let you stay?
Lin Feng looked at Su Wenwen and said helplessly.
Immediately, we drove to Hating Villa.
The villa was not small, covering several thousand square meters in size, with dozens of rooms, a golf course, and a swimming pool. Lin Feng and Wang Jian each had a room, and the other rooms were empty. Lin Feng didn't have time to clean them.
After all, there were so many rooms in the house, and it would be too tiring to work all day.
Lin Feng drove Su Wenwen directly to where he lived. It happened to be dinner time, so the two of them had another meal outside.
What kind of French steak is this?
A small piece costs more than 1,000. Lin Feng feels cheated.
This beef is too expensive. Where can there be such an expensive beef? Chapter 29: The Grandfather Who Fakes Porcelain. Is this your house? It looks nice.
Su Wenwen walked to the door and praised.
Well, just use it.
Lin Feng turned around and prepared to leave.
Well, can you give me a car? Su Wenwen looked at Lin Feng and said with some eagerness. Provide a car? Oh my god, isn't your request a bit too much?
Lin Feng's eyes widened, somewhat unwilling.
After all, he had only known each other for 2 days, and you bought a car and provided accommodation. What kind of relationship is this?
I didn't take advantage of you. However, looking at Su Wenwen's eager face, Lin Feng's heart softened and he nodded. I'll call the forest shop later and ask them to send a car over.
Lin Feng said. Can I make another request?
Su Wenwen said a little embarrassedly.
Go ahead.
Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling her to speak directly.
I only know how to drive a sports car, I have never driven any other car, so, can I drive your supercar?
Su Wenwen said, looking at the Lamborghini behind Lin Feng.
Well, okay.
Lin Feng threw the car keys into Su Wenwen's hand, went out to take a taxi, and prepared to go to the forest store to buy a car.
Oh, it's so hot.
Lin Feng touched the sweat beads on his head and sighed. I couldn't help but think of what Uncle Wang next door said. It was so hot, even if his wife ran away, he would be too lazy to chase her. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt dizzy while walking.
In the blink of an eye, he looked up and saw an old man wearing light-colored clothes and with gray hair lying on the ground. How can you bear lying on the ground in such a hot day?
Lin Feng thought to himself, and hurried over to help the old man up. When he was about to help the old man up, he unexpectedly fainted. Lin Feng had no choice but to call an ambulance and send the old man to the hospital. Outside the hospital ward, Lin Feng was walking around anxiously.
This was a life.
Lin Feng naturally didn't want anything to happen to him.
It's him, that's him. What did you do to my father?
Before Lin Feng could react, he was pushed against the wall by a strong man. In addition, a woman also rushed over and looked at Lin Feng with ill intentions.
Your father fainted on the side of the road. I happened to see it and helped him up.
Lin Feng could understand the feelings of children, so he comforted them.
My father has always been in good health. How could he faint while walking on the side of the road?
The man looked at Lin Feng and shouted angrily. Stop arguing, the old man has woken up, but the patient is very weak and needs to be hospitalized for a while. Fortunately, he was sent to the hospital in time.
If it was later, I'm afraid things would be more difficult, said the doctor, turning on the operating table. It must be you, you made my father like this. The man's face was gloomy and he held Lin Feng tightly. Uncle, what's going on?
Lin Feng looked at the man coldly, then saw the uncle who had opened his eyes, smiled and asked.
I don't know, I'm not sure.
I seem to have been bumped by this guy, so I don't remember anything. The old man avoided his gaze but still said firmly. When Lin Feng heard this, he didn't understand what the old man meant.
He was planning to scam someone.
Lin Feng was ready to let go, but the man held on tightly.
Don't even think about leaving if you don't pay me. Lin Feng broke free, turned around and prepared to leave.
This family was not worth a word from him. He thought he was saving a person with good intentions, but he didn't expect that he was a scammer. Lin Feng felt extremely regretful. If he had known earlier, he should have let the old man lie in the scorching heat and wish him good luck. Just as I was about to turn around, I saw the old man's eyes widened and he fainted again.
The patient's condition has worsened. Prepare for surgery quickly.
Young man, come with me. The doctor looked at Lin Feng and said to him.
Young man, the old man's illness is indeed not your business.
We have the examination list here. Anyone who encounters such a thing will be in trouble.
Our hospital will try its best to testify for you. Don't worry. You can also call the police and wait until the police arrive.
The doctor said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded heavily, but thinking of the old man's weak face, he asked with some reluctance.
Doctor, how is this old man's illness?
Lin Feng asked. His illness is probably caused by high blood pressure, which is probably coronary heart disease. He needs surgery, which is expensive, the doctor told the truth.
Well, I'll pay for this money.
After Lin Feng said that, he added the doctor's contact information. Lin Feng would transfer the specific fee to him, and then took out a card and handed it to the doctor.
Doctor, why did he leave like this?
Leaving my father like this? No, he can't leave. As he said that, he was about to chase after Lin Feng.
Your father's illness has been fully covered.
This gentleman has left the card with me.
There is 1 million in the card, which will be used to treat your father. We need to discuss the specific cost. The doctor looked at the man and said. 1 million, the man asked in surprise.
Seeing how young Lin Feng was, he thought that a compensation of 100,000 would be the most he could pay, but he didn't expect that Lin Feng would pay 1 million in an instant without blinking an eye. In addition, your father's illness may require surgery.
At your father's age, surgery is risky. I hope you can be mentally prepared.
After the doctor said this, he no longer looked at the man, turned around and left to prepare for the operation. Lin Feng left the hospital and sighed. He not only failed to be a good person, but also got himself into trouble.
It's hard to be a good person. Lin Feng looked at the time and it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. However, he had not eaten yet. He touched his stomach and felt a little hungry.
Boss, same as usual. Lin Feng walked to a breakfast shop and said.
Xiao Feng, you haven't eaten yet?
The boss looked at Lin Feng and smiled.
No, I'm just busy with some stuff.
Lin Feng said as he took 2 big fried dough sticks from the box and drank the tofu pudding from the bowl. Lin Feng has been eating at this breakfast shop for 5 or 6 years. He has been eating here since he started studying here until now when he graduated and started working in the society. Although the boss runs a breakfast shop, the food is really good.
The breakfast shop is open 12 hours a day.
No matter when you come, there will be fresh tofu pudding and crispy fried dough sticks. A bowl of soup and 2 fried dough sticks, and all the worries are instantly forgotten. Boss, settle the bill. Lin Feng looked at the boss and ordered.
Xiao Feng, why do you need to give me money? You don't have to. We are all family. No money is needed.
I will treat you to this meal. The boss seemed to see that Lin Feng was worried, so he smiled and said.
Chapter 30 Golden Sutra.
Seeing that the boss insisted on not taking the money, Lin Feng had no choice but to turn around and leave. The boss looked at Lin Feng's disappearing back and smiled. Lin Feng has been here for such a long time, and the boss has also watched Lin Feng grow up step by step. The boss started to clean the table, and as expected, he took out another 100 yuan from under Lin Feng's bowl.
Alas, this kid is still the same.
The boss looked at the place where Lin Feng left and smiled. Lin Feng returned to the company and saw that they were all busy.
How is the company doing recently?
Lin Feng said to his assistant Han Shui. The results are very good. We have hired several more female anchors who can sing and dance today.
Well, keep working hard.
This industry has great prospects and can be developed in the long term and the future. Lin Feng looked at Han Shui and encouraged. Lin Feng was lying in the office, feeling a little empty. There was nothing he could do. He was too tired last night and had been running all day today. Lin Feng felt his eyelids were a little heavy, so he slept for a while. Open your phone and start Jinri's live flash sale.
Hey, the software has been updated?
Lin Feng clicked on it and entered the software update page.
Before he even clicked on the update button, the software was automatically updated.
After the software update, there are no more houses or cars, but some martial arts secrets. 18 dragons subduing palms, light footsteps, Taishan fist, Neijing Dafu. Lin Feng looked at it for a while.
Aren't these all from movies and TV series? How come they are all on the software? Can this be practiced?
This is produced by the system, so it shouldn't be a pirated copy, Lin Feng thought. If a pirated version appears, Lin Feng will become obsessed with practicing and die. Practice your muscles, bones and skin on the outside, and your breath on the inside. All martial arts are supported by your breath. As Lin Feng was flipping through the pages, he actually saw the sunflower manual.
Oh my god, there were a few big words written on it. If you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself first. Lin Feng's body suddenly tensed up.
Lin Feng looked at it for a long time, and finally bought the Golden Sutra for 9.9 yuan.
This is a method of external and internal cultivation.
When it is fully developed, the strength can reach 100 gold, and the blood in the body will flow like a river. With the mentality of giving it a try, Lin Feng began to read the book on his mobile phone, just like reading a normal novel. It didn't matter when I saw it, I felt drawn into it instantly. The whole book is very thoroughly explained, and there is a figure flashing between the fonts. If you look closely, you will find that it is a woman wearing a grandmaster's costume. As Lin Feng watched, his body began to shake unconsciously. As he meditated and practiced his qi, his body made crackling sounds, like frying beans.
An hour later, Lin Feng opened his eyes. His originally tired eyes were swollen now, and his body instantly became 3 centimeters taller.
Lin Feng felt that his body was full of strength.
He was several times stronger than before. His previous strength was like that of a rabbit, but now it was like that of a tiger.
In this society ruled by law, force cannot be used, Lin Feng thought to himself, so he did not choose those highly lethal martial arts.
He only wanted to protect himself and would never harm the lives of others.
Lin Feng tried to click on other skills, but found that they were all in a dim state.
If he wanted to acquire other martial arts again, he would probably have to wait for a while.
Lin Feng did not feel disappointed. This Golden Sutra was profound and extensive, enough for him to study for a year or two.
Thirsty, thirsty, thirsty.
Lin Feng suddenly shouted, like a traveler who had walked in the desert for several days and nights, his mouth dry and his tongue parched and he couldn't move. Without saying a word, Lin Feng picked up a large bucket of mineral water from the water dispenser and started drinking it. After drinking the entire bucket, Lin Feng no longer felt the dryness in his mouth. Seeing that the 10-liter bucket was half empty in an instant, Lin Feng was a little surprised.
If it were someone else, they would have probably died after drinking 5 liters of water, right?
Lin Feng went out and saw Han Shui carrying water, so he hurried over to help. When Han Shui saw Lin Feng coming, he did not resist. He stretched out his hand and handed the bucket to him. Lin Feng took it and instantly felt light, as if he was holding a bottle of drink.
That's it?
Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth.
His body was too strong. I'm afraid it will take at least 2 hours this time?
The first time Han Shui saw Lin Feng, his intuition told him that Lin Feng had changed. His originally handsome face now had a hint of power. When Han Shui faced Lin Feng, she actually had the urge to worship him because of his powerful training.
She could even feel the urge of power emanating from Lin Feng. How could he suddenly become so strong?
Han Shui was a little confused.
How could Lin Feng, who was fine in the morning, suddenly become so powerful?
Lin Feng didn't notice Han Shui's strange look and continued to estimate his own strength.
Lin Feng went out.
Although it was almost dark, it was still hot.
Looking at the street, there were few people.
Lin Feng walked on the steaming street without feeling anything strange, as if all the heat in his body had disappeared. Lin Feng began to walk quickly, then run, and later sprint at full speed. It was not until an hour later that Lin Feng sat on the ground and began to gasp for breath. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been sweating profusely, but Lin Feng, after running frantically for an hour, only produced a few drops of sweat.
Emergency report, a Siberian tiger has bitten a keeper in Xiangcheng Zoo and escaped from the cage. Please evacuate immediately and pay attention to safety.
A broadcast kept ringing out on the street, the voice was extremely urgent. That was a Siberian tiger, and one slap from it had a force of nearly a ton.
Who could withstand it?
Lin Feng thought otherwise. He had not tested his own strength yet, and he did not know what kind of story would arise if he threw it into the hands of this huge enemy. Lin Feng thought about it and started walking towards home. Suddenly, he heard the grass on the street move, followed by a scream. Lin Feng quickly jumped over the grass and saw a tiger more than 3 meters long staring at an old man with a cane. The tiger's eyes were extremely ferocious, its claws pointed forward, and it looked at me and roared. I was holding a cane in my hand, my whole body was shaking, my steps were trembling, and my thighs and calves were shaking constantly.
Oh my god, I just heard the broadcast, why did this thing rush over like this?
I looked at the big tiger in front of me and kept muttering to myself. The old man used to be a soldier, so facing such a huge monster, he managed to hold himself together and not fall down.
He couldn't fall down, the old man said firmly in his heart.
Once he falls down, the tiger will pounce on him. His old body will certainly not be able to withstand the tiger's attack.
His life will fade away.
If the tiger bites him a few more times, his complete body will immediately collapse.
Chapter 31 Lin Feng fights the tiger.
At this time, Lin Feng stood aside without moving, feeling uneasy.
Can Wu Song really beat this thing?
Lin Feng was complaining wildly in his heart. With a body more than 3 meters long, a strong and powerful body, and muscular thighs, the muscle density of a tiger's body is several times that of a human. Lin Feng has already retreated a little.
Should he go for help?
However, if I retreat, the tiger will be ready to attack and I will definitely die in its mouth. Lin Feng began to be in a dilemma. The 18 years of compulsory education began to flood his mind. It was not his principle in life to see someone die in a tiger's mouth.
Otherwise, he would feel uneasy for the rest of his life.
The tiger stared at the old man for a few seconds, then began to circle around him, took a few cat steps, and then pounced on the old man. The old man was full of blood. Although he was old, he had no intention of retreating when seeing the tiger rushing towards him. He raised the cane in his hand and hit the tiger. The cane was like cotton, hitting the tiger's forehead, but it did not stop the tiger's attack at all. The old man was pinned under the tiger's claws.
Smelling the stench from the tiger's mouth, the old man knew that he might be in trouble today. How dare you be so arrogant, you beast!
Just as the tiger opened its mouth to kill the old man, Lin Feng picked up a brick and smashed it hard on the tiger's back.
Ah!
The tiger felt pain and took a few steps back. The tiger roared continuously, looked at Lin Feng, opened its bloody mouth, and a fierce look appeared in its eyes.
It was angry. This human actually dared to hit it, it wanted to bite Lin Feng to death.
Kid, you run. The old man struggled to get up and said weakly to Lin Feng, then he groaned and fell to the ground. The tiger pounced towards Lin Feng, its speed several times faster than when it pounced on the old man. It was angry and opened its claws to beat Lin Feng to death. Lin Feng, seeing this, did not hesitate and ran away. He did not dare to show off his strength. There were originally a few pedestrians on the street, but after hearing the tiger's roar, they all disappeared and the street was empty. The tiger took advantage of the situation and in less than a second, there was a huge creature behind Lin Feng.
Lin Feng could even smell the tiger's hair. Can a two-legged creature outrun a four-legged creature? The answer is, of course not.
Seeing that the tiger behind him was about to run to his feet, Lin Feng increased his speed. Seeing a dilapidated walled courtyard, he kicked his legs and climbed over. The tiger had claws all over its body and it immediately hooked its 2 claws on the wall and started to climb up.
Lin Feng was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He grabbed the 2 stone bricks on the ground, looked at the 2 claws on the wall, and clapped them with both hands at the same time. His left hand held the left brick and clapped it against his left claw, and his right hand held the right brick and clapped it against his right claw.
Ayo! The tiger screamed, and the sound seemed extremely aggrieved. Seeing the beast escape, Lin Feng wanted to climb over the wall and leave, but when he turned around, he saw the whole family shivering in the yard.
He became ruthless and decided to capture this beast today.
Lin Feng climbed over the wall and looked over. The tiger was spinning in place, rolling over and wailing. Lin Feng pulled it up with both hands and lifted it off the ground.
Beast, give me your life.
Lin Feng shouted, but did not rush over.
There was no way. The tiger was too big and Lin Feng was a little scared.
If the tiger's claw hit him, he would probably be crippled. The life of a rich man has just begun, and the life of marrying a beautiful, rich and beautiful woman has just been halfway through.
How can he die gloriously like this?
He must do what he can to fight the tiger. As soon as the tiger saw Lin Feng, it ran away. Its two front legs were obviously deformed and covered in blood, and it did not run very fast. Lin Feng picked up a stone from the ground and was ready to smash it, but after hesitating for a while, he threw it on the ground. Compared with the precision of the tiger's bones, the power of this stone was negligible, even though Lin Feng had gradually memorized the Golden Sutra. Lin Feng intercepted a nearby vehicle that was about to turn around, opened the door, pulled the owner down, got in the car, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed towards the tiger about 100 meters away. The tiger had no time to react and was knocked down by the vehicle several meters away. The front body of the car was visibly deformed. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all, turned the corner, and continued to drive the car towards the tiger. Lin Feng had a heart as fierce as a tiger sniffing a rose and had no mercy in his heart. The tiger was covered in blood and was almost half crippled. When it met Lin Feng, it seemed that its fate was already sealed. Lin Feng started the car and continued to reap the tiger's life again and again. After about 4 or 5 times, the tiger lay on the ground howling, and its originally mighty fur was now covered in blood, with only the sound of panting left. Lin Feng got out of the car. He was not going to chase the tiger to death. This was a Siberian tiger, a first-class protected animal in the country. Lin Feng didn't know whether he would have to pay compensation if he killed the tiger. Lin Feng looked at the tiger that was gasping for breath and felt a little uneasy. He wondered if this beast was pretending to be dead. Should I drive my car and hit it again? Lin Feng thought to himself. Then, he shook his head. The tiger didn't look in very good condition. If he hit it again, it would probably be killed by him. Forget it, let's just keep an eye on it from the side. The police should be here soon. Lin Feng looked at the injured tiger without choosing a place. Such a big noise and the shocking tiger roar must have attracted a lot of people's attention. Someone must have discovered it. Lin Feng looked at the dying tiger and felt an unusual feeling in his heart. He was worried about this tiger. Sure enough, Lin Feng stared at the extremely tragic. Chapter 32 Tiger Fighting Hero. Comrade. Thank you for resolving this great dilemma for us in Xiangcheng. A man in police uniform looked at Lin Feng and said. Well, it's okay. Lin Feng smiled and said indifferently. How should I put it? Helping others is part of our job. Everything has its pros and cons. Lin Feng saved countless people this time. He is a modern tiger fighting hero. Although it cannot be compared with Wu Song in ancient times who killed a big cat with bare hands, the result is still very good. By the way, is it dead? Lin Feng asked, looking at the big cat in front of him. Well, not yet. This tiger has very strong vitality. Even though it has suffered so much damage, it is only dying, not dead. Of course, if we had come later, it would have really died. Lin Feng looked at the tiger and the uneasiness in his heart gradually subsided. This was a Siberian tiger, a national first-class protected animal. If Lin Feng killed it, it would be difficult to deal with. Hello, sir, please follow us back to the police station. In an instant, the tiger was taken away in a huge cage and taken to the pet hospital. Lin Feng was also sitting in the police car waiting to explain things. A tiger escaped from the zoo, and a tiger hunting hero appeared in the city. The news quickly spread throughout the entire Xiangcheng city, and soon there were even signs that it would spread outward. Within a few hours, it would surely become a sensation across the country. Sir, you fought with the tiger with your bare hands, and you didn't get hurt at all? In the police station, a man in police uniform looked at Lin Feng and joked. Injured? What kind of injury? I didn't do anything. I just hit it with my car. Lin Feng said that he had no choice but to do so. If it were normal, let alone killing tigers, even if they went to the zoo, Lin Feng would watch them take a detour. Sir, look at your speed. It would not be too fast even if you were to participate in a sprint competition. A police officer praised Lin Feng while watching the surveillance video. Yes. In the video, one can only see the tiger running very fast. Lin Feng has always been in front of the tiger, but the tiger has never caught up with him. On the other hand, Lin Feng's running speed is indeed not slow. Potential. It's all forced out. If there wasn't a tiger chasing from behind, who could run so fast? I believe everyone can run so fast. Lin Feng thought for a while and said again. A police officer suddenly ran over from the door, looking a little anxious. He lay down next to the police officer's ear, panting heavily, and said something inaudible. The captain, who had been chatting happily with Lin Feng, suddenly looked a little heavy and said to Lin Feng seriously, "Lin Feng, the old man you rescued is a little bit unusual.
He wants to see you." The police captain looked at Lin Feng with a serious expression.
Lin Feng knew that he had to agree to this matter even if he didn't want to.
"Okay, I'll go with you."
Lin Feng looked at the police captain and said,
"Come, take my car."
The captain of police officers looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Lin Feng was a humble and amiable person, which made the captain of police officers feel good about his attitude and he wanted to chat with him more.
Lin Feng didn't say much. He looked at the time and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening.
The city night is bustling, the charm of the night is spreading. In the world of rich people, the night is a life of decadence and dissipation. In the world of ordinary people, the night is just an ordinary good night's sleep, which cannot be more ordinary, at most a small barbecue.
Lin Feng, are you a native of Xiangcheng?
The police captain named Ming Dao looked at Lin Feng and asked.
Yes, I'm a native of Xiangcheng.
Lin Feng nodded.
So what kind of work do you do?
Ming Dao saw that Lin Feng was silent, so he started talking first.
Yes.
Lin Feng thought about it, but suddenly shut his mouth. He inspected the company and wandered around outside every day, so he really didn't work much.
If you have anything to say, just say it. Don't worry, I am also a native of Xiangcheng, and I will never laugh at you.
Ming Dao thought that Lin Feng had some unspeakable difficulties at work, so he comforted him.
Lin Feng nodded.
He could also understand Ming Dao's meaning.
Actually, I haven't been doing anything recently. I just go to the company for inspection once a day. It's that simple.
Lin Feng said.
Patrol?
The police captain looked at Lin Feng in surprise.
Yes, I've been on patrol recently. I don't have a job. I just invested in a small company.
Lin Feng nodded and said.
Starting a company? This is fine, starting a company is fine. I didn't expect that you are also a big boss?
It's rare to see such a humble big boss nowadays.
Ming Dao patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said. No, it's just a small company.
Lin Feng said modestly.
Which company? What does it do specifically? I can go to your company when I have time, and maybe I can give you some advice.
Ming Dao looked at Lin Feng and said seriously that he and Lin Feng had met each other a little too late. Ming Dao graduated from a key university, so he could really give some guidance to ordinary companies.
Which one are you asking about? Lin Feng asked. Oh? You have so many companies?
Ming Dao was surprised.
Lin Feng was only in his early 20s, but he already had so many companies?
Such people were either the second generation of the rich, or geniuses with an IQ that was off the charts.
There should be probably 3.
Lin Feng thought for a while and said.
Oh? Which companies are they? Let me tell you about them.
Ming Dao looked at Lin Feng curiously.
An internet technology company, limited named Hurricane, a country garden, and an ace bodyguard company.
Lin Feng said without hesitation.
By Gillen? The houses there are so expensive? Ace Bodyguard Company? It's one of the best bodyguard companies in the country.
Some time ago, our new colleagues hired people from your Ace Bodyguard Company for military training. Ming Dao looked at Lin Feng and narrowed his eyes.
This Lin Feng was not ordinary. It's okay.
Lin Feng nodded, said casually, and said nothing more.
You are the CEO of so many big companies. Why don't you see your driver and bodyguard? Will it affect your income? Will it affect the company's performance?
Ming Dao said it somewhat tactfully. Lin Feng indeed came here naked, with only one set of clothes and a cell phone. He had nothing on his body.
It's okay. I can definitely make money. As long as I want to make money, I can definitely make money. As for the company? I am very casual about it.
There is only one company, and I follow the laissez-faire system.
As for the time, it is very casual.
I just listen to the arrangements of the leader.
Chapter 33 General.
Ming Dao had not expected that Lin Feng, at such a young age, was actually the CEO of several companies worth tens of billions. He had only seen such a behemoth on TV, and now seeing him today, he was deeply touched.
By the way, brother Ming Dao, what does that old man want to talk to me about? Lin Feng asked curiously. Why did all the police officers show serious expressions after the old man gave an order? Could it be that this old man has an unusual identity?
Lin Feng, he is not an ordinary person, he is a military officer, he led troops to fight in wars when he was young, he was very impressive, but now that society has been established, he has resigned and given up the pension policy given to him by the country. At this point, Ming Dao showed an expression of respect on his face. Such an old man who was kind and righteous and did not covet fame and fortune was worthy of their respect. Every year during the Chinese New Year and other holidays, national leaders and mayors would come to pay him a visit in person. So, he is the big man living in Xiangcheng. It's just that he has always been simple and easy to understand, and he has always emphasized not to make it public, so not many people know about him.
I just found out about this.
Ming Dao looked at Lin Feng and said.
Ming Dao blinked at Lin Feng. How could Lin Feng not understand the meaning? He nodded seriously.
He would not make this matter public.
It is a blessing for China and the country to have such a person.
No wonder, when facing the tiger, the old man still showed a fierceness. Even when the tiger was in front of him, the old man still did not retreat and rushed towards the tiger. Lin Feng admitted that he could not have such courage, but this alone was enough to make him worthy of Lin Feng's respect.
Xiangcheng Hospital was extremely bustling at this time.
It was originally a third-rate hospital, but now it was full of people. From a distance it looked like a sea of people, but a closer look revealed that there was everything, from the governor to the county magistrate. Because Xiangcheng's hospital resources were insufficient, the state specially dispatched the best medical staff and medical equipment in the surrounding area to quickly and carefully check the elderly man's condition. In addition, Lin Feng also learned from Ming Dao that the old man's name was Li Jinbao and he was a native of Xiangcheng. The car slowly stopped in front of the hospital entrance.
There were so many people inside that it was impossible to squeeze in.
Ming Dao got off the car and wanted to go directly through the front door, but was led to the back door. There were only a few people standing upright at the back door like bodyguards, guarding the safety of the back door to prevent outsiders from breaking in. Lin Feng looked at the familiar smell on them and never thought that the Ace Bodyguard Company must be the one that could train such excellent bodyguards.
He also didn't know how many of them would be his students.
Lin Feng stared at them for a few seconds, but was ignored by them. In their eyes, Lin Feng was just curious at most.
Enter the corridor, turn left and the first door is the ward.
Ming Dao was successfully stopped outside. Elderly had instructed that only Lin Feng was allowed to enter and leave the ward at will, and no one else was allowed to enter the ward.
Who dares not to listen to Mr. Li? If he moves his feet, the whole Xiangcheng will probably tremble. Young man, you're here?
As soon as Li Jinbao saw Lin Feng, he was about to struggle to stand up from the bed, but Lin Feng quickly pressed him down on the bed.
Your injuries haven't healed yet, so don't move for now.
Lin Feng said. These are just minor injuries, nothing serious. They should be healed in 2 or 3 days.
Old Li waved his hand and said nonchalantly.
Lin Feng took a look at Mr. Li's injuries. His body was covered in plaster, wrapped in white gauze, and had multiple fractures. It was not a minor injury. Seeing that old Lin was struggling to stand up, Lin Feng had no choice but to gently help old Li up and put 2 mattresses behind him. Mr. Li began to lean on the mattress, and the pain in his body felt a little less and he felt a little more comfortable.
Xiao Feng, you saved my life. I really don't know how to repay you. Li Jinbao touched Lin Feng's hands and said gratefully. You are too polite. It is my duty to save you.
I think no one would stand by and watch someone die.
They would definitely save you. This is a blessing from heaven.
Lin Feng comforted him. He couldn't bear to see Mr. Li lamenting about his life situation like this. Lin Feng, you are both brave and resourceful.
This time you took the opportunity to kill a tiger. This is simply a miracle.
In human history, I'm afraid no one has ever been able to kill a tiger with bare hands. Old Master Li looked at Lin Feng and liked him more and more. It was as if he saw himself when he was younger.
Tell me, do you have anything you want me to do?
Li Jinbao looked at Lin Feng and asked. This is also one of the reasons why he called Lin Feng over today.
Without Lin Feng, he doesn't even know where his body is buried. No need.
Lin Feng shook his head. He really wasn't capable of doing that. Lin Feng, if you have any difficulties, please tell me as soon as possible. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can still satisfy you if you have any problem, said Li Jinbao. Lin Feng shook his head and left.
After leaving the hospital, Lin Feng looked at the time. It was not yet 9 o'clock.
Forget it, just go directly to Xiangcheng Bar.
It will open at about 9 o'clock there.
Lin Feng called Wang Jian directly and asked him to accompany him. Lin Feng was driving the car and Wang Jian didn't say a word all the way, but his hand, which kept stroking his chin, betrayed his uneasy heart. The Xiangqing bar was like a pearl in the night, brightly lit. When Lin Feng and Wang Jian arrived, it was already packed with people. There was music, all kinds of noisy voices, and people of all kinds dancing in the dance floor. Lin Feng brought Wang Jian to the bar.
Wang Jian was speechless. He might as well go back and play a few ranked games. What would you like to drink? A heavily made-up girl at the bar asked Lin Feng and Wang Jian in their ears. Beauty, give us a beer and a soda water.
Lin Feng shouted so that the other party could barely hear him. The other party nodded, and soon placed the drinks in front of the two of them.
Will a goddess come soon? What do you mean? There will be a goddess here? Lin Feng asked in Wang Jian's ear. It's almost done. She is the goddess here. Wang Jian said.
Lin Feng was a little surprised.
There was actually a goddess in Xiangqing Bar? Shouldn't they all be rouge and powder?
She has been here for 3 years. In the first year, whenever she was here, people would challenge her to a drinking contest, but she never got drunk. After that, no one dared to compete with her in drinking. Everyone called her the goddess of the nightclub.
I told you that, said Wang Jian.
This was Lin Feng's first time here, and he had heard of its fame, but he did not expect that Wang Jian, who had always been addicted to games, would know this place so well.
Here she comes, that's the one. Wang Jian said, pointing at a girl.
Lin Feng looked carefully. All the girls in the nightclub would want to put on more powder on their faces when they first saw her, but she wore light makeup.
Maybe she was confident in her skin.
In such occasions, she was like a clear stream, smiling sweetly among all kinds of men from time to time, moving around like a fish in water.
No wonder she was called the goddess of the nightclub. Don't tell me you don't know how to pick up girls.
Lin Feng looked at Wang Jian as if he were a prehistoric animal.
Well, to be honest, I haven't had a boyfriend yet. Wang Jian said awkwardly.
Okay, that's okay.
Just go up and ask the beauty if she wants to have a drink with you, and then we can act accordingly.
Lin Feng swayed to the music.
Will this work? Wang Jian thought that girl could be seduced by a glass of wine? Trust me, go ahead, be as bold as you can be. Come on, I'm rooting for you.
Lin Feng clenched his fist towards Wang Jian, as if to cheer him on.
As Wang Jian walked towards the goddess, he felt something was wrong. Was there something he had done wrong?
Halfway through the walk, I realized that it seemed that I was not here to pick up girls, but it was Lin Feng who came to find girls. However, it seemed to make no difference.
Wang Jian finally squeezed in front of the goddess, took a deep breath, mustered up the courage and was about to speak. Move aside, don't block the road.
Suddenly a fat hand reached out from behind and pushed him aside.
What kind of person is this?
Wang Jian looked at the fat and big-eared guy in front of him who looked like a butcher, but he was wearing a suit and tie.
This is a bar, not a Western restaurant. Bibi, I like you, I love you, please marry me.
I don't know where this fat man got a bouquet of roses and handed it to the goddess. He also took out a jewelry box.
Wang Jian had seen it on TV. This is a ring for marriage proposal. But buddy, do you have a problem with your IQ? What kind of place is this? You actually proposed here. No wonder others say that if you don't commit suicide, you won't die. The air in the whole place seemed to freeze, and everyone looked at the fat man for a moment. Chapter 34 Bar Goddess.
Lin Feng felt that at this moment everyone's eyes looking at the fat man were clearly labeled as idiot.
Fatty, don't think you will make me marry you just because you come to support me a few times?
Wang Bai lowered her head and looked at the fat man and said.
I can do anything for you. TSK, you fat guy, you called me BB too?
A shirtless guy with tattoos all over his body rushed out from behind Wang Bai and kicked the fat guy to the ground. The fat man who fell to the ground stretched out a hand and grabbed Wang Bai's ankle, raising his head with tears streaming down his face.
BB, BB.
The fat man screamed so heartbreakingly that Lin Feng couldn't bear to look at it. But if it was a handsome guy, he could still wish them well in his heart, but you, a guy with a lot of fat on your body, can't really sympathize with him.
Fatty, it's impossible for us to be together. This is my boyfriend. Wang Bai pointed at Lin Feng and said.
Lin Feng was really annoyed at this time.
What the hell is going on? How should I react? Waiting online. BB, I don't believe it. This guy has never appeared here. How could he be your boyfriend?
This is fake. The fat man turned his head to look at Lin Feng, staring at Wang Bai with a look of being hit, and roared.
Do you believe it now? Before Lin Feng could react, Wang Bai kissed him.
It's okay, what is wrong with kissing, Lin Feng said to himself, but why did he feel so secretly happy as if he had gotten a great advantage?
Wang Jian watched Lin Feng walk towards Wang Bai, looking like he was enjoying a good show.
He thought it was so easy to pick up girls?
Let him suffer first.
But what the hell happened? As soon as Lin Feng got to Wang Bai's side, there was a commotion, and they kissed each other not long after.
Damn, if you tell me again that you have never picked up a girl, I will beat you to death. What am I?
I have been hanging out in various nightclubs and I haven't given my first kiss yet. At this time, Lin Feng had a slight aftertaste, it was sweet. At this time, the fat man was dragged away by the tattooed man and a security guard.
Thank you, I'm sorry for what happened just now. I'll treat you to a drink. Wang Bai said to Lin Feng.
Okay, let's drink.
Why is this plot different from what Wang Jian said? Plans really can't keep up with changes.
Lin Feng has heard people say that writing a book needs to be logical and reasonable, life just doesn't go by the rules. This time he really experienced it deeply.
What would you like to drink?
Wang Bai asked as he sat down at the bar.
Me?
Whatever. Lin Feng had no idea what to drink.
He looked at the dazzling array of wines on the bar and couldn't recognize any of them.
If there was a bottle of Erguotu on it, maybe he could recognize it. Okay, 2 depth charges. Wang Bai called to the girl at the bar.
Okay, Sister Bai, I promise it will be strong enough, said the girl. What happened just now?
Lin Feng said.
That happens often, but I'm used to it. It's okay.
Wang Bai said in Lin Feng's ear.
Oh.
Lin Feng felt that if he asked Wang Bai to have dinner with him now, she would definitely think he was crazy.
What? You don't come here often? Wang Bai asked. How do you know?
I can tell from the fact that you don't know how to flirt with girls. You must not come here often. Those who come here often are all very eloquent.
Wang Bai said. Yes, I don't come here often.
Lin Feng said with an awkward smile.
What are you doing here? Don't tell me, let me guess.
Lin Feng was about to speak when Wang Bai interrupted him.
Did you just break up with your boyfriend and come here to drown your sorrows in alcohol? That doesn't seem likely. Then you are here to cheer yourself up because you are unhappy with your work? Wang Bai guessed. No, I'm looking for someone.
Lin Feng is quite honest.
Looking for someone? Looking for someone here? Tell me who you are looking for? There is no one here and I can't find him.
Wang Bai was a little surprised at first, then she confirmed it again, and later decided to help generously. She didn't know why she felt that she had a good relationship with Lin Feng.
No need, I found it.
At this time, the little sister placed 2 cups of depth charges in front of them. The depth charge was very strange, it came in 2 cups, one large and one small. Lin Feng had never seen such wine before and didn't know how to drink it, so he could only watch.
Come on, drink it in one gulp.
Wang Bai threw the small cup into the large cup, then raised the large cup and drank it in one gulp. I also tried drinking it in one gulp, and after the coolness I felt a burning sensation that made my stomach hurt, but it went away after a while.
Sure, you can drink quite well.
Seeing Lin Feng drink it in one gulp without blushing or getting nervous, he said.
What are you doing here?
Lin Feng was really afraid that Wang Bai would leave after offering him a drink, so he just made small talk.
Me? I'm selling alcohol here, why should you take care of my place? Wang Bai said casually.
Okay, I'll take care of your business tonight, but how about you accompany me? Lin Feng said.
No problem.
Wang Bai glanced at Lin Feng and agreed readily.
Then how do you say we should drink it? It's boring to drink like that just now.
Lin Feng thought about how she drank just now and wanted to get her drunk, but he was afraid that he couldn't take the usual route.
Have you heard of the fish pond and wine pool? Wang Bai asked. No. How would Lin Feng know these things? He couldn't even tell the difference between alcohol and spirits. Then let me tell you, do you see that over there? Wang Bai said, pointing at the wine on the bar. I saw it.
Lin Feng looked at the drinks on the bar, not knowing what Wang Bai meant.
Put all the wine there, find a big fish tank, pour it in, and that will be the wine pool.
We will choose wine for each other and pour it, then we are not allowed to take a break and have to drink it all up. Whoever pours out first loses.
Wang Bai said.
Come on, little sister, bring all the drinks. Lin Feng shouted to the girl at the bar. You have to pay first, said the little sister.
Okay, how much?
Lin Feng asked. For the manager's sake, I'll give you a discount of 99% to 88,000 yuan, said the younger sister. Lin Feng's mouth twitched.
Damn, it's so expensive.
Although Lin Feng is not short of money now, he was a person who wanted to break $1 into $2 before. He has never experienced drinking money that costs 88,000 or even 880,000 yuan.
What? Do you want to drink again?
Wang Jian looked at Lin Feng leisurely with a smile.
What does Lin Feng mean? He comes here to offer 88,000 yuan worth of wine. Is he trying to scare me off? Or what? This doesn't look like he's trying to sell wine. Okay, let's drink it. Can you transfer the money?
Lin Feng asked his younger sister.
I'm happy today, money doesn't matter.
Lin Feng didn't expect that just drinking with Wang Bai would cause such a commotion. At this time, Wang Jian squeezed over, pulled Lin Feng's sleeve, and said with a trembling mouth.
Are you crazy? How dare you try this? Wang Jian felt that following Lin Feng was a mistake. It's okay. Do you know what my nickname is in the city?
It's called 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Lin Feng said in a somewhat arrogant manner.
Do you know how much wine can be poured into a fish tank?
You can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Even if you drink 10,000 cups without getting drunk, you will fall down eventually.
You little bastard, just brag all you want, but I can't kill you. Chapter 35, Never Get Drunk. Isn't it just a fish tank? How big can it be?
Lin Feng said nonchalantly.
Well, take a look for yourself. Wang Jian raised his chin towards the fish tank. Damn, is this a fish tank? This is a fucking swimming pool.
Lin Feng looked at the large fish tank carried by two people, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He thought it was the kind of fish tank that could raise 4 or 5 goldfish.
Are you sure the fish tank is this big?
Lin Feng asked Wang Bai in her ear.
Of course, otherwise why do you think it's called Jiu Qi?
Why are you scared?
Wang Bai said. No, I'm just worried that you can't drink it.
Lin Feng thought that if it was a small fish tank, he shouldn't be scared with his abnormal physique now, but it would be a problem if it was this big.
I can practice the Golden Sutra myself. Isn't that exactly what you want?
Wang Bai looked at Lin Feng charmingly.
What do I mean?
I didn't say I wanted to get her drunk, how did she guess that? Lin Feng felt a little flustered as if he was seen through.
Well, I've met many men like you. I can say that all normal men are like this. Aren't you abnormal? Wang Bai said with one hand on Lin Feng's chest and against his face.
Lin Feng was a little uncomfortable, but any man who was called abnormal, especially by a beautiful woman, would immediately prove that he was normal, so Lin Feng said the words he regretted the most.
It's not strong enough like this. If you have the ability, I can add something.
Lin Feng said with a red face and a stiff neck.
Oh? What to add? Wang Bai asked curiously.
If it was a prohibited item, she would definitely not drink it. A sister once touched this kind of thing and ended up in a state of being neither human nor ghost.
Here, honey, how about it?
Lin Feng pretended to take something out of his arms but actually took out a small jar of honey from his pocket.
Honey? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter.
Wang Bai and the group of people behind her laughed.
Does anyone think that the wine is not strong enough and add honey? Which good kid has entered the wrong place? Wang Jian looked at the glass bottle that Lin Feng took out, and his mouth twitched. It was so embarrassing. Could he say that he didn't know this guy?
Unconsciously, he took 2 steps back to draw a clear line between himself and Lin Feng.
Don't underestimate it, this is special honey.
No matter you drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk or 10,000 cups without getting drunk, it will definitely make you drunk without knowing you're drunk. Lin Feng looked at everyone's eyes and thought, you little guys, you haven't seen its power.
It seems like he is confused about what is going on. Wang Jian pulled Lin Feng and said, how come this guy even used the idiom wrong, can he be more reliable?
I know I am unconscious of human affairs, but after drinking this, I don't know 2 things. I only know that I drank and woke up, so I don't know anything else.
Lin Feng said. Oh, really? There's no medicine added to it? Wang Bai asked in disbelief. It's absolutely natural.
If there are any problems, you can kill or chop me up as you please later.
Lin Feng guaranteed. Okay, how do we do it? Wang Bai also became interested. With so many people around, she was not afraid that Lin Feng would cause trouble.
I'll drink from the wine pool, and you drink a glass of wine I made with honey.
If you lose, I'll take it away.
Lin Feng said, pointing to the huge fish tank.
Okay, it's a deal. Wang Bai looked at the small wine glass in Lin Feng's hand and agreed readily.
She didn't believe that a glass of honey wine could make her drunk.
Pour wine, pour wine, pour wine. Everyone around became excited.
They had never met such a fearless person who dared to compete with Sister Jia in drinking. The last time, he seemed to be drunk and danced striptease on the stage. After that, no one dared to compete with Sister Jia in drinking. Wang Bai picked up the wine on the bar without even looking at it and poured it into the fish tank. The red, green, white and brown wine mixed together into a turbid color that looked like yellow sugar water. Lin Feng looked at Wang Bai and became angry. He was afraid that it would be embarrassing if she couldn't get drunk because she could drink a lot.
So he scooped half a bottle of honey into the wine glass.
I picked up a bottle of wine at random, added it in, and stirred it with a small spoon.
Suddenly, the whole space was filled with the aroma of wine.
Everyone's shouting stopped unconsciously, and everyone stared straight at the source of the aroma, that small wine glass, and swallowed their saliva.
Wang Jian, who was closest to Lin Feng, shamelessly put the remaining half bottle of honey into his arms. Lin Feng's mouth twitched as he watched. Don't you only drink water? Why do you want honey? Forget it. This is not the time to argue with him. Is this the mead you mentioned? Wang Bai asked. Yes, that's it.
Lin Feng handed it over. I don't think it's intoxicating, but I can smell that it tastes good.
Wang Bai said, and couldn't wait to drink the mead. Wait, let me drink first. Otherwise, what if you don't see me drinking and then regret it when I wake up?
Lin Feng stopped Wang Bai and said.
TSK, you little brat, do you think this glass of wine can make me drunk? Okay, drink it. Wang Bai was a little amused. Could such a small glass of wine make me drunk?
If it was true, I would have lost my virginity countless times.
Okay, I'll drink it.
Lin Feng came to the big fish tank, took a deep breath, and then buried his head in the fish tank.
What an idiot. With such a small fish tank, even if he doesn't die from drinking, he will at least die of bloating. Wang Jian really couldn't say anything about this stupid kid Lin Feng.
It was a mistake for him to bring him here.
The amount of wine in the fish tank was getting less and less, and the onlookers became excited again.
In fact, in the past, 2 people would each take a beer cup and drink from it, and whoever fell first would be the loser. But Lin Feng didn't even ask how to drink it, he just wanted to drink it all by himself. Everyone really had never seen such an idiot, and a sense of superiority arose spontaneously, both physically and mentally.
Drink, drink, drink. Everyone's shouting drowned out the music.
The nightclub simply turned off the music and everyone gathered around to watch the fun. Lin Feng drank for about 10 minutes, and he suddenly realized that he had not taken into account a problem. He could not get drunk by drinking, and he could digest it well, but what should he do if he wanted to go to the toilet now? Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Wang Bai, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself.
What? Can't do it anymore? Wang Bai asked loudly, otherwise she really couldn't hear anything amid the shouting all around. I want to go to the bathroom. Lin Feng yelled. Suddenly, there was silence all around. No one expected this. Everyone was so excited, but the person involved had to go to the bathroom. At this time, no one knew who brought a chamber pot over. Lin Feng looked at the chamber pot in his hand and asked, who the hell can tell me how this thing can appear in a nightclub?
It turns out that writing a book has to be logical, but reality doesn't follow the rules.
P.
Lin Feng felt terrible after listening to the shouting all around him. You guys are all perverts.
You actually like watching people pee. Fuck, are you kidding me? In front of everyone? Can I go to the bathroom? Lin Feng asked Wang Bai. Go ahead.
Wang Bai felt his face burning. Which wicked guy just handed him a chamber pot? A group of people surrounded Lin Feng and went to the bathroom. Several men followed him into the bathroom as they were afraid that he would vomit the wine.
Great. After Lin Feng finished peeing, he came out of the bathroom and continued drinking. Everyone was stunned by Lin Feng. They stopped shouting, "Drink, drink."
Now Lin Feng went to the toilet 5 times and drank half of the wine in the fish tank.
It looked like he would not stop until he finished it. Wang Jian was sweating coldly as he watched. Could this be alcohol poisoning?
If something happened, he would definitely not be able to escape.
Can you still drink?
Wang Bai just wanted Lin Feng to give up, but didn't want to cause any trouble.
Do you think I look like something's wrong?
Lin Feng asked, raising his head from the fish tank.
It's okay, Wang Bai said uncertainly.
I can drink 1,000 cups and never get drunk. I can drink 1,000 cups and never get drunk. When the bottom of the fish tank was full of wine, the people around me went from laughing at me in the beginning to admiring me in the end.
They really admired me.
I have been to so many nightclubs and have never seen anyone drink so much. If anyone brags to me about his drinking ability in the future, I will beat him to death.
From today on, I dare not say that I drink anymore.
I can only say that I drink with a little more alcohol.
Okay, I'll drink. I'm done.
Lin Feng burped. Although his body was abnormal now, he couldn't stand drinking too much, so he still felt a little drunk.
Okay, you're a real man. Watch me. Wang Bai didn't waste any words.
He took the honey wine Lin Feng had prepared and drank it in one gulp.
He finally drank it. What's the most painful thing in life?
Nothing is more painful than having a glass of good wine in front of you but not being able to drink it.
Chapter 36, full of energy.
Wang Bai closed her eyes with a look of happiness on her face. Could it be that the honey has lost its effect?
I put half a bottle in it.
Lin Feng began to doubt his life when he looked at Wang Bai. This was purchased from abroad at a high price with great effort.
Huh, what kind of honey is this?
Wang Bai let out a long sigh and asked with shining eyes. He had never drunk such pure and strong wine.
This is honey wine, how do you feel about it?
Lin Feng looked at Wang Bai and she didn't look like anything was wrong.
Let me tell you a secret.
I never get red face when I drink.
He.
After saying this, Wang Bai suddenly fell down. Fortunately, Lin Feng was quick to reach out and hold her up.
Drunk?
Sister Bai was knocked down by one glass of wine, everyone asked in disbelief.
This is divine wine. Why call it honey wine? Just call it one glass and you'll be knocked down. People around were talking about it.
At this time, the bar girl poured a new glass of wine into the cup that had just been filled with mead, rinsed it, and took a small sip.
What a strong force.
After saying this, the bar girl fell to the ground drunk. It can't be that serious, right? The tattooed man said as he walked over and looked at the glass which was still half full of wine.
I just don't believe this.
The tattooed man picked up the cup and took a sip, then rolled his eyes and fell drunk to the ground.
I was really knocked out by one drink. The girl at the bar and the tattooed man, who are regular customers, don't know how much they can drink.
He was knocked out by just one sip of the drink. This drink is too damn strong.
Is there any medicine? Someone asked. Can you please have some common sense? How can drugs work so quickly? If there are, find some for me. We are all frequent nightclub customers, how can we not know what it looks like after taking drugs?
This is not the effect of drugs, it is simply that of being drunk. Who can't tell that?
I want to take her away. That's what we just agreed on.
Lin Feng was afraid that everyone would not let him take Wang Bai away.
Let's go, this is the rule for the fish tank and the wine pool. You've seen the wine pool, and you'll see it again when you get home. No one came out to stop her. Sister Bai was not someone who couldn't afford to have fun.
At most, she would just sleep for a while.
Who would care about this when they were hanging out in a nightclub? As long as she wasn't sick, it would be fine. But this guy was lucky.
Everyone had been eyeing this piece of fat meat for a long time, but they had never succeeded.
Let's go, but you can really drink.
Wang Jian pulled Lin Feng and told him to leave quickly.
Just left like that? Why didn't anyone try to stop them? Aren't they afraid that we might do something to Wang Bai?
Lin Feng asked.
Who in the nightclub would care about this?
These guys get up on this bed today and who knows which bed they will get up on tomorrow. It's not like they will lose a piece of meat, so no one cares.
Wang Jian said. Well, honestly, I really don't understand their world.
Lin Feng carried Wang Bai and followed Wang Jian out of the nightclub. Wang Jian drove the car over and Lin Feng got in.
Where are we going now? Lin Feng asked. Let's find a hotel. Wang Jian said. Hotel? Why not go to where we live?
Lin Feng asked with some confusion.
Isn't it more convenient to go to your own place?
She and I are from two different worlds, so it's best not to interfere with each other.
Okay, there's a big hotel nearby with good security, but you need an ID card to book a room. Does she have it on her? Wang Jian asked.
Lin Feng looked at Wang Bai and said, You've lost anyway, so you'll make a lot of money just by touching it.
He took a deep breath and reached out to touch it. Where are you touching?
Wang Jian looked at Lin Feng stretching his hand towards Wang Bai's thigh. Let me see if she has an ID card in her trouser pocket. Lin Feng looked aggrieved.
Didn't you ask me to find it? Doesn't she have a bag on her back? If you want to take advantage of her, just say so. If someone carries a bag and doesn't put anything in it, is it just for decoration?
Oh, I didn't see it.
Haha, I found it. Lin Feng opened Wang Bai's backpack and found a wallet inside. The ID card was in the wallet. How many people? Asked the hotel receptionist. One person. Wang Jian said. Alone?
The receptionist looked at Wang Bai, who was supported by Lin Feng, and then at Wang Jian. My friend was drunk, so we booked a room for her.
We didn't stay there and just left after we settled her down, said Wang Jian.
Okay, pay 800 first, 400 per night for a single room, and the remaining 400 is a deposit and your ID card, said the receptionist.
Here. Wang Jian hurriedly handed the money and ID card to the front desk. Okay, here is the room card, 3025, third floor, left side.
The receptionist handed the room card to Wang Jian and said. Wang Jian took the room card and led the way, while Lin Feng followed behind, supporting Wang Bai.
After a while, they arrived at the room.
Lin Feng put Wang Bai on the bed, took off his shoes, and took off his backpack and put it on the bedside table.
What should we do now?
Lin Feng looked at Wang Bai, who was sleeping soundly.
Yes, she was sleeping soundly. Honey wine was not like ordinary wine, which would make you drunk when you drank too much.
Drinking too much honey wine would make you feel like you were sleeping.
Forget it, I'm still not suitable for nightclubs. I can't do anything to a girl like this.
Lin Feng shook his head, turned around and walked out.
Xianqing, a premium 4S store.
In the display area, luxury cars are displayed like clouds, and even at night, many wealthy people come to patronize. Lin Feng and Wang Jian walked directly into the lobby area and looked at all kinds of luxury cars: Chiba, BHP, Phantom, Ferrari, Lamborghini. Although the colors are different, under the illumination of the camera light, they form an S-shaped stream of light, which is dazzling.
Excuse me, sir, which car do you want to buy?
A beautiful saleswoman hurried over, and after seeing Lin Feng's expensive clothes, she was extremely respectful. Lin Feng spread his hands and smiled. It seems that it is true that a Buddha relies on gold ornaments and a horse relies on saddles. If he was wearing the cheap clothes he wore before, this beautiful woman probably wouldn't even bother to look at him.
And this is the charm of money. Wang Jian, what do you think of this red Ferrari?
Lin Feng ignored the female salesperson and just wanted to hear Wang Jian's advice. It is as red as a flame, full of passion, yet high profile. If it is driven out, it will surely amaze everyone. Wang Jian said a lot of things, but it all came down to two words: beautiful.
How could this luxury car, which is priced at nearly 5 million, be bad?
For her, owning an Audi would be a great luxury.
Okay, that's it, pay for it.
Lin Feng spoke casually, as if he was buying a toy car.
Sir, don't you need to test drive the car? The beautiful saleswoman was shocked by Lin Feng. Are people who buy cars so extravagant nowadays? Just take a look at it and pay full price for it? The same thing happened to that guy just now. No, thank you.
Lin Feng smiled politely.
Okay, please wait a moment.
I'll get you the contract and go through the car purchase procedures. The beautiful saleswoman was overjoyed and wished there were more rich people like Lin Feng to help her with her sales.
Ha!
Lin Feng looked into the distance, somewhat surprised. A man in a windbreaker sat on the sofa, hugging a windbreaker woman who was dressed rather revealingly, and they were chatting and laughing while sipping tea.
Isn't that the bald man?
Lin Feng smiled. It was really.
Enemies always meet each other, and he actually met that idiot here. At the same time,
the bald head was aware of Lin Feng's presence. Immediately, a mouthful of tea spurted out.
It's really fucked up.
Damn, I come here to buy a car and I encounter this.
Chapter 37 4S Store Incident.
Thinking about the hundreds of thousands of dollars that Lin Feng had cheated him out of yesterday, the bald man felt a surge of anger in his stomach.
How can a Rolls-Royce car key cost hundreds of thousands? How can a mere college student be so rich? The more I think about it, the more it seems wrong. It must be a scam. Hey, isn't this poor loser Lin Feng, who is here to buy a car too? This is the luxury car area, not a place for you to stay. Turn right when you get out of the door and go to the low-end car area. The bald man stood up and taunted Lin Feng fiercely, his eyes looking as if he wanted to eat Lin Feng alive. Suddenly, the beautiful saleswoman came over with a contract. Mr. Lin, here is the contract. Do you want to pay by credit card or? Oh, can I use Alipay? Zifubo?
The beautiful saleswoman frowned. It was the first time she heard of using Alipay to buy a car.
Ha ha ha, using Alipay? This is the first time I've heard of this. Boy, you're probably here to buy groceries.
The bald man sneered, saying that Lin Feng was here to make people laugh.
Others bought luxury cars by swiping their cards, so why did he use Alipay? Is it not possible?
Lin Feng frowned.
If that didn't work, he could only swipe the card.
Well, of course. The beautiful saleswoman smiled flatteringly and said that she didn't care what payment method he used, as long as he could buy the car and bring her sales.
Lin Feng glanced at the bald man and said proudly, "Well, give me the QR code."
The bald man glared back, extremely unhappy. In his opinion, this poor loser was blatantly provoking him.
Okay, sir, including the handling fee, the total is $5,003,000.
The beautiful saleswoman was delighted, as she could get a commission of over 10,000 yuan if she could sell this Ferrari.
Etc.
The bald man's eyelids jumped when he heard the voice.
Damn, more than 5 million.
What's the matter, sir? Asked the beautiful saleswoman.
The bald man's mouth twitched. You really have more than 5 million? Yeah, any questions?
What car did he buy?
You mean me? It's not expensive, just a red Ferrari.
Without waiting for the beautiful saleswoman to answer, Lin Feng spoke lightly.
Hearing the sound, he went down.
The bald man was instantly furious.
1,000 fucking things were going on in my head.
The shadow area is really large. Look, he just picked up another girl and planned to come here to buy a car to show off. He begged his father for more than 800,000 yuan and bought a BMW to make do with, but he didn't expect to meet Lin Feng, a poor loser. He glanced at the girl next to him who had just been soaked in a bubble. When he heard that Lin Feng was planning to buy a Ferrari, his eyes were filled with envy. She seemed to want to leave him and could not wait to rush into Lin Feng's arms.
No. I absolutely cannot let poor loser Lin Feng outdo me, otherwise where will my dignity be? The bald man had a gloomy expression on his face. He returned the Ferrari he was about to buy and said to Lin Feng and the others, "Wait, don't trade yet. I want this Ferrari too. Oh my god, I need to go to the bathroom first, wait for me."
As he spoke, the bald man pretended to be holding his urine and hurried towards the bathroom. Looking at the silly bald man leaving, Lin Feng smiled. It seemed that this guy wanted to compete with him.
A second-generation rich kid really wants to compete with me, a super rich first-generation kid? I'll crush you in a second.
Mr. Jiang, this is the last car our company will sell this month. The beautiful saleswoman hesitated to speak, looking embarrassed. Lin Feng stopped, snorted, and said disdainfully, "It's okay, this idiot wants to play, I will accompany him to the end, and let him know what it means to be the best and the worst in every minute."
In the bathroom, the bald man sat on the toilet with a gloomy face and made a phone call. "Hello. Dad, it's me. What's the matter? Didn't I just transfer 500,000 to you?"
"Dad, I just bought a BMW and was looked down upon by a poor loser."
"Can you? What? How dare a poor loser look down on my son? Yeah, that kid is too arrogant."
"Son, I'll give you 3 million right now to show him how powerful he is."
"We can't lose face for our family." "Heard." The bald man looked depressed and said darkly, "Dad, I'm going to compete with Ferrari, I'm afraid you're 3 million. What? You're comparing Ferraris? Are you sure that guy is a poor loser? Or maybe you want to buy it yourself and you want to cheat me. How is that possible, Dad? I am that kind of person. Dad, hey. Hey. Beep. Hello, the number you dialed is turned off. Please call again later. Fuck. It's turned off.
The bald man cursed inwardly, saying that his father was too incompetent. It would be great if he could be like other people's fathers, full of generosity, with millions or even tens of millions, but that was nothing to him.
Are we just going to let it go like this? Let that poor loser Lin Feng slap us in the face?
The bald man gritted his teeth and said, "No, I can't swallow this."
Ding dong. Grandpa, my grandson is calling.
At this time, the phone rang again. When the bald man saw it, his eyes lit up.
Hey! Brother Chong, what's the matter? Bald man, I finally fell in love with a girl, I think she's from your class, can you give me some advice?
By the way, Brother Chong, I have a little trouble.
I wonder if you can help me.
The bald man seized the opportunity to speak. Tell me what's the matter, Brother Chong, I'll do it for you. For a moment, Pang Chong on the phone was full of heroic spirit. Brother, I want to buy a Ferrari, but I'm short of money.
I wonder if you... What? You want to buy a Ferrari? Why do you want to buy such a luxurious car? Don't you already have a BMW? On the phone, Pang Chong was shocked.
After all, he was just a rich second generation, but only a level higher than the bald man. Although he can afford a Ferrari, it would be a luxury car worth at least several million, and he doesn't buy it for himself.
Brother Chong, calm down. I just asked you to borrow some money and I will pay it back. Let's be brothers in the future. I just want to ask you one question.
The bald man said confidently, I will definitely help you with that matter.
There was silence on the phone for a while. How much do you want to borrow?
Not much, maybe over 6 million, the bald man said with a flattering smile.
Give me the card number and I'll check the account later. Okay, thank you, Brother Chong.
After hanging up the phone, the bald man's gloomy expression immediately turned into a spirited one. Plus the 1 million in private savings and the 500,000 given by his father. The bald man now has a huge sum of more than 7.5 million yuan on him.
Lin Feng, do you want to compete with me in wealth?
You're just a poor loser.
I'll beat you to death soon. Hey, you're squatting. It took you so long to come out.
Looking at the bald man who was walking with a heartless look, Lin Feng retorted. Nima, I just thought about it and this Ferrari is quite suitable for my status as a nouveau riche, so I like your car. The bald man glared fiercely. The atmosphere was aggressive and full of gunpowder.
On the verge of happening. Chapter 38, Arrogant. You are too arrogant, aren't you?
Mr. Lin was the first to see this Ferrari.
Everything depends on first come first served, right? Wang Jian also couldn't stand the bald man's arrogant attitude. Just shut up.
The bald man glared at Wang Jian fiercely, so fierce that he hid behind Lin Feng.
Oh, you're interested too?
Lin Feng was not angry, but said coldly, since there is no distinction between first come first served, then the one with the highest bid will win.
I bought it for more than 5 million, how much more do you plan to pay? The bald man ignored Lin Feng, but just put his arm around the slim waist of the girl and asked, Baby, do you like the Ferrari here? I like it. This car looks luxurious. High-end and classy. You like it, right? Then I'll buy it and take you around Xianqing later. Really, honey? I love you so much, bah. The girl kissed the bald man happily.
The bald man looked very pleased, and then he looked at Lin Feng and said arrogantly, I bought it for 6 million, if for no other reason, just to make my little baby happy.
Hate.
The wind-squeezing girl threw a wink. The bald man is getting cocky, and that pretentious feeling is back.
6 million?
The beautiful saleswoman was shocked. This Ferrari is worth no more than 5 million yuan at most.
Unexpectedly, this bald man asked for 6 million just for his woman's smile? Are all the rich second generation nowadays so wasteful? Watching the changes in the beautiful saleswoman's expression.
The bald man said complacently, raising his middle finger towards Lin Feng.
Lin Feng sneered.
This guy just behaved like a younger brother. He probably borrowed some money from somewhere and became so arrogant that he couldn't even walk.
7 million.
In an instant, Lin Feng sent the bald man into the abyss with just one sentence.
Fuck, I want 7.5 million.
The bald man was slightly angry.
He still didn't believe that Lin Feng, a poor loser, would dare to raise the price. Why did they increase it by 500,000? Wasn't the previous export value 1 million?
Lin Feng felt that bidding like this was really cool.
Don't get complacent yet, wait until you raise the price.
The bald man said solemnly with a gloomy face. Lin Feng ignored him and lowered his head to play with his phone.
You should raise the price. The bald man couldn't help but curse, he just couldn't stand Lin Feng's loser look.
If there weren't security guards here, he would have rolled up his sleeves and started working a long time ago.
Fuck, if you don't have money, don't show off. I hate people like you who pretend to be rich.
The bald man laughed angrily, and his face gradually became ferocious. He seriously suspected that Lin Feng had reached his limit.
This is just stalling for time.
Faced with the bald man's dirty words, the beautiful saleswoman next to him was speechless.
What kind of character is this person? Even if he has money, he doesn't need to insult others, right? Is this a sense of superiority? My dear, you are so majestic and domineering. Baji. Feng Qinu flattered him and gave him a kiss. That's right, can this poor loser compare with me?
The bald man calmed down a little and didn't care about what happened in public.
Ouch, that's disgusting.
The girl rushed into the bald man's arms and the two flirted with each other. I felt sick watching Wang Jian and the beautiful saleswoman.
Turn off your phone. Lin Feng raised his head and grinned at the bald man. Do you feel good pretending? Next, is it my turn to pretend? Are you pretending? Come on, make it, and keep raising the price.
The bald man spoke.
10 million.
Lin Feng pointed a finger, leaving him speechless.
Mr. Lin, stop joking. This Ferrari is not worth the price. 10 million is enough to buy two. The beautiful saleswoman opened her mouth in shock.
Although he advised, he was secretly happy in his heart.
If this is true, then wouldn't her commission for this order have to be multiplied several times? This man's family is rich, but he can't squander it like this, right? No. Beauty, I'm not kidding. You don't understand the world of the rich.
Lin Feng said happily. When I said this, I felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction in my heart. I didn't expect that spending money to show off would be so cool. He didn't understand the world of the rich in the past. But now, he is determined to become the #1 rich man.
10 million? You are talking nonsense.
The bald man screamed. It was impossible for him to believe that Lin Feng had the ability to spend 10 million to buy a car.
Tisk, just because you don't have 10 million doesn't mean others don't.
As he spoke, Lin Feng scanned the payment QR code with his mobile phone in front of him. This guy dares to really sweep.
Wang Jian became anxious, thinking that Lin Feng was just talking.
He didn't expect that he really planned to pay the 10 million to buy a car. Of course, during the time she knew Lin Feng, her first impression was that he was rich. Like a rich young man from a certain family. She naturally believed that Lin Feng had the financial resources.
Impossible. He must be faking it.
The bald man muttered to himself.
Ding dong. Zifubo has arrived, 100 million.
Soon, a cold electronic female voice was heard at the cash register of the 4S store. As soon as this sound came out,
it amazed everyone present. Some wealthy people passing by turned their eyes to Lin Feng.
They were all wondering in their hearts which big shot was buying the car and what the luxury car that cost 10 million yuan looked like. And the payment sound was in the bald man's ears. Like a huge thunder, it struck his fragile heart. The bald man looked dazed. It seemed as if it had overturned his understanding of the world. How could a poor guy like Lin Feng really come up with 10 million? The poor guy he knew, at this moment, defeated him ruthlessly with the money he worshipped.
It's really a changing world.
It seems that the poor Lin Feng has turned things around. He was no longer the poor loser he knew. The bald man was stunned instantly. Immersed in a daze, he left the 4S store with a depressed look on his face.
Oh, honey, where are you going? You promised to buy me a luxury car and take me for a ride? You are just bragging.
Feng Qinu cursed angrily, glanced at Lin Feng, and left in frustration.
What happened to him?
A bald man in a black shirt came over and asked the bald man who was leaving.
Are you scared away by my charisma?
Lin Feng answered with a smile.
Oh. That's interesting, little brother.
The bald man smiled kindly.
Boss, you're here.
The beautiful sales lady stood aside and greeted respectfully.
How can I not come?
Shelley, please take me to see the big client with sales of 10 million. The bald man spoke calmly.
This is an opportunity to expand your network.
Being able to spend a huge sum of 10 million to buy a car is enough to imagine this person's status.
He must be rich or noble.
The reason why he was able to make his 4S store so big was that he used this to get to know many big men, which allowed him to thrive in Xiangzhou City.
Boss, he is the multi-millionaire customer.
The beautiful saleswoman chuckled and pointed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng grinned politely.
Hi. Chapter 39 Miss Wu. What? Spend 10 million to buy this Ferrari? After listening to the beautiful saleswoman's retelling, the bald man was surprised.
This Lin Feng is not here to buy a car. Although there was no intention to compete with the bald man for wealth, it was also a way to give him money.
Sir, this is truly an amazing move.
The bald man praised, saying that this kind of prodigal second generation must be flattered.
Hey, Boss Meow praised it.
Lin Feng scratched his head and smiled.
I wonder what family you come from, so I can prepare a small gift and visit you someday.
The bald man clasped his fists and smiled, also with a gangster vibe. He has seen many playboys like Lin Feng, and he will feel elated as long as he is praised a few times. Although he was not interested in rich second generations like Lin Feng, he was very interested in the background behind him. If the connection is successful and Lin Feng's family is befriended, then it will be another way to make money.
Family? What the hell?
Lin Feng was stunned.
I'm just a poor student. I don't know what family you are talking about.
The bald man frowned. It seems that this boy is quite cautious.
He said that he is a poor student? I believe your nonsense. Can a poor student buy a luxury car here? Can you spend tens of millions? Can you be so wasteful? Since you don't want to introduce yourself, why not just ask? You are so modest, sir.
The bald man flattered again. Then he took out a business card, handed it to Lin Feng and said politely, "Sir, this is my personal business card, please accept it, and call me if you have anything in the future."
As long as I can do it, sir, just ask me.
The bald man patted his chest with great momentum.
Okay, boss, since you're so polite, I can't refuse.
Lin Feng responded and took the business card. Afterwards, the few of them exchanged a few polite words. He drove away in a hurry in the Ferrari worth tens of millions, under the envious gazes of everyone.
Slow down, Mr. Jiang.
Looking at Lin Feng's departing back, the bald man had a shrewd look on his face. This line of wealth was in his grasp. Whenever Lin Feng needed something, he would definitely call the number on his business card.
Leave the premium 4S store.
Lin Feng broke out in a cold sweat.
Before, I was competing with the bald man. 7 million is indeed his limit.
But fortunately, he sent a text message to Han Shui, his 24-hour housekeeper.
The content is as follows. Lin Feng, I am being outsold by others with money now, what should I do?
Han Shui, dear Mr. Lin, you are the boss of the company and you must learn to use your wealth to pressure others.
When faced with provocations from others using money, Mr. Jiang, you can fight back. The amount of money required for the fight back will be calculated into the company's account. Lin Feng, okay. An emoticon with an okay gesture. So,
Lin Feng's pocket money is still his money, so he feels pretty good this time.
I didn't even spend the 7 million, I just bought a Ferrari. Send Wang Jian back. La la la.
Lin Feng hummed a song all the way while driving his dazzling Ferrari. There was a strong gust of air, and waves of roaring sounds. Amidst the envious gazes all around, they returned to the door of the Ace Bodyguard Company.
At the company entrance. Behind the Ace Company.
It is a parking lot, specially provided for rich kids to park their luxury cars. Lin Feng drove the Ferrari into the parking lot, attracting the attention of many rich kids. Compared with Lin Feng, he is nothing but a dwarf. They all drove their cars far away, for fear of bumping into Lin Feng's Ferrari. Seeing that everyone was staying away, Lin Feng was happy. In the past, when he saw luxury cars, he would walk very carefully and stay far away from them. If he scratched them, he would not be able to afford the compensation even if he sold the car.
Now,
when he drives a big luxury car and crushes a group of small luxury cars, the feeling is so refreshing and awesome.
As he was opening the car door and getting out. Then, in the distance, strong roars were heard, even far louder than Lin Feng's Ferrari. Boom! It was a purple supercar, shining brightly under the moonlight, looking extremely charming. There was another loud bang.
The purple supercar drifted at high speed, leaving long tire marks on the lane. It passed Lin Feng's Ferrari in an instant and directly occupied the parking space. Many rich kids were amazed by this scene. Isn't the control of that purple supercar so precise? Just that little bit. It was only 1 centimeter away and almost hit Lin Feng's Ferrari. Some people exclaimed, even if you can get on that red Ferrari, so what? That is the most enchanting light among luxury cars, Apollo. Even Ferrari pales in comparison. What's more, the market value of such a luxury car is tens of millions. It's still unclear who will compensate whom. Now. In the cockpit, Lin Feng recalled the thrilling scene and was still frightened. Damn it, who the hell is driving this car? It almost killed me. Then I heard the cheers of the group of rich kids who were watching the fun. Lin Feng became even angrier. For these people, it was a feast for the eyes, but for him, the person involved, it was definitely a matter of life and death. With a snap, Lin Feng got out of the car and slammed the door shut. Just when he was about to scold and teach that guy a lesson. Damn, I didn't look carefully just now. Wow, it turns out to be an Apollo, no wonder it is so arrogant. Humph, what about Apollo? I am a super rich first generation, rich among the rich. If you hurt me, with a net worth of 2 trillion, I'm afraid you'll have to pay for it to death. Lin Feng thought about it and rolled up his sleeves to get to work. The next moment, he withdrew his hand with a hiss. The door of the Apollo suddenly opened. What? It turned out to be a girl. Lin Feng frowned and looked at him secretly. The girl is very pretty. She has neck-length hair, delicate makeup, fair skin, and a graceful, ups-and-downs figure. She was wearing a white shirt embroidered with several golden lotus patterns, and her long legs were perfectly displayed under her black skirt. Finally, he wore a pair of gold-rimmed sunglasses. Gives people a sense of elegance. Wow! I thought it was some young man getting off the car. It turned out to be a beautiful lady. TSK tisk, it's beautiful. If this is in the Ace Bodyguard Company, it would be worth the company's money, right? You idiot, she's already a beauty, but you can't recognize her because she's wearing sunglasses? Take a good look, who is she? Suddenly, the wealthy kids around started to get excited. At this time, someone lost his voice. Oh my god. It's Miss Wu. Miss Wu? Listening to the boasting of those rich kids, Lin Feng was confused. He was just a loser before and it was difficult for him to enter the circle of these playboys. The level of contact is different, how would he know who the ace number 1 beauty is? I just think that this beauty in sunglasses is much prettier than ordinary people and is not even on the same level. Aha! The beauty in sunglasses got out of the car and snorted, then glanced at Lin Feng and the Ferrari next to him. Chapter 40 Amusement Park. Lin Feng smiled, feeling somewhat helpless. He was targeted right after arriving at the company. Lin Feng came to this company because Han Shui said she had a younger sister to take care of. Lin Feng drove to Han Lu's residence early in the morning. Lin Feng was stunned by Han Lu's house. It was like a fairy tale world, with a small castle, a cartoon house, and all kinds of cute little animals filling the yard. Is this an amusement park? Are you sure we're in the right place? Lin Feng asked. That's it. Han Lu likes the fairy tale world, so she decorated her house into a fairy tale world. Does Jolly think this is considered a crazy daughter-indulging man? Is that Han Lu who came out? Lin Feng looked at a girl in her 20s, followed by several women in their 30s. Some of them carried her bag, some opened her car door, and some held an umbrella for her. Oh, by the way, it was sunny today, so she might be afraid of getting a tan. Yes, that's Han Lu. This person is very casual, so it's impossible to judge what she wants to do today. Zhao Li said. So we still have to follow? Lin Feng knew that it was not so easy to handle. He really wanted to be one of those peerless thieves in the movies, who could handle everything in minutes. Maybe it was a wrong decision for him to do it himself in the first place. Yes, as long as you are familiar with her, it will be fine for you to just ask for her hair. Zhao Li watched Han Lu's car start to move and hurriedly followed. Oh, really? Lin Feng asked uncertainly. You'll see when you see it later. Zhao Li smiled mysteriously and said nothing more. Han Lu's car stopped. Lin Feng saw Han Lu get out of the car and come to a small seafood stall, seemingly ordering seafood. Why does she eat at a roadside stall? Lin Feng felt that rich people should be in high-end places, just like Lu Yan. A roadside stall didn't seem right no matter how he looked at it.
She likes it this way.
In her life, as long as she is happy, she never considers other people's opinions.
Zhao Li said. Just be happy. It's good to live like this. Lin Feng wondered when he would be able to live like this. Why did she give so much money?
Lin Feng watched Han Lu give the other party a stack of $100 bills.
It should be enough to buy the stall.
As I said, she is happy.
Zhao Li said. Okay, I'm sure you're right.
As long as she's happy, I'll have no problem asking her directly for her hair. Lin Feng said with emotion.
Okay, go ahead, say hello and get to know him. Zhao Li said. Is it okay to just pick someone up suddenly like this?
Lin Feng asked uncertainly.
Normal people definitely can't do that, but do you think Han Lu is a normal person? Zhao Li asked back.
Well, it's better than sneaking in through the sewer.
Lin Feng said.
Lin Feng got out of the car and walked over.
Hey, you can't finish it by yourself, can you please let me have some?
Lin Feng asked tentatively. Han Lu raised his head and looked at Lin Feng. He was quite handsome. Then he looked again and saw that there were indeed a lot of seafood.
Okay, come and eat, but can you play with me today?
Just when Lin Feng thought that his plan was ruined, Han Lu spoke.
Okay, I can compensate you, but you have to promise me one thing.
This really can't be judged from a normal perspective.
What's the matter? Anything is fine as long as you can make me happy.
Han Lu agreed readily.
Okay.
Lin Feng came and sat down opposite Han Lu.
Is it delicious?
I want to eat his seafood today.
Han Lu said. Delicious.
Lin Feng took a bite and found it was indeed well cooked, but of course it could not compare with the products in his own space.
Okay, we're done eating, let's go. Han Lu didn't get in the car and took Lin Feng to the pedestrian street. What are we doing? Lin Feng asked curiously. Set up a stall. Han Lu said and took off the backpack he was carrying. Set up a stall? What the hell is going on? Miss, you don't have to worry about food and drink, why do you set up a stall?
A few nannies came over and set up tables and chairs for Han Lu on the pedestrian street. Lin Feng was quite excited. It turned out that this was not the first time and the preparations were quite complete. Han Lu took out various mobile phone cases and films from his backpack and placed them on the table.
Do you know how to do this? Han Lu asked while holding the film. I can't do it.
Lin Feng shook his head, but he could watch others do it. Then you can help sell phone cases.
Han Lu said after thinking for a while. Are you experiencing life?
Lin Feng thought that maybe this guy was tired of the wealthy life and wanted to experience the hardships of the working people.
Just do it if you want to. It's okay as long as you are happy.
Han Lu looked at Lin Feng strangely.
Shouldn't one do everything for fun? How much is it? Well, there is no way to communicate.
The realm of thought is not at the same level at all. Lin Feng hurriedly changed the subject. It doesn't matter how much, as long as they are sold.
Han Lu said nonchalantly. Well, this guy is simply a boy who gives away money. Lin Feng really wants to do something similar to him, but he can't afford to look like him. Come and see, there's a big sale going on. Han Lu took out a big loudspeaker, turned it on and put it down.
Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard the Jiangnan accent. If he had added a few more words about the boss and his sister-in-law running away, it would have been absolutely amazing. No matter how amused and helpless Zhao Li was, she could only help Han Lu sell things. But you know what, maybe it was because of Han Lu's beauty or Zhao Li's handsomeness, but soon the stall was surrounded by people. This phone case is so beautiful.
A cute schoolgirl looked at the phone case again and finally put it down reluctantly. Little sister, why don't you buy it? Han Lu asked. This must be very expensive.
I saw it online and it seemed to cost 50 yuan, but I don't have that much money, said the student girl.
How much money do you have? Han Lu thought for a moment and asked. I only have 20 yuan. The female student took out 20 yuan and looked at Han Lu expectantly.
Okay, 20 yuan, take it.
Han Lu said generously.
Zhao Li, who was standing next to him, twitched her mouth.
What a prodigal son, no, what a prodigal daughter.
If you sell like this, even if you lose half of your money, you're considered a good manager. Boss, how much is this? A young couple asked while picking up a couple's phone case.
60 each.
Zhao Li said hurriedly, afraid that Han Lu would raise a price. It was obviously not her phone case, so why did she feel heartbroken when she saw her raising a price?
It's so expensive.
Wasn't that girl just now only 20? The man said as if he was treating you differently.
How are they the same?
She's a student girl and doesn't have much money, so we can just treat it as a half sale and half gift to her.
Besides, you're buying it for your girlfriend, right? It's impossible to buy cheap stuff for your girlfriend, right? Zhao Li said. Honey, 60 is 60.
What they said is right. How can we buy our relationship at a bargain price? Said the girl next to him.
Okay, baby, I'll buy it.
As soon as the woman spoke, the man immediately took out the money. At this time, Han Lu looked at Zhao Li in surprise. He didn't expect that this person was quite good at selling things. With Zhao Li joining, selling mobile phone cases finally became profitable.
Zhao Li, who was busy, felt like she seemed to have forgotten something, and it was very important, so why couldn't she remember it? This is for you, take it.
Zhao Li was handing a cell phone case to the other person.
The urban management is here, run.
The people setting up stalls around immediately became like mice seeing a cat, and soon all they saw were a few pieces of waste paper floating on the ground, and no trace of the city management was left.
Oh my god, what did I forget?
It was the urban management. Zhao Li was immediately panicked. She had no experience of being chased away by the urban management.
Why don't you run? Han Lu pulled Zhao Li and ran.
What about the stall?
What should I do with the stall?
Zhao Li shouted while running.
Are you stupid? Why would I care about that little bit of money?
Han Lu felt that this guy was too immersed in the role and there was no hope for him.
Huhu, how was your day?
Zhao Li asked as they stopped to rest after seeing that the urban management hadn't caught up with them.
Don't say that. I haven't had enough fun yet. Let's go. Han Lu took Zhao Li away. You don't want to play this, do you?
Zhao Li looked at the Ferris wheel in front of her.
Yeah, you're not going to say you've never played it, right?
Han Lu asked, looking at Zhao Li's expression.
I'm a little afraid of heights.
When Zhao Li was a child, her grandfather bought her a palm-sized transformer, which was the best gift of her childhood.
Who would play with this when they grow up?
Only when they saw it on TV could they recognize it.
Let's go. You said you would keep me company today.
Han Lu looked at Zhao Li with an expression that said you wouldn't regret it.
Let's go, who's afraid of who? I risked my life for my sister.
Half a day later, Zhao Li felt his legs go weak and he felt dizzy.
People who didn't know he was riding a Ferris wheel thought he had kidney deficiency. Han Lu, do you want to play more?
Zhao Li had no choice but to hold Han Lu's shoulder with one hand to stand firmly.
I don't want to play anymore.
Han Lu felt that it was his first time to have such a great time riding the Ferris wheel.
Let's not play anymore, let's not play anymore.
Zhao Li felt that she would vomit if she continued playing. This really had nothing to do with the quality of her physical condition.
Let's go bungee jumping.
Han Lu pulled Zhao Li away with an excited look on his face.
Bungee jumping? Bungee jumping?
Zhao Li really wanted to say, I'll just watch you play quietly from below, okay?
I won't disturb you. Why do we have to dance as a couple? We are not a couple, okay?
Zhao Li looked at Han Lu, who was tied to her, and tried to make her change her mind.
She was now standing on the edge of the platform and didn't dare to look down. Am I beautiful?
Han Lu looked at Zhao Li seriously and asked. Beautiful, very beautiful.
But does your beauty have anything to do with whether you dance or not?
So, you're lucky to have me as your girlfriend.
Han Lu gave a good interpretation of why whatever girls say makes sense. My girlfriend will never put me in such danger.
Zhao Li felt the wind from the platform making her whole body cold.
What did you say?
The wind was a little strong and Han Lu couldn't hear clearly for a moment.
It's nothing, just jump.
Just die, maybe it will be better if I close my eyes.
Okay, you too, are we ready to start? We've been going on for nearly half an hour, and there are still people waiting behind us. The staff really couldn't stand it anymore.
If they weren't afraid of complaints, they would have really wanted to push them out.
Let's jump right away.
He's a little timid, so we're here to build up his courage.
We can start now.
Han Lu said to the staff.
Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The staff began to count down.
Jolly hugged Han Lu tightly, closed her eyes, and looked as if she was ready to die. Han Lu was suddenly hugged by Zhao, and his heart trembled. He had never been hugged by any man except his father since he was a child. It turned out that the feeling of being hugged by other boys was different from being hugged by his father.
1. Jump.
After counting, the staff pushed Zhao and Han Lu down. Han Lu looked at Zhao with her eyes closed, and his heart suddenly started beating faster.
What was wrong with him? Ah!
Zhao felt herself suddenly weightless, then she was pulled and thrown upwards.
She screamed immediately and could only hug tighter instinctively. So handsome, he is so handsome even when screaming.
Han Lu looked at Zhao like a fangirl. Only at such a close distance did she realize that Zhao's skin is so good, as smooth as sheep fat.
How are you?
Han Lu hurriedly supported Zhao, who was unable to stand after being put down.
I want to vomit.
Zhao felt as if her stomach was churning.
Then go to the bathroom quickly. Han Lu said. Let's go, hurry up. Zhao could only bear it. Damn it, she didn't vomit even after drinking, but she didn't expect to get into this situation. How is it? Are you feeling better?
Han Lu asked hurriedly as he watched Zhao come out of the bathroom with a pale face, holding onto the wall.
Much better. Did you enjoy yourself today?
Zhao was really afraid that Han Lu would continue to play, and she really couldn't take it anymore. For a woman who can make a man say no, you can imagine what a painful lesson this man must have learned.
Okay, let's stop here today. Give me your phone.
Han Lu stretched out his hand and said.
Here, what are you doing with my phone?
Zhao handed the phone to Han Lu. Han Lu made a call using Zhao's phone, and her own phone rang.
Okay, this is my phone number.
I'll call you tomorrow. Han Lu returned the phone to Zhao, and said as he left while waving his phone in the hand.
I may not be free tomorrow. Zhao shouted as she watched Han Lu walking away. I don't care. Han Lu shouted loudly.
Zhao's face curled up unconsciously.
It was nice to have a sister like this, but it seemed like she had forgotten something. I've had enough fun.
Lin Feng looked at Zhao who entered the car.
He felt a little resentful.
He had been following her in the car for a whole day, watching Zhao play with beautiful women.
Why didn't he take advantage of this opportunity? Don't mention it, I'm too tired.
Lin Feng ignored Zhao's words, and he was acting like a good boy after getting the advantage.
By the way, where is your hair?
Lin Feng looked at Zhao.
Why didn't she take the hair? I forgot. Damn, I felt like I forgot something. You did this on purpose, didn't you?
I'll see what you'll do if it's your own sister. Lin Feng felt that Zhao just wanted to pick up girls.
Didn't he see how tightly he hugged her when they were bungee jumping? I only have half my life left today.
If you come back tomorrow, I will have to explain myself.
How can I have the mood to pick up girls? Monster, if you come back tomorrow, I will be killed. Chapter 41 Secret Love. The devilish phone rang. It was Han Lu calling.
Lin Feng hesitated.
Should he answer it or not? Take it, just grit your teeth and you'll get through it.
Zhao said as she looked at Lin Feng.
Yes, it was a matter of gritting his teeth.
Lin Feng answered the phone decisively.
Where are you?
Han Lu on the other end of the phone asked directly where Lin Feng was as soon as he answered the phone.
At home, what's wrong?
Zhao felt that there was really no place for pigs in this world after listening to Lin Feng's answer, because Lin Feng had done everything for the pigs.
Okay, where is your home? Han Lu asked helplessly, holding his forehead with his hand.
Let her wait where we had seafood yesterday. Zhao couldn't bear it any longer and whispered in Lin Feng's ear.
Wait for me where we had seafood yesterday. I'll be there soon.
Lin Feng followed Zhao's words.
Okay, I'll wait for you, right away, okay? Han Lu said. Okay, I'll be there right away.
Lin Feng hung up the phone and motioned Zhao to leave.
What took you so long? I've been waiting for a long time.
Han Lu said to Lin Feng who was coming over.
There's a traffic jam on the road.
Lin Feng looked at Han Lu, who was dressed up specially today, and felt that he was a little different.
Okay, let's go.
Han Lu stood up and motioned Lin Feng to follow.
Hee, are you secretly in love with me? Han Lu turned around and asked with a smile. How the hell do you want to say this?
Lin Feng suddenly didn't know how to respond.
Okay, you don't have to say anything, I understand. Han Lu happily led the way. What do you know about this? Lin Feng was confused, but how could he explain it? Forget it, let it be whatever misunderstanding you want. You still remember, I thought you forgot. No wonder Han Lu felt different today.
Only then did I realize that she had trimmed a bunch of hair next to her ear.
Remember, I remember everything you said. Han Lu said happily. What are we going to play today?
Lin Feng decided to spend a good day with Han Lu.
If she wasn't his sister, they would probably never see each other again. Let's go to the beach.
Han Lu always wanted to go to the sea with the person she loved. She didn't know why, but after only knowing Lin Feng for one day, she felt that the person who should go to the sea should be Lin Feng.
See the sea? Sure. Rome Province is an inland city, and Lin Feng has never seen what the sea looks like.
We're here.
Is it beautiful?
Han Lu took Lin Feng to a quiet beach.
Beautiful.
Lin Feng looked at the endless blue, the occasional chirping of seagulls. The sun seemed to be at the junction of the sea and the sky, and the salty sea breeze was something that a person like him who grew up in the inland could never experience.
You know what? If I'm unhappy, I'll come here. Han Lu told his little secret. Why are you unhappy? It's hard to imagine that someone like Han Lu would be unhappy. You know?
I'm not my parents' biological child, so sometimes I wonder why my biological parents abandoned me.
Han Lu's smile disappeared when he said this. Maybe there is some unspeakable difficulty?
Lin Feng comforted her. If it was his sister, it was all his fault.
Never mind. My parents are so good to me now. What else can I be dissatisfied with? Han Lu said with a smile. You are not a local, where are you from? Han Lu asked. Me? I'm from Rome Province.
Lin Feng hesitated for a moment and finally said it.
Then you must not know how to dive. Let's go diving. Han Lu pulled Lin Feng towards a small house on the beach. What is this?
Lin Feng asked in surprise, looking at the room full of diving suits and tanks.
They are all mine. How cool is that?
Han Lu gave Lin Feng a snorkeling mask.
How do I use this?
Lin Feng looked at the mask in confusion.
Just put it on. The air valve is switched on and off by buoyancy. It will close when you dive underwater and open when you surface. Han Lu demonstrated. Is that so?
Lin Feng put on the mask and felt nothing but a little stuffy.
Yes, let's go. You can swim, right? Han Lu only then remembered to ask Lin Feng if he could swim. Yes, but only in small rivers. I've never swam in the sea.
Every country kid goes to the river to catch shrimps and goes to the mountains to hunt.
Okay, let's swim in the shallow water today. Han Lu took Lin Feng into the sea. To be honest, the bottom of the sea is not comparable to the bottom of the small river in Lin Feng's hometown. Fish of various colors swimming around and floating water plants make Lin Feng feel like he has come to a bizarre world. Suddenly Han Lu pulled Lin Feng and motioned him to go forward with her. When we arrived at the place, we saw Han Lu dive down and swim up after a while, holding a big clam. The two men surfaced. Han Lu took a few deep breaths and handed the clam to Lin Feng. Let's go back. Han Lu was the first to go ashore. Why did you come up? He has only been down there for more than 10 minutes. This is not like Han Lu's style. I found a group of these. I wonder if there are pearls. Han Lu pointed at the clams that Lin Feng was holding. Han Lu took out a dagger from somewhere and tried to open the clam, but perhaps because he was not strong enough, he couldn't open it. Let me do it. Lin Feng used the dagger and exerted force to open the clam shell. Wow, there are really pearls. Irregular white particles were seen in the clam meat. It's too small. There's a big clam underneath, but the water is too deep and I can't get it. Han Lu said regretfully. Don't you have a deep water diving suit? Lin Feng remembered that there were all kinds of diving suits in the cabin just now. That won't do. I promised my parents not to use a deep water diving suit alone, and you don't understand. Han Lu knew that anything could happen on the seabed, and if an accident happened, he wouldn't be able to handle it by himself without professional personnel. Let me try. Lin Feng looked at Han Lu's regretful expression. He didn't know why he suddenly had an urge to scoop up the biggest clam. It's too deep, you can't do it. Han Lu estimated that they had to dive at least 30 meters.
Except for those who were into extreme diving, it was impossible for ordinary people to dive so deep without the help of equipment. I can dive for 20 minutes without breathing in our place.
Don't worry, I won't force it.
Of course, Lin Feng made up the story of diving for 20 minutes without breathing. It's just that after his physique was strengthened, the time of holding his breath increased, but he had never tried it. Lin Feng wanted to give it a try this time.
Okay, then you be careful.
Han Lu didn't know why he was particularly happy that Lin Feng was going to get clams for him. After swimming to the place he had just been to, Lin Feng took a deep breath and dived down. Lin Feng looked at a group of clams, among which there was a particularly large clam that was brown all over. However, his diving speed was too slow. He could not dive any deeper after just about 20 meters. Lin Feng had no choice but to surface again. After looking around, he found a reef nearby. Lin Feng climbed up, hugged a stone, and jumped into the sea. This time he dived much faster. This time, Lin Feng finally got the clam. It was very big, with a diameter of at least 50 centimeters. It felt heavy to hold up, and Lin Feng had to lift it up with great effort. Even with his physique, it was still a bit too much for him to float to the surface.
You really got it.
Han Lu didn't have any hope that Lin Feng could get the clam, but he didn't expect that he actually got it. He was very excited for a moment.
Come and see what pearls are inside.
Lin Feng put the clam on the ground, took the dagger and started to open the shell. When I opened the clam shell, I saw round and smooth black pearls inside. Each one was the size of a thumb, and one was as big as a bird's egg.
So beautiful and so big.
Han Lu was mesmerized for a moment.
For you, Lin Feng said. Give it to me? Do you know the value of these pearls?
Han Lu looked at Lin Feng in surprise.
No matter how valuable it is, I will give it to you,
Lin Feng said with certainty.
Okay, let's go back.
Han Lu packed all the pearls into a cloth bag.
Okay, see you next time.
Lin Feng said goodbye to Han Lu and watched her get into the family car and leave.
How is it?
Zhao Li hurried over to ask as she watched Han Lu leave. It has been discussed, but she still wants to be alone,
Lin Feng said. Turned around and went back to Xianqing City. Chapter 42 Suqing.
Lin Feng returned to the company and saw that Wang Jian and the others were also broadcasting live, so he did not disturb them.
He walked into the live broadcast room and his eyes lit up instantly. The female anchor in the live broadcast room is called Quiet Bunny.
When I entered the live broadcast room, I saw a beautiful woman with a graceful figure dancing and talking to herself.
The beauty has fair skin and delicate makeup.
She was wearing a low-cut dress and a white long skirt. She looked sweet, like a white lotus, so beautiful. Lin Feng frowned and was slightly stunned.
Isn't this Suqing? How does she become a female anchor?
Lin Feng vaguely remembered that Suqing's family was much wealthier than the average family. When she was in high school, one day after school, her father drove an ordinary BMW to pick Suqing up and take her home. At that time, they went to high school in the county town, not in a big place like Xiangzhou City. At the same time, an ordinary BMW was considered a luxury car there, especially the scene when Suqing got in the car.
She was very proud and attracted the envious gazes of countless girls.
This is also one of the reasons why Lin Feng has an inferiority complex and is only secretly in love with Suqing.
This female anchor is very sweet and she dances well. He swallowed and couldn't help but praise him.
Even his eyes were fixed on the female anchor's dancing.
That's right, don't you even look at my eyes?
He smiled proudly and said, for some reason, this time, the show was delayed to 10 o'clock. It used to start at 8 o'clock on time. Every time Xiaotu starts broadcasting, I will be the first to grab a table and give a dozen or so in tips to get on the fan list. Otherwise, when the rich come later, I will be directly brushed off. Having said that, he gave me a quick hug.
12 hugs in a row is equivalent to 24 hugs.
Because the live broadcast room has just been opened for a short time. There were relatively few people coming to watch. Soon he topped the fan list.
12 hugs from King Crabs.
Suqing smiled sweetly and thanked Wang Dong for the reward in the room. He did not disdain or ignore Wang Dong at all just because the reward he gave was small. Wang Dong smiled happily every time Suqing thanked him.
When you gave the tip, did you ever think that this was your parents' hard-earned money? Are you squandering it just to attract the other person's attention? Lin Feng asked, Old 4, do you feel at ease spending the money you gave me as a reward? Wang Jian gradually smiled bitterly. Lin Feng's reminder was correct. He felt a little apologetic for a moment. Brothers, I'm sorry. I'm too obsessed. At this moment, viewers began to enter the live broadcast room one after another. The number of people gradually increased. Suddenly, someone on the barrage said sarcastically, poor bastards are poor bastards. In order to occupy the top spot on the fan list for a while, they can only give gifts when the anchor just starts broadcasting. TSK, you want to be the #1 fan on the bunny fan list by giving me 12 cheap hugs? That's just wishful thinking. I'm going to knock you down and show you, a poor loser, what rewarding is. Soon, special effects images of roses appeared on the screen of the live broadcast room. Thank you very much for the 10 roses from Xiong Guigui. Seeing someone gave 10 roses in a row, Su Qing's face lit up with joy, and she even raised her voice to express her thanks. I love you, little rabbit. See this scene. Wang Dong smiled bitterly, as if he was used to it. Usually, after he gets to the top of the fan list like this, the rich and powerful people will come in and quickly push him down. But this person with the username Xiong Guigui really looks down on others. Damn it, it's just a few roses, why are you so arrogant? He said this indignantly. As the eldest brother, he absolutely could not stand anyone mocking his brothers like this. Wang Jian, how much is a rose? Lin Feng pondered and then asked. Wang Jian clicked on the reward item and said, a rose costs 10 yuan, and the guy called Xiong Guigui bought 10 roses, which is equivalent to a reward of 100 yuan. If we fight him, what if he beats us every time? The reward amount is thousands or even tens of thousands. Can we compete with him? If so, we will not only lose face, but also let him take advantage of us. Listening to Lin Feng's explanation. Inside the office, no one could see Lin Feng's mouth raise a cold smile. Wang Jian was puzzled. Nothing. Since he is #1 on the fan list, naturally there will be more wealthy people who are unhappy. How long do you think he can stay on the list? We just need to wait for the boss to fight with him. Lin Feng said with a smile. Wang Jian smacked his lips. That's right. Even though we didn't pay for the reward, it was enough to relieve our anger to see that guy being suppressed. Lin Feng nodded. After registering an account on Douhu, he clicked into Su Qing's room. What? Is that guy called Wang Laosi scared? Ha ha ha, a poor loser is a poor loser. Maybe he can squeeze out some food money every month to get to the top of the list, but in fact, his life is miserable every day. He just tries to feel a sense of existence in the live broadcast room. Oh, how pitiful. Seeing that Wang Jian did not continue to give gifts, Xiong Guigui started to ridicule him again. It seems that there is a wonderful sense of superiority. At this moment, Wang Jian almost jumped up in anger and wanted to fight back, but was persuaded by Lin Feng. As the number of viewers increases, some people couldn't stand Xiong Guigui's arrogance and started to give him rewards to compete with him. Soon, they were all suppressed by the bear. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Xiong Guigui, for the 20 consecutive golden roses. Oh no, it's Mr. Xiong. To express your gratitude, Mr. Xiong, you can order a song and let the little rabbit sing it. Su Cheng bit her red lips, looking like a delicate little woman. Hey, there's no need to order a song, just let the little rabbit do a sexy dance. The bear licked his lips obediently and swallowed his saliva. Okay. Su Cheng hesitated for a moment, and then her light body began to twist in front of the screen. Lin Feng took a look at the reward props. The price of a golden rose was 100 yuan. Xiong Guigui bought 20 roses in a row, which was equivalent to a reward of 2,000 yuan. According to the profit sharing, Su Qing should be able to benefit about 1,000 yuan. Can you sell your dancing skills for just a few $1,000s? Then tens of thousands of dollars, wouldn't that be? Lin Feng shook his head secretly. He didn't expect that the girl he had always secretly loved in the past could not escape the temptation of money. It seems that the charm of money is enough to distort a person's mentality. Move your eyes to the screen. Under the explosive DJ music, Su Qing swayed her white long skirt and twisted her long legs in front of the screen, which was clearly visible. In the live broadcast room, many people screamed, and some even made expressions and words like I love you, little rabbit. Love you, bunny. Love you, bunny. Some repeaters began to swipe their screens to express their love for Su Qing. Of course, these are just some users who just want to watch the show.
They have no money to give rewards, so they can only increase the popularity of the live broadcast room by swiping the screen. Some people who are well off, or even the second generation rich, can't help but give gifts. Xiong obediently drank some water with a dry mouth, and got 10 consecutive golden roses again.
Kai, everyone loves Bunny. Thanks to my big brother, Xiong Xiao. Get high.
Su Cheng took a look and saw the gifts were being given away like crazy, and she was in a very good mood.
The dance became even more vigorous. Bunny is awesome.
Bunny, your dancing is really unexpected, but I like it.
Hee, then you have to thank Master Xiong a lot. Without Master Xiong's generous reward, do you think Little Rabbit would dance for a poor loser like you?
That's right, I took advantage of young Master Xiong. But young Master Xiong is really rich. He gave out gifts worth thousands of dollars without blinking an eye. Looking at the exciting and blood-boiling dance, the users who had been suppressed by Xiong Guigui before also calmed down and started to praise Xiong Guigui. Some people even called him Uncle Xiong, Uncle Xiong. Looking at the screen, there were a lot of flattering words for Xiong Guigui.
Chen Hai snorted in dissatisfaction. What a bunch of spineless fence-sitters, what flatterers.
Looking at this situation, no one can suppress that Xiong Guigui. Let's quit the live broadcast. Looking at Xiong Guigui, who has long been at the top of the fan list, Wang Jian sighed.
Let's go.
I'm so pissed off if I stay here and watch him act so pretentious. Just when Wang Jian was about to exit the live broadcast room,
suddenly, the screen suddenly refreshed, and dazzling golden rose special effects filled the live broadcast room. Wang Jian looked all over it and was amazed. Chapter 43 Gift Incident. I thought I would get a golden rose. It's that bear again.
Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a new user named Hao Zhonghao.
The richest of the rich, give away 50 golden roses.
50 golden roses in a row sparkled the whole venue.
Directly kicked Xiong Guigui off the top of the fan list. Oh my god. Who is this rich guy?
He gave 50 golden roses at once.
He is so generous. It looks like he's planning on having sex with Xiong Guigui gang.
As soon as he entered the room, he threw out 5,000 yuan.
I'm afraid he's even richer than Xiong Guigui. Some users who were just watching the fun talked about it. Welcome newcomer, Hao Zhonghao. Wow.
Brother Xie Hao gave away 50 golden roses.
Brother Hao, you are so rich. Little Bunny loves you.
Su Cheng smiled coquettishly and blew a kiss towards the screen.
Hearing the sound, Xiong Guigui, who was drinking water, was choked.
He stared at the screen with a gloomy face.
Who is this rich man? How dare he snatch the first place from me? Isn't this just a slap in the face? Xiong Guigui immediately clicked on the gift item. Xiong Guigui, give away 100 golden roses.
Soon, special effects for rewards appeared in the live broadcast room.
Mr. Xiong is awesome.
Just a few tens of thousands of dollars were thrown away like that.
Fuck.
These 100 golden roses are equivalent to my living expenses for half a year.
Mr. Xiong, you're awesome. I'm rooting for you.
Looking at the golden rose special effects that filled the entire screen, someone started howling.
The richest of the rich, give away 520 golden roses. Suddenly, the entire screen gradually changes to a dark blue background. A heart-shaped 520 special effect composed of densely packed golden roses directly dominated the screen, causing a sensation. Oh my god, I haven't seen 520 gift props in Douhu for a while, and I unexpectedly saw it today.
Newbies, take screenshots and post them on your moments so you can show off. More than 50,000 yuan.
Damn it. We don't understand the world of rich young men.
Mr. Hao is awesome, I'll support him first.
What's that bear?
He's showing off his wealth in front of a rich man.
The first person to speak was Wang Jian.
He felt very relieved when he saw Hao Zhonghao suppressing Xiong Guigui.
See? This rich guy is really awesome. It's so satisfying to suppress that good boy.
Brothers, come together and help support me.
At this moment, Wang Jian and several others howled with excitement. The atmosphere in the company is very lively.
Lin Feng, lying on the bed, felt a little embarrassed. It felt weird to be called rich man by his friends.
Mr. Hao, so awesome. Mr. Hao, so awesome.
In a moment, live broadcast room. Then they walked out in formation. Faced with Lin Feng's wealth, Su Cheng was also amazed and couldn't help but call him rich man. Lin Feng's reward this time can allow her to get 25,000 yuan, but Su Qing is also a little scheming. He didn't try to flatter Lin Feng on purpose, because there was another man in the live broadcast room. With Xiong Guigui's arrogant temper, he will definitely fight back against Hao Zhenghao's move. The more fiercely the two fought back, the more benefits Su Qing gained. Once the two of them decide who is better, Su Qing will try to curry favor with the winner and offer herself to him. That will mean she has climbed up the tree and become a phoenix, enjoying endless wealth. Will she still need to be a host and have to please other people every day? Looking at the team dominating the screen, Xiong Guigui had a feminine expression and clicked on Hao Zhenghao's personal homepage. Newly registered today? Level, newly promoted? Xiong Guigui was a little surprised, then sneered, I guess it's some upstart who made some windfall and came here to pretend. Xiong obediently clicked on his own homepage and took a look at his level, Rich Level 3. In Douhu, rank is equivalent to a status. To reach the Rich Level 1, you have to spend at least 100,000 yuan on this platform before you can be promoted. A nouveau riche who is not even the richest one in the world is worthy of comparing wealth with me? Xiong Guigui smirked sinisterly. You know, he is an old user of Douhu. Just to reach the Rich Level 3, he spent more than 1 million. Xiong Guigui, send out a car. As everyone exclaimed, Xiong Guigui made a smug expression and said, it's nothing else, as long as the little rabbit is happy. Some blind guys also want to compete for my number 1 position. Let's see how rich your family is. Don't give up and spend all your family property in one go. By then, it will be useless to cry and beg anyone. Really? Mr. Xiong, you're so nice. I've reserved a place for you in my room. Su Qing was tempted. A car costs 88,000 yuan. As a new anchor, this was the first time she received such an expensive gift. Lin Feng said with a smile, with a competitive tone, sometimes it is wrong to look down on others. Even if they are nouveau riche, they still have to have good manners. After saying that, Lin Feng pressed a gift item. The richest of the rich, give away a supercar. The gorgeous luxury car special effects, jumping on the screen, are so cool that they completely overshadow the sedans. At the same time, the number of people in Su Qing's live broadcast room soared from 800 to 2,000. The number of people is still increasing. The reason is very simple, they are bombarded by the supercar sent by Lin Feng. You know, a supercar costs 200,000 yuan, which is enough to buy a physical car in reality. Many people felt a little painful after giving out rewards like this. When the spectators joined Su Qing's live broadcast room, they were a little surprised. They didn't expect that this anchor was a newcomer. They became even more curious about which big shot was giving out gifts here. Maybe there would be a fierce battle to watch. Everyone, look! Xiaodu's number of viewers has reached 3,000, and he has already taken the top spot on Douhu's list of new anchors today. Oh my god, the rich guy is so awesome that he bombarded so many friends and directly drove a supercar to make Xiaodu the number 1 on the newcomer list. TSK, he is truly a battle trench among the local tyrants. I am not exaggerating, but the name of the battle trench among the local tyrants is really well deserved. Great! Just slap that guy in the face. Brother Chen Hai and his friends once again praised Lin Feng and set the pace. As the rhythm led, many people followed the beat, their eyes enthusiastically, and they cheered, Are you in need of an accessory? Please let me be your accessory. Master Hao, do you need my service? I can make you want more. Mr. Hao, are you going to recruit me as your younger brother? From now on, in the live broadcast room, I will follow you and confront whoever you want to confront. Looking at these fence-sitters who all sided with Lin Feng, Xiong Guigui became a little annoyed. Just when he was planning to send out a 300,000 rocket to counterattack. But I found that the account balance was insufficient and needed to be recharged. At this moment, Xiong Guigui's face looked as ugly as if he was about to die, and 1,000 things were roaring in his heart. What a shame! All my pocket money for this week has been used up. Chapter 44, Small Matters. Awkward. Just when everyone was waiting for the bear to fight back, the bear remained silent. There is insufficient balance, what's the point of playing? His father only gives him 500,000 pocket money every week. One more day and tomorrow will be a new week. The bear took a look at the time and became active immediately. It was already 11 o'clock, and there was only 1 hour left until the new week. As soon as it's 12 o'clock, his father's company will immediately give him pocket money. Where's Master Xiong? Why hasn't he fought back yet?
Yeah, I'm waiting for Master Xiong to swipe again. Now is the exciting moment, and I haven't seen enough.
Who knows, one of them might spawn a rocket.
Rockets?
They're 300,000 each, you think they're cabbages. But having said that, I still believe that Hao has the ability to do it. Everyone was looking forward to Xiong Guigui coming out so that they could have another round of fights.
But gradually, some people became impatient and seemed to question Xiong Guigui. Is Xiong Guigui scared? Or is a 88,000 yuan car his limit? Bullshit, how could I be a coward? It's just a rocket, it will only take a few minutes to swipe it.
Xiong Guigui couldn't help it and boasted in all seriousness, I have $1 million business deal to discuss right now, so I don't have time to deal with it for now.
Can you give me an hour? We'll fight again after an hour? 1 hour? That would be 12 o'clock, right?
Most of you Tiger friends are office workers or students, so you don't have to go to work or school tomorrow.
Wang Jianli immediately came out to accuse. That's right, I guess you're looking for an excuse to slip away, right?
You're not as rich as others, and you're still bragging about your business.
I didn't believe your lies. Why not change your name to Bear Good Boy and Bird Good Boy?
Soon, Lin Feng's supporters began to curse.
Xiong was furious.
How could he bear being scolded by a bunch of poor losers?
Fuck you.
He cursed, but before his words appeared on the public screen, they were drowned out by the curses of his fellow Tiger fans.
Lin Feng's expression was calm and he didn't say much.
If he had lost, who knows how this bear would have humiliated him. After staying in the live broadcast room for a while, Lin Feng felt bored and left. Su Cheng smiled flatteringly, "Goodbye, Mr. Hao. You are welcome to come to Xiaotu's live broadcast room again next time."
The moment Jiang Zhu left, Su Qing stopped the live broadcast. Su Qing, sitting in front of the computer, was ecstatic.
The income from the reward this time far exceeded the previous record. What's more, she had met a big shot like Hao Zhanghao. Her future expenses might be covered by this kind of guy with a lot of money.
He. Su Qing laughed calculatingly. Oh my god, it's really enjoyable.
That bird is nothing but a fart in front of a rich man. Ha, in my whole life, I will never submit to a wall and will only support the rich.
Wang Jian smiled cheerfully, as if he regarded Hao as their idol. Is that rich guy really that exaggerated?
Lin Feng had a black face.
Boss, didn't you see it just now? I fell asleep.
That's such a shame, you missed such a good show.
It's okay.
That bear just made an announcement. It seems that they are going to meet up with Hao tonight. Let's continue to fight each other in Xiaotu's live broadcast room.
Whoever is a coward is a grandson?
Ha, I look forward to this grandson getting slapped in the face by the rich man tomorrow. Listening to the conversation between his brothers, Jiang Zhu also tapped his phone. I saw 2 windows with incoming messages. One was a private message from Xiong Guigui, "You upstart, continue tomorrow night."
Whoever leaves will be a grandson. Do you know who I am? I am Xiangqing Xiong. Retarded.
Lin Feng replied and blocked him directly. Then he clicked on Su Qing's message.
Su Qing sent a smiling emoji. Are you there? Mr. Hao. What's the matter?
Lin Feng frowned. Su Qing threw a seductive look at him. Master Hao, it's nothing, it's just that you gave them so much as a reward, so I feel embarrassed.
Where are you from, Mr. Hao? Su Qing asked. Xianqing City.
Lin Feng simply replied.
What a coincidence. I'm in Xiangqing too. Su Qing was delighted. Hao, you must be lonely tonight. Do you need Xiaotu to take a taxi over to sing a few songs for you? Then what? Lin Feng asked jokingly.
Su Qing smiled flatteringly. Then I will be Hao's person, and do whatever Hao wants to do.
What is it?
Lin Feng sneered. Hate it, Hao is such a bad guy, asking questions even though he already knows the answer. Su Qing said with a shy expression.
Actually, I'm an old man in my 50s. Do you believe it?
Lin Feng said jokingly. The other party was silent for a while. I don't believe it, but I can make you return to your youth. I'm tired, let's go to bed early. Seeing this, Lin Feng had no intention of continuing the conversation.
Ha, how ironic.
The girl he had a crush on in the past completely overturned his impression of her.
I'm tired?
Su Qing speculated that this sentence was meaningful.
Could it be that the rich man had finished the job long ago and asked her to come back another day? The next day. It's a new week again. Lin Feng once again received 5 million pocket money transferred from the company.
I felt quite happy as there were only over 6 million left out of the previous 7 million. Adding the 5 million that just arrived in his account, Lin Feng is now at least a multi-millionaire.
Soon, Jiang Zhu asked Han Shui out. The two came to the street at the back of Xiangqing University. The back street. Boss, what did you say? You want to transform this street into a brand new commercial pedestrian street? Hearing Lin Feng's ambition, Tang Yuqing opened her mouth in disbelief.
That's right, all businesses on this street are under my control. Han Shui confirmed with a smile. Han Shui was half believing and half doubting what Jiang Zhu said. She had also heard that this area was under the control of a somewhat prestigious gang leader named Black Wolf. If what Lin Feng said was true, then the power of the man in front of her was extremely terrifying. Don't worry, I'm here, just do it with confidence. Lin Feng patted Han Shui's shoulders and said with a smile. Han Shui stared at it, his expression a little heavy. Boss, do you know how much manpower, financial resources, and material resources are needed to build a brand new commercial street?
These are not child's play.
Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, then smiled faintly. Lin Feng had already anticipated what Han Shui said. As for human resources, I said I would leave it to him. As the general manager of UAU Group, it would be easy for him to renovate a single street.
Financial resources?
For Lin Feng, a super rich man, anything that can be solved by spending money is not a problem. Now, what we lack is a few people with strong management skills.
For example, Han Shui. He is lacking such a person now. Chapter 45 Class Reunion. None of these are problems.
Lin Feng spoke, with a hint of ambition in his eyes. In the future, this street will definitely become the most prosperous commercial pedestrian street in the entire Xiangqing city. If you are willing to join us, I will give you a few % of the shares of this commercial pedestrian street according to the proportion of your contribution. Believe me, your choice now will not make you regret it in the future. Lin Feng's serious expression startled Han Shui. This was the first time she saw Lin Feng so serious. Although he did not have a handsome face, he was resolute and had a hint of ambition that was difficult for ordinary people to detect.
It seems like this is a trend.
The innate momentum has been suppressed for a long time.
When the time comes, it will burst out and astonish everyone. I'm in. Without any hesitation, Han Shui chose to believe Lin Feng. She had a prediction that Lin Feng's future development would definitely not be confined to a small Xiangqing city. Xiang province or even the capital city would be the place where this young man in front of her would shine. Listening to Han Shui's reply, Lin Feng nodded, took out a detailed blueprint of the back street, and said, I'll have to trouble you to manage these circle areas. Take a look at the drawings. Han Shui's beautiful eyes lit up. The commercial pedestrian street that Lin Feng envisioned would directly exclude bars, dance halls, clubs and other entertainment venues, and only have some transparent industries such as restaurants, tea bars, and clothing. Han Shui nodded with a smile. If it was really built according to Lin Feng's idea, the street behind would definitely be less polluted and become a breath of fresh air near Xiangqing University. By the way, Mr. Lin, how much startup capital do you have now? Han Shui looked at Lin Feng out of curiosity. About 10 million. Lin Feng spread his hands, not afraid to tell Han Shui. After all, from the moment Han Shui joined, this woman was no longer an outsider. 10 to 10,000? Han Shui was surprised that 10 million was indeed more than enough to build an ordinary commercial street. But it is still a bit difficult to build it into a prosperous area. However, Lin Feng's next words completely eliminated all her concerns. But every week, there will be 5 million in added funds. So, funding is not a problem. After communicating with Han Shui and inspecting the situation on the next street, soon, night fell. After seeing Han Shui off, Lin Feng looked at the time. It's 6 o'clock in the evening. There is still 1 hour left before the agreed high school reunion. Half an hour later, Lin Feng bought some things nearby, then started the Ferrari and drove towards the agreed location. Bamboo Edge Wine House. It is a first-class restaurant in the city with an excellent reputation. Both the dishes and service facilities are ranked at the forefront. Park the Ferrari outside the door. Facing the envious gazes of passers-by, Lin Feng did not act too ostentatious and just walked in with a smile. Walking inside, Lin Feng was a little surprised. The decoration of the wine pavilion was all made of green bamboo. The green color was very pleasing to the eyes,
as if he was drinking with others in a bamboo forest.
This feeling is very refreshing.
Although it is not as magnificent as the Yuxianlu, it is still an excellent wine shop.
Lin Feng, why haven't you come yet? Everyone is almost here. You're the only one missing. Did you stand us up? The private room is on the second floor, room 666. It's up to you whether you want to come or not. If you don't come, don't tell us that we know you.
I took a look at the messages in the group.
Lin Feng sneered.
To be honest, he didn't want to go to this kind of party.
Ding dong.
At this moment, Su Qing sent a private message. Lin Feng, you haven't come yet?
Whether you come or not, I will wait for you. Haha, interesting.
Lin Feng smiled faintly. If he hadn't known Su Qing's true face yesterday, he would have thought that what this woman said was true.
Is that loser Lin Feng really not coming?
In the room, a burly young man spoke first.
No, I know his character. Since he promised me, he will definitely come.
Su Qing sat at the dining table, holding a mirror and touching up her makeup while smiling. Well, if Lin Feng doesn't come, then this party will be really boring.
Li Chen smiled teasingly. We are all old classmates. Is it really okay for you to do this?
At this time, a young man wearing small glasses stood up and expressed his dissatisfaction.
Hulu, I know that you and that loser Lin Feng were the best friends in high school, but so what? In the end, didn't you end up working in my dad's company?
Li Chen smiled and lit a cigarette, blowing smoke rings at the man with glasses arrogantly. If you want to continue working in my dad's company, shut up later, got it?
Otherwise, I will call my dad right away and ask you to pack up and get out.
Hearing this, Hulu fell silent.
Now I am living under someone else's roof and have no choice but to bow my head.
Hee, if Lin Feng comes, I will definitely take a good look at how miserable he is.
That's right. How can poor loser Lin Feng compare with Master Lu?
He and Master Lu are classmates, so Lin Feng is lucky. I heard that Lin Feng seemed to confess his love to Su Qing on the day we graduated.
Lin Feng is so poor that he can only eat instant noodles? He also wants to date Su Qing? It's just like a toad wanting to eat swan meat.
At the dining table, a dozen young men and women began to talk. Su Qing raised her head proudly, glanced at the high school girls, and said, "Please don't mention Lin Feng. I feel sick when I mention him.
I'm just a poor loser.
Even if you give it to me, I won't take it." Su Qing laughed sarcastically. Hulu on the side said nothing, just had a wry smile on his face. When he was in high school, he and Lin Feng were closer than brothers. Lin Feng was an orphan, so he would tell him everything that was on his mind. When he was in his senior year of high school, Lin Feng told Hulu that he had been secretly in love with Su Qing for a long time and had done many things for her that Su Qing didn't know about. For example, he saved his own food money and put a bag of Su Qing's favorite snacks on her desk every day. Sometimes, when Su Qing was criticized, Lin Feng would run to the office and plead with the teacher on his behalf behind his back.
And so on.
At that time, Lin Feng was a top student in the class, otherwise he would not have been admitted to a top university like Xiangqing University.
He
laughed at himself in his heart. It was he who encouraged Lin Feng to confess his feelings to Su Qing. I didn't expect Su Qing to be such a snobbish woman. Thinking of this, Hulu really felt that it was not worth it for Lin Feng.
And at this time, Lin Feng has already gone up to the second floor.
Lin stood outside the door of private room 666. Lin Feng raised his hand and knocked on the door with a somewhat cold look. He wanted to see what tricks Su Qing and the others were going to play.
Snap.
When the door opened, Lin Feng saw some familiar faces.
Hey, Mr. Lin, you are finally here.
I am sorry to have kept you waiting for so long.
Li Chen stood up and looked at Lin Feng from head to toe with a sour look. Chapter 46. Are you kidding me? Academic tyrant? How can you be called an academic tyrant? Lin Feng looked at Li Chen and said jokingly.
Although he did well in high school, it was too targeted to be called an academic tyrant by someone. Lin Feng found a seat and sat down casually without attracting anyone's attention.
Hey, Teacher Lin? A beautiful figure walked in and everyone stood up.
It was Lin Ruoshi. Lin Feng was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Lin Ruoshi to come because Lin Ruoshi did not inform him in advance.
Come, Teacher Lin, please sit here.
Li Chen stood up to greet her, pointed to the empty chair next to him, stood up and walked forward, wanting to help Lin Ruoshi carry the bag.
No, thanks. I'll sit here.
Lin Ruoshi took a step back, pointed to the empty seat next to Lin Feng, and said. Lin Feng's seat was not advantageous, and was in the corner. Lin Feng wanted some peace and quiet. After all, he was a big shot with a net worth of hundreds of millions. His classmates came to the party to brag, so naturally they did not take the poor Lin Feng seriously. Teacher Lin, please sit here for me. I have a few questions that I don't quite understand, and I would like to ask you for advice. Li Chen looked at Lin Feng with an unfriendly look. Why was Teacher Lin, who had always had a good impression of her, sitting next to Lin Feng? What is his merit? Isn't he just a little handsome? But can this be used to make a living? Li Chen complained wildly in his heart. We can ask the question in private. Lin Feng and I also have something to discuss. Lin Ruoshi declined politely. After hearing this, Li Chen didn't know what to say. He sat down at the table with a gloomy face and a dusty look. Everyone knows that everyone looks at Li Chen with a hint of sarcasm. Lin Feng pursed his lips. Lin Ruoshi insisted on sitting next to him, but she attracted the attention of everyone at the dinner table. I guess Li Chen must be hating him to death for humiliating him in public. I'm afraid he won't be able to enjoy this meal properly. Women. Beauty is the root of all trouble. Lin Feng sighed as he looked at Lin Ruoshi beside him. Who are you talking about? Are you so cruel as to let your woman sit next to another man and watch another man tease your woman? Lin Ruoshi looked at Lin Feng with sharp eyes, and slowly stretched out her little hand from under the table, grabbed a piece of flesh on Lin Feng's thigh, and pinched it hard. Ouch, it hurts. Lin Feng begged for mercy. Of course the pain was fake. Lin Feng practiced the Golden Sutra and his body was sublimated. On the other hand, Lin Ruoshi didn't use much strength. She just wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson. At this point, the food has been served, everyone has arrived, and the only thing left is to start igniting the atmosphere. Lin Feng, I heard that you pursued Li Qing when you were in school. Do you want to invite her to have a drink? Li Chen looked at Lin Feng and spoke first. This is so embarrassing. Li Qing covered her mouth and said shyly, like a pure girl who just stepped into society. Lin Feng felt disappointed again and again. This woman was too realistic. If it weren't for the gifts he gave her yesterday that revealed her true colors, Lin Feng would probably still be buried in the ground. No need. Lin Feng said with a decisive tone. Of course not. My father just signed a cooperation project with Country Garden a few days ago. I brought a bottle of wine as a gift. This is a good wine. This bottle alone is probably worth tens of thousands of yuan. As he spoke, Li Chen pulled out a bottle of wine in an extremely gorgeous golden box from under the table. The wine had a blue and white porcelain tattoo, which looked simple and luxurious, high-end and classy. Brother Chen, why don't you keep this wine? This bottle is not cheap. Wouldn't it be a bit of a waste to give it to us? Yes, Brother Chen, this wine is too expensive. How can we, the rough folks, drink such good wine? Please put it away quickly. Li Chen felt very benefited from the flattery, as if the face he had just lost was regained. No, this wine is not expensive, only about 10,000 yuan. What I have at home is not worth this much. I have 1982 Lafite that costs 100,000 yuan a bottle. I will treat everyone to a drink together some other day. Li Chen looked at some of the protesting classmates, waved his hand and said. This bottle of wine is not very expensive, let's have a small drink each, after all, we have to make sure everyone can get a drink. Especially Lin Feng, he even wants to drink the wedding wine? Li Chen looked at Lin Feng and said jokingly. Wedding wine? What wedding wine? I don't want to drink it. I won't drink it. Lin Feng refused directly. What a joke, taking a glass of expensive wine and drinking wedding wine. Lin Feng, you are not giving Li Chen face. He is so kind and even took out such expensive wine for you. Where can we drink such delicious wine normally? Is this wine expensive? Lin Feng suddenly laughed out loud. The people here actually insulted Lin Feng over a little wine. Lin Feng was really disappointed. Isn't this an insult? If you could insult people just because you have money, I would have been the CEO of the company long ago. Insult? Have you ever drunk such good wine? I let you drink it, and there's a beautiful woman to accompany you, but you still say it's an insult, really? Lin Feng, you have been too proud recently. You should know how to be content with what you have. Be content? All right then. Lin Feng nodded and stopped talking.
Ha!
Suddenly, a door was opened by Lin Feng, and Lin Feng walked out of the door.
Excuse me, which one is Mr. Lin Feng?
A voice was heard, and the door opened to see Ferrari's manager walking over.
At first, Lin Feng was a little confused. Why did this kid always come to him for no reason? Could it be that there was a surveillance camera at the location where the car left?
Lin Feng thought about it and felt a little scared. If it was really a surveillance camera, it would be really terrifying.
How did you find this place?
Lin Feng asked the bald manager who pushed the door open.
Oh. It's like this, my friend and I came here to eat. Just eat whatever you want here. It's my treat.
The manager looked at Lin Feng and said somewhat embarrassedly. If I had known this earlier, Lin Feng would have just bought a Ferrari, and he didn't bargain, he just paid for it directly.
After hearing this, the manager sighed and said, how can anyone be assigned to a bar? Mr. Lin Feng, have you eaten yet? How about we go upstairs to have a meal since you have come? The manager looked at Lin Feng and said generously.
The prices in hotels are naturally rising.
As long as you have money, you can sleep in the presidential suite every day. No need, I'd rather compare here.
Lin Feng refused directly.
Are you kidding? Presidential suite? I am so rich, do I still want this room? Chapter 47 Everything is fake. Mr. Lin Feng, no matter what, thank you for investing 10 million.
If it weren't for you, I'm afraid the car would have fallen asleep inside.
Really? I'm having dinner with my friends now. Can we talk about it later?
Lin Feng declined politely without saying anything more. When the managers saw that Lin Feng no longer paid attention to them, they all left to avoid making Lin Feng unhappy.
Everyone looked at Lin Feng with some curiosity. Who was that successful man in a suit and tie just now? Why was he so respectful to Lin Feng? Teacher Lin, do you have anything to say? Wang Chen looked at Lin Ruoshi and said.
Lin Ruoshi is their class teacher and is also a good teacher who is responsible for the students' work and life during their dinner parties. However, Lin Ruoshi is not much older than them, so she looks like an older sister.
I don't have anything to say here.
I hope that after graduation, all of you can work hard, find a job that you are interested in, and fulfill your dreams. Lin Ruoshi looked at everyone and said slowly.
Afterwards she stopped talking.
She had noticed that the personalities of many of her classmates had changed. Some of them that were previously depressed had become lively and cheerful.
Society is cruel and realistic.
She only hopes that her classmates will not change themselves arbitrarily when entering society. Everyone nodded, as if they understood what Lin Ruoxi said. Only Lin Feng looked at Lin Ruoshi with a smile.
Everything seemed like a dream.
The head teacher whom he once had a crush on was actually his woman at this moment. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Teams of waiters came to the door, carrying bottles of red wine covered with red cloth.
Everyone was confused. No one ordered wine here? Why did they suddenly deliver wine? Was it a mistake? Did you get the wrong room? No one here wants wine, someone couldn't help but ask. Wrong room? Impossible? Isn't this 511? I remember correctly, it's 511. The leading waiter frowned and said firmly.
Impossible, we're all here, and no one's even going to the bathroom, so no one must be ordering drinks here.
Sir, let me make a phone call and ask, said the leading waiter.
He took out the speaker and asked, 511, no wine order, 511, no wine order.
After the communication, the waiter looked at everyone with a smile and asked. Which gentleman is Mr. Lin Feng? The waiter looked at everyone and asked. Ha? Why are you all here to look for Lin Feng today? Isn't Lin Feng just an ordinary poor loser? Why is he so famous now? Why do you have to look for him everywhere? Me.
Lin Feng looked at the waiter and said lightly.
Mr. Lin Feng, these are 5 bottles of Bolton French red wine that 418 gave you.
There are only 5 bottles left in the store, all from 1986.
The waiter looked at everyone and introduced. How much is this bottle? Someone couldn't help but ask curiously.
The market price is about 150,000, and here it's about 200,000 a bottle. The waiter thought for a moment, calculated in his mind, and said.
Everyone was shocked. Oh my God, such expensive wine? The richest man who buys a house for a bottle of wine.
Everyone thought of Lin Feng and quickly turned to look at him. Lin Feng was their god of wealth. After Lin Feng came here, there has been no peace here, and there have always been big customers coming.
Since it has been sent, I will accept it.
Lin Feng thought it must be sent by the owner of the Ferrari shop. I let him go, but he still came to curry favor with me.
There is nothing I can do. Who made me so charming?
Since he wants to curry favor with me, then let him do as he pleases.
We are having a class reunion today, so let him keep the wine.
Lin Feng thought that if he was alone, he would not keep the wine.
Li Chen looked at Lin Feng with disdain in his eyes. Could this be a trick played by Lin Feng? Recruiting extras?
Pretend to be a rich and powerful man, come here to show off, and then the classmates will look up to him one by one, and the female classmates will see stars in their eyes and pledge their love to him?
As he thought about it, Li Chen felt that this possibility was extremely high. This wine is fake. Li Chen suddenly shouted. Fake? Everyone was shocked.
A man who was drinking red wine suddenly stopped, as if time had stopped.
The wine glass just stayed in his mouth, not knowing whether to drink it or not. Sir, the wines we have here are all genuine.
We have experienced wine testers here and we reject high-end counterfeit and inferior products. The waiter frowned, but still explained patiently.
I tell you, all this is fake.
Li Chen suddenly shouted, like the famous detective Conan who sees through all the evil plots. The corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, and he looked at Lin Feng with a disdainful smile.
Brother Chen? What do you mean? Li Chen's best friend Ming Chen glanced at Lin Feng and asked in cooperation.
Li Chen did not answer immediately, but was building up his emotions.
If he spoke too early, he would appear to be very uncool. Lin Feng looked at Li Chen, who was suddenly amazed with curiosity. He wanted to see what this extremely domineering rich second generation wanted to do during school. Chapter 48 Li Xiong. After a few breaths, Li Chen's emotions were almost brewing.
He opened his mouth and said, in fact, all of this is a conspiracy. God created our bodies and shaped our souls, but he didn't expect that we would have vanity at work. Lin Feng is very perceptive.
He wants to have a luxurious party venue tonight.
But he has no money in his pocket.
What should he do? He must impress everyone.
But, as he was thinking about it, Lin Feng came up with a crooked idea.
He wanted to find extras. Oh my god, he wanted to find someone to drink and act like a rich man. He probably wanted to give them wine to act like a rich man. I don't blame Lin Feng. I can understand him. There's nothing I can do. I can't blame him for this.
After Li Chen finished speaking, he shook his head and stopped talking.
Everyone had different views. Most people felt that what Li Chen said made some sense.
Only a few classmates who were very good friends with Lin Feng in school did not believe it. Lin Feng was a man who dared to take responsibility for his actions.
If it was true, it was true. If it was not true, it was not true.
Sir, you are wrong.
Our wine is genuine. And the actor you are talking about is also one of the shareholders of our store, that is, our boss.
Seeing that Lin Feng had no intention of speaking, the waiter gritted his teeth and stepped forward to speak.
Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to interrupt here? Li Chen said angrily.
Sorry, sir.
When the waitress saw Li Chen was angry, she quickly stepped aside. Lin Feng, tell me, is this person hired by you? Is this wine fake?
As long as you admit that you hired the man and the wine is fake, I will contact my father after I go back and arrange a job for you.
Li Chen used both soft and hard tactics, which is unbearable for ordinary people. They would even kneel down and admit their mistakes. But, Lin Feng is not an ordinary person. What are you admitting?
This wine is genuine, and the man is the owner of the Ferrari 4S store.
If you don't believe me, can you go to the Ferrari 4S store and take a look?
Lin Feng suggested.
Ferrari 4S shop? What are you doing there? Someone asked. Are you going there to eat for free? What does the food in the Ferrari 4S shop taste like?
Of course we go to the store to buy a car. Lin Feng replied speechlessly.
How come these students seem to have become stupid after entering society? What can they do in a 4S store? Of course they buy a car.
Where's your car? Another person asked. Lin Feng was helpless. Seeing these classmates looking curious and ignorant, he took out the car keys from his pocket and threw them on the table. Here, the car is downstairs, and you can hear the sound of the car parked upstairs.
The restaurant is not very high, only 3 floors,
but not everyone can afford to eat there.
This was unexpected. They never thought that Lin Feng, a poor boy, would be so rich. Here, these are the car keys.
Lin Feng took out a car key with a horse on it from his pocket, threw it on the table and said,
Your car? Isn't it rented too?
Li Chen looked at Lin Feng suspiciously.
There was no other way, he had to act out the whole thing. Lin Feng looked at Li Chen with some hostility.
He didn't want to prove how rich he was, he just wanted to resolve this misunderstanding.
If I say that I'm the CEO of Country Garden, will you not believe it?
Lin Feng looked at Li Chen and asked.
Ha ha ha, CEO of Country Garden? You're going to make me laugh to death. You just graduated and you're already the CEO of Country Garden? Do you know how big Country Garden is? How much assets does it have? How qualified are you, a recent college graduate, to be the CEO of Country Garden? I'm afraid they won't hire you even if you're a cleaner, right?
Li Chen held his stomach and laughed until his face turned red, as if this was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life.
You don't have to laugh, the facts will speak for themselves, Lin Feng said. Everyone shook their heads and sighed.
Lin Feng was being too arrogant. If they had said that Lin Feng drove a luxury car before, they would have believed it.
But now he was the CEO of Country Garden? What kind of international joke was this? Was it possible? What is Country Garden? A well-known real estate tycoon in China, ranked 5th on the China asset list, Lin Feng dared to say that he was the CEO of Country Garden? This is a bit of an exaggeration.
Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He originally wanted to go back and communicate with them to suspend the cooperation with Yonghui Group, but it seems that there is no need for that.
Let's just solve it now.
I guess Li Chen has this temper, and his father is probably no exception. Lin Feng remembered that Li Chen's father seemed to run Yonghui Company, a hotel chain, which seemed to be in the south and was preparing to expand into the mainland, so he wanted to request a project cooperation with Country Garden.
Boss, what do you want me to do for you?
When the call was connected, a man in a suit and tie who was reading a document on the other end of the line said respectfully,
Suspend all projects with Yonghui Group.
Lin Feng gave the order and hung up the phone. The man was a little confused and hurried to investigate the group, only to find out that the company was planning to cooperate with his own company this year.
It's just a small company. It's not worth the boss making such a fuss.
The man lowered his head and looked at the information of Yonghui Company with disdain.
This was just a small company.
The man felt that it was a bit abrupt for Lin Feng to come here for such a small matter, so he quickly made a phone call.
The boss has ordered that all cooperation projects with Yonghui Group be prohibited. All existing cooperation projects will be terminated. Yes, he whispered on the phone.
By the way, the boss ordered that if Li Xiong asks why, just say it's because of his son.
Yes.
The person on the other end of the phone immediately went to do it. Although it was already midnight, there was no point in neglecting the boss's instructions.
Who is it? It's the middle of the night. Can you let me sleep?
Li Xiong was hugging a beautiful woman in bed at this time, looking very excited. When he heard the phone call, he had to frown and climb down from the beauty.
I was just about to lose my temper. Who is so ignorant? Damn it!
I received a phone call while I was doing something. Such a wonderful moment was disturbed by this phone call. He had thought it through. If the call was from his son, he would first cut off his pocket money and then beat him up when he got home. If the call was from his subordinate, he would first suspend him from work and make him write a report.
If his attitude was bad, he would be fired directly.
Li Xiong slowly picked up his phone, looked at the resentful eyes of the scantily clad woman on the bed, smiled apologetically, and said,
Beauty, wait for me to come back. It will be there soon. Just 1 minute.
Li Xiong said angrily while looking at the beauty on the bed.
Hello, who is this? Li Xiong picked up the phone and asked impatiently. Do you have any brains? What's wrong with you in the middle of the night? You're burying your mother in the middle of the night? Why are you in such a hurry?
Li Xiong cursed continuously, and then saw that the person on the other end seemed to be stunned by his curses. The corners of his mouth turned up with a look of disdain, and he was about to hang up the phone.
Chapter 49 Love.
Li Xiong was about to hang up the phone when he glanced over and saw that the person on the phone was Manager Wang of Country Garden. Li Xiong felt refreshed, as if someone had poured a basin of cold water on him, and instantly his spirits returned to normal.
Manager Wang, What instructions do you have for me calling you so late at night?
I don't know which bastard answered my call just now. Li Xiong immediately smiled and showed no trace of his previous domineering attitude. Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Li Xiong continued.
Manager Wang, I just bought a few Zhang Banqiao paintings. Would you like to come over for tea when you are free? This is temptation, hoping to pay money to resolve this understanding.
Li Xiong, from this moment on, the cooperation between your Yonghui group and our country garden will be terminated. Manager Wang said coldly on the phone.
The cooperation is terminated? Are you kidding? The contract has been signed, how can it be terminated?
Li Xiong said coldly, his voice somewhat angry.
Manager Wang, I will come to interview you another day. Let's proceed with the contract matter as usual.
Li Xiong said when he saw Manager Wang didn't say anything. He was ready to spend a lot of money to satisfy Manager Wang. The boss gave the order himself to terminate the contract.
This is not my personal wish. Li Xiong, I can't help you with this.
Manager Wang said coldly, thinking that Li Xiong really didn't know how to live or die.
He could still sleep in the middle of the night. The company was in great trouble. An order given by the boss himself?
Li Xiong was a little stunned. He touched his almost bald head, but he couldn't understand why the contract was terminated suddenly.
I'll give you another reminder, all of this is because of your son.
After saying that, Manager Wang hung up the phone. Li Xiong didn't hang up until he heard a series of beeping sounds from his phone, which woke him up.
Son?
Li Xiong suddenly understood something. It must be that his son had offended some big shot. Li Xiong was extremely anxious and kept pacing beside the bed. The enchanting woman on the bed waited for a long time.
Didn't she say it would only take a minute? Why did she make me wait for so long? I began to feel dissatisfied.
She grabbed Li Xiong's hand and was about to drag him onto the bed.
I'm not satisfied yet, what are you doing here?
Li Xiong was already in a very bad mood, and when his hand was grabbed, he felt blocked in the heart and extremely irritated. On top of that, he already had a very bad temper.
Fuck you, bitch, stinky woman, get out of here.
Li Xiong shook off the other person's hand and used both hands to deliver a series of slaps to the woman's face. The originally delicate face was instantly deformed. 10 minutes later, Li Chen saw Lin Feng sitting motionless on the chair, talking and chatting with Lin Ruoxi from time to time. His life was so comfortable.
I say, Lin Feng, how long are you going to keep bragging?
We have been waiting for you for such a long time. Lin Ruoxi has always been Li Chen's goddess.
At this time, the goddess actually kissed and talked to Lin Feng. How could this be possible? Li Chen felt extremely stimulated. It should be about time.
Lin Feng tapped his hand on the table and said without any influence.
Okay, let's see how long you can keep bragging.
Li Chen looked at Lin Feng, who was not nervous at all, and said viciously.
Lin Feng, why don't we just forget about this?
Lin Ruoxi looked at Lin Feng and persuaded him. After all, Li Chen and Lin Feng are both his students, and she can't bear to see her students scheming against each other in front of her. Lin Feng shook his head at Lin Ruoxi and tapped her fingers. He must teach her a lesson this time.
Who made her speak ill of him all the time? Now, you can call your father and ask me if I'm bragging?
Lin Feng said to Li Chen, turned around and pulled Lin Ruoxi away. Lin Feng pulled Lin Ruoxi so blatantly, and everyone was shocked.
Lin Ruoxi was their teacher?
Lin Feng was Lin Ruoxi's student.
Lin Feng actually managed to catch up with Lin Ruoxi? This is really too exciting.
Lin Ruoxi did not resist when she saw Lin Feng blatantly holding her hand. After all, Lin Feng was her man, and she certainly could not lose face for him in public.
Li Chen instantly understood the relationship between the two and was extremely angry.
Lin Feng really surprised him.
How could an ordinary person who was originally poor and lonely be able to hook up with the most beautiful head teacher in the university?
Lin Feng definitely has some hidden means, Li Chen thought to himself. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shudder.
Could it be true that Lin Feng said he was the boss of Country Garden? How is this possible? How old is Lin Feng? He just graduated? How could he be the boss of Country Garden?
Li Chen took out his cell phone and wanted to call his father, but his own phone rang first. He looked at the contact displayed on it and it was his father.
Li Chen couldn't help but have an ominous premonition in his heart.
Lin Feng's performance today was really impressive.
Hello, father.
Li Chen just opened his mouth to speak, but was scolded by Li Xiong.
What the hell did you do out there? Did you offend some big shot? Do you know how important this project of mine is to the company?
This will be a great opportunity for our Li family to rise to prominence.
As long as we are listed on Country Garden, our market value will be doubled. Do you know that?
Normally, I don't care about you no matter how you fool around outside, but today, you must tell me what to do and get it done no matter what, otherwise I will beat you to death when you come back. I, Li Xiong, will just pretend that you are not my son. After saying that, Li Chen heard a bang and the sound of a cell phone falling to the ground.
Li Chen's fingers were trembling. He didn't expect that Lin Feng was actually the CEO of Country Garden Group.
He told him to stop and his father's work cooperation was terminated.
Brother Chen, what's wrong with you?
The lackey next to Li Chen saw that Li Chen was devastated after receiving the call and asked hurriedly.
Get out.
Li Chen was in a very upset mood.
He didn't even have the chance to yell. He just wanted to have a good rest alone. How could he, Lin Feng, do this? How could he do this? We are still classmates. Ah, how could you be so heartless?
Li Chen's hysterical roar startled many customers, who hurriedly looked over here.
Feng, are you going too far with Li Chen?
Lin Feng said as he lay on the sofa in the car, hugging the breathless beauty in front of him.
Too much? I don't think so.
If I were just an ordinary person, I'm afraid my fate would be 100 times worse than his.
This world is cruel. I can only say that I am much kinder than him. Chapter 50, The Richest Man in China.
Lin Feng gently stroked the beauty's hair and said.
Lin
Ruoshi said softly and closed her eyes obediently.
Honey.
Lin Feng lowered his head.
What's wrong with you today? Why are you so tired?
After Lin Ruoshi said this, she fell into a deep sleep due to exhaustion.
Lin Feng didn't say anything. He was tired and just wanted to sleep.
Lin Feng smiled.
Today was the first time he took the initiative to satisfy this woman.
Before, Lin Feng was too tired to do anything and had to accept it passively.
Today, it was finally his turn to take the initiative. Lin Feng knew that all this was probably due to the Golden Sutra.
Lin Feng was bored and was flipping through his phone when suddenly the news homepage popped up.
It says on it, China Asset Ranking.
Lin Feng looked at the date.
September 8th was indeed the day when the China ranking was updated.
The Huaxia list is collectively referred to as the Huaxia Asset List, which is a unified asset assessment conducted by Huaxia Bank, so basically everything cannot escape their eyes. Lin Feng casually clicked on the entry, wanting to see what big names would appear this year. His careless eyes were startled and immediately became focused.
My God, this is the number one on the list. Lin Feng's eyes widened.
The number one on the list actually had two elegant regular script characters written on it, Lin Feng. Lin Feng was speechless.
Didn't the system allow him to hide his assets? What was going on? How long had it been since he started? He acquired 2 companies? He became the richest man in China?
The key point is that the change happened too quickly. Lin Feng searched on the internet, but there was no detailed information about himself yet, and the photo only showed a blurry back. Lin Feng knew that once his identity was revealed, many people would come and secretly take photos of him.
Hello? Wang Jian? What's the matter?
Lin Feng asked, looking at the phone.
Boss, have you seen it? My fans are discussing something about the China asset list? Wang Jian's voice sounded on the phone. I just saw this list too. What's wrong? What's going on? Lin Feng asked. Feng, of course it's okay. The person who topped the Huaxia asset list is actually Lin Feng. He has the same name as you. Don't you think it's funny?
I didn't expect that his name is also Lin Feng.
Wang Jian's voice sounded on the phone, accompanied by bursts of smirk.
Lin Feng didn't laugh, but spoke seriously into the phone. I am that Lin Feng, and I am the one at the top of the China asset list. Lin Feng said with a serious face.
Feng, are you kidding? Did your brain get burned out from staying up late these past few days? You are still the top of the Huaxia asset list? Then I am.
When Wang Jian saw Lin Feng starting to brag, he thought for a moment, retracted his hand that was pointing at the sky, and prepared to start bragging as well.
Jian, I'm really not kidding. Do you think it's necessary for me to lie to you?
Lin Feng said helplessly, his voice full of seriousness. Hearing Wang Jian sigh, he suddenly smiled bitterly.
Feng, are you really the richest man at the top of the China asset list? Wang Jian confirmed.
Yes, I'm not lying to you, I am the top of the China asset list.
Lin Feng listened to Wang Jian's voice and said seriously.
Wang Jian's originally crooked body was stunned for a moment. Oh my god, Lin Feng is actually the richest man in China.
My good brother turned out to be the richest man in China, my god, this is too awesome.
Lin Feng didn't know how to explain the reason to Wang Jian, so he just said a few words and hung up the phone. Lin Feng leaned against the car, and perhaps because of the tiredness after exercise, he fell asleep unknowingly. When he woke up, it was already 6 o'clock. Lin Feng opened his eyes and saw Lin Ruoshi in his arms still sleeping. Patting her shoulders and looking at her cute appearance, Lin Feng couldn't help but say, "Why are you so sleepy?
Isn't it because you were too tired last night?"
Lin Ruoshi complained, looking at Lin Feng with a hint of resentment in her eyes.
Tell me, how do you want me to compensate you? Lin Feng asked.
Take me to eat delicious food. Lin Ruoshi said.
No problem.
Lin Feng assured, causing the other party to complain.
The cell phone rang. Lin Feng touched the phone, it didn't seem to be his.
Lin Ruoshi glanced at her phone, then frowned, but still answered the call.
Hey, Dad.
Lin Ruoshi said in a low voice. About 10 minutes later, Lin Feng saw Lin Ruoshi's face full of despair and couldn't help but ask.
What's wrong with you? No, nothing.
Lin Ruoshi looked at Lin Feng and said hesitantly.
However, how could this escape Lin Feng's eyes?
Lin Ruoshi was his woman, so he naturally had the obligation to solve all of Lin Ruoshi's troubles.
Just tell me if you have anything to say.
Don't worry, there is probably nothing in the entire Xiangqing that I can't solve. Lin Feng said without any bragging and spoke very conservatively.
My dad will be here soon.
Lin Ruoshi still spoke hesitantly, with reluctance on her face, but the other party was her father, so she didn't say much.
Your father? Lin Feng frowned. Yes.
Lin Ruoshi nodded obediently.
Has your father quit his gambling addiction? Lin Feng asked.
No, he always says he has quit smoking, but he never lends me money. Every time he comes to me, he either borrows money or steals money directly from home.
He just takes whatever is at home.
Lin Ruoshi said aggrievedly.
Is that so? I guess I have to find a way to solve it.
Lin Feng touched his chin, thinking.
Well, I'll go meet your father.
Lin Feng suggested.
You want to meet my father? This might not be a good idea?
Lin Ruoshi hesitated.
What? Are you afraid that your father will find out about our relationship?
Lin Feng looked at Lin Ruoshi and began to tease her.
No way. I'm just afraid that my father will ask you to borrow money.
Lin Ruoshi was afraid that Lin Feng would misunderstand, so she quickly shook her head and said.
I'm just kidding.
Don't worry, your father will definitely change after this experience. Lin Feng looked at Lin Ruoshi and assured her.
He will definitely change? How? He has been addicted to gambling for decades, it's not easy to quit.
Lin Ruoshi persuaded from the side.
Don't worry, I have a way.
Lin Feng patted his chest and couldn't help but said. His hand unconsciously touched a certain place, causing the other party to laugh. As Lin Feng spoke, he drove the red Ferrari towards the station. The station was not far away, but there were a lot of people. However, Ferraris were generally not to be trifled with, so they all wanted to go farther away.
Feng, let's not go and take a look, right? Lin Ruoshi pulled Lin Feng's hand and said with all her might. She didn't want Lin Feng to go over. Chapter 51 Son-in-Law.
No, this matter must be resolved today. Lin Feng looked at Lin Ruoshi and said firmly. Lin Feng drove the car to the station and waited for about 10 minutes. A middle-aged man wearing a short shirt and shorts and with a weathered face walked over. The old man looks upright and has a good character, and he doesn't look like a gambling addict. Lin Ruoshi waved her hand. When the other party saw Lin Ruoshi, his face lit up and he ran over excitedly.
Ruoshi, you are here? Lin Hantang looked at Lin Ruoshi and said excitedly. Hello Uncle Lin, I'm Ruoshi's boyfriend, my name is Lin Feng.
Lin Feng extended his hand very gentlemanly and took the initiative to greet Lin Hantang. Seeing that Lin Feng looked handsome and honest, Lin Hantang did not refuse and shook hands with him.
Ying, you found a good boyfriend. He's quite handsome.
Lin Hantang saw Lin Feng and praised Lin Ruoshi.
Xiaofeng, where are you from? What business is your family in?
Lin Hantang began to ask. My family is from this place, my parents are both retired, and I opened my own company.
Lin Feng said. You started a company at such a young age? Not bad.
Very good, young man. You have surpassed 99% of your peers. Lin Hantang looked at Lin Feng again and praised him. The more he looked at this son-in-law, the more he liked him.
Let's go, uncle, let's go home and talk about it. Ruwashi has prepared a table full of delicious food for you.
Lin Feng suggested.
Okay, I haven't tasted my daughter's cooking for a long time.
Lin Hantang licked his lips, looking a little impatient.
Ruwashi, there are only 2 seats in the car. Why don't you take a taxi back first? My uncle and I will be there soon.
Lin Feng said, pointing to the red Ferrari next to him.
Okay, drive slowly.
Lin Ruwashi reminded, then took a taxi on the side of the road and left.
Xiaofeng, your car is not cheap, right?
Lin Hantang asked curiously as he looked at Lin Feng's very unique car.
With the advent of the internet age, Lin Hantang has seen many videos about luxury cars on the internet. Over time, he has gained some basic understanding of these cars. It's okay, it's not expensive.
Lin Feng said modestly, opened the car door, and Lin Hantang went in first.
How much does this car cost?
Lin Hantang asked subconsciously as he looked at Lin Feng. He felt that Lin Feng came from an extraordinary family, so how could he drive such a luxurious car at such a young age?
Probably about 5 or 6 million.
Lin Feng said, and then started the car. Lin Feng got into the car, his mouth curled up, thinking to himself that he must teach Lin Hantang a lesson this time.
Lin Feng wanted to help him quit his gambling addiction. Okay, we're here. Lin Feng walked to the door of a hotel. Xiaofeng, where is this? Didn't we say we were going home for dinner?
Lin Hantang looked at the magnificent hotel in front of him and said with his eyes wide open.
This is our inheritance.
After Lin Feng finished speaking, he took the lead and walked into the hotel. In the luxurious presidential suite, as soon as the door opened, Lin Hantang was pushed onto the table by Lin Feng.
Tell me, are you addicted to gambling? Did you come back this time to get your daughter's money? Lin Feng asked. How is that possible? Why should I want my daughter's money? What gambling addiction? I don't have it.
Lin Hantang looked at Lin Feng in a counter-detective manner and said.
Come on, put your hands out.
Lin Feng called Lin Hantang to my side and began to educate him.
Do you want to quit your gambling addiction?
Lin Feng looked at Lin Ruwashi and asked curiously.
I'm not addicted to gambling.
Lin Hantang refused to admit it.
No, right?
Lin Feng said, then took out a pen from the table and stabbed it down.
Lin Hantang wanted to dodge.
Lin Hantang wanted to run away immediately, but there was no other way, so Lin Feng had to use force. He grabbed Lin Hantang's hand and thrust the pen downward with force, sticking it straight in the gap between his 2 fingers. If it was a millimeter shorter, it would have probably pierced into the finger. More importantly, when Lin Hantang saw the big hole on the table made by the pen, he couldn't help but sweat. If the pen had pierced his finger with such a strong force, what would happen? I'm afraid it would have been broken long ago. If you gamble again, you won't have your hands left. Lin Feng said coldly to Lin Hantang. The latter shuddered. Lin Feng had no intention of making things difficult for him. He was Lin Ruwashi's father, which meant he was Lin Feng's father.
Seeing the situation, Lin Hantang didn't dare to stay for dinner. He just left happily.
Lin Feng sat in the car and called Lin Ruwashi to tell her that his father had just passed away. The latter was a little surprised. She knew her father well. He would never give up until he reached the Yellow River.
Now he just left without saying anything?
The cell phone rang. Lin Feng took a look. It was Han Shui who opened the call. Lin Feng had already arranged an official position for Han Shui, and she was his personal butler.
He could communicate with her about anything. Boss Lin, actually, we're running into a little trouble right now. How should I put it? It's on our pedestrian street.
Every night, there's always a group of bad boys making trouble there. Many businesses are complaining, and this has a great impact on us. Han Shui said in the passenger seat of the Ferrari.
What is street bombing?
That is, a group of bad boys drove those modified ghost fires and revved the accelerator recklessly, affecting the sleep of nearby residents.
That's easy.
I'll go there tonight and teach those bad boys a lesson," Lin Feng said casually while driving. Perhaps it is because of his different identity now, and the fact that he is a bona fide big boss, Lin Feng's state of mind has changed slightly. Lin Feng seemed to think of something and smiled faintly, thinking of the goddess he had secretly loved for 3 years. Han Shui felt surprised. How could a man of his status and experience of the world have a crush on a vain girl? However, Han Shui is a smart woman and she knows what to ask and what not to ask. So, seeing that Lin Feng didn't want to dwell on this topic for too long, she stopped talking. "Let's go. I'll take Wang Jian to the pedestrian street first." As soon as the green light came on, Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Because the sports car had 2 seats, Wang Jian followed Lin Feng in a car he had just bought with a loan. This invested pedestrian street is called Nanching Street. Before this pedestrian street had never been operated by a dedicated person. After Lin Feng took over, he saw that there were some areas that needed improvement, so he handed it over to Han Shui for management. It was originally scheduled to be completed at the beginning of the year, but because some workers worked overtime overnight, it was completed 2 months earlier. Now this South City street looks brand new, and the flow of people is a lot more than usual. But Lin Feng knew that these were all temporary. Because people always pursue novelty. Once the novelty wears off, the flow of people will definitely decrease, which will give Lin Feng a critical blow. So, Han Shui made the suggestion just now in the coffee shop. In fact, Lin Feng and Wang Jian had both been to this pedestrian street when they were in college, so let us just take a quick look. "Mr. Lin." The Ferrari stopped and saw Lin Feng and a strange man walking over. 2 security guards at the door trotted over respectfully. "When you enter the company, you can see high-end decoration everywhere. Very impressive. What a big company, Lin Feng, is this your company?" Although Wang Jian had always been mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be surprised when he saw such a tall building. "Yeah." Lin Feng nodded casually. "Let's go. I just contacted the company's top management. I'll take you to the meeting first." Han Shui led the way for the 2 of them. Along the way, the junior employees in the company greeted Lin Feng one by one, very respectfully. Everyone was talking quietly. Hey, I don't know what happened a few days ago, but the original president of our company suddenly resigned, and then Han Shui came directly here. Who do you think this mysterious chairman is? Could it be this young man in front of us? Didn't you see the president leading the way for him and introducing the company environment? Oh my god, if that's true, then isn't this chairman too young? Yeah, and he's pretty handsome, right? Well, I think it's very likely, and that man might be a descendant of a big family who bought the company, and President Han is a woman he kept. Hey, do you think the chairman will be interested in me? After all, I heard that the president was just a bodyguard before. Go play somewhere else, you idiot. Even if the chairman is blind, he won't be interested in you. They all talked in low voices. Although he had no idea what they were talking about, Lin Feng still gave them a smile one by one, then got into the elevator with Han Shui and Wang Jian. Then, we came to the president's office. Mr. Lin, Mr. Wang, wait a minute. I'm going to go and notify everyone to start the meeting. Okay, Han Shui, go ahead. Lin Feng waved his hand. Han Shui nodded, stood up and left, closing the door behind him. It is true that she is Lin Feng's personal financial advisor, but Lin Feng handed this project to her some time ago, so she temporarily became the company's president. In fact, because Han Shui represents the chairman, she has a lot of power in the company these 2 days. Hey, Lin Feng, you are really awesome now. You actually have such a company. Look at this office building, how impressive it is. And all the decorations in this office, high-end calligraphy and paintings, etc., in one word, awesome. Wang Jian had to give Lin Feng a thumbs up. In fact, even if Lin Feng didn't say it, he knew that this guy was definitely a hidden rich second generation, and he was definitely pretending to be poor during his 3 years in high school. Lin Feng didn't know what to say. Could he still say that he had become rich out of nowhere? As for this company, how should I put it? He estimated that it was not as powerful as the Leishing group of Mr. Li back then, right? However, he was able to drive the prosperous Li family out of Xiongzhou with just one phone call from his personal butler. This is truly awesome. Lin Feng's heart was shocked and trembling. Hey, I say, you are doing so well now, there must be a lot of beautiful girls in school who are willing to pay attention to you, right? Wang Jian smiled and put his arm around the boy's shoulder.
Damn, if you were so awesome, why did you keep such a low profile at the high school reunion that day? Forehead. Lin Feng didn't know what to say. Ha, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. I think there's something wrong with the way Miss Han looks at you. I guess you have some unclear relationship with her, right? Wang Jian laughed.
Go, don't talk nonsense, she and I just have an ordinary relationship, at most we are just good friends. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at him.
But you know what, it really sounds exciting to my ears. It really feels good to have money. Ha ha ha. Wang Jian smiled again and was about to say something.
A woman in business attire suddenly pushed the door open and said, Chairman, Mr. Wang, where should we put your coffee?
As for why Lin Feng is called the chairman?
Han Shui has just explained this to the secretary.
Well, just put it on the coffee table over there.
Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. Feeling the surprise and respect in the female secretary's eyes, he felt very proud. In fact, not only him, but even Wang Jian felt proud.
Chapter 52, Invalidity of Objection. Half an hour later. In the conference room.
At this time, the company's senior executives came here one by one to hold a meeting, including not only company employees, but also some small shareholders and major shareholders. The chairman hasn't arrived yet, so they are all discussing in low voices. Compared to the information blockage of the junior staff, these senior executives, including some shareholders, knew something, but it was not comprehensive. In short, they were all curious about the new chairman. As the door of the conference room was pushed open, the first person to enter was a young man wearing a black vest with a coat on the outside. He was very young, probably around 20 years old. After that, Han Shui and Wang Jian followed the young man and walked in step by step. Han Shui came in front of everyone and introduced. First of all, let me introduce you to this person, the chairman of our Lin Feng company, Mr. Lin Feng. This one is Mr. Lin's high school classmate, Wang Jian, Mr. Wang.
Everyone applaud. Pa pa pa.
As Han Shui finished his words, applause broke out more or less throughout the conference room. However, it was not as enthusiastic as expected, with only a few scattered people applauding.
Han Shui frowned. Aren't these people too presumptuous? When meeting the chairman, he didn't show any respect at all? Not to mention the shareholders, even some senior executives looked indifferent, as if in their eyes he was not the chairman but a small employee. To a greater or lesser extent, they all showed an attitude of superiority. After all, which one of them who has made it to the top of such a large company is not a graduate of a prestigious university? Or, which one of them is not a business elite? They have been in the business world for so many years, and they have fought their way to their feet step by step. Which one of them would assist a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet? Wang Jian also frowned and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng pulled out a chair, sat in the first seat, put his hands on the table, and smiled faintly at everyone in the conference room. Now, the chairman's shares of the original company are transferred to me, and I am the chairman of this company. Do you have anything to say?
Faced with the intimidating aura of these superiors, Lin Feng remained calm.
It was as if an even stronger momentum was pressing back. He could even destroy the Li family at will, so why would he be afraid of these few small employees and small shareholders? Yes, in Lin Feng's view, these senior executives are just a few small employees. This is arrogance. This is a kind of confidence. This is the confidence that his personal butler Li Jingxian gave to Lin Fengnuo.
Chairman, excuse me for asking, how old are you this year? Below, a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses looked at Lin Feng and smiled slightly. As he asked, everyone turned their eyes to Lin Feng.
20.
Lin Feng smiled.
I see. However, are you sure that with your age and qualifications, you can serve as the chairman? The middle-aged man smiled again. His name is Li Ming. He is the human resources director of this company.
He is now in his 30s and has been working in this company since he graduated from university. Now that he has finally reached this position, he really doesn't want to have an incompetent chairman to take charge of the company. Although, his salary has remained the same anyway. But if the company goes bankrupt or goes downhill in the future, it will not be so easy to make money. Moreover, it is not easy to find a job you like by changing jobs these days. Of course I can. I know what you're thinking. I'll tell you the truth. I have no control over the company's affairs, nor do I want to. I plan to appoint this gentleman next to me as the CEO of this company. Do you have any questions? Lin Feng looked at everyone with a smile. His words are as good as gold.
Since he said that the management would be handed over to Wang Jian, then the management would really be handed over to Wang Jian. Lin Feng.
Wang Jian opened his mouth and felt moved.
Boss, you are awesome. You know, he is the same age as Lin Feng.
Although he believed that he had a talent for business, he had never put it into practice. Now, Lin Feng gave it to him just like that.
How could he not be moved?
He knew that all this was because Lin Feng did this for the sake of their brotherhood.
Hiss. Everyone in the conference room couldn't help but gasp when they heard it. It was so horrible. Do you guys really think that the company is a game for you kids to play house? Shock. Surprise. Stunned. Isn't this too sloppy? Why?
After being surprised, someone was the first to yell. His name was Li Hao, and he was a small shareholder of this company. You must know that Lin Feng's arrangement was related to his own interests. Although he could withdraw his investment because he was dissatisfied with the chairman's arrangement, although this commercial street was in recession, it could at least bring in more or less dividends every year.
How could he bear to withdraw his investment?
Everyone looked at the chairman in surprise, with surprise, secret joy, and indifference in their eyes. Lin Feng seemed to know what everyone was thinking. He smiled and said word by word, "No reason, because I have a lot of money."
No reason, because I have a lot of money. This sentence has been lingering in everyone's ears. Damn it, it's none of my business how much money you have. Can you share it with us? This also indirectly shows that the newly appointed chairman is most likely a fool. He actually chose a child to be the CEO. That means there will be a lot of money to be made in the future.
For a moment, many old foxes understood each other tacitly. They looked at each other, but no one stood up to oppose.
Anyway, let the company go bankrupt and lose money, it's not their personal assets, don't you think? I don't agree.
Li Hao was the first to jump out.
How could he not know what those old foxes in the conference room were thinking?
Even though he can cook the books, he has too many shares. If he makes a mistake in decision making, whether he loses money or not is another matter.
But if he makes some profit, even if he can recover a little, he will also bear the risk from the legal aspect, right? It is reasonable for him to stand up and refute it. You don't agree?
Then may I ask, how many shares do you have? Lin Feng looked at Li Hao curiously.
8%.
Li Hao's voice was firm.
Don't underestimate these 8 points.
Among assets worth hundreds of millions or even hundreds of millions, his 8% would mean millions, or even tens or 20 million. What's more, the market value of this pedestrian street is not just a few hundred million. Oh, but I own 51% of the shares, so your objection is invalid. Lin Feng said lightly.
It's amazing how wonderful it is to be a successful person. Chapter 53 Meeting. Li Hao was furious. However, what Lin Feng said was true. What are you talking about?
Although I have a lot of money, I am not someone who plays around with investment.
Why don't you take a look at my friend's ability first?
As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, everyone was speechless.
No matter how capable a 20-year-old boy is, he can't become a CEO all of a sudden, right? This position is equivalent to acting chairman.
Li Hao was speechless. Look at other rich second generations.
Which of them didn't work at the grassroots level for 2 or 3 years after graduation? How could anyone become a chairman directly? Even if you have a lot of money, it won't work. Student Wang Jian, please sit down and speak.
Lin Feng ignored him, stood up, and pushed Wang Jian to the first seat with a smile. Wang Jian immediately rolled his eyes at Lin Feng.
Damn, this is a company after all. Do you think this is a university dormitory? So is it really good to be cheerful? Next, Wang Jian began to face everyone.
Wang Jian felt the sharp gazes of those superiors, which made him feel a little uneasy. He swallowed nervously and looked up at Lin Feng in surprise.
This kid, how did he manage to smile so happily in front of these big shots just now? Doesn't he feel any pressure at all? Wang Jian was surprised, but he didn't say anything. With a nervous heart, he mustered up the courage to speak. Well, everyone, please be quiet for a moment and listen to the plan between me and the chairman, okay? No one interrupted and everyone continued to look at Wang Jian in front of them.
Wang Jian felt much more at ease when no one jumped out to refute him as he had imagined.
Today he is wearing a suit and taking a deep breath. Slowly said. It's like this.
The chairman, President Han, and I just discussed it at the coffee shop. We plan to develop an uninhabited island in the sea in front of the pedestrian street as a tourism project.
It will attract many foreign tourists.
Of course, I know this project requires a huge amount of money, but it has nothing to do with everyone's interests, so let's not talk about this for now.
Then,
before Wang Jian could finish his words, he was interrupted. Someone in the conference room started to sneer. You know that this tourism project requires a lot of money, so I would like to ask the chairman, do your family members support you spending so much money?
Yes, you heard it right, it's a spendthrift.
Maybe what that person said was a little harsh, but that's the truth. No one would believe that two 20-year-old guys and President Han, who used to be a salesgirl, could come up with any great plan. But it was also because of this that Lin Feng's business empire was later established, which was regarded as a business legend by later generations.
Of course, this is all later.
Yes, Chairman, although we, the older generation, are very pleased that you young people have the courage to start a business, but business is not a joke.
Why don't you let your family manage it?
Yes, Chairman, since you have so much money to mess around at such a young age, I guess your family must be very scary, right?
In that case, why don't you let your family handle it? I think your family doesn't want you to lose even a few $1 billion, right?
You know, the power of capital is rolling, and once it fails, it will definitely be hell on earth.
Perhaps everyone had good intentions, but Lin Feng, who was standing behind Wang Jian, sneered, a few billion is a lot? Of course, aren't billions a lot? This is something that there is no doubt about. If billions are not a lot, then what is a lot? Chairman, as far as I know, there seems to be no big family in Xianzhou with the surname Lin? At this moment, Li Hao laughed. For this guy, a few billion is not a lot, so what the hell is a lot? You know, there are still many listed companies in the market that don't have that much market value, okay? Well, even if there is, that is someone else's asset. How can they have billions of cash flow?
After saying this, Li Hao paused and continued. Chairman, I would like to give you a piece of advice. If you use loans to invest, your move is likely to bring a huge crisis to your family. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, you are simply talking nonsense.
You know, let alone the big families in Xiangqing, even in Beijing, which one has a cash flow of billions? And it's for a fledgling kid to start a business? Also, even if there is a big family with such abundant funds, they are definitely not fools. I don't believe they would give billions to a kid to start a business and buy experience.
After finishing speaking, Li Hao stood up. At this point, there is no way to discuss this meeting.
So you think I don't have the money?
There was a hint of teasing in Lin Feng's eyes.
It came just in time. This was the rhythm of showing off and getting slapped in the face.
Then, he could ask Han Shui for money instead of waiting until every Monday to receive funds. At this moment, Lin Feng was naturally happy. But in everyone's eyes, he looked like a hot-blooded young man who was extremely concerned about his reputation and made such a boast. After all, things like billions are too fantastic for everyone.
What do you think?
Li Hao sneered.
The feeling that Lin Feng gave him was like, don't you believe that I can blow up the earth with one punch? However, is this possible? It's like an ant trying to shake an elephant. What a joke. What will you say if I can prove that I have billions in my hands?
Lin Feng strode forward, step by step, and came in front of Li Hao, as if looking down at him.
Then I can tear my head off and let you kick it like a ball. Yes, I swear. Li Hao blurted out without hesitation. That's a man of great righteousness.
For a moment, the entire conference room was filled with tension.
They were both arguing. Good. That's what you said. Remember what you said.
At that moment, Lin Feng took out his mobile phone, found Han Shui's number in the address book, and when he was about to call, Han Shui had already arrived in front of Lin Feng.
Chairman, do you think this is a bit of a problem? Han Shui couldn't help but be surprised.
She knew that Lin Feng's identity was definitely extraordinary, but he didn't have the power of billions with just one phone call. If so, this guy is definitely Gates' son.
Yeah, Lin Feng, don't play too big.
Wang Jian also stood up and walked to Lin Feng, unable to help but feel worried.
I say, young man, this is the first time I've met someone as proud and pretentious as you.
Seeing this, Li Hao was delighted and spread his hands helplessly, but I didn't say what the consequences would be if you couldn't pay billions. Actually, losing face is a small matter, but losing the prestige of the chairman in front of everyone is a big deal.
Don't worry, I will definitely prove it to you. If not, this company will be yours in the future.
After saying this coldly, Lin Feng walked to the French window with one hand in his pocket in front of everyone and made a phone call.
Chapter 54 Confidence. Send me some money.
Lin Feng spoke somewhat embarrassedly. After all, it's billions of dollars, and this is no joke.
He is not sure whether Scorpion can transfer the money.
But deep down, Lin Feng still believed that she would transfer the money.
Sure enough, what happened next was just as Lin Feng had expected. On the other end of the phone, Scorpion said without hesitation, "Okay, boss."
"Well, thank you," Lin Feng said. After all, he and Scorpion had only met once, and Scorpion was also one of the shareholders of the Ace Group.
"You're welcome. This is your money. There's no need to thank me. How much do you want?"
Scorpion's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, 1 billion will be fine."
"Okay."
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng received a text message.
The text message content is as follows.
Yutian Bank, dear Mr. Lin Feng, hello, at 14:58 on June 7, 2019, your account with the last number 666 received a sum of 1 billion from the account with the last number 000.
Thank you for your use and wish you a happy life.
There are 10 digits in total, and the balance is exactly 1 billion.
This Scorpio is so awesome. I didn't expect that he would transfer such a large sum of money to me right after I hung up the phone.
You should know that for large sums of money transfers, the bank will call the customer to ask whether the operation is done by him herself.
Only after confirmation will the bank release the money. In other words, Scorpio's account is pretty awesome. How awesome is it exactly? I guess it's so awesome that the bank thinks 1 billion is just a small amount of money? So there's no need for these bullshit procedures, right?
But no matter what, as long as the money is transferred, then. Lin Feng turned around, put his hands behind his back, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked at everyone with a smile.
Is that smile a joke? Is it indifferent? Or proud?
This look, this smile, this expression made everyone's heart tremble.
Could it be that this guy really made tens of billions with just one phone call? Otherwise, why would he look so confident? How is it, did you get the money? Wang Hao stepped forward and asked quickly. What do you think?
Even though it was a word with a hint of gunpowder, Lin Feng had a smile on his face, as if everything had nothing to do with him.
Do you think it's possible? If a student like you can come up with 1 billion just for making a phone call, then isn't this world crazy?
Instinctively, Wang Hao wanted to blurt out this sentence. But seeing Lin Feng's confident look, he opened his mouth but didn't dare to say a word. The problem is that we are not afraid of 10,000 things, but afraid of one thing. Today, Lin Feng is the protagonist of this conference room. Everyone who meets his gaze lowers their heads subconsciously for some reason. Noticing that no one jumped out to mock him, Lin Feng nodded in appreciation.
It seems that you are not that stupid. Yes, I did make a phone call and asked someone to transfer the money. Don't believe me? Take a look at the text message in this phone.
Lin Feng casually threw his phone onto the long conference desk.
Someone immediately ran over and grabbed the phone.
When he saw the bank text message with a long string of numbers, he was surprised. Moreover, he exclaimed in shock, tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, trillions, billions, 100 million.
Oh my god, it really is 1 billion. There are 10 digits in total.
After he finished speaking, he held the phone in one hand and pointed at Lin Feng with the other, then raised his head and looked at Lin Feng in disbelief.
He called out, "Chairman, is this really a call from your family?" He couldn't help but be surprised.
After all, this was 10 billion yuan.
10 billion yuan.
A student could actually get someone to transfer so much money with just one phone call.
Isn't this too exaggerated?
As that person shouted, the entire conference room could only be described in one word: quiet.
Very quiet.
It was so quiet that even if a pin drop occurred in the conference room, everyone could hear it.
There was no need for them to actually run over there to verify the authenticity.
They just looked up at Lin Feng in surprise. Even Han Shui, who had a little confidence in Lin Feng, looked at Lin Feng in surprise. The entire conference room seemed to be frozen in that scene for a moment.
Everyone was stunned. But Wang Hao was the only one who didn't have any. He was unhappy. Impossible, how could he really come up with so much money? What a joke, how could a student really have that much power?
But when he grabbed the phone and took a look, he was completely stunned.
How is it impossible? The world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things. I just have money, what's it to you?
Lin Feng laughed and walked up to Wang Hao step by step.
Little brother, you're not really going to twist my head off and kick it like a ball?
Feeling Lin Feng's malicious eyes, Wang Hao's heart tightened and his voice trembled a little.
If you want, I don't mind.
Lin Feng smiled slightly and added, also, please call me chairman.
Okay, chairman.
Seeing that Lin Feng had no intention of making things difficult for him, Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly gave him an embarrassed smile. He had seen that this young chairman was definitely a descendant of a big family in Beijing. Even if he was not, the power behind the chairman was definitely terrifying. So, he began to be serious and respectful to Lin Feng.
Chairman. Chairman. Chairman.
The dumbfounded people nearby also came to their senses and called out to Lin Feng respectfully. At this moment, they all admired Lin Feng. No matter what, with the power behind the chairman, this company can definitely be brought to a higher position. Okay, since you all acknowledge that I am the chairman, then I will announce once again that the gentleman next to me is the current CEO of this company, Wang Jian. Mr. Wang, please applaud.
Pa pa pa.
This time, everyone cooperated fully and a burst of enthusiastic applause rang out in the conference room.
Well, Wang Jian, just say whatever you want to say next. I should go back soon. Sister Han, you are still wearing casual clothes. Do you need me to take you back and change your clothes before coming back? Lin Feng, are you leaving now?
Han Shuwei was stunned.
Well, I don't have so much time to manage these companies. There are so many companies.
Lin Feng spread his hands helplessly.
Oh well.
Lin Feng smiled, and when he passed by Wang Jian, he patted his shoulder encouragingly. Do a good job, my childhood friend Wang Jian, I believe you can do it. As Lin Feng and Han Shuwei left, Wang Jian felt a sense of surprise, as if he had not expected that he would become the CEO of a company so soon. Soon, he adjusted himself, sat in the first seat, motioned for everyone to sit down, glanced at the people below, and then started talking.
Chapter 55 Discussed.
Before returning to school, Lin Feng unexpectedly met Su Qing. Lin Feng frowned and started the car, wanting to go into the school, but Su Qing seemed to be prepared and hurried forward to block Lin Feng's way. Lin Feng had no choice but to stop the car, lowered the window, and frowned again. What are you still doing here?
Lin Feng, I am sincere to you, how can you not believe it?
Su Qing hurried to Lin Feng's car. Since Lin Feng was so rich, she would not give up. After all, it was the only path she had to success.
Yes, the only one. The only way to have countless wealth and glory without any effort, which woman would not be moved?
In addition, Lin Feng once liked her, so Su Qing was even more unwilling to give up. She believed that as long as she worked a little harder, she would be able to get Lin Feng.
Have you forgotten what happened here that day?
Lin Feng did not get out of the car, but snorted coldly while sitting in the car.
Yes, Su Qing seemed to have just remembered it. She remembered that night, when she,
Li Xiao and Lin Feng were here, she saw a gangster boss running over and respectfully told Lin Feng to break his legs. Su Qing remembers this vividly. But Lin Feng didn't mention it, so she thought that Lin Feng was the poor loser who pursued her in high school. People's first impression of others is very important. Although Lin Feng is now very successful, in Su Qing's eyes, Lin Feng is still as easy to bully as before.
What? Please don't disturb my driving, okay?
Lin Feng frowned again.
Lin Feng, why are you so cruel to me? Have you forgotten how much you liked me before? Don't you want to be my boyfriend?
Su Qing grabbed the car window and begged.
Well, then what?
Seeing Su Jingqing start to play the emotional card, Lin Feng showed a smile.
Lin Feng, I haven't changed. Although I'm doing live broadcasts, I definitely haven't slept with those questionable men outside. My body is still clean now.
Well, I know you still like me, and I also know that my body is always very attractive to those men, so as long as you nod, then we can go get a room now. Of course, before we go to get a room, I have two conditions. Seeing that Lin Feng finally stopped frowning when talking to her, Su Qing was delighted and quickly spoke out her words.
Lin Feng frowned slightly and said with a smile, which two conditions? He wanted to see what tricks this woman would play next.
First, become my boyfriend. Second, give me 10 million, and I will sleep with you.
How about that? These two conditions are not difficult for you, right?
Even though it was a sentence that betrayed her body, Su Qing's smiling face made it seem like she was talking about a trivial matter.
It seems that for her, dignity or not doesn't matter. Why should I agree to you? Lin Feng was even more amused. You will definitely agree. Seeing Lin Feng's current look, Su Chang was not angry and said in a firm tone. She is very confident about her looks. She believes that as long as she is willing and just makes a move, there will be a large number of men willing to fall at her feet. So all along, Su Qing has always retained her virginity. Cough cough. Of course, Lin Feng's first reward did not count. Even though Su Qing thought that the rich man was an old man at the time, he gave such a generous reward. So what would be the harm in just accompanying her for one night? You're so dirty. At this moment, Lin Feng took off his sunglasses, and a look of disgust appeared on his handsome face. He said again, also, please get out of the way, I'm leaving, don't force me to do anything to you. Lin Feng, are you crazy? Since you can spend 1 million to pick up some small anchors, wouldn't you be willing to spend 10 million to get me? Su Qing couldn't believe that her physical charm couldn't seduce Lin Feng. Besides, 10 million is nothing to Lin Feng, so why would he be unhappy? Why would he be unhappy? Hearing this, Lin Feng drove slowly and said calmly, because your heart is dirty. Su Qing is crazy. He is unhappy just because I have a dirty heart? Ha, doesn't he know that this is the real world? What's wrong with worshipping money? Let me ask you, in this world, if they could choose, how many girls would be willing to sit on a bicycle and laugh? Ha, Lin Feng, I misjudged you. How hypocritical are you? Okay, you said my heart, I accept it, but what does it mean for you to hold a lucky draw for other anchors? Seeing Lin Feng driving away, Su Cheng immediately yelled. As she spoke, she rushed forward and blocked the Ferrari again. Seeing the frown on Lin Feng's face, Su Cheng, who was now at loggerheads, simply ignored it. She sneered unscrupulously, don't tell me that we are just friends. You just think she's cute and you want to pick her up? The car windows were down. Lin Feng's voice turned cold. Do you need to care about my affairs? He was really angry. Was it fun for this woman to harass him again and again? What else do you say that she is her own? Ha, then why was this guy happier than anyone else when he mocked me at the class reunion? Lin Feng, I beg you, please agree to me just once? I really love you. For you, I am even willing to be supported by you. Lin Feng, please give me a chance? Su Cheng wanted to have a big fight with Lin Feng, but when she thought about how rich he was, she was unwilling to give up this opportunity. As soon as she finished speaking, a figure appeared quietly. Then, there was a sudden snapping sound at the scene. Then I saw that person walked up and slapped Su Qing. You dare to hit me? Su Qing covered her face with one hand and pointed at the woman in front of her with the other hand, with an incredible look on her face. Who is this woman? Su Qing was very smart. She immediately realized that this woman must have a close relationship with Lin Feng. In fact, it is true, because this woman is none other than Su Wenwen. Ha, you're such a bitch, why shouldn't I dare to hit you? Seeing the red slap mark on Su Qing's face, a hint of pride flashed across Su Wenwen's face. Isn't it, dear? Then she turned her gaze to Lin Feng and smiled. Lin Feng did not reply, but just gave Su Wenwen a grateful look. If she hadn't arrived, he really wouldn't have known what to do facing Su Qing's entanglement. You can't use the same methods to deal with Su Qing as you do with men, right? Ha, you dare to say I'm cheap? Do you have the nerve to say I'm cheap? A woman like you is probably kept by him, right? Su Cheng folded her arms across her chest and sneered. This is simply outrageous. How dare a kept woman teach her a lesson? But I completely forgot that I was actually one of them. She longs to be kept by a rich man, but at the same time she despises those women who are kept by others. Su Wenwen looked at Su Qing with disdain and said, I'm sorry, my dear and I are in a serious relationship. We don't have any relationship of sponsorship or not. After Su Wenwen finished speaking, she raised the corner of her mouth and said, even if it is true, if I am supported by my own boyfriend, then what's the harm? So that's why. No wonder you look down on me. This guy is pretty good looking. I guess you give him a lot of money every month, right? Su Qing seemed to be crazy. She looked at Lin Feng with an angry smile. Ha, keeping a mistress? Do you really think all the women in the world are like you? Su Wenwen sneered, and slapped her in the face again. You dare to hit me? Su Qing was even more incredulous. Perhaps because of Su Wenwen's powerful aura, she did not dare to fight back. Then she came to the passenger side, opened the door and got in.
She said softly, "Dear, let's go. For the sake of your 3 years in college, I hope you take care of yourself."
Lin Feng didn't say anything.
Before leaving, he looked at Su Qing deeply. Then Lin Feng drove the car, and this time Su Qing did not stop him.
As soon as the car left, it disappeared into the distance. Su Qing couldn't bear it any longer and didn't care what the occasion was.
Her legs went limp and she fell to the ground.
Why was this world so unfair? Why do men become bad when they have money? Why does Lin Feng look down on me? Is it because I have lost the charm I once had? Or maybe I really did something wrong. If I hadn't mocked Lin Feng at that time, then, could I have flown onto the tree and turned into a phoenix now?
She had a series of questions in her mind. In fact, with the live broadcast Su Qing had been doing these days, plus the tip Lin Feng had given her on the day, she could now live a comfortable life, but she was unwilling to accept that.
Chapter 56 Arrogance. Inside the club.
There was a noble red carpet and high-end and gorgeous chandeliers. At a glance, one could see men and women dressed in suits or evening gowns. They all gathered into a small circle, each holding a glass of expensive red wine, and seemed to be chatting and laughing.
"Sir, madam, your wine." Just as Lin Feng and Su Wenwen came into the lobby one after another, a waiter dressed as a waiter came up to them with a tray.
Lin Feng said thank you and took the red wine.
Su Wenwen also smiled slightly, took the red wine in her hand, and asked Lin Feng, "Mr. Lin Feng, where is this place? Are you holding a cocktail party?" Because they were outside, Su Wenwen couldn't be that naughty and was very serious now.
"Well, the celebrity party, a celebrity banquet hosted entirely by businessmen." Lin Feng nodded casually. After speaking, Lin Feng shook the glass of red wine and took a sip. At this moment, whether it was Lin Feng's words and deeds, or the temperament he exuded, they were exactly the same as those of well-educated and successful people.
Su Wenwen was stunned and thought, it seems that this young boss is really the rich second generation of some family. But he didn't know that this was all Lin Feng pretending. What is this called? Class? Yes, it's the style. For example, Su Wenwen used to be a sales lady, but she couldn't act as calm as Lin Feng. Facing those noble and wealthy people, she looked a little nervous. It seems that he is a little inferior and cautious. But how does the saying go? The more careful you are to avoid making a fool of yourself, the more likely you are to make a fool of yourself. Because she was too nervous and had her head down, Su Wenwen didn't look forward. As she was walking, she accidentally bumped into someone and the red wine in her hand spilled directly on that person. Ouch! The person who was hit was a beautiful woman wearing high heels and a blue evening dress. She took a step back. Su Wenwen immediately supported her and asked, "Are you okay?" "It's okay? How dare you say it's okay?" Seeing that her skirt was completely wet, the beautiful woman became angry. This action directly attracted the men and women at the banquet. They all looked over here in surprise. Feeling the pressure from so many people, Su Wenwen became even more nervous. She immediately apologized, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." "You didn't mean to do it? You still have the nerve to say you didn't mean to do it? Don't you see that my skirt is wet?" the woman yelled angrily. "You know, tonight's party is very important, with so many celebrities from Xiongzhou City coming. Isn't this guy trying to make himself look bad?" The woman became even more furious when she felt some men looking at her. Because the water was splashed not somewhere else, but right here on the chest. Fortunately, she was wearing a blue evening dress. Although the clothes became more tight-fitting after being wetted by water, she was not exposed. "I'm so sorry, Su Wenwen wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Lin Feng. "Miss, don't be angry, it's just a splash. You saw it, my friend didn't mean it, why don't you let her go?" Lin Feng pulled Su Wenwen behind him, stood in front of the beautiful woman, and smiled. "Let her go? Do you know that this is red wine? Can the clothes still be used after being splashed with it?" Seeing Lin Feng appear, the beautiful woman frowned. "Can't use it? Well, just tell us how much it is and we'll compensate you." "Compensation? How are you going to compensate? This is a limited edition Chanel, one piece costs hundreds of thousands, what are you going to use to compensate?" Seeing that Lin Feng was just wearing an ordinary set of clothes, the beautiful woman showed a hint of contempt in her eyes. "This guy, he pretends to be a rich second generation and he is so convincing? Do you really think I have never seen the world? Her name is Fenfen. As a car model, she is well known in the Xiangzhou city circle and has made the acquaintance of many dignitaries.
With her keen eyesight, she can naturally see at a glance what Lin Feng's bottom line is.
I'm afraid you had to rely on a lot of friends to get an invitation from a celebrity, right? Are you sure this is a piece of clothing worth hundreds of thousands? A piece of clothing in your house costs hundreds of thousands?
Humph, I doubt whether you have the purchasing power to do so.
Lin Feng frowned. If it was tens of thousands, he would definitely be happy to pay for it, but hundreds of thousands for a piece, is that bullshit?
But at this moment, many people at the banquet pointed at this scene.
That should be it, little brother. I know this person.
She is a car model, quite famous.
If a piece of clothing costs hundreds of thousands, she should be able to afford it. Go, stop talking nonsense. I often buy Chanel. In my opinion, this kind of clothes is not something that ordinary people can afford.
Even if she has the purchasing power, she is willing to spend this money for a little car model.
Isn't that great? From what you said, you mean that this woman bought fake goods? Should be, right?
Of course.
What else do you think? If I didn't have the purchasing power, do you think I would be here? Funfan didn't care what these outsiders said.
Although these words were belittling her, she was embarrassed. But what the lady over there said was right, she was indeed just a small car model, and with her income, it was really difficult for her to buy a piece of clothing worth hundreds of thousands. So when her clothes were splashed, she naturally didn't go home to change clothes first, but asked for compensation.
Okay, I'll pay you the money, but you just mocked us and yelled at my friend. I want you to apologize to her.
Lin Feng said with a smile.
Lin Feng.
Seeing Lin Feng compensate for the clothes worth hundreds of thousands without hesitation, Su Wenwen behind him was very moved and exclaimed softly.
She also didn't expect that at this time, brother Lin Feng was still thinking about her and knew to ask for an apology for her. How could she not be moved? There are not many good men these days. Why should I apologize to her? If she hadn't been walking without paying attention, would she have bumped into me? Funfan frowned and retorted. Fine, you don't have to apologize. I can compensate you for the clothes now. Didn't you say hundreds of thousands? I'll just compensate you 1 million, okay?
Facing the beautiful woman's yelling, for some reason, Lin Feng was not angry, but instead had a gentle smile on his face. But in Lin Feng's eyes, he narrowed slightly.
Okay, of course. Funfan nodded repeatedly, smiling brightly.
You know, this dress of hers only cost 200,000 yuan, and now a fool wants to pay her 1 million yuan in compensation.
Who wouldn't be happy?
At this moment, Funfan's mood, which had been ruined by someone else, immediately felt much better. As the saying goes, you get the goods when you exchange money.
I will transfer the money to you now, so please take off your clothes now.
Lin Feng smiled again.
Does this woman really think he is easy to bully? Lin Feng can accept losing money.
But what he couldn't accept was that this woman had been yelling at him and Wenwen from beginning to end.
I couldn't accept her completely superior attitude and her look of superiority. Chapter 57, The Honest Man. Are you kidding me? As expected, Funfan's face turned angry for a moment. Take off your clothes? Are you kidding? I'm not kidding you. I'm just telling the truth. Who else dares to bully my woman except me?
Lin Feng took a domineering step forward.
Who dares to look down on her?
Just now, it was this woman who looked down on him and Su Wenwen first.
No wonder Lin Feng played tricks on her.
Seeing what Lin Feng said in the clubhouse.
An arrogant remark. A word of confidence.
In everyone's eyes, perhaps because those celebrities were well informed and had seen countless people, they did not say anything.
On the contrary, Funfan in front of Lin Feng crossed her arms and laughed sarcastically. You mean I bullied her? The question is, did I bully her? Since you insist on putting the blame on me, well, today I will really bully you and show you. After she finished speaking, Funfan glanced at the club security guard standing beside her and frowned. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you throw these two out right away? Don't you think this place isn't chaotic enough? There are so many people here now, so if you want to teach someone a lesson, you have to let the security guard take him outside, right?
Thinking of this, Funfan sneered inwardly. It just so happened that over the years, Funfan's special work experience allowed her to meet many upper-class people inside and outside the circle, so she was not afraid of trouble. This place is owned by your family? Why do you think you can leave just like that? If there weren't so many people here, Lin Feng really wouldn't be able to resist hitting the woman. Su Wenwen did nothing wrong, and of course Lin Feng did nothing wrong either. When she accidentally splashed the liquid on Fenfen, Lin Feng had expressed his willingness to compensate her. But who would have thought that he would be treated coldly by the other party? Who could tolerate this? Of course this place is not owned by my family, but I see that you two don't know any rules at all. I guess you are not people in this circle, right? Fenfen snorted coldly. The main thing is that Lin Feng's momentum is okay, but Su Wenwen seems a little bit weak. From just now until now, she hasn't dared to say a word. I guess she was scared to death when she heard that a piece of clothing would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Fenfen doesn't believe that someone like this can have any identity. At that moment, she glanced at Su Wenwen on the side and said sarcastically, "Hey, look at you, are you being kept by the man next to you? Woman, let me tell you, if you hook up with a nouveau riche who comes from nowhere, what can you do? Do you really think you have one foot in the celebrity circle?" Fenfen still crossed her arms. That kind of arrogant look is full of arrogance and disdain. I think you are the one being kept by someone else. Since you said that a piece of clothing costs hundreds of thousands, then this piece of clothing must have been given to you by some old men, right? Seeing Fenfen criticizing others from a high ground, Lin Feng got angry. However, although his words were hurtful, he still maintained a gentlemanly demeanor. But it ruthlessly crushed the last bit of dignity in Fenfen's heart. In fact, Lin Feng was not wrong. She was indeed being kept by someone. Moreover, she was really being kept by an old man, and this dress was indeed given by that old man. In fact, her affairs are no secret in the circle. For example, some celebrities of noble status know Fenfen's bottom line, but knowing is one thing, and being exposed by others is a different concept. Come on, who am I? Do I need someone to support me? Also, what are you guys doing standing here? Why don't you kick them out right now? Fenfen's face looked extremely ugly, like a rabbit whose tail was stepped on. She did not dare to argue with Lin Feng and immediately gave instructions to the security guard on the side. Immediately, several security guards came to their senses and ran to Lin Feng's side. He nodded and bowed. "Excuse me, sir, could you please take this lady with you first?" Several young security guards are now having their difficulties. They all know that no matter what, as long as they can stay here tonight, every one of them will be a celebrity in Shangcheng. In addition, Fenfen and Lin Feng knew at first glance that the person was not someone to be trifled with, so they were forced to intervene and were really worried that they would offend others. But they had no choice. Since Fenfen said so, how could they dare not do it? I still say the same thing, is this place owned by your family? Why do you dare to drive us away? Lin Feng was so angry that he picked up the young security guard who was walking in front. He knew that these people were just following orders, so he didn't go up and punch them. Hearing this, the security guards were speechless. Snort! Lin Feng snorted coldly, put the young security guard down, and looked at Fenfen again. "I don't know where you got the confidence to talk to me like this, but do you know who I am? These words kept ringing in Fenfen's ears, and she was stunned. Who is he? So arrogant? This tone of voice simply shows that you don't take the people present here seriously, okay? Could he be the young master of a big family? When she thought of this, Fenfen suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Although Shangcheng was small, there were several big families that could make a name for themselves. With her status, she naturally could not compete with this super rich second generation. It's time to speak up and test your bottom line, and put away that arrogant attitude. The woman behind the man finally spoke. Forget it, Lin Feng, we'll just compensate her. Seeing that things were getting worse and worse, Su Wenwen finally came back to her senses from her extreme shock. She immediately took Lin Feng's hand and whispered. Although the voice was small, everyone present heard it clearly. "Oh, who cares who you are? In my eyes, if you can't afford to pay the compensation, you are poor. I don't think you are that poor. Why is it that a piece of clothing can stump you? Could it be that you are neither an entrepreneur nor a second-generation rich kid, but just hanging around here to eat and drink for free?" Seeing that Su Wenwen was afraid of this and that, Fenfen returned to her arrogant attitude and looked at Lin Feng with contempt. Since Su Wenwen behaved like this, it can be seen that the identity of this man is definitely very ordinary. Anyway, since the matter has become a big deal, why not make it a bigger one? Lin Feng frowned and narrowed his eyes. He was hesitating whether he should go up and punch this person to teach her a lesson. "Why, you don't dare to speak? Is what I said true?"
As expected, you look so young, you must still be in school, right? Little brother, where is your sister? She is a few years older than you. I know that students of your age are always vain. I guess, did you steal the invitation from somewhere and sneak it here? Just to take a photo here so that you can show off to others when you go back to school?
A hint of contempt appeared in Funfin's eyes.
I guess I know now. The woman behind you is probably a young lady, right? I knew she was nothing at first glance.
At this moment, a slap sounded suddenly. The cold voice resounded throughout the entire clubhouse, it was so crisp.
Chapter 58 Calling People. Anger. Unbearable anger. Not to mention that Won and Lin Feng are not in that kind of relationship.
Even if it is true, Lin Feng will never allow anyone to say such nonsense outside.
He was so angry that he slapped her.
Lin Feng's hand fell on Funfin's face with a crisp sound.
Seeing this, everyone was stunned, including Funfin. You dare to hit me?
Funfin covered her face with one hand and pointed at Lin Feng with the other, with an incredible look on her face.
This guy, it was obviously his woman who did something wrong, why could he hit me?
Funfin's look at this moment was exactly the same as Su Qing's look when she was slapped by Su Wonwon in the afternoon.
The difference is that Su Qing didn't dare to fight back.
And she had already raised her hand and slapped Lin Feng in the face. But Lin Feng grabbed it and slapped it with his backhand.
Another crisp applause sounded, resounding throughout the club. Everyone was stunned.
This time, Lin Feng hit Funfin's face on both sides red.
I'm telling you, I'm going to hit you. Do you really think I won't hit women?
When Lin Feng heard Funfin calling Tang Wonwon a lady, he was completely furious, so he slapped her in the face without hesitation.
This woman, I have been so patient with her again and again. I have even told you that I will pay compensation, but you keep cursing at me. Do you really think I am easy to bully, right? Do you really think honest people 1T get angry? Now that the fight was over, Lin Feng just felt a sense of relief.
Funfin felt her face burning on both sides, especially with so many big shots watching the fun.
She was angry, completely angry.
At that moment, Funfin pointed at Lin Feng and said harshly, "You are very good, very good.
You little bastard, I will have someone kill you in a while."
Being an arrogant woman, if Funfin could not beat Lin Feng, she would have already gone up to fight Lin Feng to the death.
This bastard, does he really think I'm easy to bully? You just want to fight? Okay, then go ahead and call. I want to see who is the person you are relying on.
Lin Feng was happy to hear that she wanted to find someone to back her up.
In this big world, could there be a backer more powerful than him? Then you're dead. I know Mr. Li.
He's the chairman of Nanyun Group, one of the largest companies in Xiangzhou. Funfin smiled proudly, and while speaking, she immediately took out her cell phone.
Won, are you okay?
Lin Feng didn't even look at her. Instead, he turned to look at Tang Wonwon. Lin Feng, she actually knows the president of Nanyun Group.
Let's go find her and apologize. Tang Wonwon was shocked.
You know, Nanyun Group is a super large enterprise in Xiangzhou. Although it is not as big as those behemoths, it is definitely very famous in Xiangzhou. In her opinion, since Lin Feng planned to invest and had already bought a pedestrian street, he would inevitably have to deal with these big guys in the future, so he naturally could not offend the business tycoons now.
Fine.
Lin Feng waved his hands.
What apology was there?
He had never even heard of the damn Nanyun Group.
Funfin, what are you doing? Did something happen here? Just then, a fat man in a suit came over. Coincidentally, the person who came was the president of Nanyun Group. He is indeed a local business tycoon. As a well-known local Forbes figure, and even a big shot with a lot of influence across the country, it stands to reason that Li Nan should not be familiar with this Funfin. However, she was very beautiful, and Li Nan felt sympathy for her, so he became quite close to her. Well, it means to support Funfin. Hey, Mr. Li, why is it you? I was just about to call you.
Woo, Mr. Li, I was just bullied.
You have to help me.
Funfin's face lit up with joy, and she didn't care where the occasion was, and she immediately ran over crying.
What's the matter? Let's talk it out nicely.
Mr. Li was angry when he saw the woman he kept being slapped twice in the face.
Her face turned red.
Considering that this is a celebrity gathering, he suppressed his inner anger and said in a cold voice. Even so, it was not difficult to hear the coldness in his voice.
It was him, it was them. Look at how wet my clothes are.
It was that woman who splashed red wine on me just now. And when I asked for compensation, they were not happy and slapped me twice.
Mr. Lee, please help me.
Funfun knew what kind of occasion this was and she didn't dare to hug Li Nan and cry. Although she looked like she was crying, when she turned around and looked at Lin Feng, there was a barely perceptible coldness in her eyes.
Humph, you two bastards, you dare to bully me? Prepare to die.
As for those celebrities, after all, it's not something that happened to them, so they would rather have less trouble than more.
It's better for them to watch a good show in peace, right? What's his name? Li Nan frowned.
Although the fat man was very angry, he knew that those who could come here were either rich or noble.
He would not offend anyone easily without knowing the other person's identity.
Even though it was his woman who was bullied. But no matter what, Li Nan would not make enemies for his group just for a woman he kept.
I think his name is Lin Feng? Funfun was not sure either. It seemed that the woman just now called him that way, right? The fat man frowned again. Lin Feng? What a familiar name. Who is he?
Surprised, he looked up and glanced at Lin Feng, but he just couldn't figure it out.
At the same time, outside the clubhouse. This is a pleasant garden.
I don't know how those celebrities suddenly came here to chat and laugh.
He, that was really exciting just now. I don't know who that guy is. Do you know?
I don't know, but I do know that the other girl's stage name is Funfun. I heard that she was working as a model before she graduated from college. I don't know how it happened, but within 2 or 3 years after graduation, she immediately lived in a villa and drove a luxury car.
Isn't it amazing? Wow, it's really amazing. Are you trying to say that she is actually being kept? Haha, of course it is.
Otherwise, why would a country girl with no status go to the city and work as a model for 2 or 3 years and immediately have a villa and a luxury car?
Shoo, please keep your voice down. Don't speak so quietly. It will be embarrassing if someone hears you.
Those who were whispering were the waiters in the club. They were responsible for serving drinks and snacks to people in the club. As soon as they came out, they immediately started talking about what happened inside.
Boss you, there seems to be something lively going on inside. How about we go in and take a look together?
A young man in a suit, holding a glass of red wine, smiled at the middle-aged man beside him. The man looked very young, probably around 20 years old.
If not Wang Jian, then who else could it be?
As for Boss Shen, he was none other than Shen Tang from the car dealership. As early as today, when Lin Feng handed the company over to Wang Jian, he introduced Shen Tang to Wang Jian. After all, Shen Tang was a gangster, so if he encountered gangsters causing trouble in the future, he could ask him to deal with them. Under the dim garden streetlights, Shen Tang laughed, "Ha ha ha, let's go."
Chapter 59. The big guys come out. Your name is Lin Feng?
Inside the club, after Li Nan heard Funfun's crying clearly, he angrily took Funfun to find Lin Feng to settle the score.
Yes. Faced with the majesty brought by the fat man, Lin Feng was unexpectedly relaxed. Did you slap her twice on the face?
Seeing that Lin Feng didn't seem to take him seriously, anger appeared in the fat man's eyes again.
Yes.
Well, since you slapped my friend twice, for the sake of the royal club, Funfun, you should slap him twice as well. The fat man was protective of his friend and snorted coldly. He then waved towards Funfun.
As for compensation, we don't ask you to pay. Just remember to kick them out of the club later. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Feng and the other two, and then at the security guards around him. Okay, Mr. Lee.
Several security guards quickly agreed. This is the boss of Nan Yun Group. He is very famous not only in Xiangqing, but also in the whole country. Besides, Mr. Lee has a very good relationship with the boss behind them, so they have no reason to refuse.
I've told you before, kid, if you offend me, you're definitely dead. So, you're regretting it now, right? You don't even look at who's in front of you, and you still dare to hit me? You still dare to scold me?
Funfun is now like a dog relying on the power of others. As soon as she has the confidence, she immediately walks towards Lin Feng triumphantly. Funfun sneered repeatedly, with a hint of naked hatred in her eyes. However, no matter how proud she was now, the 2 slaps on her face were too conspicuous and looked a little funny.
Hey you, what's your name? Are you sure you really want to be my enemy?
Seeing the fat man in front of him looking like he was giving orders, Lin Feng's voice gradually became a little cold.
If he was really sure, then Lin Feng wouldn't mind calling someone.
He believed that this Nan Yun group would immediately be treated like a dog.
You don't know me?
A hint of surprise flashed across the fat man's face.
Nowadays, is there anyone living in Xianqing who doesn't know him? Hasn't he ever seen the news reports? He is one of the top 5 entrepreneurs in Xianqing City, okay?
I don't know him, not to mention him. Lin Feng didn't even know the Nanyun group, so how could he know the man in front of him? My name is Li Nan, and my group is Nanyun Group.
Now you should be familiar with it, right?
The fat man said pretentiously with his hands behind his back. There was a hint of pride in that indifferent tone, and it was not difficult to hear Li Nan's high-spirited tone.
Hey, Mr. Li, why are you wasting your time talking to him?
Just wait, I'm going to slap him in the face. Since even Mr. Li has spoken, Fenfen becomes unscrupulous in her actions. She didn't believe that this young man would dare to hit her in front of President Li. She slapped him without hesitation, but who knows whether Lin Feng had the courage to do so. However, her slap was caught by someone else, and then slapped back again.
The whole hall rang again. Fenfen was stunned. Surprise. Stunned. Anger. Don't understand. Mr. Shen, why did you hit me?
Fenfen felt so aggrieved when she saw that the person who hit her was the car dealership owner Shen Tang. As a car model, she naturally had a close relationship with these car dealership owners. As for Wang Jian beside Shen Tang, she didn't know him and didn't want to find out who that person was at this moment.
Hit you? I'm going to kick you, you bastard. You even dare to hit Boss Lin? Shen Tang was very direct. He kicked Fenfen hard in the lower abdomen and knocked her to the ground. Fenfen only felt a pain in her lower abdomen, and then she fell to the ground.
It hurts, unbearable pain.
She was puzzled, curious, and wondering, what did Mr. Shen just say? Boss Lin? What does this mean?
Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and looked at Lin Feng in shock.
Before she could say anything, Li Nan beside her shouted angrily, "You bastard, Shen Tang, what are you doing?" Shen Tang is a gangster, and his identity is very powerful, but Li Nan is not inferior to him at all.
What's more, Shen Tang knew very well that Fenfen was the one he kept.
Isn't this guy slapping Li Nan in the face? How could he not be angry? Boss Lin, are you okay?
Ever since he learned that Lin Feng was the boss of the Ace bodyguard group, Shen Tang knew that Lin Feng was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Of course, this also confirmed a thought in his heart.
That is, Lin Feng is a young master from Beijing. Shen Tang has always believed this. You are Boss Lin? Boss Lin, the richest man on the Huaxia asset list? What would a little celebrity do here?
At this time, Fenfen had already stood up, her voice trembling a little. Boss Lin, ranked first in China's asset rankings, the new leader, has 2 asset companies under his control. Everyone wanted to see who this new Boss Lin was. Naturally, the video was not circulated, but many legends about Lin Feng were still circulated in the martial arts world.
Humph, it seems you are still confused. Why don't you come over and apologize to Boss Lin?
Shen Tang glanced at Fenfen coldly. His words were full of attempts to please Lin Feng.
He also believed that Lin Feng must be from a well-known family in the capital. There was no way.
Even for someone like him who was sent from Beijing, there was a high possibility that he would disappear in an instant after just a phone call from Boss Lin. As a native of Beijing, Shen Tang firmly believed this. He knew very well how powerful those old families hidden in the secular world were.
What are you apologizing for, Fenfen? Let's go. The fat man was upset. This was the woman he kept. Why should she apologize after being bullied? Isn't this a slap in his face?
Besides, he had just offended Lin Feng, so why was he asked to apologize to a young man?
No way. What a joke. Apologies are out of the question. More importantly, this is a celebrity gathering with so many people here.
If he were to apologize to a small kid, how would he hold his head up in the business world in the future?
Didn't you see those playful looks they gave you? Stop, did I say I would let you go?
In fact, Li Nan really misunderstood Lin Feng. He said it didn't matter whether he apologized or not. The main thing was that Lin Feng wanted Fenfen to apologize to Su Wenwen.
The fat man paused and turned back angrily. Why, do you still want to embarrass me?
Fenfen looked at Lin Feng in panic.
If possible, she didn't want to apologize. He looked both embarrassed and uneasy. Yes, we just want to make things difficult for you, so what?
At this time, Lin Feng smiled faintly and said disdainfully.
If I really have no money and power today, wouldn't I always be stepped on by Li Nan? Chapter 60 Defeat. Ah, you kid, you even dare to bully Mr. Li's woman, you are asking for a beating. Wang Jian walked out from the side. He had met Li Nan in the company some time ago. Li Nan appeared when Lin Feng handed the company over to him. Obviously, Wang Jian knew Li Nan's background very well, so he immediately laughed. That was a kind of irony, and he didn't take Li Nan seriously at all. Hearing this, Li Nan's face became terribly gloomy. Funfen's expression also changed. What, that woman is Mr. Li's woman? Can't you support her? That should be the case. Mr. Li wouldn't say anything nonsense, right? Aren't they all normal as peripheral girls? No wonder I was wondering how this woman, who is so young and doesn't rely on her family, could live in a villa and drive a luxury car within 2 or 3 years of graduation. She often appears in those high-end clubs. So she is being kept by someone? Mr. Li. Funfen's face was extremely embarrassed. If she had known that Lin Feng had such an identity, she would never offend Lin Feng even if she died. He even asked Lin Feng for compensation. Funfen broke out in a cold sweat. She didn't know anything else, but she knew that if Shintang was determined to get her, then the next morning, there would definitely be news about her having an accident. Funfen was so frightened that her whole body trembled and she looked at Mr. Li helplessly. Now that Mr. Li has arrived, he won't give up on himself, right? Fortunately, Mr. Li is a man. He pointed at Lin Feng's nose and snorted coldly, "Boy, you are really amazing. I didn't expect that you have Wang Jian as your backer. No wonder you dare not take me seriously." Very good. The fat man sneered loudly. If a Shintang appeared, he would definitely not be afraid. After all, his identity was also very unusual. But if Wang Jian is added, the situation becomes one-sided. Lin Feng frowned and grabbed the fat man's finger. "I don't like being pointed at. Also, just let your woman apologize. I won't make things difficult for you." Not to mention that Shintang and Wang Jian came. Even if they didn't come, Lin Feng would never take this fat man seriously. Dare to bully my woman? What Nan Yun group, it's all bullshit. You won't make things difficult for us? The question is, do you have the ability to make things difficult for us? The fat man laughed. His company was a giant in Xiangqing after all. He didn't believe that Lin Feng could destroy him so quickly. No. In his opinion, no matter how powerful Lin Feng's identity is, can he destroy his Nanyun group? This is impossible. This is not scientific either. Of course, as long as Wang Jian is willing, his ace group can bankrupt the Nanyun group, but the question is, will he do this in a situation where both sides will suffer losses? As for Shintang, we are all gangsters, so who is afraid of whom? Facing the fat man's laughter, Lin Feng frowned again, looked at Funfen beside him, and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to apologize?" Funfen gritted her teeth and continued to look at Mr. Li hesitantly. No, she definitely won't do that. Besides, you guys haven't apologized to her, so why should she apologize to you? Now, everyone present knows that Funfen is his, Li Nan's woman. If his woman apologizes to a young man, doesn't that prove that he is afraid of him? Now, a hint of murderous intent appeared in Li Nan's eyes. He swore that after returning home tonight, he would find someone to secretly kill Lin Feng. Dare to make him lose face in public? Doesn't exist. Mr. Li, I can only say sorry. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. He wants to establish his authority. He wants to establish his authority at the Xiangzhou celebrities gathering tonight. Then, the present is a good choice. 5 minutes ago, long before Li Nan appeared, Lin Feng had secretly asked Wang Jian to give orders. Calculating the time, it should be about time, right? The fat man's smile froze. Apologize? Why is he apologizing to me? Just at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. The fat man took a look and found that it was his secretary calling. The fat man looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Could it be that this call was related to this kid? He immediately picked up the phone and heard. "Boss Li, this is bad, this is bad. I don't know what's going on, but the major shareholder of our group suddenly said he wants to sell all his shares." Li Nan felt a chill in his heart and glared at Lin Feng fiercely. This was definitely not a coincidence. It must be this kid's doing. However, he still held back his breath and tried to speak in a calm tone. "Let him sell it. This old bastard always goes against me. Remember, contact the buyer of his shares. I want to buy his shares." But Mr. Li, you have no way to acquire it now.
The secretary's crying voice was heard on the other end of the phone. The fat man was filled with shock.
How could it be? Not to mention his company's accounts, there is at least over 10 billion in cash flow in his personal account. How could it be possible that there is no way to acquire it? I don't know either.
Anyway, please come back to the headquarters as soon as possible.
The board of directors is in chaos right now.
I heard that our group seems to have offended someone. The companies that cooperated with us have called us one after another to request to terminate the contract, and... On the other end of the phone, the secretary paused, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated.
And what? Hurry up and tell me.
This time, Li Nan completely lost his composure and yelled in anger. You know, business is a win-win situation.
If there are no other companies to cooperate with them, how can their group survive? Moreover, the relevant department suddenly came to interview you by name.
I heard that it seems that you, Mr. Li, have been falsifying the company's accounts and bribing others.
Anyway, Mr. Li, please come back soon.
The fat man smashed the phone to the ground.
Bang! The phone was smashed to pieces. He was so angry that he grabbed Lin Feng by the collar and roared, "You did it, didn't you?" After hearing the content of Mr. Li's phone call and his current loss of composure, everyone present took a deep breath. If such a huge group could collapse so easily, then this person was a little too terrifying, wasn't he?
Especially Fanfan, she was so frightened that her face turned pale, her legs went limp, and she fell to the ground. Lin Feng directly pushed Li Nan away and patted the sleeve that he had just grabbed.
What kind of person is this, always touching him? Lin Feng looked at Li Nan and said disdainfully, "I did it, so what? Didn't you refuse to accept it before? You won't apologize even if you're beaten to death? I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. I will beat you to death."
Wang Nan said as he was about to rush over, but was kicked down by Shintang.
Chapter 61. Let him go. Your name is Fanfan, right? This time, the person behind you has fallen. It's time to apologize, right?
Lin Feng didn't even look at him. In fact, he just sent a text message to Scorpion, asking if he could help find trouble with the chairman of Nanyun Group. But he didn't expect that the trouble the Scorpion caused would be so big. This made Lin Feng smile bitterly inwardly.
God knows, it's true that he wants to establish his authority, but he wouldn't want to bring down such a huge group, right?
But what has been done, and there is nothing to regret.
Who told this guy to just want someone to kill him, including his family? Ah, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, please forgive me. Fanfan heard everything on the phone clearly.
Now that even Mr. Li can say so, she can fall.
Why should she be so arrogant?
At that moment, he immediately begged for mercy from Lin Feng.
You shouldn't apologize to me, but to her.
Lin Feng pointed at Su Wenwen behind him. My beautiful lady, I'm sorry, I was wrong just now.
I was just walking without paying attention. And I was wrong to call you a lady just now. Anyway, please forgive me this time, okay? Fanfan was about to cry.
How could a mere model like her, who was easily punished by General Manager Li, withstand General Manager Lin's wrath?
Lin Feng, forget it?
After all, Su Wenwen was also wrong in this matter.
Oh.
Seeing Fanfan kneeling and admitting her mistake, Lin Feng sighed inwardly.
Why bother? Why do you have to force me to take action?
In fact, there is no right or wrong in this matter. Originally, everyone just needed to say a nice word and pay some money, but this woman kept mocking people at every turn.
How could Lin Feng, who was going to just pay the money back and be content, bear this?
Her mistake was that she looked down on others. If you meet a rude person, don't even think about returning the money to him, even beating him up would be the least of your worries. Fortunately, Lin Feng really didn't make things difficult for her, which made Fanfan happy.
As for Mr. Li? Never mind, just save your own life first.
After such an incident, the original business discussion meeting could no longer continue.
In less than half an hour, the police took Mr. Li away. As soon as the incident happened, everyone present looked at Lin Feng with curiosity in their eyes. In one word, awesome. I believe that after this incident, all the celebrities in Xiangqing must be familiar with Lin Feng's name, right? However, they will not spread what happened tonight. After leaving the hotel, Shintang clasped his fists towards Lin Feng, then said goodbye and left.
Lin Feng looked at Shintang's leaving back, feeling a little sad. The last time he saw Shintang was because of his younger brother Shen Lang. Now, after only a few days of not seeing him, Shintang actually quit his job as a bodyguard, opened a car dealership, and became the boss. A car dealership cannot be opened without tens of millions of dollars. Lin Feng had no doubt at all that it was normal for someone who came out of ace to be treated like this. "Let's go, I'll treat you to dinner." Lin Feng looked at his good brother Wang Jian, then glanced at Su Wenwen, who was a little worried, and said. The weather was cool and the roadside barbecue restaurant was doing a booming business. Lin Feng casually found a seat and sat down. Su Wenwen suddenly picked up the cup and said, "Lin Feng, I toast to you." Wang Jian also picked up the cup and said, "Me too, Lin Feng, I won't say thank you or not between us, and you don't have to feel sorry or anything. Anyway, I don't want to go back to the days without dignity before, even if I'm beaten to death. Everything is fine now. I have no worries and can start all over again. Come on, do it." Lin Feng didn't say anything, but also picked up the cup. Lin Feng thought about it, then reacted, wait a minute, what are you doing? Are you going to part ways with me?" The two were stunned when they heard this, somewhat confused. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Put down the cup first and listen to what I have to say. Then you can decide whether to stay or go." They nodded, put their cups down again, and listened to him continue. "It's like this. Right now, we really don't have much to do with Wangpai, Country Garden, etc., but our business doesn't stop there. We want to thrive. Since the ready-made ones are no longer available, we can build our own foundation. I now have 10 million yuan in income every week, and I also have nearly 1 billion yuan in my account. Isn't it possible for a few of us to do something?" Lin Feng said frankly. Wang Jian and the other man were surprised when they heard this. Then he was overjoyed. Wang Jian patted Lin Feng's shoulder excitedly and was about to speak when a sarcastic voice suddenly came from the table next to him. "Hey, barbecue boss, your stall is great, and you serve big bosses. I wipe 10 million and 1 billion. I say, man, you are quite good at bragging." Lin Feng and others frowned when they heard this, and turned around to see that the person who was speaking was a middle-aged man. He might have drunk a little too much, his face was as red as a cooked shrimp, and his eyes were bloodshot. What is even more speechless is that, in such a hot day, this guy was actually wearing a dirty suit and tie, with a briefcase next to him. But at this time, the buttons of his suit were ripped open and his tie was hanging around his neck like a torn sock. Seeing the two people looking at him, the man burped and laughed. "What are you looking at? What I hate most is bragging idiots like you." Lin Feng and the other person were talking, and no one around them paid any attention. At this kind of night market barbecue stall, everyone came here to relax after a day's fatigue, to chat and enjoy the breeze, and no one was bothering anyone else. However, after hearing what this person said, the people around couldn't help but look at Lin Feng and others. Wang Jian frowned and wanted to curse, but Lin Feng reached out and stopped him. "Don't get excited." Then he smiled slightly, pointed at the man and said to Wang Jian and others seriously, "Look at him, this is a typical example of a failed life. Everyone, we have to work hard, otherwise we will end up like him." Wang Jian was originally very angry, but after hearing what Lin Feng said and looking at the man's appearance, he couldn't help feeling sad and even shivered. "I couldn't help but think of my previous life. I was busy from morning to night every day, and I only had a small salary every month, which was enough to pay the rent and eat. Year after year, day after day. It is conceivable that it won't take too long, just 10 years, no, just 3 to 5 years, and he will probably become like this person." Su Wenwen was also panicked. "Who are you talking about?" The man in the suit seemed to be irritated by what he said and stood up suddenly. "It looks like it is ready to choose someone to devour." The owner of the barbecue stall was afraid of trouble, so he hurried over to dissuade them. However, it would have been fine if no one dissuaded him. When someone did, the man in the suit became even more excited and struggled to pounce on Lin Feng and the others. "Damn it, kid, tell me clearly, who is the typical example of a failed life?" Lin Feng chuckled and stood up. "Lin Feng." Wang Jian and others were startled, thinking that he was going to attack, and grabbed him. Lin Feng laughed and signaled him to be patient. He walked slowly to the barbecue boss and patted him on the shoulder. "Boss, let him go. Let him go." Chapter 62. Everything goes well. "Hey, man, let's ignore him, he's drunk." The barbecue owner persuaded the man in the suit while pulling him hard. Don't worry, there won't be a fight. If a fight really breaks out, I will compensate you for your losses." Lin Feng laughed and patted the barbecue stall owner again, asking him to let go. When the man in the suit saw Lin Feng coming over, he was obviously panicked for a moment, but he kept shouting, "Let go, damn it, let me go." The barbecue boss was a businessman and had seen all kinds of people.
He knew what kind of person this person was.
However, Lin Feng was a person he couldn't figure out. The experiences during this period have brought Lin Feng a lot of changes. He is no longer the poor loser he used to be. He has started to have a bit of the feeling of a superior. The barbecue stall owner grabbed the man in the suit because he was afraid that he would suffer a loss. But when he saw that the man did not appreciate his kindness, he became angry again. Lin Feng spoke in a gentle and polite manner, which made him feel very comfortable, and he suddenly became too lazy to care about it. Just at this time, someone came to buy barbecue. The barbecue owner hesitated for a moment, then let go of the man in the suit and perfunctorily advised, "You two, please talk properly and don't make trouble." Lin Feng smiled slightly, patted him, and motioned him to go about his own business.
"Hey, you, what are you doing?"
The man in the suit obviously didn't expect that the barbecue stall owner would really not care. He was slightly stunned and actually reached out to grab the barbecue stall owner. Then he realized that this was a bit cowardly, so he stretched out his hand and pretended to shake his wrist, staring at Lin Feng with a strong appearance and a weak heart. "What are you doing?" "I'll tell you." He wanted to say a few words of warning, but before he could open his mouth, Lin Feng laughed and grabbed his wrist. The man in the suit thought he was going to attack him, his expression changed, and he tried to retreat in panic. Lin Feng laughed, pressed his shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid, uncle.
I'm not going to fight you. Let's sit down and talk." "Who wants to sit down and talk to you? Why don't you let go? Do you really think I don't dare to beat you? Who did you just say was the typical failure? Do you really think you have 10 million or 1 billion?
The man in the suit became more excited when he heard Lin Feng say he would not fight.
"Ha ha."
Lin Feng laughed and exerted force with his hands, pushing the man in the suit back onto the stool.
Without waiting for him to get angry, she suddenly asked, "Uncle, what do you do for a living? Judging from your appearance, you should be a salesperson, right?"
His sudden words not only stunned the man in the suit, but also the people around him. The man in the suit immediately blushed, thinking that Lin Feng was humiliating him.
He glared at him and raised his voice again. "Why do you care what I do? So what if I'm a salesperson? Even if I'm a salesperson, I'm no less than you. Don't get excited, we're just chatting, why are you so excited?"
Lin Feng said slowly and calmly, "You're right, what you do has nothing to do with me, but it's none of your business for us to just chat with friends, right?"
"Poof. I just can't stand you young people bragging all the time."
The man in the suit knew he was in the wrong, but still refused to give in.
Lin Feng smiled again. "Just because you can't stand it?" "Certainly." Then uncle, there must be a lot of things you can't stand, right?"
Lin Feng looked at him with a smile, and before he could refute, he said again, "Just because you can't stand it, you are sarcastic."
"You met me. If you met someone with a bad temper, you would be beaten now, do you know? Don't tell me, do you dare?
Or try it if you have the guts or something like that.
I will prove to you that I really dare."
The man in the suit sneered and snorted, as if he was disdainful of refutation.
Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lin Feng laughed, then turned to Wang Jian, Su Wenwen, and others and said, "Old one, move the things over here."
Then he turned back to the barbecue owner and said, "Boss, give us another $100. You can choose the specific ingredients."
Well,
Lin Feng's inexplicable behavior not only stunned the man in the suit, but also confused Wang Jian and others, not knowing what to do. However, Lin Feng asked them to move it over there. Even though the three of them didn't understand, they still followed his instructions and moved the unfinished barbecue and tableware over there.
The man in the suit started to get uneasy. "What on earth do you want to do?" Lin Feng didn't say anything.
He just took out his mobile phone, opened Alipay, brought up the balance interface, and placed it in front of the man in the suit. The man in the suit was stunned, and subconsciously looked at the screen. Then he couldn't help but open his mouth and said, 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, 7 zeros.
No, I'm drunk and my eyesight is a little blurry."
Lin Feng chuckled, then picked up a skewer of grilled tofu and ate it while saying, "Uncle, I said you are a typical example of a failure in life, do you admit it?" The man in the suit was in a daze, but when he heard these words, he stood up suddenly. He was really stimulated at this moment. Before, when Lin Feng said that he was a typical failure in life, he was just angry, but this time he really felt humiliated. Because in his eyes, Lin Feng was a little loser who was ignorant of the hardships of life, only knew how to daydream and brag, and was of the same class as him.
Contradictions among the people. But now, it's different. It turns out that this kid is actually a rich second generation. Now this rich second generation is showing off in front of him and humiliating him. As long as you are a man, there is no one who will not be stimulated. This is really too much. Not only him, but also Wang Jian and Su Wenwen felt that Lin Feng's action was a bit pointless. The people around them didn't know what to do. They just felt a little puzzled to see them sitting together. Lin Feng ignored the others, wiped his mouth and hands with a napkin, then pulled the man in the suit's sleeve again and said, "Uncle, don't get excited. I didn't mean to humiliate you by what I said before. I was really stating a fact. And we brothers are really scared, we are really afraid that one day we will be like you." You? The man in the suit turned pale and red, his chest rising and falling, and he turned to the barbecue owner and shouted, "Boss, the end." What the hell? I told you not to get excited. Before he could finish, Lin Feng pulled him back to his seat and waved to the barbecue boss, telling him not to worry about it for now. The barbecue owner hesitated for a moment. He didn't see Lin Feng's cell phone and didn't know the specific situation, but he could see that the man in the suit was in an extremely embarrassing situation. But after thinking about it, I feel that this guy deserves it. It's none of your business when others are chatting together, but you have to interrupt and say such rude words. You deserve it. Lin Feng chuckled, and then continued slowly, "Uncle, you look so tired that even the soles of your shoes are crooked. You walked a lot today, right? Is your business going well? Judging from your face, it shouldn't be going well. Does this have anything to do with you? What do you want?" The man in the suit was no longer drunk at this point, and veins bulged on his forehead. Obviously he was very angry. However, Lin Feng's words hit the nail on the head, causing his originally flushed face to turn pale. Chapter 63, Telling Everything You Know. Lin Feng seemed not to notice the anger of the man in the suit. He continued to chew the chicken wings nonchalantly, and asked casually, "How much do you know about the companies and development trends in Xiangqing City? The local industry?" You? Lin Feng's imaginative way of speaking made the angry man in the suit stunned again. He was really confused. Are these wealthy second generations all sick? What on earth is this trying to say? Wang Jian next to him understood Lin Feng better than the man in the suit, and his mind worked faster than the man in the suit. Although Lin Feng looked a little different today, when it came to this point, he finally understood what Lin Feng meant. Seeing that the man in the suit was still confused, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Uncle, what are you talking about? Your luck has come. Our brother Feng is giving you a chance." "Oomph, give me a chance." "Oomph, I don't want it." Although the man in the suit didn't understand what Lin Feng meant, he didn't believe that this nasty playboy would give him any chance for no reason. "Humph, opportunity, humiliation is more like it." The man in the suit sneered, then stood up again and turned to walk towards the barbecue owner. "Boss, pay the bill." He took out his wallet as he spoke. He couldn't afford to offend this brain-sick rich second generation, but could he not hide away? Lin Feng did not stop him, and did not even turn his head. He just casually uttered 3 words, 100,000 yuan. The voice of these 3 words was not loud, and even many people around did not hear them, but it was like a spell that made the man in the suit stiffen all over. He could not help but pause in his steps even though he had been planning to leave quickly. The man in the suit turned around a little stiffly and asked uncertainly, "What did you say? 100,000 yuan? 100,000 yuan is not a big number. For many wealthy people, it may just be a bottle of wine, a piece of clothing, or a maintenance for a luxury car. But for others, it's not a small number either." The man in the suit has a name. This is nonsense. Everyone has a name. The man in the suit's name is Li Chao. Just as Lin Feng guessed, he was a salesman working for a medium-sized trading company in Xiangqing City. What kind of person is Li Chao in the eyes of people around him? 2 words: a good person. 3 words: an honest person. He is the kind of person who is praised by his boss and superiors in every meeting, but is never given a promotion or a raise in salary. At the age of 40, generally speaking, people of this age, as long as they have sufficient abilities, can basically become middle or senior level leaders. But at the age of 40, Li Chao is still only a business section chief, and a deputy at that. I still do the same work as an ordinary salesperson every day. To be honest, Li Chao's ability is not that bad, and he can even be considered quite capable in terms of business skills, but unfortunately he has 2 workplace flaws. The first flaw is that they are not good at flattering others, and the second flaw is that they are timid. Generally, honest people often have these problems.
Such people are born to be workhorses in the workplace. It would be fine if he just failed in his career, but his family life is not perfect either. His wife despises him, his son looks down on him, and his daughter avoids him unless she wants his money. Because he himself is unable to provide his family with a happy life, he also feels ashamed when facing his family. 100,000 yuan is not a lot, but not a little either. It is not enough to change his life, but it is still very tempting to him. To be more specific, that was his income for nearly 2 years without eating or drinking. But he was not quite sure what Lin Feng meant, and he was not even sure if Lin Feng was talking to him. Lin Feng chuckled when he heard this, but did not say anything. Instead, he patted the chair he had just sat on, motioning him to sit down and talk. Li Chao hesitated for a moment, but still walked back and sat down again. He took a deep breath and said, "Tell me, what do you mean? You are not just trying to humiliate me, are you?" Although he said this, he was actually prepared to be humiliated. Of course, he didn't like being humiliated, but if it really was $100,000, a little humiliation would not be unacceptable. "What's your name?" Lin Feng did not answer his question, but asked with a smile. "Li Chao." Li Chao hesitated for a moment and replied, "Yeah." Lin Feng nodded, then picked up a napkin to wipe his hands, picked up his phone and said to Li Chao, "Pay the newspaper." "What?" Li Chao was stunned, not understanding what he meant. "Pay and report." Lin Feng hooked his finger impatiently and urged. Li Chao looked at him suspiciously, then hesitantly took out his mobile phone, opened the payment form and handed it to him hesitantly. Lin Feng snatched it away impatiently, opened the QR code, and then scanned it with his mobile phone. Payment reported to the account for 100,000 yuan. Li Chao was dazed when he heard a crisp notification sound, and then his phone was returned to him. He took it dazed, looked down, and confirmed that there was an extra 100,000 yuan in his payment account. 100,000 yuan, the money I worked hard for 2 years to earn, and now I can earn it with just one meal. He was stunned for a while, then he looked up and asked Lin Feng, "Why is there no limit on your payment?" Lin Feng didn't expect that he would ask such a question after all this time. He was stunned. He really hadn't thought about this question. He subconsciously asked back, "Is there a limit on payment?" The amount of money he had available before was not enough to support his consumption beyond the limit, but after Li Jingxian appeared, his payment seemed to have never encountered the so-called limit at all. Not to mention 100,000 yuan, I have never heard of any limit on 10 million yuan at a time. Li Chao was stunned when he heard him say this should be possible, right? As far as he could remember, there was indeed a limit on the amount of money that could be paid, but since 100,000 yuan had indeed been transferred to him, he was no longer sure. And although he said that for some unknown reason, he actually didn't care about that anymore. In fact, his mind was still dizzy, and he was even a little unsure if he had drunk too much and was hallucinating. Su Wenwen next to her interrupted and said, "Payment reports generally have a limit, but I heard that some special accounts have higher limits than ordinary accounts. I don't know if there are accounts with unlimited limits." "So that's how it is." Lin Feng nodded without delving into the issue. It wasn't an important matter anyway. Judging from the energy displayed by the system, it was not surprising to be able to do this. Li Chao didn't care too much about this question. He glanced at the balance on the payment report again and nodded. "Ask me. I'll tell you everything I know." Chapter 64 Talent. It's the same question as before. Are you familiar with the industrial and commercial companies in Xiancheng? Tell us what you know about it. Lin Feng asked again. Li Chao hesitated for a moment, but did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked suspiciously, "Before answering this question, I want to ask, by the way, that brother Feng?" Lin Feng nodded, "Lin Feng, but you can also call me that." "Do you have any questions? I want to know." Li Chao paused, then frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, "Brother Feng, I can understand why you ask this question. But why do you choose to ask me? If you pay 100,000 yuan, you should be able to find a more professional person to consult about this issue?" This question not only puzzled him, but also Wang Jian, Su Wenwen, and others. Lin Feng just laughed and said indifferently, "Reason? Is it okay to be willful if you have money?" Li Chao was stunned for a moment, then he smiled bitterly. This answer really left him speechless. "I was originally thinking, could it be that Brother Feng has a keen eye for talent? Come to think of it, I was really overthinking it." The two parties did not know each other before, and there was just a small conflict, and the person was drunk and bumped into others.
Is there anything that can let others see that you are talented?
What's more, if someone said that he, Li Chao, was a talent, he himself would doubt it. Although he did not think he was a talented person, he still felt that he had a say in Lin Feng's questions. So he had a little confidence in his eyes, and said with a wry smile, "The answer of being rich and willful is really speechless and makes people a little unhappy, but I have to say that rich people are lucky these days."
Oh, so, can you give me a more satisfactory answer to my question?
Lin Feng smiled and looked at Li Chao. He still looked nonchalant, but there was a hint of amusement in his eyes.
He did not ask this question without purpose.
His mentality at this moment was different from before. He had vaguely realized that if they wanted to truly achieve something in Xiangcheng, he must find an intervention point, and in order to find this intervention point, he must have some understanding of the pattern of Xiangcheng City. It would not be a lie to say that I chose Li Chao by chance, but it was not completely accidental either. Judging from the uncle's identity and work, he vaguely felt that he should be someone he could consult. However, this uncle, who seemed to have nothing to do with confidence, actually showed such a confident look, which made him a little concerned. Wang Jian, Su Wenwen, and others looked at Li Chao with surprise. Li Chao smiled and said nothing more. Instead, he took the briefcase, opened the zipper casually, and then, under the gaze of the four people, reached into the bag and took out a hardcover book. Then he slowly placed it on the table, turned the bound book so that it was facing Lin Feng, and then slowly pushed it in front of Lin Feng. After doing all this, Wang Jian and others looked at him with doubts, and he said in a soft voice, "These are some research notes I made when I was free these years. I have records of all the top companies in the industrial and commercial circles of Xiangcheng City.
I think these should be able to answer your question, Brother Feng. Do you think they are worth 100,000 yuan?"
Hearing this, Lin Feng was surprised.
He really didn't expect that this inconspicuous uncle actually had this skill.
He subconsciously glanced at the uncle, then picked it up and started to read it. After reading only 2 pages, Lin Feng was surprised.
He couldn't help but speed up his browsing.
The more he read, the brighter his eyes became.
"Oh my god, I found a treasure. This is more than worth it, it's so worth it." This thick notebook records over 90% of the well-known enterprises in Xiangcheng's industrial and commercial circles.
The contents include the company's history of development, business scope, company background, and even changes in senior personnel, as well as analysis of the reasons behind these changes. The entire notebook has hundreds of pages, which are densely packed with almost no blank spaces.
And judging from the binding marks, the notebook should be constantly updated.
Wang Jian's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Feng, and he leaned over curiously. He couldn't help but be more and more amazed, and by the end he was so excited that his hands were shaking slightly. Seeing that Lin Feng had finished a cursory glance, Wang Jian immediately reached out and snatched it away, flipping through it excitedly, and exclaimed in amazement without even looking up, "I'm so good, I didn't realize, uncle, that you actually have this skill.
Lao Feng, this 100,000 yuan is totally worth it. However, uncle, how accurate is the information above?"
Seeing that his results were recognized, Li Chao was quite proud. He poured himself a glass of beer, took a sip, and laughed. "Of course, the accuracy cannot be said to be 100%. After all, I am not a professional and I don't have enough inside information. But I can guarantee that all the records above are the most authentic records I can get. After all, I didn't intend to sell this thing today, I just wanted to increase my business with this stupid method. There's no need for me to fake it and deceive myself."
"That's right."
Wang Jian nodded in agreement, and then couldn't help but exclaimed, "Old Feng, 100,000 is too little for this book, and I feel that this should not be the detailed version."
"Uncle, you should have more detailed information, right?"
In addition, although this notebook is valuable, it still has some limitations. All the content only involves the major companies themselves, and too little is covered about the major forces behind the companies.
"I wonder if you don't understand, uncle, or if you don't take it seriously."
As Wang Jian spoke, he closed his notes and looked at Li Chao with sparkling eyes.
The latter couldn't help but be stunned.
He was originally only paying attention to Lin Feng and not paying attention to other people. At this time, Wang Jian just took a quick look and was surprised to see so many things. "I didn't expect this young man to have such vision."
Yes, this is indeed an abridged version.
In fact, I have compiled a total of 10 books with detailed information on these contents.
But many of them are old and of little value.
On the other side, Su Wenwen heard what Lin Feng and Wang Jian said and also became interested in the notes. Seeing that Wang Jian had finished reading, he took it from him. They were all amazed at the sight and felt the value of this notebook. When they heard Li Chao say that there were 10 notebooks like this, they couldn't help but be surprised and looked at Li Chao. They dared not look down on it anymore.
Chapter 65 Car Accident.
No matter what, if a person can do something seriously to this extent, it is enough to make people look up to him. However, it is a bit sad that this uncle has achieved such a miserable life despite having done so much.
Li Chao gave a bitter smile and sighed. How can I put it? It's fate.
Once upon a time, I, Li Chao, also had ambitions. It was because of this ambition that I began to study the industrial and commercial circles of Xiangcheng. It's a pity that I have been studying for several years and have filled several notebooks with notes, but my ambition has become less and less.
Now I do this just out of habit.
Moreover, the things I recorded may be of some value to people who don't know Xiangcheng, but to those local entrepreneurs in Xiangcheng, their value may not be that great. For me, it just makes it easier for me to run my business. As he spoke, he gulped down another glass of beer. The drunkenness that he had suppressed was aroused again, and he began to speak with a lisp. He stood up staggeringly and said, "Anyway, I've taken your money, and this thing is yours. As for whether it is worth it, that's it." After saying that, he stood up, left his seat, and staggered out.
Hey! Su Wanwan and Wang Jian wanted to keep him.
Everyone was not stupid and they realized that this uncle's own value was completely underestimated by himself. Just based on his understanding of Xiangcheng's business and industrial circles, this would be of great value to them. Their shortcomings are their lack of experience and lack of understanding of Xiangcheng's business and industrial circles. However, this uncle was really drunk this time and almost fell down when Wang Jian pulled him. Wang Jian hurriedly supported him and turned back to give Lin Feng a bitter smile. Seeing this, Lin Feng shook his head and smiled. "Forget it, go get my car and send the uncle back, and we'll talk about the other things later."
This is the only way.
Wang Jian nodded, helped Li Chao sit down again, then took Lin Feng's car keys, trotted all the way, and drove Lin Feng's Ferrari that was parked in a nearby parking lot over. Then he helped Li Chao into the car.
Li Chao lives not far away. Wang Jian rushed back in half an hour.
When he came back, there were a lot of bound books in the car, but his face didn't look very good. Seeing Lin Feng and the other two looking confused, he smiled bitterly and said, "The uncle is so miserable, and that aunt is so fierce. If I hadn't sent him back, I don't think he would even be able to get in the door at night." Lin Feng and the other two couldn't help but smile bitterly when they heard this. However, when they saw the truckload of bound books, the three of them became happy again. I simply asked the barbecue owner to collect all the tableware on the table, and then moved all the notebooks upstairs, and directly used the barbecue stall as an office. The barbecue owner was a little unhappy when he saw this. Although Lin Feng and others ordered a lot of barbecue, the other customers had changed several groups, and they were still occupying seats. Of course, the owner was unhappy. However, Lin Feng was already very experienced in dealing with this kind of thing. He directly transferred 1,000 yuan through Alipay, and the boss immediately stopped talking. After waving away the boss who wanted to show his courtesy, the three of them immediately started flipping through their notebooks. Several hours passed before they knew it, and as the boss was about to close the stall, the three of them had only just finished giving the notes a rough look. When I looked at the time, it was already past 3 in the morning. They had hardly slept the entire night, but the three of them were inexplicably excited.
Although they have not yet read these dozen notebooks in detail, they still give them a very clear impression of the entire Xiangcheng city.
The confusion caused by the loss of the company's prospects has now been completely swept away. Sitting in the Ferrari, Wang Jian said excitedly, "Lin Feng, I am suddenly full of confidence now, and even feel that the 100,000 yuan we paid is not a loss to us, but a great benefit. If we are not careful, we might get trapped. This Uncle Li is really amazing. He has clearly analyzed the problem that we didn't even notice in these notes." Su Wanwan added, "After reading these notes, I also have some ideas. I suddenly feel that our previous choice to operate a pedestrian street was not a good choice." Hearing the three people express their opinions, they were no longer confused and fearful. Lin Feng was very happy and couldn't help but secretly sigh at his luck. "I didn't expect that I would get such a reward just by meeting a drunk uncle casually. It's good that you all have ideas. It seems that you should have better ideas now, right?" Lin Feng said with a smile. "Of course." Lin Feng laughed and asked, "So, what do you think about our future development now?" As he spoke, his eyes turned to Wang Jian. Of the two, he is most optimistic about Wang Jian. Wang Jian paused for a moment and said, "I do have some ideas, but they are not mature yet." Su Wanwan was also thoughtful.
Su Wenwen then asked, Lin Feng, what about you? If you have any plans, I think it would be better for us to gradually improve them around your plan.
Lin Feng thought about it, then nodded and said, I do have some ideas.
It was Uncle Wang's experience that inspired me. Uncle Wang's experience and inspiration?
When he said this, the other three listened attentively, but were somewhat confused about what he meant.
Yes, that's right.
Lin Feng organized his thoughts and was about to speak, but was suddenly interrupted by a sharp brake sound. Then there was a commotion among the vehicles ahead. Lin Feng was startled and quickly stepped on the brakes, but he was still a step too late.
The Ferrari crashed into the back of a white Porsche in front of it with a bang.
Lin Feng's head hit the steering wheel, and then he was pushed back into his seat by the airbag. The thoughts and inspirations that I had just organized were pushed back into my stomach.
I couldn't help feeling annoyed. Oh my god, what's going on? How could a car accident happen so early in the morning?
At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard from the front. Oh no!
Someone's been killed.
Hearing this exclamation, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. No way, it was just a rear-end collision. How could someone be killed?
Lao Wang, Wenwen, how are you? Are you okay?
Although Lin Feng was a little flustered, he still confirmed whether the two were in trouble. But after he asked, he didn't hear any answers from Wang Jian and the others. Just as he was getting worried, he heard a bang, and the door of the Ferrari was kicked hard.
Then he heard a woman's voice shouting, How do you drive? Get out now.
Lin Feng's heart moved. He felt vaguely that the woman's voice was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was.
Chapter 66 Star. Hey, Lao Hu, are you guys okay?
Lin Feng ignored the shouting outside and asked Wang Jian and others again.
This time Wang Jian finally responded, I'm fine, I just bumped my head, it's no big deal. Immediately afterwards, Su Wenwen also spoke up to say that everything was fine.
Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and quickly pushed back the airbag that had begun to shrink, finally regaining his freedom. Turning around, I saw that Wang Jian and Su Wenwen were also rubbing their foreheads, but they didn't look serious, so I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Bang!
The sound of kicking the car door was heard again from outside.
Are you sick? You're kicking,
Lin Feng pushed open the car door and was about to get angry, but when he looked up, he couldn't help but be stunned. The woman standing in front of me was dressed so strangely. A wide-brimmed sun hat with the brim pulled down very low, coupled with a pair of large sunglasses, makes this woman exude a mysterious aura. Logically speaking, someone dressed like this should be extremely low-key, but this woman was extremely arrogant, with her chin raised and her arms folded across her chest, ignoring Lin Feng. There was a very small person next to her, but his attitude was extremely arrogant. It was this person who kicked Lin Feng's car door.
What are you looking at? I'm talking to you.
Seeing Lin Feng and the others staring at the mysterious woman in a daze, the short woman kicked the door of the Ferrari again, pointed at Lin Feng's nose and said viciously, Do you know how to drive?
You crashed someone's car, and you can't even say an apology? Are you sick? Just talk and stop kicking me.
Lin Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that this woman was addicted to kicking him. He had already opened the car door, but she still kicked him.
His anger was aroused again.
Fortunately, he took a look at the car door and saw that it was not kick damaged, but he still glared at the woman angrily.
But he didn't do anything. The little woman was unhappy. Who are you scolding? You are the one who was kicking the ass. You are a stupid donkey. You hit our car and you're right.
Lin Feng sneered, and before he could say anything, a large group of people, both men and women, came running over from the front, making a lot of noise. Seeing the short woman and the girl in sunglasses, a girl in a sports uniform in the group immediately pointed at the girl in sunglasses and said excitedly, That's her.
She's the one who hit Grandma with her car.
The group of people were also stunned when they saw the sunglasses woman. Then someone with quick reactions had his eyes light up and sneered excitedly, She was wearing sunglasses while driving.
No wonder she hit someone. Take a picture, take a picture. This is the evidence.
The woman in sunglasses had a cold expression on her face at first, but when she saw this group of people running towards her, her expression couldn't help but change. Then she saw these people taking out their mobile phones to take pictures, and she showed a hint of panic and anger. However, her first reaction was not to argue with or accuse those people, but to quickly raise her hands to cover her face, then lower her head and try to get into the car. But they refused to let her get away, and two big men among them reached out to grab her.
What are you doing? Don't take pictures, don't take pictures.
The short woman's face changed when she saw this scene. She didn't care about Lin Feng and others anymore, and hurried over to block the two men who were grabbing the woman in sunglasses. The woman in sunglasses quickly took the opportunity to get into the car and slammed the door shut. The petite woman stood in front of the car door, waving her hands in an attempt to stop those people from taking pictures. However, she could throw a tantrum in front of Lin Feng, but facing a group of people who were obviously more violent than her throwing a tantrum was of no use at all. He grabbed around with his hands, but not only did he fail to grab the photographer's phone, he was pushed against the car door with a bang. But this woman was indeed fierce. Although her face turned pale and she looked a little flustered, she still stood in front of the car door and refused to move. At the same time, she quickly took out her cell phone and sternly warned, "Don't mess around, or I'll call the police. Call the police, call the police." One of the big men grinned when he heard her say call the police and raised his hand to snatch his phone. The other man stopped him, sneered, looked at the short woman and said, "Second brother, don't stop her, let her call the police. I want to see if she dares to report it." A big star hit someone with his car and was sent to the police station. This news attracts people's attention as soon as they hear it. Although the petite woman was a little panicked, she still looked very strong. When she heard the big man's words, her face couldn't help but change. He was about to dial the number on his cell phone when he stopped and looked at the big man in surprise. "Who are you? How could you?" She was halfway through her speech when she suddenly realized something and quickly changed her words to deny it. "I don't know what you were talking about. What big star? I was the one driving. Which eye of yours thinks I look like a big star?" But it was too late. It would have been better if she hadn't said that. After she said that, even the onlookers and Lin Feng and others heard that something was wrong. Lin Feng and others were gloating over the misfortune of the two women. It was not until he saw the petite woman being pushed against the car door by the two big men that he frowned slightly. "It's not because I sympathize with these two women. It's just that the matter feels a little subtle and doesn't seem like an ordinary accident." However, Lin Feng and Wang Jian had no intention of stepping forward to help. Su Wenwen felt a little reluctant, but she didn't say anything. At this time, I heard the big man say that the woman in sunglasses was a big star, and then I looked at the reaction of the short woman. Everyone was suddenly enlightened. Wang Jian chuckled and said, "No wonder that goddess in sunglasses is so mysterious and arrogant, it turns out she is a celebrity. Now it's going to be lively. But I guess he's not a big star, so he doesn't even have two bodyguards." Lin Feng shook his head when he heard this. "That's not necessarily true. Big stars don't always bring groups of bodyguards with them wherever they go, right? And maybe it's not that they can't afford bodyguards, but that they don't want to hire one, or maybe they are tired of being surrounded by celebrities, so they dumped their bodyguards and came out to experience the life of an ordinary person?" Driving a Porsche to experience the life of an ordinary person? Wang Jian rolled his eyes, obviously disagreeing with Lin Feng's statement. Lin Feng laughed. "Who knows? Brother Feng, did you see clearly what that big star looked like just now? Was she pretty?" Su Wenwen was a woman after all, so she couldn't avoid some gossip. Wang Jian laughed and said, "You think she's wearing a sun hat and big sunglasses, so no one can see clearly, but to be honest, she seems to have a pretty good figure." Lin Feng smiled slightly. "I didn't see it clearly, but maybe I know who she is? Is it true?" The other two were instantly gossipy when they heard this, and they urged, "Don't keep us in suspense, tell us who it is. Come on, tell us, which celebrity is she?" Chapter 67 Escape. Lin Feng smiled slightly, deliberately whetting the appetite of the two people and said, "Just before you came over, I just received a call from someone from Baigilin." Someone from Baigilin? Wang Jian was a little curious. Didn't Lin Feng hand over Baigilin to him to manage? Why would someone call now? At this time, someone from Baigilin actually called Lin Feng, which made both of them unable to help but have some wild thoughts. It feels like there is some remarkable story behind this. But then the two of them were confused again. What is the connection between the two? It's not that we are related, but the person from Country Garden called me to invite me to a dinner party tomorrow, no, tonight. According to her, there is also a super popular celebrity in Xiangqing who will attend the event. We have a very popular star in Xiangqing City. Who is this? Who is that? Wang Jiandu looked puzzled. Su Wenwen was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, "Lin Feng, are you talking about Wu Li?" "Wu Li? No way, Lin Feng, you mean the woman in sunglasses in the car in front is Wu Li? This is too disappointing, right? Wu Li's popularity in Xiangqing City is indeed very high." Even Wang Jian couldn't help but get excited when he heard that it might be this big star. However, he then thought of the expression and performance of the woman in sunglasses, as well as the arrogance and aggressiveness of the petite woman, and became reluctant to believe it. Su Wenwen was also very suspicious. Or rather, unwilling to believe. Wu Li, in the eyes of the people of Xiangqing, is Xiangqing's own perfect goddess and big star.
There are even rumors that even the Xiangqing municipal government plans to hire Wu Li as Xiangqing's image ambassador, tourism promotion ambassador, and so on. This kind of Wu Li has nothing in common with the image of the woman in sunglasses just now.
Lin Feng felt that the possibility was very high, but he didn't say much and just smiled slightly.
This kind of thing is harmless to him.
It's not a bad thing to leave some room for imagination for Wang Jian and others. However, although the two said it was impossible, they were not so sure in their hearts. If Wu Li is really in Xiangqing at this time, then the probability that she is the woman in sunglasses in the car in front is quite high. After all, Xiangqing is not a metropolis. Celebrities are nothing in Shanghai and Beijing, but they are quite rare in a place like Xiangqing, and big celebrities are even rarer. Also, if you think about it carefully, the height, figure, and even face shape of the woman in sunglasses are quite similar to Wu Li.
Lin Feng, if the woman in sunglasses is really Wu Li, should we go over and help her block it? Seeing the petite woman being caught in a dilemma, Wang Jian couldn't help but ask hesitantly. Su Wenwen couldn't help but nod when she heard this.
The petite woman no longer had the arrogance and momentum she had before when facing the oppression of two big men and a group of people. She could only make futile excuses. I was driving the car, I'm not a big star, and I didn't hit anyone.
I didn't hit anyone, why did my grandma fall down? How should I know? There are so many people who commit fraud these days.
The little woman's words immediately added fuel to the fire.
What? You said we were scamming someone? Fine, we won't argue with you.
Call the police. Call the police. Let the police come and see whether it's the car driven by you or the car driven by that famous star.
Then, let's see if any of our people scammed someone.
Yes, call the police, call the police. Damn it, a big star is so great, he hit someone and dared to slander us for fraud, we must call the police. A group of people were very excited. The little woman obviously didn't dare to call the police, or even ask passers-by to call the police. When she heard those people talking about big stars and calling the police, she couldn't help but panic.
Suddenly, I heard a knock on the car window behind me.
When I looked back, I saw the woman in sunglasses pulling down the brim of her hat and making a gesture through the car window. The petite woman and the woman in sunglasses seemed to have a tacit understanding with each other. As soon as she saw the former's gesture, she seemed to understand what she meant.
He gritted his teeth and said, "We admit defeat.
We can give you the money if you want it, but the main responsibility for this accident is not on us, but on them." As she spoke, she pointed at the Ferrari of Lin Feng and the others and said, "That's the Ferrari." Lin Feng and others couldn't help but be stunned.
Damn it. Wang Jian couldn't help cursing. We were just discussing whether or not to help them, and now we're bitten by the thief before we even move.
Su Wenwen was also stunned. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help laughing. He casually shifted into reverse gear, and the Ferrari instantly retreated rapidly. Then he turned a corner, missed the Porsche in front, and drove away without looking back.
Hey! The petite woman didn't expect Lin Feng to do this.
Before she said anything, Lin Feng was still waiting by the side. She wanted to drag Lin Feng and others in as well, and change the situation where she was alone and weak.
Who knew that Lin Feng would run away as soon as he said he would?
She wanted to chase him, but of course it was impossible for her to catch up with him, and as soon as he moved, a group of big men blocked him. He ignored the departure of Lin Feng and others. The little woman was furious and could not help but yell at the big man and his group, "Why are you stopping me?
You should chase them. Didn't you see that our car was also hit by them? They are the real murderers."
Unexpectedly, the big man and his companions were unmoved, and laughed. "Then we don't care, who is responsible has nothing to do with us, we only know that you hit the person.
So we are only looking for you."
After that, he chuckled and said, "I'm a person who always abides by the rules. Either you pay the money, or we call the police and let them decide who is right and who is wrong."
"You, how much do you want?" The petite woman was furious, but she finally compromised.
One of the big men laughed when he heard her say that. "We don't want much, just 10 million.
"What 10 million?
Why don't you just go and rob it?" The little woman flew into a rage. The big man and others just sneered and didn't even give her a chance to bargain. The smaller girl was about to say something when there was another knock on the rear window. The short woman looked back, then glared at the big man and the others and said, "I can give you the money, but you must delete all the photos and videos in your phone." The big man and others smiled and had no objection. He waved directly to the person in the crowd who was taking pictures with his mobile phone, and the latter handed the phone directly to the short woman. The petite woman looked at the big man and others warily, then slowly took the phone.
Chapter 68 Banquet Incident.
Half an hour later, the white Ferrari drove away from the scene. The small woman in the car punched the leather seat angrily. "It's so infuriating, these bastards are simply robbing, and that Ferrari, they hit our car and ran away."
Li, should we report him for hit and run?
As Lin Feng had guessed, the woman in sunglasses was Wu Li, the super popular star in Xiangqing City. At this time, she had taken off her sun hat and sunglasses.
Hearing this, he glanced at the little woman and said, "Report it to whom?"
"Once this little thing gets out, I don't know how much trouble those reporters will create."
"Are we just going to let it go like this?"
The short woman remained silent. After a moment, she couldn't help but punch the leather sofa again in dissatisfaction. Forget it, there's no such a cheap thing." Wu Li leaned lazily on the chair. "If I were at a disadvantage in other places, I would just endure it. But this is Xiangqing, my, Wu Li's, home turf. Whoever crashed into my car and cheated me of my money can let it go so easily." Then a cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she said coldly, "Call Uncle Guo and tell him we've arrived."
"Haven't we been here for several days?"
Wu Shuang was surprised when he heard that. Wu Li glared at him and he quickly shut up. Wu Li snorted, and then continued, "By the way, tell him about our experience. We are his guests, and we have been tricked. He should not ignore it." Wu Shuang's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she nodded quickly. "Lin Feng, if Wu Li is really in that car, we might have offended this big star. Will she cause trouble for you?"
Wang Jian couldn't help laughing when he recalled the stunned expression of the little woman. "But I'm a little worried."
After all, it was a fun run, but if that woman was Wu Li, they dared not underestimate her.
Although she is just an entertainment star, her influence in Xiangqing is not small.
In fact, to some extent, even the mayor of Xiangqing cannot compare to her. It's not just because of her popularity, but also because a star of that level, needless to say, has connections with all walks of life. Lin Feng didn't care much when he heard it.
Of course, he did not doubt Wu Li's influence, but this influence was ultimately limited.
Otherwise, she, a big star, would not have been taken advantage of by a group of scammers. Moreover, he vaguely felt that the group of scammers were not just accidental, and perhaps someone had been plotting against Wu Li for a long time. But these have nothing to do with Lin Feng. If he cared about her, he just cared, but he didn't have any longing for Wu Li.
But the Wu Li in reality is probably going to disappoint him.
Lin Feng is not a kid who is crazy about chasing stars, so he doesn't have to worry about not being able to accept it. At most, the dream will be shattered quickly. So he just laughed and put the matter behind him. What he is more concerned about now is how to use the resources at hand to achieve results as quickly as possible. He vaguely felt that the so-called sequence points should also be related to his achievements during the test. Also, if possible, he would like to check whether he can find out where his so-called system inheritance comes from.
Lin Feng returned home and lay on the sofa.
Wang Jian was now the acting director of Country Garden. He was responsible for everything.
Lin Feng was just a hands-off boss.
Lin Feng's status as the richest man in China was not made public. He suppressed the matter, but for the sake of his own safety, he still called Scorpion and asked for some bodyguards. Without saying a word, Scorpion directly transferred the elites of the Ace Group to him. Lin Feng looked at the stocks of major companies that popped up on the system phone and felt bored. He was already so rich, what did he need these company shares for?
Becoming the richest man in the world? That should feel similar to being the richest man in China.
Lin Feng has not figured out the feeling of being the richest man in China, so he does not plan to be the richest man in the world for the time being. Lin Feng looked at the bodyguards outside the window. It was a pitch-black night and he missed home. Now, Lin Ruoshi is already his woman, and Su Wenwen is still in the process of further development.
Which one should he bring back home to meet his parents?
And these two women are not aware of each other's existence for the time being. Lin Feng was thinking deeply when his cell phone rang.
He looked at it curiously. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Who would call him? What's wrong? Wang Jian?
Lin Feng said this meaningfully. He knew his childhood friend very well, and this friend would never look for him unless there was something wrong.
Something must have happened. Brother Feng, huh, you really understand me.
Wang Jian said with a smile when he heard Lin Feng's question.
If you have something to say, just tell me. If not, I'll hang up.
Lin Feng said indifferently.
He didn't like to talk nonsense. It's like this: Mr. Guo from Jiayang Group invited me to attend a banquet at his house tomorrow, and I don't know whether I should go. Wang Jian said. You're just a boss. Why are you asking me about such a small matter? Can't you handle it yourself? Lin Feng questioned.
Having been a big shot for such a long time, he still has some temper, especially when it comes to scolding people.
Lin Feng's self-esteem is growing rapidly.
No, Brother Feng, this Bosque is not an ordinary person.
He is the richest man in Xiangqing.
Wang Jian looked at Lin Feng and continued.
Oh. This is interesting. Go ahead and build a relationship with the richest man here and see what kind of person this Xiangqing richest man is like.
Lin Feng suggested that Xiangqing was his and Wang Jian's hometown, so naturally they did not want Xiangqing to be destroyed in the hands of others. The richest man in Xiangqing was naturally a big shot who influenced the development of Xiangqing.
His influence was probably comparable to that of the mayor, or even greater. Okay.
Wang Jian nodded and was about to hang up the phone.
I'll go with you.
Lin Feng said after hesitating for a moment, then hung up the phone.
Lin Feng was dozing on the bed. He had seen this Bosque on TV many times.
His name was Guo Xiaodong. He was a middle-aged man who was eloquent and a successful entrepreneur. Lin Feng also knew that there were many people outside who wanted to package him, but he rejected them all.
He just didn't know whether Guo Xiaodong was as real as he was on TV, or just a facade.
Lin Feng shook his head and decided to go and check it out tomorrow and he would know everything. Lin Feng was lying on the bedboard, so he turned on his phone and a novel popped up. It was Sure Who's Fighting Against the Heavens. This book already had millions of fans, and the number was still increasing crazily.
Chapter 69, Too Little.
Lin Feng knew that Sure Who had succeeded and he had changed his dream. Lin Feng remembered how shy Sure Who was when he first came to the company. A college student who graduated from a key university, he aspired to become a writer, and in the end he succeeded.
Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited for Sure Who. On the road to becoming a writer, there were many people who failed.
Lin Feng once earned some living expenses by being a writer with full attendance when he was in college, but he didn't persist later. After going out to work, he no longer looked down on the little income of a writer. Thinking back to the past, Lin Feng remembered how he had to update every day until 2 o'clock in the morning just to earn that little living expense. When he was sleepy, he would slap himself on the face twice, and in his heart he would keep cheering himself up and shouting, "You are so outstanding, how can you sleep?" Since he had experienced it himself, Lin Feng had a better understanding of the accident.
It was really not easy for the accident to have come to this point.
Lin Feng opened the mobile app and saw a message about 51% of the shares of Zhang Yue Group. Without hesitation, he paid 9 yuan to buy it.
There was nothing he could do, he had money and could do whatever he wanted. In the world of online literature, Zhang Yue might not be the strongest now, but Lin Feng is confident that he can make it the pinnacle, making him a big shot in the world of online writers and making him the dream home of all online writers. Lin Feng believed that he had the financial resources to improve the welfare of Zhang Yue. In the morning, Lin Feng had breakfast and went to the company.
"Boss, are you looking for me?" A man with an honest face poked his head out and looked inside curiously.
"Well, Sure Who, come in."
Lin Feng knocked on the table and asked with some curiosity as he looked at the energetic Sure Who in front of him.
"You, doing 2 jobs a day, aren't you tired?"
Lin Feng looked at Sure Who and asked curiously.
"How could a person do 2 jobs all day and still be energetic?" "Not tired, these are my jobs. Seeing the number of fans grow every day, I feel very happy in my heart," Sure Who said sincerely. "Well, I came here this time to talk to you about something."
Lin Feng hesitated, but didn't know how to start.
After all, letting Sure Who change jobs might be a bit shameful. "Brother Feng," you said, "I will never refuse anything you ask me to do." Sure Who patted his chest and said seriously.
Lin Feng's kindness to him is like that of a second parent.
If it weren't for Lin Feng, Sure Who would definitely not be where he is today. "Have you heard of Zhang Yue?" Lin Feng asked. "I've heard that in the online literary world, I know all the basic websites. This is also the basic situation a writer needs to know. So what do you think of this website?" Lin Feng looked at Sure Who, touched his nose and asked.
If Sherhu was not interested in this website, Lin Feng would not want to force him.
After all, everyone has something they pursue.
This website is good, I am very optimistic about its future. Although it has not been established for a long time, it is large in scale and is developing very rapidly.
Sherhu thought about it and expressed his opinion. That's good. Are you willing to join the Zhang Yue family? The salary and benefits will not be less than your original one.
Lin Feng said. This. Sherhu hesitated, a little unprepared for Lin Feng's sudden invitation.
Is Lin Feng also a live broadcaster? How come he is also running a website now? Okay, I'm willing to be the leader of the mountain. After just a few breaths, Sherhu told Lin Feng the answer. Lin Feng couldn't help but get excited. He didn't expect to get the answer in such a short time. Yes.
Okay, don't worry, I will increase your welfare benefits several times. Lin Feng patted Sherhu's shoulder and said, then Sherhu said goodbye. Lin Feng walked around the company. The company has now expanded to a scale of hundreds of people. Of course, a lot of money has been invested, and the computer sound cards used for live broadcasts are all top-notch equipment.
Why is this water so bitter?
Lin Feng asked after drinking a sip of water from the tank.
Boss, it always tastes like this.
A secretary came over and said hurriedly.
Well, what kind of water is the most expensive now?
Lin Feng asked.
It seems to be pure Antarctic ice.
I heard that it is water airlifted from Antarctica.
It is full of energy and good for the body. The secretary looked at Lin Feng and said. Well, then we will provide water to the company according to this standard.
Lin Feng said.
Boss, that water costs 50 yuan a bottle.
Isn't that too extravagant? Said the secretary. It will be luxurious, but not too luxurious. By the way, further develop the surrounding areas and expand it into a company park.
Lin Feng ordered.
Yes, boss, said the secretary. As a successful entrepreneur, Lin Feng's net worth has already exceeded hundreds of billions, making him rich enough to rival a country. Boss, there's someone named Guo Wanting at the door looking for you, the secretary said on the phone.
Well, let her in.
Lin Feng said. He remembered that he gave Guo Wanting a business card when he left the Magic City bar, but he didn't expect that the other party would come to him so soon.
Tell me, what's the matter?
Lin Feng said, looking at the sexy beauty opposite him. Guo Wanting is wearing a black suit today, with a white suspender inside and black shorts underneath, outlining a straight line. Lin Feng looked at the beautiful woman in front of him who was hesitant to speak, and his heart couldn't help but feel hot.
What exactly do you want from me? If you need my help, just tell me.
Lin Feng asked with a wry smile as he looked at Guo Wanting biting her lips as if she was deciding something important in her life.
My company has a debt crisis, so I want to borrow some money from you. Guo Wanting looked at Lin Feng, lowered her head and said. Oh, how much do you want to borrow?
Lin Feng asked directly. What he lacked the most now was money, and the most he had was also money.
5 million.
Guo Wanting said with her head still down. When Lin Feng went to work in her company, Guo Wanting did not want him and even taught him a lesson.
Unexpectedly, today, the inconspicuous and naive young man actually succeeded and she even fell to the point of borrowing money from him. Here, this is 10 million, take it.
Lin Feng said, took out a card from the cabinet and put it on the table.
10 million?
Guo Wanting was surprised. This was 10 million, and Lin Feng didn't even take it seriously and lent it to him.
What? Do you think it's too little?
Lin Feng looked at Guo Wanting's expression and thought that she thought it was too little, so he casually took out a bank card from the cabinet and threw it on the table, just like throwing a toy card casually.
Chapter 70, Super Rich. Are you so rich now?
Guo Wanting was stunned when she saw Lin Feng's arrogant appearance. He was completely different from the problem of not being able to refill gas before.
Thank you for praising me.
Lin Feng said modestly, then took out a card and handed it to her.
Here, this is a tip for you, take it.
Lin Feng took out another card from the drawer and threw it on the table.
I'd like to ask, does every card in this drawer contain 10 million?
Guo Wanting asked curiously as she watched Lin Feng casually pull out cards from the cabinet, each of which contained 10 million.
Well, yes. Lin Feng nodded. This is the gift card I specially prepared.
There is a total of 100 million yuan, divided into 10 pieces. It is specially prepared for friends who come to borrow money from me.
You are lucky today, you are the first one.
Lin Feng said.
Thank you, thank you. Guo Wanting looked at Lin Feng with some affection.
Generous men are always fascinating and the most attractive to women.
You're welcome. This is what I should do. Just tell me if there's anything I can do to help.
I'll do my best. Lin Feng looked at Guo Wanting and said very gentlemanly.
Don't worry, I won't let you lend me this money for nothing. I will definitely return it to you. Guo Wanting looked at Lin Feng and said. Well, I believe in your character.
Lin Feng said. Before she could finish her words, they were covered by a pair of sexy lips. Guo Wanting originally wanted to kiss Lin Feng as a token of interest, but she didn't expect Lin Feng to refuse to let go, and his fingers slid up, becoming more and more excessive. Guo Wanting felt uncomfortable and hot all over, and she was getting weaker and weaker. Finally, her body went limp and she fell on Lin Feng's legs, allowing Lin Feng to do whatever he wanted. An hour later, Guo Wanting leaned on Lin Feng's chest, looking at the strong arms that gave her a sense of security.
Sister Ting? How do you feel?
Lin Feng asked. Although Guo Wanting was a few years older than him, Lin Feng still addressed her as sister.
Xiao Feng, you are awesome. Guo Wanting slid her fingers across Lin Feng's chest, drew a heart shape, and said.
Lin Feng looked at the clothes on the ground and couldn't help but feel deeply touched. After he became rich, his love luck seemed to have increased, and beauties picked from thousands of miles away flocked to him. Sister Ting, don't worry, I will definitely treat you well in the future. Lin Feng said, stroking Guo Wanting's hair.
Xiao Feng, don't worry. I did this voluntarily. It has nothing to do with you.
Guo Wanting said to Lin Feng, then she got up and prepared to put on her clothes, but was held tightly by Lin Feng.
Am I the kind of irresponsible person? Don't worry, from now on you are my woman.
Lin Feng stroked the hair on his chest and said to Guo Wanting.
No need.
I will use my own strength to prove that I don't need to rely on men to survive.
Guo Wanting looked at Lin Feng and said, then turned around, took the 3 bank cards on the table, and left without looking back. The night is as dark as pitch, and the lights are shining outside. Hello, boss, it's time to go. Wang Jian's voice sounded on the phone. Lin Feng woke up from the office and looked at his watch. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. He was too tired today, so he could only have a good sleep. Yeah.
Lin Feng nodded, and saw the vehicle waiting downstairs through the fine diamond glass.
He packed up simply and went downstairs.
If Lin Feng remembered correctly, the party would not start until 9 o'clock in the evening, so there was still an hour to prepare. By the way, you should arrange for sure whose works to be promoted by major anchors and platforms. His works are indeed good. As long as they are thoroughly exposed, he will definitely soar to the sky. Lin Feng turned around and gave instructions to Han Fei, who had been guarding him. Seeing the latter nodded, Lin Feng got into Wang Jian's car.
Boss, isn't this a bit too big of a fuss? We're just attending a party?
Wang Jian sighed as he looked at the number of luxury cars following behind his car.
Do you know what the saddest thing is for a person?
Lin Feng suddenly turned his head and looked at Wang Jian and asked.
Wang Jian shuddered. It must be bad news if Lin Feng looked at him like that. The person is alive but the money is gone? Wang Jian thought for a long time and said. Wrong.
Lin Feng criticized.
The man is alive, but his wife ran away?
Wang Jian said, and then he saw Lin Feng's expression change and his head shrank back.
Damn it, I told you not to keep talking. Bang.
Wang Jian was very self-aware and turned around and slapped himself. Lin Feng smiled and didn't pay too much attention to this detail.
You are now the acting boss of Country Garden.
You are responsible for everything, so just do your job and leave the rest to me. Lin Feng looked at Wang Jian, signaling him not to be timid in doing things.
Wang Jian looked at Lin Feng and nodded heavily.
Sometimes brothers don't need to say much, just a glance can understand each other.
By the way, what do you think is the saddest thing for a person? Wang Jian looked at Lin Feng and asked. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't come up with the answer.
Of course, the person died but the money was not spent.
Lin Feng said. Indeed, it does make sense. Wang Jian thought about it and agreed.
The more you savor these words, the more interesting they become.
When will we be able to spend all the money? How much money will it cost every day?
Wang Jian looked at Lin Feng curiously. He knew that Lin Feng was rich, but he didn't know exactly how much money he had.
Probably several million per second?
Lin Feng thought about it roughly and said.
Oh my god, so many. Wang Jian's head was a little confused. The world of rich people was so wonderful. He knew that Lin Feng was rich, but he didn't expect Lin Feng to be so rich. The car drove slowly and stopped in a manner. The door of the golden Rolls-Royce slowly opened, and Lin Feng and Wang Jian got out of the car. Even if it is a banquet for the nobility, there are countless luxury cars, but every time a luxury car drives by, people will stop to watch, and most people will have a competitive mentality. Lin Feng has a handsome face, and the expensive suit he wears shows his extraordinary temperament. Having seen the world, Lin Feng's eyes unconsciously carry a hint of domineering. Wang Jian stood behind Lin Feng and began to look at the people around him. Sorry, sir, we don't allow bodyguards here? Lin Feng and his group were stopped by security guards before they even entered the door. Call out your boss. Lin Feng didn't say anything. Wang Jian began coldly. What's the matter, you two? A middle-aged man who looked like a butler walked over with a smile and asked. They said that we can't bring bodyguards into the banquet. Lin Feng spoke, looking at the butler in front of him who seemed to be acting in a pretentious manner. Chapter 71 Banquet. In theory, there is such a rule, but the rules are up to the person. Seeing that you two are both wealthy and powerful, it is no problem for you to bring a few bodyguards in. No problem. The butler looked at Lin Feng and smiled, then turned to look at the people behind Lin Feng and spoke. Yeah. Lin Feng nodded and walked in. Wang Jian followed closely behind him. 4 of the 5 or 8 bodyguards behind him went in, and the remaining 4 stayed outside to observe for risks. These are elite figures selected by Scorpion from the Ace Group. They have multiple battle experiences and can better ensure the safety of the characters. There were many luxurious gifts at the banquet, and there were many high-end beauties, who were wearing evening gowns and easily dealt with the people who came over to chat with them. Boss, this person is Gui Xiaodong, the richest entrepreneur in Xiangqing at present. Wang Jian said, pointing at a middle-aged man who was chatting with others. The man was probably in his 40s or 50s, with slightly bald hair and a full forehead. Like most successful people, he had a beer belly and a bloated figure that would have made him look ordinary if he were seen on the street. Guo Xiaodong seemed to have noticed something. Seeing Lin Feng and his group coming towards them, he smiled, nodded, and walked over. Hello, I'm Guo Xiaodong. May I know who you are? Guo Xiaodong walked closer, looked at Lin Feng, and asked. He thought Lin Feng was some rich second generation who came to the banquet on behalf of his father. People from Country Garden. Wang Jian said from the side. Oh. Guo Xiaodong was a little surprised. Country Garden was a large group ranked in China. He had visited them before and sent them an invitation. He didn't expect someone to come today. Country Garden is also a large group with a value of tens of billions. How can a small company like his compare? It is better not to offend such a behemoth. I wonder if Boss Gua has any better ideas for the development of Xiangqing? Lin Feng ignored Boss Gua's surprise and asked on his own. Xiangqing? Of course it will be developed vigorously. As the richest man in Xiangqing, I am determined to develop together with Xiangqing's industries, so that this city can flourish and show its beauty. Guo Xiaodong looked at Lin Feng and began to talk. I wonder what Boss Gua's plan is. Lin Feng asked. This? I haven't thought about it yet, said Guo Xiaodong. Zhaoyang Enterprise is a heavy industry enterprise, which causes great harm to the environment. If we want Xiangqing to develop vigorously, we should vigorously develop the real estate and tourism industries. Lin Feng thought for a while and said. Yes, yes. Guo Xiaodong nodded. You can come to me if you need anything in the future. Lin Feng glanced at Guo Xiaodong and said, then he took out a business card from his pocket and handed it over. Guo Xiaodong didn't care at first, but when he glanced at it, he saw the 6 characters Chairman of Country Garden written on it. Guo Xiaodong was excited. Oh my god, this man is the boss of Country Garden? A tycoon who manages a billion-dollar company? Come, please come in, please come in. Guo Xiaodong quickly put away the business card and said respectfully to Lin Feng. Lin Feng and his group were invited to sit at a table at the front. I wonder, sir, what kind of programs do you like? Guo Xiaodong looked at Lin Feng and asked. Like the young people today, singing and dancing. Lin Feng said. That's perfect. I just happened to invite a big star from our Xiangqing city, Mr. Feng. I spent a lot of money to invite him. Oh, then I must take a good look at it. Lin Feng smiled.
Soon, a beautiful figure walked out, wearing hot clothes and hot pants, with a well-proportioned figure and a very beautiful face. The person who came was Wu Li. Lin Feng's guess was correct. The woman they met on the roadside last time was Wu Li. Although the short woman was not with Wu Li this time, and although Wu Li was wearing a hat last time, Lin Feng did not make a mistake. Both her appearance and figure were exactly the same as the previous girl. When Wu Li appeared and saw Lin Feng, she was also surprised. Obviously, she did not expect to see Lin Feng here. She was a little surprised at the moment, but after all, she had seen many big scenes, so she naturally did not show it. As a star from Xiangcheng, Wu Li is naturally very popular among the people of Xiangcheng. As soon as she came out, there were cheers and shouts, and the whole place was very lively. It has to be said that Wu Li has her own advantages in singing and dancing, which enables her to become a star. She is much better than ordinary people in both singing and dancing.
Mr. Feng, how was Wu Li singing? Guo Xiaodong asked carefully.
He had to serve Lin Feng carefully. He knew that although he was the richest man in Xiangcheng, in Lin Feng's eyes, he was nothing.
Lin Feng would only pay attention to him out of face. The singing is okay.
Lin Feng nodded and said honestly, Wu Li's singing is indeed good.
Come, Mr. Feng, come this way. Guo Xiaodong called Lin Feng out and walked to the side. Wang Jian and others followed closely.
Lin Feng was also a little confused. He didn't know what Guo Xiaodong wanted to do. Lin Feng entered a private box and saw Wu Li sitting on the sofa.
He immediately understood what Guo Xiaodong meant. It was obvious that he wanted Wu Li to accompany him. An ordinary person would definitely be fooled, but Lin Feng won't, because he can control his own heart. Sir, please take a seat.
Lin Feng sat opposite Wu Li. Lin Feng looked at this woman. This woman was indeed good looking, but her makeup was a little too heavy.
I think we've met somewhere before?
Lin Feng looked at Wu Li and began to ask.
No, sir. This is my first time in Xiangcheng. I just came back from China yesterday.
Wu Li looked at Lin Feng and explained. She also didn't expect that Lin Feng was such a powerful person. The key point was that even Guo Xiaodong was respectful to him. If she had known earlier, she should have held on to him tightly. Wu Li felt a little regretful.
Really, you haven't seen me? But I saw you in a Porsche.
Lin Feng looked at Guo wanting and said. He didn't expect that the other party would be so shameless as to refuse to tell the truth.
No mo, sir, you must have remembered the wrong person. Wu Li said in a low voice. That should be the case.
Lin Feng nodded and did not embarrass her.
Can you give a massage?
Lin Feng looked at Wu Li and said. Wu Li was also a woman with a beautiful figure.
When she was alone with Lin Feng felt at ease. Yes.
After saying that, Wu Li began to use massage techniques to massage Lin Feng.
Lin Feng could clearly feel that this was professional. Here, this is a tip.
Lin Feng casually took out a card from his pocket and said.
Sir, is this strength okay? Wu Li asked, looking at the expression on the face of the man lying on the sofa. Chapter 72 Return Home. The strength is pretty good.
Lin Feng looked at Wu Li and praised.
Well, you look like completely different people compared to when I saw you in the Porsche.
Lin Feng said to Wu Li.
Brother Feng, are you kidding? This is just the first time we meet.
Wu Li's eyes were a little evasive, not daring to look directly into Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng's eyes were too sharp, like a knife, able to see into her heart at a glance. I don't care what you think in your heart, whether it's hypocrisy or pretense, you shouldn't mess with me. Lin Feng looked at Wu Li with a cold face. Lin Feng has seen countless people like Wu Li who take advantage of their power to bully others, so he can almost see what they are thinking at a glance.
Brother Feng, I was wrong.
Wu Li looked at Lin Feng and begged for mercy.
Brother Feng, can I ask the reason behind this?
Guo Xiaodong looked at Lin Feng and asked respectfully. Lin Feng's worth was much higher than his, so he naturally didn't dare to act rudely in front of Lin Feng.
Forget it, let's just let it go for now. If it happens again next time, I won't let you go.
Lin Feng glanced at Wu Li. He wanted to come here today to teach her a lesson, but seeing that her attitude was so good, and it was not easy for Xiangqing to produce such a big star, Lin Feng hesitated.
Mr. Guo, your box is really nice.
Lin Feng stood up and looked at the surrounding buildings. It was magnificent and golden. There were more than 10 beauties standing at the door. They were all first-class beauties. At this moment, they all stayed at the door obediently, waiting for Guo Xiaodong's dispatch.
No, it's just so-so.
If Brother Feng has anything you like, just take it away, Guo Xiaodong looked at Lin Feng and said generously.
After all, there probably weren't many things that Lin Feng would like. It could be said that there weren't any. It's really boring here.
I originally wanted to come here to relax, but I didn't expect that the banquet of the richest man in Xiangqing was just a little more fancy than those of ordinary people. Lin Feng said, looking at the things hanging on the houses around Guo Xiaodong.
Brother Feng's teaching is correct. I will definitely make a good rectification in the future.
I was still thinking about which direction I should go. Today, I benefited a lot from what I heard from Brother Lin. Guo Xiaodong said, looking at Lin Feng with a look of enlightenment. Since you and I are both local entrepreneurs in Xiangqing, you should seek better development with Xiangqing.
Xiangqing is our hometown, and I naturally don't want our hometown to become dilapidated. You can contact us anytime if you have any problem in the future.
After all, we are all from Xiangqing. Lin Feng patted Guo Xiaodong on the shoulder and was about to leave when he heard a shout from outside.
Guo Xiaodong, come out here? You come out here. Who is it? Shouting there. Guo Wanning smiled at Lin Feng.
Oh, who are these people? Lin Feng asked curiously as he looked at the two rich second generations in gorgeous clothes in front of him.
It's okay, they are my fiancé's younger brothers. Guo Xiaodong looked at Lin Feng, feeling a little apologetic. After all, this was his family affair, and there was really no way he could disturb Lin Feng.
Well, that's good, you can handle your own affairs. After saying that, Lin Feng took Wang Jian away.
Feng, Brother Feng, can I add your contact information?
Wu Li saw Lin Feng was about to leave, and immediately chased after him. She looked at Lin Feng and said with a nervous expression.
Yes, sure.
Lin Feng nodded and did not refuse.
Wang Jian, what do you think of Wu Li?
Lin Feng said to Wang Jian. I originally thought she was the pride of Xiangqing, but who knew she would fall into complete defeat in the face of reality, said Wang Jian.
Yeah, that's true. Lin Feng nodded. I'm going home tomorrow.
Lin Feng leaned against the leather seat in the car, looked at the sky, and said a little tiredly.
Go home? Wang Jian asked, looking at Lin Feng's melancholy face. Lin Feng didn't say anything, just nodded.
Even though he was wealthy and of noble status, he was still just a child now. Lin Feng was only in his early 20s.
Do you want me to go back with you? Wang Jian looked at Lin Feng and said. No need. There's nothing to do when I go back this time. The main thing is to help in any way I can. If my parents are willing, I can bring them to live in the city.
Lin Feng expressed his inner thoughts. The next day, Lin Feng set out early in the morning. He originally wanted to travel alone, but thinking back, he had no intention of keeping a low profile. After all, we are not without the ability to do so. The convoy was like a dragon, with the red Ferrari in front leading the way like an angry lion, and 8 autos following closely behind.
Li County is a small county in Xiangqing City.
Lin Feng remembers that his parents once opened a bun shop in front of the middle school.
This used to be the place where he went to school.
Later, his parents accompanied him closely in their studies with the idea that they wanted their son to become a successful person and their daughter to become a successful person, and they unknowingly supported Lin Feng.
Dad, Mom, I'm back. Lin Feng looked at the familiar county town in front of him and couldn't help but get excited.
He stepped on the accelerator and the Ferrari rushed forward. In order not to disturb his neighbors, Lin Feng parked his car 100 meters away from the shop. Looking from afar, at the door of the bun shop, a man in his 60s with a wrinkled face and a weathered look was smoking melancholy. Inside the bun shop, a middle-aged woman was wrapping bun fillings. Although the middle-aged woman was nearly 100 years old, there were still some memories of her youth on her face. She must have been a great beauty in the past. Lin Feng looked at the two familiar figures and immediately stepped forward, feeling extremely excited.
Feng, why are you back?
Lin Feng's mother Yan Lu was the first to see Lin Feng and hurried out. It seemed as if the mother and son had some psychological connection. As soon as Lin Feng walked out, Yang Lu looked over here.
When their eyes met, Yang Lu quickly put down the bun in her hand and walked out. The couple had a son when they were old.
They had Lin Feng in their middle age. Lin Feng grew up to be like this when he was nearly 60 years old. Lin Feng has been deeply loved by the couple since he was a child.
Feng, why are you back? Aren't you going to work?
Lin Sijuan looked at Lin Feng and asked.
What kind of work? Can't the child go home and rest for 2 days? The child must be missing home.
Yang Lu walked up, hugged Lin Feng, and kissed Lin Feng on the face. I recently took 2 days off to come home and visit you and stay for 2 days, said Lin Feng.
My boss has been very nice to me recently and has given me a lot of bonuses. I'm giving these things to you.
Mom and Dad, take care of your health. Lin Feng put the things in his hand into the store.
Chapter 73 Lin Su. Feng, what are these things? Don't waste your money. We still have some things at home.
Yang Lu said hurriedly when he saw Lin Feng carrying large and small bags to take home. It is not easy to make money outside, and he didn't want Lin Feng to spend money indiscriminately. Some ginseng, deer antlers, and other things to make wine for my dad. Lin Feng said nonchalantly. These were collected by him at a great price, and some of them were herbs that could revive the dead and cure bones.
Here, are these all your friends?
Yang Lu had been looking at Lin Feng. When she turned around, she saw that there were 7 or 8 people standing around, wearing the same black suits.
Yes, my friend.
Lin Feng said with a smile.
Why don't you come over and say hello?
Lin Feng looked at the 7 or 8 people around him who were still as dumb as wood, and pointed them out.
Hello, uncle and aunt. 7 or 8 people reacted at the same time and bowed quickly. You are all Lin Feng's friends. Come, let's cook at home. Cook at home, auntie will make delicious food for you.
Yang Lu pulled everyone to go home to cook. Soon, it was time for dinner and Lin Feng had 2 drinks with Lin Sijuan, while the bodyguards helped Yang Lu cook.
Dad, how's business lately?
Lin Feng looked at the tiredness in Lin Sijuan's eyes and felt a little distressed. He hesitated whether to tell him that he was rich.
Business was good, but... What are you talking about in front of the child?
Yang Lu glanced at Lin Sijuan, who immediately closed his eyes. As soon as Lin Feng saw his father's condition, he knew that there must be something hidden from him. From childhood to adulthood, whenever he saw his father drinking alone, Lin Feng knew that something must have gone wrong.
Dad, just tell me what's the matter. I might be able to help.
Lin Feng advised. Lin Feng knew that Yang Lu didn't let Lin Sijuan say it because she was afraid of affecting herself. As an only child, Yang Lu always considered Lin Feng first in everything he did. When Lin Sijuan saw Lin Feng asking, he opened his mouth to say something but still no sound came out. Lin Feng did not urge him either.
He knew his father's temper.
The more he urged, the less his father would say. Lin Feng filled his father's glass with wine. Lin Feng would not force his father. The old man had been busy all his life. It was time for him to enjoy life.
Feng, I'd better tell you the truth.
Lin Sijuan drank the wine poured by Lin Feng in one gulp and said while holding the empty glass.
You say.
Lin Feng poured another glass for Lin Sijuan.
This store was opened by your uncle and I together, did you know that?
Lin Sijuan looked at Lin Feng and asked himself.
Lin Feng nodded.
What Lin Sijuan said was right.
Lin Feng knew it.
The business was doing well at first, but after a while, it became slow.
Your uncle didn't want to do it anymore and wanted to go his separate ways. I don't want to give up this business.
I think we can still hold on, so I gave him half of the business value. Lin Sijuan looked at Lin Feng and said a little depressed. But who would have thought that after I asked for money, he would have problems one after another? Then he came to ask for money, but I didn't have any money, so I gave him everything I was supposed to give him. Lin Sijuan said that he tried to understand the situation of the gang, but later on, he found that they were just like the people in society outside. This really deserves a lesson.
Lin Feng frowned.
His uncle came to him again and again to ask for money, which was wrong in the first place.
Now he even wanted to kick his parents out?
Lin Feng was immediately angry when he heard his father say this.
Why didn't his father ever tell him this? He had to shoulder everything by himself? Was it love? Was it responsibility?
Don't worry, Dad, I will take care of it.
Lin Feng patted Lin Sijuan's shoulder and said simply. Dad, where are they now?
Lin Feng asked. He should be living in the original house and hasn't moved out yet.
But recently your cousin Yuliwu has been very angry. I don't know where he got to know some weird people. They are so loud and can torture people half to death. Get a few people, come with me and bring the people back. Things are different now.
There are many people coming here, and Lin Feng hasn't looked at anyone else for a while. he noticed the changes in his heart.
Uncle June, are you home? I came to chat with you?
A voice sounded, and a man in ripped jeans came over with his hair dyed golden yellow. There were 4 or 5 young men following him, looking a bit like gangsters.
Hey, Brother Feng is still here?
The young man was named Lin Su, and he was Lin Feng's cousin.
What are you doing here? You are not welcome here.
Lin Feng frowned and said. He also didn't want to have a conflict with his cousin in front of his parents. He was afraid that his father would have a hard time and would feel uncomfortable.
Me, coming here? Of course I'm here to collect rent.
Originally this store was opened by our 2 families.
Now that business is booming, shouldn't we split it equally?
Lin Su looked at Lin Feng and spoke righteously, looking vigilantly at the 7 or 8 people behind Lin Feng. Those 7 or 8 men in black gave him a strong feeling of uneasiness in his heart.
Lin Feng, who are these to you?
Lin Su looked at Lin Feng and asked. There were 8 people on the other side and 5 on his side. It seemed that there was no chance of winning.
Moreover, each of the other side looked tall and mighty. Xiao Su, let's talk about it.
Here, this is the meal your aunt prepared for you.
Yang Lu looked at Lin Su, holding a bowl of rice and brought it over. Who wants your food?
Lin Su frowned and stretched out his hand to stop him, but his finger accidentally flicked and directly knocked over the bowl of rice that Yang Lu was holding.
I'm afraid you've gone a bit too far.
Lin Feng looked at Lin Su coldly and said indifferently.
I don't want to eat it. You have to give it to me. I told you, I'm here to get the money. Hurry up and pay. We'll leave right away after you pay.
Lin Su was shocked by Lin Feng's look. He had seen Lin Feng years ago. He was just a bookworm who only knew how to study.
How could he suddenly become so social now? This shouldn't be the case. He must be pretending.
Lin Su secretly affirmed in his heart that Lin Feng must be pretending, and he is still a green man at heart.
How much money do you want?
Lin Feng looked at Lin Su and asked lightly. In front of his parents, he could only remain calm and unwilling to make any moves. Otherwise, Lin Su, who was still so arrogant, would have probably already knelt on the ground by now.
Not much, 20,000. Lin Su said. What? 20,000? Are you crazy? Didn't I just give you 10,000 last time? Lin Sijuan roared. The total cost of this store is only about 100,000 yuan. Chapter 74 Debt Collection.
At that time, it was a 50-50 split, 50,000 yuan per family. Lin Su comes here every few days to collect debts, and the total amount is probably more than 100,000 yuan. At first, the old couple planned to endure it for a while.
Unexpectedly, Lin Su became even more greedy and asked for 20,000 this time? I want it just this once. After this time, I will never come here to ask for it again.
Lin Su said, looking at Lin Sijuan's furious expression. But he knew that his uncle had a bad temper and would probably not give him the money no matter what he said, so he had to think of a way quickly to get the money. I remember you said this many times.
We tolerated everything from a few thousand to 10,000 at the beginning, but now you want 20,000? We have already paid you back the money we owed you. Isn't this really too much?
As he said that, Lin Sijuan got hot-headed and picked up the kitchen knife on the table and rushed over, wanting to teach Lin Su a lesson. Lin Feng knew that his father was also a man of blood. He was willing to be oppressed for so long because of his wife and children. Otherwise, how could a man of such stature and integrity bow down to him? Lin Su took a few steps back, his face pale. He didn't expect that Lin Sijuan would be so impulsive.
He also knew that the 20,000 yuan he was asking for might be a bit too much, but could it be negotiated? It really feels like he's asking for too much. In fact, it doesn't matter if he asks for less.
Lin Su thought to himself. Dad, don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. Lin Feng stopped his father who was rushing forward, and with the luck in his hand, he held down Lin Sijuan who was rushing over.
Ha!
Although Lin Sijuan was puzzled as to why Lin Feng was so strong, he didn't think about it too much. I tell you, if you dare to come to our house again, I will beat you every time I see you.
You tell your father that our brotherhood ends here today. Lin Sijuan looked at Lin Su and said fiercely.
Dad, calm down. It's not worth it to ruin your health. Lin Feng patted Lin Sijuan on the back and comforted him. Only then did Lin Sijuan's pale face show a hint of redness.
Dad, I'll go talk to him.
Lin Feng looked at Lin Sijuan and suddenly said,
You? Forget it. Lin Sijuan refused. He knew Lin Feng's temper since he was a child. A nerd and an honest man.
It is indeed useful for such a person to go to school, but it may take a long time for him to adapt to society.
I can do it.
Lin Feng looked at Lin Sijuan, nodded, and turned away without giving Lin Sijuan a chance to object.
Lin Sijuan was a little surprised, not knowing if he was in a trance.
At that moment, he really felt that his son's eyes were domineering and arrogant.
Let's go out and talk, we two brothers, after all, we haven't seen each other for a long time.
Lin Feng looked at Lin Su and said lightly. He remembered that the last time he saw Lin Su was about 5 years ago. He didn't expect that a person's personality would change so much after 5 years.
Lin Su actually became what he is now.
Lin Feng didn't know what to say, but as the saying goes, good people will be rewarded, and bad people will definitely be punished.
I won't go.
Lin Su said firmly.
What a joke, asking him to go out with Lin Feng. Didn't he see the 7 or 8 big men behind Lin Feng? I'm afraid that if they don't agree, they will suffer the consequences. Not going? Lin Feng frowned. Is it up to you to decide whether to go or not?
Thinking of this, Lin Feng rushed forward, grabbed Lin Su's collar, and lifted him up. Before Lin Su could react, he saw a shadow passing by him, and then he was picked up easily like a chicken. Lin Su wanted to resist, but found it was futile. He could only struggle hard, but the arm he was holding did not move at all.
Tell me, what do you want to do?
Lin Feng looked at Lin Su and asked. Lin Su opened his mouth to call for help, but found that the 8 bodyguards behind Lin Feng had blocked their way. Now only he and Lin Feng could talk.
I don't want to do anything, I just want money. Just give me 20,000 yuan and you can rest assured that I will leave immediately and will never come back.
Lin Su looked at Lin Feng and said.
Lin Su is not afraid of Lin Feng.
Lin Feng is thin and weak, and was bullied by others when he was a child. But Lin Su is different.
He is a king among children. He is not good at anything and is the best at fighting. He always leads his younger brothers to bully other people's children. Want money?
Over the years, the money you took from my family must be at least 100,000, if not 80,000.
How do you calculate this money? Lin Feng asked, staring at Lin Su.
Lin Su did not expect that his cousin actually had such a majestic side. This made him look at him with new eyes. As the saying goes, one should look at a man with new eyes after 3 days of absence.
This is really true.
Those are just loan sharks.
Don't worry, this 20,000 is the last money. Once I get it, I will never come back to ask them for more.
Lin Su said confidently, and emphasized again that this was the last time he would ask for money. He wanted Lin Feng to pay quickly, implying that once the money was taken out, everything would be solved.
I have money, but I'm afraid you don't have the ability to take it.
Lin Feng smiled and looked at Lin Su.
Oh? You don't have the ability to get it? As long as I'm not dead from poverty, there's no money that I can't get without the ability to get it.
Lin Su looked at Lin Feng and said.
Oh? Really?
Lin Feng said as he took out a handful of money from his pocket, and then took out another handful of money from his pocket.
Lin Su's eyes widened. This thick one must be worth 100,000 yuan, and these two must be 200,000 yuan?
Lin Feng was able to take it out so easily, he must have more money on him. Originally, Lin Su only wanted 20,000 yuan, and we could even bargain and lower the price, but now he feels that 20,000 yuan is not enough.
Only 20,000 yuan, it's really too kind.
He already looked down on 20,000 yuan, it's too little, how can I be so cheap, Lin Su asked himself.
Here, this is 200,000 in cash, and I have a few car keys. Lin Feng said. He had prepared the 200,000 in cash in advance because he thought it might be inconvenient to swipe a card when he returned to the county town, so he prepared these things in advance.
Lin Feng waved his hand, and a man in black came forward and took out 8 car keys. One of the red car keys was the most dazzling, with a horse pattern on it.
This of yours? Can it be fake? Are you trying to fool me? Lin Su asked doubtfully. The car represented by the car key in Lin Feng's hand is not cheap. The Ferrari alone is worth a lot of money. Chapter 75 Confidence. Fake? Not really?
Lin Feng casually pressed the car key in his hand, and the car lights flashed not far away. Lin Su looked at the Ferrari not far away that flashed as Lin Feng pressed the car key, and his heart began to get excited. All men love sports cars, especially this kind of high-end sports car. But unfortunately, Lin Su didn't know when he could own a sports car.
However, today he was excited.
Seeing the domineering appearance and flashing lights of Ferrari, Lin Su knew that Ferrari was welcoming him and waving to him.
Great, that's great.
Lin Su was so excited that he almost jumped up. Lin Feng, brother Feng, I tell you, as long as you give me this car, I promise that I will never go to the store to collect money again, and I will never cause trouble for your parents again. Lin Su looked at Lin Feng excitedly, very excited.
Oh? Didn't you say that only 20,000 yuan would be enough? Why has it changed now? Lin Feng asked casually. $20,000? How is that possible? I was just joking with you. You are so rich, you must have a lot of savings.
Cousin, I have nothing now, but I have a hobby, which is cars. Lin Su said earnestly, looking at Lin Feng's expression, which became more and more eager.
Look at me, your cousin. When we were little, I helped you fight every day. Even if I didn't have any credit, I still worked hard. Now that you're so successful, you should at least give me some benefits, right? What benefit do you want? Lin Feng looked at Lin Su coldly and asked knowingly.
I don't want anything else, I just want that car. Lin Su said, pointing at the red Ferrari not far away. Even if I give you this car, you still can't afford to maintain it. Lin Feng looked at Lin Su and shook his head. The basic maintenance of this car alone costs over 100,000 yuan a year.
How could a mere Lin Su, who doesn't have a proper job, possibly afford to maintain it?
Whether I can afford it or not is my business. Whether you give it to me or not is your business.
Tell me quickly, are you going to give me this car or not?
Lin Su looked at Lin Feng and said.
No.
Lin Feng said firmly.
It is impossible to force him, never possible. If you don't give it to me, I'm afraid things won't be so good for your parents.
Lin Su looked at Lin Feng and threatened.
Oh? Really?
Lin Feng did not rush over mindlessly like most male protagonists. The victory or defeat has been decided, the overall situation has been decided, so what's the harm in letting him say a few more words?
What? You don't believe it?
To tell you the truth, I have already received 100,000 yuan from your parents, but I spent it all.
Now give me another 20,000 yuan and we'll let this matter go.
Lin Su said, testing Lin Feng's bottom line.
Lin Feng didn't say anything and looked at Lin Su.
Lin Su thought Lin Feng was frightened and opened his mouth.
Do you really want to hit me now?
Yes.
Lin Feng did not deny it and nodded. Then you were right not to take action. I have a big brother behind me. Try and touch me. My big brother will come over immediately. By then, it won't be as simple as 20,000 yuan.
Lin Su looked at Lin Feng and threatened. Be smart and lend me your car for 2 days, and this matter will be settled.
Okay, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Our relationship as cousins ends here.
Lin Feng said, looking at Lin Su as if he were a dead person. A dragon has a reverse scale, and it will get angry if it is touched. When Lin Su threatened him with his parents, it was actually doomed at a certain point in time that Lin Su would not have an easy time today.
What do you want to do?
Lin Su took 2 steps back. After all, there were many people around Lin Feng, and they were all strong and tall. Lin Su really had no chance of winning.
Don't worry, you can't beat them, not to mention me.
Suddenly, Lin Feng stepped forward, rushed forward, and slapped Lin Su in the face.
Lin Su raised his head to block it.
This was the result of Lin Feng deliberately slowing down. Otherwise, Lin Feng would be 100% sure that Lin Su would not even have the chance to react. Lin Su's raised hands did not stop Lin Feng's attack at all, and he still slapped him.
Ah!
Lin Su screamed and his body flew 3 meters away.
Saliva and blood mixed together and flowed out of his mouth unnaturally.
His originally straight arm now became a crooked shape, and his arm was broken. Lin Su screamed in pain, his arm was broken, his teeth fell out, and his face was burning with pain. He felt like his entire face skin was about to fall off.
How can you be so cruel?
Lin Su looked at Lin Feng and roared madly. How dare you be so cruel to me, my cousin? Lin Su looked at Lin Feng and continued to roar.
Cousin? Are you worthy? As cousins, you ask my parents for money again and again. You want to take my luxury car for yourself when you see it? You use your parents to threaten me?
Lin Feng sneered. If he had not obtained the energy given by the system today, if he had no bodyguards by his side, he would probably be worse off than Lin Su. Lin Su opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. At this time, the originally burning face had begun to swell up exaggeratedly, like a balloon, and it actually looked deformed. You let me go. Lin Su opened his mouth, but he stuttered and couldn't even make basic pronunciations. His speech was unclear.
Make a phone call, ask someone to help. This matter today must have a result.
Lin Feng said firmly. If I let Lin Su go today, he will definitely come back for revenge. Lin Su is a typical person who will take revenge for any slight.
But I can't kill him.
Lin Feng is not a cold-blooded animal, so he can't just harvest anything at will. He is not a killing god, so he can't treat his life like grass and trees. Beep, la la, Lin Su said, and Lin Feng tried his best to listen, but it was still a bit difficult.
Alas, he has already been so clean, how come he still looks like this, so weak? He even follows others and joins the underworld?
Lin Feng said helplessly, and could only wave his hand to call the younger brother next to Lin over.
Go call someone to get your boss over here, otherwise none of you can leave.
Lin Feng said, looking at the three people who were shivering.
Brother, let's go and call for help.
A younger brother said slowly. They had seen cruel people, but they had never seen one as cruel as this. Lin Feng could beat a person into this state with just one slap.
They had to look at him with new eyes. In fact, it's not just them, even the bodyguards behind them looked at Lin Feng with admiration.
They were all elites of the Ace Group, and Chief Instructor Scorpion asked them to come and protect Lin Feng. But he didn't tell you Lin Feng's identity, only one sentence: just obey his orders and protect his personal safety.
Chapter 76 Eternal KTV. Chief Instructor Scorpion only left them with these words and nothing else.
However, Lin Feng's strength today really made them look at him with new eyes. They might not be able to achieve such an effect even if they took action on their own. Tell me, do you want to go and call for help by yourselves, or should I go with you to find them? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask as he looked at the three hooligans who had already agreed to go and call for help but remained indifferent.
You guys? Say something?
Lin Feng looked at the three thugs who were keeping their heads down and not saying anything. His face immediately turned stern. He went up and kicked each of them, making the three of them fall to the ground, howling loudly.
Forget it, let's go and find someone.
Lin Feng said, and then pulled Lin Su into the car. Lin Su had no power to resist at all, and was lifted above Lin Feng's head like a doll. Everyone looked surprised, as they had not expected that Lin Feng's small body was filled with such great energy, and that Lin Feng was so strong.
Let's go.
Lin Feng threw Lin Su to the co-pilot. Seeing his painful appearance in the co-pilot, Lin Feng had no sympathy. Sometimes, pity for others is just indulgence for oneself.
Society is cruel. Lin Feng knew that if he was in a weak position today, he might end up worse than Lin Su. Let's go. Lin Feng closed the car door, stepped on the accelerator, and the Ferrari flew out with a roar. Don't you want to drive? Can you still drive now? Now I'll let you experience the feeling of driving a sports car.
Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator hard, and the Ferrari suddenly rushed forward.
The tense and exciting feeling stimulated the man's nerves and made him excited. Well, where is your boss now? Take me there quickly, my time is limited, otherwise, I'm afraid I won't forgive you.
Lin Feng looked at Lin Su with cold eyes. After all, in his eyes, Lin Su was a man who would take revenge if he showed his teeth, so this matter had to be resolved quickly. Tell me quickly, where is your boss? Lin Feng looked at Lin Su and asked mercilessly. He didn't have time to wander around with Lin Su now. He had to solve the problem first. He still had things to do.
In Xiangu KTV.
Lin Su opened his mouth and uttered word by word.
Oh?
You seem to have such difficulty speaking, let me help you. Lin Feng said, looking at Lin Su's exaggerated inability to open his mouth. With one hand driving, the other hand stretched out to the top of Lin Su's head. He had already cultivated the Golden Sutra to a minor level of success. Of course, this was the result they could only achieve after the system diluted the sutra. Suddenly, a golden aura appeared on Lin Feng's originally white palm. Although it was only a faint golden color, it was still eye-catching. Lin Feng knew how difficult it was to cultivate this great energy.
An ordinary person might not be able to reach this level in his entire life. What on earth do you want to do?
Lin Su said fearfully when he saw Lin Feng holding his head and refusing to let go. He was really afraid that Lin Feng would kill him if he wasn't careful. Lin Feng had no chance against Lin Su. He raised his hand, and the energy of Honghu entered into Lin Feng's palm. You can only speak with difficulty now. Tell me where your big brother is? Otherwise I will throw you out. Lin Feng looked at Lin Su and said viciously. The latter's body trembled, and Lin Feng was about to grab his neck and said, I won't call for help now, okay? Lin Su looked at Lin Feng and begged for mercy. Revenge? Is it possible? Lin Feng is so powerful now. If I call for help from my elder brother, he might get hurt. Then I will probably be angered by him. What do you think? Tell me the location quickly. Lin Feng looked at Lin Su's hesitant appearance, who seemed to have no courage at all. He stretched out his hand and gently broke the other arm of the other person. The sound of bones was heard, and Lin Su's other arm was also broken. Jiangu KTV, 3rd floor. He usually picks up girls there. Lin Su grimaced in pain and said, Okay, I hope you don't lie to me, otherwise your ending will not be so simple. Lin Feng said lightly, his voice a little cold. Lin Su looked at Lin Feng. His brother, who used to be often bullied, had become so powerful. He felt a little regretful that he had provoked him, and also a little regretful for his greed. Wouldn't it have been enough to ask for 20,000 yuan at the beginning? Why did he covet other people's luxury cars? Little did he know that Lin Feng didn't want to give him a penny, the only thing he wanted to teach him a lesson. Xiangu KTV is not far from here, about 10 minutes away. Xiangu KTV, Lin Feng stood at the door and looked at the 5 big red characters. The KTV was not very big, it had 3 floors in total and looked to be about several thousand square meters. Let's go in. Lin Feng grabbed Lin Su and pulled him out of the car. The other 8 tall and strong men also got out of the car, detained the 3 young men and dragged them out of the car. At this time, it was noon and the door was not open yet. The KTV was at its peak at night and took a break during the day. Looking at the closed door, Lin Feng looked at Lin Su and asked, Are you sure? Your elder brother is in there. Lin Feng stared at him intently. He didn't want to do useless work and make a wasted trip. Otherwise, he was afraid that his anger would be borne by Lin Su. Well, he usually says he's inside. This KTV is his territory. Lin Su looked at Lin Feng's murderous eyes and nodded. If what you said is completely false, I will break one of your legs. Lin Feng said with expressionless face. Lin Su now has both arms broken. Although his arms are drooping, it does not affect his walking. Lin Feng did not use any harsh force. This arm is just a fracture and can be restored. If Lin Su breaks another leg, he will have trouble walking in the future and can only roll on the ground. Walking without the support of his arms will be a problem. Go and open the door. Lin Feng ordered a bodyguard behind him. One person stepped forward and knocked on the door, while the others blocked the door. There were also passers-by among them, but they quickly avoided them. These people looked so majestic and they really had no intention of watching the fun. You? Who are you? A male waiter opened the door and asked immediately when he saw a dozen people standing at the door. Open the door. The bodyguard reached out and pulled the waiter out. However, the door at the back was soon closed. Apparently someone saw them as having bad intentions and closed the door on purpose. Break it open. Lin Feng waved his hands and made an attacking gesture with his right hand. Since the other party was unwilling to let them in, they had no choice but to break it open. Chapter 77, Come to the Door. Xiangu KTV, on the 3rd floor, in a luxurious private room. At this time, a man was resting on the bed, with a Brazilian cigar in his mouth and a very beautiful woman in his right hand. The woman was lying on the man's shoulders, constantly patting and massaging his back. The man let out a long sigh, feeling so comfortable. This moment was always the most leisurely time of the day. The man is Li Chuanhu, nicknamed Brother Tiger. Xiangu KTV is his asset. On the man's chest is carved a lifelike Siberian tiger. This is a big and ferocious beast, with a fierce and powerful look. People would probably be scared back several steps when they see it. Bang! With a sound, Brother Hu's body shook, the woman's movements became chaotic, and the strength unconsciously increased a bit, causing Brother Hu to feel pain. Brother Hu, I was wrong. When the woman saw Brother Hu screaming in pain and glaring at her with anger on his face, she immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Wrong?
Can an apology make up for the mistake you made? Of course not. So you have to pay the price for your mistake.
Brother, who stared at the woman in front of him fiercely, took the ashtray in front of him and smashed it on the woman's head.
Ah!
The woman screamed and fell to the ground, her head broken and bleeding, and blood began to spread on the ground. Brother, who pressed the red button on the bedside, and soon 2 men rushed over, hugged the woman and dragged her away.
What's going on outside? Someone is here to mess things up. Brother, who began to ask.
Well, there are about 10 of them in total, and the door has been broken down, said a man in bodyguard clothes next to Brother Who. At this time, Lin Feng and his men had broken down the door and dragged Lin Su, who was like a dead dog, to the floor of the hall.
Call out the person in charge here?
Lin Feng asked as he looked at the dozen people who suddenly rushed out of the corridor. These 10 or so men were all holding baseball bats, had fierce eyes, and their hair was all red, yellow, green, and purple. They are just some small thugs, nothing to be afraid of, Lin Feng thought to himself after taking a look at them.
Since none of you said anything, don't blame me for being rude,
Lin Feng said. After a moment's thought, such a fighting scene is still not in line with the public's expectations. He immediately walked to the door, propped up the iron gate that had been kicked down, and continued to block the door. The whole room was dark in an instant, and one could only tell friend from foe through the tiny gap at the door.
Let's fight, my friends,
Lin Feng roared, and the 5 bodyguards behind him rushed out. The 3 bodyguards beside him were divided into 3 parts and surrounded Lin Feng.
They were going to protect Lin Feng's safety. Don't worry about me, go fight,
Lin Feng said to the 3 bodyguards beside him.
Brother Feng? The 3 bodyguards looked hesitant and said in embarrassment.
Chief Instructor Scorpion had asked them to protect Lin Feng's safety, but now Lin Feng actually said that he did not need their protection, so they were very embarrassed for a moment.
Don't worry, they can't hurt me,
Lin Feng smiled, his smile full of confidence. Through this period of practice, he has been able to fully control the energy in his body. He feels that he is much stronger than ordinary people.
Soon, the 3 bodyguards hesitated for a moment and joined the battle.
The scene was one-sided. Although the other side had more people and weapons, they were no match for the 8 well-trained bodyguards. Lin Feng looked at them and nodded. He could naturally see that these 3 bodyguards were using their bodies as weapons to force the enemies to retreat continuously with terrified looks on their faces. Elbows, knees, and fists are all sharp weapons on the human body. Lin Feng saw a bodyguard's elbow actually knocked a gangster out directly, and the flying distance was as far as 3 meters. A bodyguard raised his knee and knocked a gangster away, and then knocked down a large group of people. Lin Feng knew that these were ancient tactics, which were much stronger than the current Tai Chi health-preserving methods.
Who is it?
With a roar, the security guards of Qiangu KTV stopped immediately, and Lin Feng's bodyguards did not pursue them. At this time, the security guards of KTV had been injured, and the wailing sounds were mixed together, while none of Lin Feng's bodyguards were injured, and there was not even a trace of beating on their bodies. The winner can be determined at a glance, and the bodyguards of the Ace Group become more and more courageous as the battle goes on. Lin Feng looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh at the strength of the Ace Group.
These bodyguards were much stronger than ordinary people. Are you Brother Tiger?
Lin Feng looked at the corridor and saw a man with a naked upper body wearing beach shorts.
The man had a fat head and big ears, with a tiger on his chest, looking very powerful. Yes, I wonder who you are. Brother Who looked at Lin Feng.
Lin Feng was only about 20 years old and looked like he was still in school.
How could he have such great power?
A rich second generation, it must be a rich second generation, but Lin Xuanhu has seen quite a few rich second generations, and he has also seen quite a few unruly young men in the Magic City, but none of them have such powerful strength as Lin Feng.
Who am I? It doesn't matter. What matters is whether you know him?
Lin Feng pointed at Lin Su, who was lying on the ground, and said. Lin Su's face was already pale at this time. He regretted that he should not have provoked Lin Feng. He originally thought that Lin Feng was powerful enough, but he did not expect that the bodyguards behind Lin Feng were stronger than each other.
He is capable of fighting 1 against 100.
Looking at the security guards rolling on the ground, wailing, and the miserable soldiers everywhere, Lin Su knew that his day was doomed. He had wasted so many manpower and lost so many soldiers. He was afraid that his life would be difficult. He knew Brother Who's character and ruthlessness clearly. Brother Who looked at Lin Su with narrowed eyes, wishing he could eat Lin Su. Being looked at like this by Brother Who, Lin Su's legs felt like they were going to tremble, but there was nothing he could do, brother whose deterrent power was simply too strong.
Do you know him or not?
Seeing that brother who did not answer him, Lin Feng asked again, his voice echoing throughout the hall. At this time, the hall was silent, even the sound of mosquito bites could be heard. Lin Feng's voice echoed in the hall.
I know him. He's one of my subordinates. I don't know how he offended you, sir.
Brother whose tiger eyes kept flashing, as if he was discussing a countermeasure.
Brother who finally admitted it. There was no other way because this was his territory.
Even if Lin Feng showed great strength, if he didn't admit it, it would only hurt his brother's hearts.
Offended me? No, he didn't offend me. He offended my parents and used my parents to threaten me.
Lin Feng said word by word.
Brother who had heard this. He glared at Lin Su and looked at him as if he were a dead person. This bastard actually threatened someone else's parents. Chapter 78, Experts Fight.
Although brother who is a gangster, he also believes in the code of conduct. If he has a grudge, he will seek revenge and will never bring up the other person's parents. Everyone in the underworld knows that using the parents of both parties as threats is a big taboo.
Lin Su has violated a big taboo in the underworld. Then why did you come here today?
Brother who looked at Lin Feng and asked.
He wanted to find out the purpose of Lin Feng's coming.
Not very good, I'll just replace your position here to ensure the safety of my parents. Lin Feng looked at brother who and said.
Oh? I wonder how you want to replace it.
Brother who looked at Lin Feng and felt that Lin Feng was a little ignorant of the world. Ordinary people only knew that he had some small businesses such as KTV and shops, but they didn't know that these businesses had expanded several times many years ago. Of course it was replaced by force.
Do you think I can recite poems and compose couplets with someone like you who was involved in gangsterism and killing?
As soon as Lin Feng said this, the atmosphere on the field suddenly changed. However, no one dared to laugh or make fun of brother who, as they would have to endure brother who's gaze.
Of course, brother whose anger was not something that ordinary people could withstand.
Even though Lin Su is my subordinate, he threatened the young master's parents, but he did not accept my dispatch, so this is his own doing, so Lin Su is at your disposal. Brother who looked at Lin Feng and said, obviously, he did not want to confront Lin Feng head-on. Lin Feng's strength was too strong.
Not to mention the power behind Lin Feng. If I hit your little brother, it's like slapping you. Can you bear it?
Lin Feng said lightly, looking at the fat and big-eared brother tiger in front of him.
I can't tolerate it normally, but I can tolerate it now.
Brother who looked at Lin Feng and said. After looking at him again and again, he was sure that Lin Feng was the character he couldn't afford to offend.
There was no other way.
If he couldn't afford to offend him, he couldn't afford to offend him. Being stubborn would only accelerate his own destruction. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the people present changed. They knew that Brother Tiger was very majestic and would never retreat. He was just like Brother Flathead, he would rush up to anyone he saw and take revenge on the spot.
How could they wait until tomorrow?
Because of this, Brother Who's reputation in Xiangqing City has also become extremely strong, and people call him Brother Who. But now, Brother who was once fearless, was actually scared and even wanted to beg for mercy. Lin Su's face changed on the spot. Brother Who pushed him out, and he fell into Lin Feng's hands. He didn't know how Lin Feng would torture him. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was aware of this glance and seemed to be able to perceive the meaning of Lin Su's eyes. Lin Feng said very tactfully. Don't worry, if you fall into my hands, I will make you wish you were dead, and you may still want revenge, but don't worry, I will soon make you forget this idea. Lin Feng crawled into Lin Su's ear and spoke, but no one heard it.
Lin Su's face turned even paler. He regretted provoking Lin Feng very much. He regretted bragging in front of Lin Feng even more. This was someone that even Brother Who didn't want to provoke. No, he is your little brother, you have to give me an explanation for this. Lin Feng looked at Brother Who seemed to beg for mercy, and said. I am willing to apologize, said Brother Who. Apologize? That's fine too, but I prefer to use my own methods.
Lin Feng said as he looked at Brother Who begging for mercy.
Go, beat them.
Lin Feng flipped his hand and ordered. The 8 strong bodyguards on the field rushed out instantly, like tigers, and killed the wolves. Now the screams were endless. The 8 bodyguards were like 8 killing gods, making waves on the sidelines. The hooligans who usually brandished swords and guns suddenly retreated one after another.
Brandishing swords and guns in front of Guangong, isn't that courting death?
A bodyguard quickly broke through the encirclement and rushed towards Brother Hu, wanting to capture Brother Hu in his hands. With a grab of his big hands, he was determined to capture Brother Hu in his hands. The bodyguard felt pain amid the flashing of swords and sabers. He looked at his outstretched right hand and saw a wound of several centimeters. If it was deeper, it would have cut through the artery, causing the bleeding to stop.
My friend, why do you have to kill everyone? Show some mercy when you can. You are so young but you have such a bad temper. Do you think no one can deal with you? A voice sounded, and a young man holding a dagger appeared behind Brother Hu. The young man held a short dagger in each hand. The daggers were flashing with cold light, and it was obvious that they were made of fine iron. At this time, the other 7 people had already fought their way out of the siege, and the only 2 left were Brother Hu and the young man holding the dagger. The young man had a normal expression and looked extremely patient, but his lightning-fast move showed his extraordinary strength. The injured bodyguard did not retreat. He reached out and tore off a piece of his clothes to wrap the wound. Looking at the fighting spirit in the young man's eyes, he was eager to try. Where did you come from? Why are you beating around the bush here? Do you think you can get away?
Lin Feng looked at the young man who spoke rudely and cursed. Sir, please help me once and solve this predicament.
I will repay you generously.
Brother Hu's body shook, he stepped back, looked at the young man in front of him with an ordinary expression, and said,
Since you saved my life, I should naturally protect you.
However, I have protected you for so many years, and I have repaid your kindness.
Today is the last time.
The young man glanced at Brother Hu and spoke to himself with a dull look in his eyes.
Well, please help me, sir. Brother Hu nodded.
Although there was regret in his eyes, the current situation was obviously beyond his control.
Do you think you can win? Lin Feng asked, looking at the arrogant young man.
Of course, how can a few of you villains stop me? The young man said disdainfully. Without saying much, he was undoubtedly a ruthless man. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed over. The 8 bodyguards were also tough guys. Seeing the enemy coming back, they burst out with ancient tactics and rushed towards the young man. One huge fist after another came towards him, blocking all the young man's escape routes. However, the young man slipped and just avoided the attacks of several people, then turned his wrist and came out with both swords. The bodyguards retreated quickly, but were still a step too late. Several of them had their clothes torn and their abdomens bleeding. Obviously, the young man had held back and did not want anyone to die, otherwise the lives of several people would not be as simple as bleeding. The brothers were injured, and the remaining bodyguards were very angry and continued to pounce on the young man. The young man was very flexible and easily avoided everyone's attacks with a few jumps and dodges. Chapter 79 Show your skills. Your reaction is really too slow. The young man jumped onto the stair railing and looked at the group of people below with disdain. Boy, don't be so arrogant. If you have the guts, don't run away. Let's fight head-on. Lin Feng recognized the bodyguard who was speaking. He was one of the few bodyguards with a well-known name. His name was Li Quan, and he was a master who had been trained in the Ace Group for 3 years. Li Quan rushed forward, but the young man jumped and left him empty-handed. Okay, today I will show you what real martial arts is. The young man flipped his hands, assumed the posture of a master, and punched Zhang Quan. When the speed reaches the extreme, a sonic boom will be produced. A series of sonic booms sounded, and Zhang Quan's face became solemn. The young man's aura was too strong, and he almost couldn't breathe. However, where there is oppression there is resistance. Years of training did not make his blood cold. At this moment, Zhang Quan's blood was out, and with a hysterical roar, he resolutely stretched out his fist to fight against the young man. There was a bang sound at the junction of the fists, and Zhang Quan flew out without any surprise, with one arm hanging down, obviously broken. On the other hand, the young man was now there, looking at Zhang Quan who had fainted on the ground as if nothing had happened, and said with disdain, "You don't know your own limitations. Do you still think I'm arrogant, kid?" The young man turned his head and looked at Lin Feng, saying condescendingly, "Arrogant, still arrogant." Lin Feng said calmly, "Okay, just for your courage, I will definitely let you taste my tendon-splitting and bone-rubbing hands. Don't worry, this taste will definitely make you linger and never forget me for the rest of your life." The young man looked at Lin Feng, smiled and said that he really hoped that Lin Feng would still have the courage to brag when he was lying on the ground in a while. "You all, please step back," Lin Feng said, looking at the other bodyguards who were eager to try.
He waved his hand and asked them to retreat. The opponent was too powerful. It was obvious that they could not win by relying on numbers. Oh? You are just an ordinary bastard, and you want to come and challenge me? The young man looked at Lin Feng curiously. In his eyes, Lin Feng was just an ordinary rich second generation who couldn't be more ordinary. No, you are not qualified to challenge me in a one-on-one fight. I will give you one hand. Lin Feng looked at the young man with an arrogant tone and disdainful eyes. Really? Well then, I will make you pay the price. I don't know who gave you such courage. Was it Fish Liang? The young man looked at Lin Feng and sighed. Then, without saying anything more, he rushed towards Lin Feng, still punching him. He wanted Lin Feng to know how arrogant and ignorant he was. He wanted Lin Feng to know how vast the world outside was, how countless masters there were, and that he was just a frog in the well. Humph. Lin Feng kept his word. This young man had injured so many of his brothers, how could he let him go easily? Lin Feng looked at the young man rushing towards him, with his left hand behind his back. He wanted to use one hand to stop him. The young man was very fast. In the blink of an eye he was already close to Lin Feng and punched Lin Feng in the chest. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't react, he smiled. This punch was definitely enough to keep Lin Feng in the hospital for a year or two, or even more than enough. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, as if he didn't see the fist. He could even clearly see the confident smile on the young man's lips. The young man's fists created waves of sonic booms that kept circulating in the air, driving the air and blowing towards Lin Feng's hair, but Lin Feng did not move. When the fist was within 1 centimeter of his eyes, Lin Feng instantly raised his hand and rapped the young man's fist. It happened so fast that no one could react. The young man thought that Lin Feng should have been knocked away by his punch, but he didn't expect that Lin Feng's palm, which he stretched out at some point, would actually wrap around his fist. You are overestimating yourself. Seeing that his fist was easily caught by Lin Feng, he immediately raised his leg and kicked Lin Feng in the abdomen, attacking Lin Feng's lower body. Lin Feng was completely unprepared and allowed the young man to kick him in the abdomen. The young man's kick hit Lin Feng like hitting a diamond, and there was even pain in the soles of his feet. How is this possible? The young man said in surprise. With his strength, it was easy for him to kick a steel plate into pieces. But when he hit Lin Feng didn't even take a step back. From his expression, he didn't feel anything at all. Yet, he felt waves of pain from the rebound. Are you done fighting? It's my turn now. Lin Feng said, looking at the surprised young man in front of him, with the corners of his mouth raised in a confident smile. When the young man saw Lin Feng's mouth curled up, he knew that something was wrong. He thought that running away was the best strategy, but Lin Feng's outstretched hands clamped his fists like iron sheets, and his arms could not move. Lin Feng increased the strength of his palm. If you look closely, you will see that there is a faint golden light flowing in Lin Feng's palm. The young man felt pain, as if his fist was repeatedly crushed by a train and was about to break. Lin Feng turned his palm over, and everyone saw that the young man's originally straight arm was actually bending at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah! The young man screamed, and took out a dagger from somewhere in his right hand and slashed it towards Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng leaned back and just avoided the knife, but it cut off a few strands of his hair. The young man turned his wrist and the dagger slashed at him at a strange angle. Lin Feng was angry, and he raised his leg and kicked the young man. The young man was kicked away, but Lin Feng pulled him over and kicked him twice at the young man's legs. The young man's calves bent instantly, presenting a terrible angle. The young man dropped the dagger in his hand in pain and knelt weakly on the ground. Lin Feng pulled his arm and twisted it gently, and his arm was dislocated instantly like a twisted rope. The fight lasted only a few breaths before the young man was defeated. He had been full of vigor and vitality, and had killed 7 of Lin Feng's men, but he was easily defeated by Lin Feng, with almost no effort at all. You? Do you think I'm okay now? Are you overestimating your own abilities? Lin Feng looked at the young man, condescendingly, with a hint of disdain still in his eyes. The young man shed tears of pain and sweat broke out on his face. There was nothing he could do, it was simply too painful. Everyone was shocked. Originally the field was very lively. The gangsters thought that the young man would win as soon as he made a move. However, they did not expect that Lin Feng was actually a trump card. The frail Lin Feng turned out to be so strong. Chapter 80 Brother Tiger is injured. I was wrong. I misjudged him. The young man looked at Lin Feng and said, well, it's not enough to just admit your mistake. You hurt so many of my brothers?
Lin Feng looked at the young man, and with a swing of his arm, he threw the man directly into the air. With a side kick, he kicked the man 5 meters away in the air, smashing the railing.
Now, does anyone still want to try?
Lin Feng said, looking at the gangsters who fell to the ground. Everything should be fair, and Lin Feng has done a very good job in this regard.
If anyone is dissatisfied, they can come over.
Lin Feng asked, looking at everyone present. As soon as the words came out, no one answered. After all, Lin Feng's strength was there, and the people around him really didn't have this ability, otherwise Lin Feng would not be here now.
You, what exactly do you want?
Brother Hu looked at Lin Feng, frowned and asked. After all, he did not offend Lin Feng, but his subordinates indirectly offended him. At first, he also apologized to Lin Feng, but the other party just disagreed. Brother Hu had no choice but to agree to the other party and start fighting.
Me? I don't want much. Wait, let me think about it.
Lin Feng stepped forward and wanted to tell them to stay away from their parents in the future and not to provoke them, but he didn't say it out loud. Killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, Lin Feng wants them to know that we are not easy to mess with. Lin Feng took a step forward and Brother Hu took a step back.
Brother Hu was old and fat.
He had done so many businesses and had been a big brother for so many years. In the beginning, before he became a big brother, he really did fight wherever he went without saying anything. He was a ruthless person and would never solve a problem by any other means than force. However, having been a boss for so many years, he naturally valued his life more and more. After all, he had earned a lot of money over the years, and his business was growing. Brother Hu didn't want to die just when he was growing up.
From today on, you will be my subordinates.
You and your brothers only belong to me, Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, looking at Brother Hu.
No, I don't agree.
Brother Hu looked at Lin Feng and refused directly. He was the one in power, so majestic and awe-inspiring. How could he possibly submit to Lin Feng? When Lin Feng leaves, he still has a chance to counterattack. After all, he knows quite a few powerful people in Xiangqing.
Everything will have to wait until Lin Feng leaves. Are you really unwilling to submit to me?
Lin Feng glanced at Brother Hu coldly and said.
No, I refuse.
Brother Hu said resolutely and immediately ran upstairs. Lin Feng took 2 steps at a time, rushed over, and stretched out his hand.
He wanted to grab Brother Hu.
When Brother Hu saw Lin Feng chasing after him, he smiled secretly. He had already taken out a gun from his pocket without knowing when. He raised his hand and shot Lin Feng, who was rushing towards him. It happened so quickly that the two were only a few meters apart. It was impossible for them to dodge at a short distance, after all, the gun burst was so fast. Lin Feng was shocked. Obviously he didn't expect that Brother Hu had a trump card, the pistol. But he saw the bullet had already been fired, cutting through the air with a slight sonic boom. Helpless, Lin Feng made up his mind and bent his hand that was grabbing Brother Hu to an angle and started grabbing towards the bullet. He wanted to catch the bullet with his bare hands. Lin Feng mobilized all the muscles in his body. After practicing the Golden Sutra for a period of time, his body had already undergone great changes. If there was a X-ray machine, one would find that Lin Feng's blood had turned golden at this time. Lin Feng mobilized his whole body, and suddenly there burst out a crackling sound like frying beans. Lin Feng poured all his strength into his palms. It happened so quickly that the bullet, which was only as fast as a blink of an eye in the eyes of ordinary people, was already half as slow in Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng could even see the trajectory of the bullet. The bullet was about to shoot through his forehead and was about to blow up his head. Lin Feng didn't hesitate at all. He stretched out his hand and caught the bullet in his hand instantly. There was silence on the field. They looked at Lin Feng, who was standing there without any injury at all. Lin Feng stood there, and because of the angle, only Brother Hu, who was facing him, saw this incredible scene.
Oh my God, he's okay? He was hit by a bullet, but he's fine? He must be injured. How can someone be hit by a bullet and not bleed? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at the ground and at Lin Feng's clothes, wanting to see if Lin Feng continued to act stubbornly and whether he was injured. However, they were obviously disappointed. Lin Feng looked at Brother Hu with murderous intent in his eyes. If he had been careless, he would have been shot to death. How did you manage to catch the bullet with your bare hands? Brother Hu looked at Lin Feng in surprise, and stepped back as if he had seen a ghost. Do you need to ask me what I can do?
Lin Feng said coldly, raising his right hand, and what he held in his hand was actually a bullet. If you look closely, you will find that the head of the bullet has been worn off for more than half, and the original sharp corner no longer exists. However, Lin Feng's palm is still as white and tender as before, without any damage. Lin Feng looked at the bullet and estimated his own strength. When the bullet stopped spinning, that was when Lin Feng's strength was exhausted. Lin Feng estimated that with his current strength he could only catch one bullet. If he had to catch two, he might not be able to bear it. A lot of sweat also overflowed from Lin Feng's head, and he was not as calm as he had imagined. Brother Hu saw that Lin Feng actually caught the bullet with his bare hands, and without any hesitation, he shot Lin Feng. The pistol was his only support now, otherwise he would have to wait to be caught by Lin Feng and live a life worse than death. Are you looking for death? Lin Feng's face turned cold when he saw Brother Hu shoot him again. Without saying a word, he looked at the bullet in his hand, turned his wrist, and swung it, and the bullet flew out. The trajectory of the bullet thrown by Lin Feng was like an arc. His head hit the side of the fired bullet, knocking it away, and then it flew into the pistol. Brother Hu was about to fire the third bullet, but he saw that the bullet thrown by Lin Feng knocked his own bullet away, and then rushed over. He was so scared that he closed his eyes and tried to throw away the pistol in his hand, but it was too late now. The pistol in his hand seemed to be stuck with glue and couldn't be shaken off. The bullet was fired, penetrated the pistol, broke it into pieces, and finally penetrated the upper part of the gun case and hit Brother Hu's abdomen. Lin Feng screamed and fell to the ground. Chapter 81 A Little Lesson. Brother Hu was bleeding profusely. Everyone present gasped, Lin Feng's strength was so terrifying. Lin Feng walked forward slowly, and with every step forward, Brother Hu's eyes were filled with a hint of despair. In the end, his eyes were filled with surprise and fear. How could this young man be so strong? He looked like a martial arts master in a martial arts novel. He could catch bullets with his bare hands? I've only seen this in TV dramas. All of this seemed like a dream. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was the protagonist who created the dream. Please, please, let me go. Brother Hu looked at Lin Feng, who was walking towards him, and begged for mercy. Let you go? When you took out the gun just now, did you ever think of letting me go? Lin Feng looked at Brother Hu, his eyes flickering. He raised his hand, grabbed Brother Tiger, and lifted him high above his head, like a god of war, showing off his achievements. Lin Feng waved his hand and threw the seriously injured Brother Hu in front of the bodyguards. Brother Hu was vomiting blood, but he did not die immediately. The bullet that just flew out had been constantly blocked, and when it flew into Brother Hu's body, it no longer had much power. Otherwise, Brother Hu would probably have passed away by now. Are you convinced? Lin Feng looked at everyone, including the young man who injured his bodyguard and Brother Hu, who had been so majestic just now. Everyone present lowered their heads and were unwilling to speak anymore. There was nothing they could do as Lin Feng's strength was too strong. Lin Feng took out two soft things from his pocket, and with a wave of his hand, the two soft things flew in different directions. Brother Hu was breathing deeply at this time, intermittently, as if he was going to die at any time. Something flew over and smashed into his mouth. Brother Hu hadn't reacted yet. The thing seemed to have some kind of activity and went straight into Brother Hu's stomach. The young man had his arms drooping, his face was pale, and there was a deep vortex on his chest, which was caused by Lin Feng. He was quietly resting at this moment, preparing to wait for the opportunity to escape. Lin Feng's strength was too strong, and the favor he owed to Brother Hu had already been repaid. Helping him now was just out of favor. Helping him was a favor, and not helping him was his duty. A bolt of lightning shot out, and the young man twisted his body to avoid it, but found that the figure seemed to have a fixed position, turned a corner, and flew back. The young man had no choice but to reach out and grab it, opening his palm, wanting to see clearly what it was, but he couldn't. As soon as he opened his palm, the soft thing in his hand flew out, entered the young man's mouth, and slowly crawled into his throat. What did you feed me? The young man was the first to react, looking at Lin Feng with wide eyes, because he saw that this thing was thrown out by Lin Feng. What exactly did you feed us? Brother Hu reacted when he heard the young man shout. He knew that it was Lin Feng who did it, so he asked immediately. This thing is a new magic I learned. They are as still as a clock, but go crazy when they move. They move once a month. You must have an antidote, otherwise they will eat up your internal organs from the inside out, leaving you wishing you were dead. Lin Feng looked at the two of them and sneered. You are so cruel. Brother Hu's naked upper body, his originally white and plump skin had become bloodstained, and he looked like a dying man.
Cruel? All of you big brothers in the underworld have blood on your hands, and yet you still have the nerve to say that others are cruel?
Lin Feng looked at Brother Hu and said with disdain. As he spoke, Lin Feng clapped his hands, beating out rhythmic syllables. The two people who were originally lying on the ground recuperating suddenly rolled over in pain. That feeling is like millions of ants biting your flesh and blood. It is more painful than being pulled by 8 carts. It is a torture. Lin Feng looked at them rolling on the ground madly and wailing constantly, without any mercy in his heart.
Mercy for the enemy is kindness to himself. Brother Feng, Grandpa Feng, I was wrong, I was wrong.
Brother Hu looked at Lin Feng, who was lying on the ground rolling in pain, begging for mercy, with cold sweat on his face. This feeling was worse than death, as if thousands of ants were biting your heart.
Master Feng, I was wrong too, please let me go, I will do whatever you say, please let me go.
The young man looked at Lin Feng and knelt down to beg for mercy. He was different from Brother Hu, his job was to live on the edge of a knife, he had endured all kinds of pain, he never cried out, never admitted defeat. But today, he was defeated at the hands of Lin Feng.
Lin Feng's strength was too strong.
He never dreamed that Lin Feng would have such a method as to put a curse on people. Lin Feng looked at the two people who kept begging for mercy, and his heart was filled with emotion. This was what he learned from the Golden Sutra some time ago. At the beginning of the day, when the morning light falls, the fattest and tenderest flower larvae are picked from the junction of the sun and the dew, and they are continuously fed and refined using ancient methods to become a kind of living death goo. The living death goo is just as its name suggests. It comes alive when it hears a command and starts wreaking havoc inside the body without restraint. When it doesn't hear a command, it lies motionless inside the body, as if it were dead.
Lin Feng looked at their excruciating pain and then he realized the power of the life and death goo.
Don't worry, I won't kill you. Lin Feng said as he looked at their heart-wrenching pain. Although these two people have strong murderous intentions towards him, Lin Feng will not kill them. Lin Feng is not a killing god and cannot kill a life casually. After all, humans are spiritual animals, and it is not as simple as killing some cats and dogs. Please, Master Feng, please let me go. Brother Hu looked at Lin Feng and cried while struggling. The young man's face was filled with pain, veins bulging, and cold sweat dripping from his head, as if he could die at any time. Lin Feng looked at the painful expressions of the two people, calculated the time, and felt that it was time. He clapped his hands, and the rhythmic sound of knives was heard. The two people's abdomens were originally in unbearable pain, but now it was suddenly quiet, and most of the pain disappeared. The remaining pain is a chain reaction caused by abdominal pain.
I think it will be fine after resting for a day or two. Are you willing to submit to me now?
Lin Feng looked at them and said.
The goo in your body will erupt once a month.
If you were not here at that time, you would be pierced through the stomach by these goo and die.
You too? After coming this far, are you really willing to continue working here? Chapter 82 Thief.
Lin Feng looked at them and said lightly.
Yes. Brother Hu nodded. Nothing is more important than staying alive. What about you?
Lin Feng looked at the young man and asked. I'll give you 2 choices. One is to die from the poison, and the other is to surrender to me. Lin Feng said, looking at the young man.
I am willing to submit to you.
The young man looked at Lin Feng, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. After all, Lin Feng's strength was too strong. It was no problem for him to be ranked among the top 3 among the people he knew.
Well, don't worry, you won't suffer any harm if you follow me.
Lin Feng said, looking at the 2 people kneeling on the ground. As for these goo, don't tease them casually if you have nothing to do, otherwise accidents may easily happen, Lin Feng said while looking at them. These goo are all relatively timid insects.
Don't think that you can get rid of them by going to the hospital or using some secret recipe.
These goo are just larvae and are not very courageous.
If they accidentally bite off your spleen, stomach, or liver, wouldn't that be more harm than good?
Lin Feng looked at the 2 surrendered people and introduced them. He was really afraid that these 2 people did not know their place. After he left, he went to look for a solution.
What if the larvae were afraid and bit people to death? Wouldn't that mean he was missing a tool?
Lin Feng put his hands behind his back and began to walk around in the hall.
No one in the hall dared to make a sound. Wherever Lin Feng went, the local thugs held their breath, because they didn't know what this killer would do next.
Huzi, send some people to secretly protect my parents.
I don't want them to be harassed again.
Lin Feng said as he looked at Brother who was lying on the ground in an extremely miserable state.
Okay, boss. Brother Hu nodded and said with his head down, not daring to look directly at Lin Feng.
Lin Feng saw no intention of revenge in Brother Hu's eyes, otherwise Lin Feng would probably have taken measures to prevent future troubles. As for the young man, Lin Feng saw fanaticism and admiration in his eyes. Lin Feng felt a little puzzled, but did not say much. He is the boss and doesn't need to take care of the emotions of every subordinate, otherwise he would probably be exhausted to death.
Well, I'm a little hungry. Do you have anything to eat here?
Lin Feng said, touching his stomach.
I got up in the morning and started on my way.
I originally wanted to eat at home, but Lin Su showed up halfway, which led to the current situation. The battle made Lin Feng use up a lot of energy, so he needed to replenish his strength.
This is a KTV.
There are only some alcoholic drinks, fruits, and the like, but no dishes, said Brother Hu.
If you don't have it, you can go and do it. If you don't even have this little bit of tact, how can you expect to be the boss?
Lin Feng looked at Brother Hu and cursed.
Go buy it quickly.
Brother Hu looked at his younger brothers beside him and shouted. Several younger brothers who were wailing on the ground immediately stopped screaming and ran out. A few minutes later, 4 or 5 little brothers came running over like the wind.
Why are you so fast? Lin Feng asked curiously.
The boss was cooking too slowly, so we had no choice but to cut in line. Fortunately, the boss was considerate and gave it to us first, and we both reached a consensus. A younger brother whispered, and the others were also carrying large bags, sweat coming out on their heads. Obviously it was very strenuous.
Lin Feng nodded without saying anything more.
He stared at the food and wine on the ground and nodded involuntarily.
It was not bad.
Roasted whole lamb, red wine, white wine, cold dishes, braised dishes, hot dishes, everything is available.
Lin Feng waved his hand and asked the 8 bodyguards to eat together.
Several bodyguards did not move, and finally they dared to move under Lin Feng's strong request.
Lin Feng was not polite either.
He pulled off a roasted leg of lamb and started to eat it while drinking. I have to say, this roasted lamb leg is really delicious. When you put it in your mouth, it is soft and fragrant, chewy and juicy. Then take a sip of wine, the taste is simply amazing. Lin Feng couldn't help but drink a few more sips, and it went down unknowingly, but he was not drunk at all. After eating and drinking, Lin Feng also began to think about retreating. Since this place has been conquered, the rest depends on whether they are willing to live or die.
If there are any small moves behind the scenes, Lin Feng will definitely not let them go.
Lin Feng turned around and walked outside, with several bodyguards following him as always, looking just as majestic as when he came. The difference was that this time, there were a bunch of miserable soldiers lying behind him, and the ground was stained with blood.
Wait!
A voice suddenly shouted.
Lin Feng frowned, turned to look at the young man and said.
In fact, the young man did not look that young. The main thing was that the young man looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of admiration.
Lin Feng was the best person he had ever met, no doubt about it.
Lin Feng naturally thought that the young man was here to cause trouble, otherwise why would he stop him at this juncture? Originally, when Brother Hu saw Lin Feng was about to leave, the smile on his face almost wilted. But now, just as he was getting ready to move, as Lin Feng was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. Lin Feng stopped, frowned as he looked at the young man, and turned back. Everyone who originally wanted Lin Feng to leave saw that Lin Feng actually came back, and they couldn't help but look at Lin Feng with fear in their eyes. They all thought that Lin Feng, the god of death, had left, but why did he suddenly come back now?
What else do you have to say?
Lin Feng put his hands in his pockets, looked at the young man lying on the ground, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, blew out a smoke ring, and said, I want to be your disciple and ask you to teach me some skills, the young man said.
Everyone thought he was stupid.
If you ask others to teach you kung fu, they must teach you.
Please, everything is very realistic now, okay?
Including Lin Feng, he also felt that the young man's brain was broken in an instant. He asked to be his disciple, but why should I accept you?
Would a real master check the audience?
If you have nothing to do, I'll leave first. Lin Feng looked at him, said, turned around and walked out. When we went out, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening and the nightlife was just beginning. After having a good meal and a few drinks, Lin Feng looked at the Ferrari, which represented a hint of status, and directly turned on the convertible mode. It was really refreshing to do so in such hot and dry weather. Lin Feng was playing with his cell phone on the side of the road, ready to pop it out and call his parents, but he couldn't. A pair of big hands reached out and grabbed my phone directly, snatching it away out of thin air. Lin Feng turned his head and saw that the young man was running very fast. He turned 3 steps into 2 and in the blink of an eye he had reached a motorcycle. After getting on the motorcycle, it started and rushed outside. Lin Feng looked at the motorcycle that was getting farther and farther away, ready to use force. He took off his shoes and prepared to shoot down the 2 men. But I held back. Chapter 83: Drunk Driving. The streets are now full of surveillance cameras, and Lin Feng doesn't want to cause trouble and be treated like a Superman. Even after the battle with Brother Hu and his men just now, the surveillance cameras were smashed one by Brother Hu and his men after it was over. Lin Feng saw it with his own eyes, so Lin Feng didn't want to be treated like a guinea pig and be studied by others. People are afraid of becoming famous just like pigs are afraid of being fat. In many cases, it is better to keep a low profile. The bodyguards beside Lin Feng also reacted. When they saw Lin Feng's phone being snatched away, they immediately got into the car, started the car, and chased after the 2 men. Lin Feng also got in the car and followed the bodyguards' convoy. The group of people was so huge that not many vehicles could stop them. They stepped on the accelerator and directly ran over the 2 motorcycles. "Oh my God, what should we do with so many people?" A skinny man on a motorcycle said in surprise as he looked at the huge convoy behind him. They just stole a mobile phone, but 7 or 8 cars came to surround him. This was really unexpected. Lin Feng looked at the high energy ahead and stepped on the accelerator. The bodyguards in front made way one after another. A red Ferrari rushed up and followed closely behind the 2 thieves on motorcycles. "Oh my God, what should we do? It seems like we have offended someone we shouldn't have offended," the thin man in front said regretfully. Looking at such a big scene, he knew that Lin Feng was not an ordinary person. But why would such a rich person care about this mobile phone? It's very simple. Lin Feng is of high status. If anyone dares to steal his phone, wouldn't that be a slap in his face? Lin Feng looked at the 2 people who were making a big fuss in front of him. There were not many vehicles on the road. After seeing Lin Feng and his group, they all moved away. After all, looking at the scene, it was clear that a small family like us could not afford to offend. Lin Feng followed the motorcycle slowly, with a cigarette in his mouth, looking at the 2 people on the motorcycle in front of him. "Brother, should we stop? Someone is following us all the time. We can't stop, Guzzi. Look at their mighty force. How can they be ordinary people? These are rich people, and they are vindictive. If we stop, I'm afraid we will all be retaliated against," the middle-aged man with a relatively loose body who was driving the motorcycle in front said. As the middle-aged man spoke, he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and with a roar, he sped away. Lin Feng smiled. The maximum speed of this motorcycle was only about 200. He looked at his tachometer, which was 160. He smiled in his heart and stepped on the accelerator. The Ferrari roared and rushed in front of the motorcycle. Several autos were following behind him. Lin Feng turned the steering wheel violently, and the car rushed forward with a dragon-like tail swing. The number of autos behind him surrounded the motorcycle, and the front, back, left and right were instantly blocked in a row. "Report to the leader, there is someone speeding on Guoqiang Road. It looks like he is going around 300. At the highway intersection, a police officer in sexy clothing was looking at the oncoming vehicles and talking on the phone. "Stop them. These rich second generations are becoming more and more rampant," said the person on the other end of the phone. "Okay, boss," the female police officer said and hung up the phone. There was a beep on the phone, and the leader came over and touched his mouth. Was he talking too fast? He didn't even understand what was going on, but he let him go? The female police officer's name is Yang Yingying. She is a new female police officer. I heard that she was here for training. The leader touched her mouth and thought that she must have said something wrong. Others are okay, but what about Yang Yingying? She is a violent female madman. Lin Feng forced the 2 men out of the car and saw that they were lowering their heads, not saying a word, with cold expressions on their faces. "Where's your cell phone?" Lin Feng looked at the other party and said. "Here," one of them said, and took out a mobile phone from his pocket, which was Lin Feng's. A bodyguard nearby immediately stepped forward, took it and handed it over. "Good, you have good foresight. Go back and get a promotion and a raise," Lin Feng said, looking at the bodyguard beside him. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he suddenly found that all eyes were directed at different targets.
Tie them up for me and hand them over to the police later.
Lin Feng pointed at the two men and said,
Can you forgive us this time? We really won't make the same mistake again.
A young man looked at Lin Feng and begged for mercy.
Are you begging for mercy? If you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Since you have chosen this path, you will have to pay the price. This is a matter of course.
Lin Feng looked at the two of them and said, thinking of other ways.
In that case, don't blame us for being rude.
At this time, the two had observed that there was a gap between the cars.
The gap was neither too big nor too small, just enough to accommodate a motorcycle.
The middle of the gap was blocked by a figure, and that figure was Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at them and had no idea of their plan.
He wanted to tie them up and throw them into the police station. Hey, who are you? What are you doing?
A voice shouted out. Lin Feng turned his head curiously and saw a heroic woman walking out. The woman was wearing a tight uniform, 7/4 tights on the lower body, and her upper body was proudly straight.
Lin Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances.
The woman's facial features were also extremely beautiful.
What a heroic female police officer. What's the matter with you, ma'am? A bodyguard looked at Yang Yingying and asked.
Sorry, check your driver's license. Yang Yingying took out her police ID and looked at everyone. This trick has always worked and no one has ever dared to refuse her. Soon, a bodyguard went out and took out the driver's licenses of all 8 cars.
Is this you? Yang Yingying said, pointing at the photo on Lin Feng's driver's license.
Yes. Lin Feng nodded.
Yang Yingying couldn't help but look at Lin Feng twice more.
It turned out that no matter where a handsome guy is, he always has the best status in the eyes of women.
Whose car is this Ferrari? Yang Yingying finally pointed out the car. Mine.
Lin Feng said, looking at Yang Yingying and nodded.
Do you know that speeding is not allowed on this road?
Yang Yingying looked at Lin Feng and asked.
I don't know.
Lin Feng shook his head. This woman started asking all kinds of questions from the beginning.
Lin Feng felt a little cold. It's normal that I don't know you, because you are driving under the influence. Come on, follow me back to the police station.
Yang Yingying fanned her nose and said to Lin Feng.
Drunk driving? How is that possible? I didn't drink.
Lin Feng immediately refused.
Are you kidding me? Drinking? Come on, I would have been knocked out of my body a long time ago. Chapter 84, Hot Policewoman.
After Lin Feng practiced the Golden Sutra, alcohol and other substances in his body were completely expelled and were constantly evaporated by the blood and qi in his body. Moreover, as they evaporate, these gases will turn into impurities and remain on the surface of Lin Feng's body, which is why there is a strong smell of alcohol around Lin Feng. Therefore, the first time Yang Yingying saw him, she felt that Lin Feng had definitely been drinking. He smelled so strongly of alcohol, he must have crawled out of a wine barrel. Yang Yingying looked at Lin Feng and said affirmatively.
I didn't drink, but you said I was driving under the influence.
Lin Feng looked at Yang Yingying and refused. This woman is so arrogant that she wants to take me back to the police station right away, without even considering that she has so many people on her side.
Fortunately, I am a good citizen, otherwise this woman would be in trouble.
Lin Feng looked at Yang Yingying without saying much, but suddenly frowned. Lin Feng felt something was wrong. He saw that the two thieves had got on the motorcycle without him knowing when. Lin Feng was standing in the gap between the cars, which was just enough for a motorcycle to run.
Retreat quickly.
Lin Feng pulled Yang Yingying in front of him to his back, and kicked the motorcycle that was rushing towards him. Perhaps he felt the danger when he saw the police, or perhaps he felt the difficulty of handling the situation because of Lin Feng's strength, so the fat man on the motorcycle stepped on the accelerator to the maximum and rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng standing there was a stumbling block. For them, as long as they defeated Lin Feng and his men, they could leave and no one would be able to catch up with them. Yang Yingying was talking to Lin Feng, and before she could react, Lin Feng grabbed her shoulders, hugged her and threw her behind him. His first instinctive reaction was to hit Lin Feng in the face, but Lin Feng didn't resist. Lin Feng hugged Yang Yingying with one hand and controlled his body with the other hand to prevent himself from being hit by the motorcycle and falling too hard. He used his palm to control the balance of his body. Therefore, Lin Feng had no chance to resist, and he focused all his attention on the two people on the motorcycle.
Pa!
The slap was crisp and loud, and Lin Feng was slapped hard.
Go to hell.
The middle-aged man driving the motorcycle started chasing Lin Feng. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng raised his foot and bumped into the two people driving the car. Lin Feng kicked out, and the mighty motorcycle stopped instantly. The huge impact caused Lin Feng to take a step back. The motorcycle that had been rushing over with such momentum was now lying on the ground, emitting black smoke.
The dark mist attracted the attention of many people.
As for the two people who stole Lin Feng's mobile phone, they were still pinned under the car, wailing from time to time.
The motorcycle weighed several tons and fell on their bodies. Who could bear it?
Lin Feng looked at them and clapped his hands. Immediately, someone came forward and helped them up.
Brother, we were wrong, please let us go.
The two thieves looked at Lin Feng and begged for mercy.
Let go? Let go of what? Yang Yingying asked.
Then seeing Lin Feng's domineering and cold look, he must have been forcing others to do things they didn't like.
Isn't this how the second generation of rich families play? Did you bully her? Otherwise, why would she cry so miserably? Yang Yingying looked at Lin Feng, walked up to him and said, Bully them? How is that possible?
Lin Feng didn't say much, but he still said something.
They are thieves. They stole my phone. I intercepted them on the way.
Lin Feng looked at Yang Yingying and said,
Steal your phone? It's an old trick, right? Steal your phone? Would you make such a big fuss? Yang Yingying looked at Lin Feng and asked.
In short, they are thieves who stole my cell phone.
If you don't believe me, you can go and see.
Lin Feng looked at Yang Yingying and explained.
He didn't say anything else.
Whether the other party believed it or not, Lin Feng had no way to stop them. Lin Feng was about to leave with his bodyguards, but was stopped by Yang Yingying.
Stop, please cooperate with the inspection.
Yang Yingying looked at Lin Feng and said, then took out an alcohol content meter from her pocket and threw it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw that Yang Yingying was staring at him, and he also knew this woman's character. Once she determined something, it would never change, until the day she grew old. Helplessly, Lin Feng could only take the alcohol content meter and blew hard into the instrument. Soon the data came out, and it popped up 10 milligrams 100 milliliters, which was normal. Lin Feng looked at the data on the table without saying anything. He looked at Yang Yingying, wondering what explanation this woman who had been slandering him had.
Oh, I don't believe it.
You smell so much of alcohol, how could you not have drunk any alcohol?
Yang Yingying looked at Lin Feng suspiciously.
He could smell the smell of alcohol on Lin Feng from a distance. Lin Feng had no choice but to take out the instrument and blow it again, but the data was still the same.
Yang Yingying looked at Lin Feng. He felt that this guy must be cheating, but he had no way to expose him. You didn't drink any alcohol, so why do you smell so strongly of alcohol? Yang Yingying looked at Lin Feng and asked. When we were having dinner, my friend spilled some wine and it splashed a little on my body.
After saying that, Lin Feng went into the car to have a rest as he did last night.
By the way, look at these two.
They just stole our cell phone, but they were caught in the quilt.
Judging from their appearance, they are definitely repeat offenders.
Lin Feng looked at Yang Yingying and said. Yang Yingying quickly took photos of the two people and asked her office colleagues to check them for her.
Soon, the two people's archival data was revealed. These two people had been to jail 3 or 4 times.
Lin Feng was right, it was all because of their behavior as thieves.
You two stop, don't move.
Yang Yingying stepped forward and looked at the two people who were about to escape.
She went up and hit each of them with one leg.
The two men climbed down directly, covering their legs and wailing.
Lin Feng's eyelids twitched. This woman is really cruel. I'm sorry about what happened today.
I'll treat you to a meal some other day.
Yang Yingying looked at Lin Feng and apologized. Well, it's okay, it's a small matter. Am I not feeling sorry for you?
Lin Feng said as he looked at his right hand, which had touched a place that he shouldn't have touched.
Yang Yingying looked at Lin Feng's handsome features, his extraordinary attire and his short hair, which highlighted Lin Feng's extraordinary temperament.
Lin Feng was a little confused.
Why was a hot-tempered police officer looking at him like that? Chapter 85 Wild. Lin Feng turned his head and gave Yang Yingying the same look.
They looked into each other's eyes for a minute, and there was no sign of retreat as they continued to look into each other's eyes.
Hello, my name is Yang Yingying.
Yang Yingying said to Lin Feng with her small hands as white as jade.
Lin Feng.
Lin Feng stretched out his hand and held the flawless little hand. When he held the tender hand in his, Lin Feng actually felt a hint of coolness. Lin Feng looked at Yang Yingying without showing a very infatuated expression. After all, he had seen many beautiful girlfriends, so naturally he still had some self-control. Lin Feng threw the two thieves aside, and after making sure that they had no ability to escape, he prepared to leave.
What are you going to do now?
Lin Feng looked at Yang Yingying, who was standing in front of him, frowned and asked.
Wasn't everything settled? Why was this woman still blocking his car? Can I trouble you with something?
Yang Yingying looked at Lin Feng and asked embarrassedly.
Oh, go ahead, I can do it if I can.
Lin Feng looked at Yang Yingying and said directly that he was now very capable and many things were indeed not difficult for him to accomplish.
I want to test your alcohol level again.
Yang Yingying looked at Lin Feng, still feeling a little embarrassed. After all, this was really too bullying.
It's okay, as long as you like it. I'll give you another chance.
Lin Feng got out of the car and stood straight in front of Yang Yingying.
Yang Yingying took out the alcohol monitoring instrument.
Lin Feng put it in his mouth for a few seconds, took it out, and handed it to Yang Yingying.
Yang Yingying frowned unnaturally after seeing this.
Lin Feng had not even reached the standard.
It seemed that Lin Feng really hadn't drunk any alcohol. I just spilled some wine and it fell on myself,
Lin Feng said again. Turning around and pointing at the broken wine bottle with a small opening in the car, Yang Yingying took a glance and saw that there was indeed an open wine bottle in Lin Feng's red Ferrari, so she nodded. This possibility cannot be ruled out, as this situation has happened before.
Okay, if everything else is fine, I'll leave first.
Lin Feng glanced at Yang Yingying, turned around and prepared to leave.
Lin Feng, can we add each other's contact information?
Yang Yingying grabbed Lin Feng and said embarrassedly.
Oh? Aren't you at work now?
It's not appropriate to talk about such private matters at work, right? Lin Feng looked at Yang Yingying and said with a smile.
What do you care about me?
Yang Yingying said with a smile, took out her mobile phone and opened the QR code.
Oh well. Lin Feng opened his phone and clicked on it. Yang Yingying received the application and immediately agreed.
Yang Yingying has been single for so many years because she has not met the boy she dreams of meeting.
Now that she sees Lin Feng, she feels a little bit of attraction.
Lin Feng is handsome, rich, and seems to come from a well-off family, which makes him a good match for her. He is also polite and well-spoken. In today's impetuous society, there are really not many young people like him. Yang Yingying thought that he had been single before and had gone on many blind dates under the pressure of his father to get married, but this was the first time Yang Yingying had met someone with such a unique personality and charm as Lin Feng.
By the way, can you please tell me, are you single?
Yang Yingying saw Lin Feng about to get into the car, so she pulled him out again and asked.
Sorry, I have a girlfriend.
Lin Feng refused directly.
His relationship is quite complicated and he has relationships with many women. Naturally, he doesn't want Yang Yingying to get involved. Got it? Then we can make friends?
Yang Yingying looked at Lin Feng, stunned for a moment, then came back to her senses and smiled. Sorry, I won't consider this matter for the time being. Lin Feng looked at Yang Yingying and refused directly.
Oh? Are you rejecting me?
Yang Yingying looked at Lin Feng and forced a smile.
Yes, I don't have this idea at the moment.
Lin Feng told the truth. He hasn't dealt with the affairs with the women around him yet, so how could he possibly mess with other women?
Yes. You have aroused my curiosity for so many years. It was you who started this game of playing hard to get. Now you have to take responsibility for it.
Yang Yingying patted Lin Feng's shoulder and curled her lips, looking so sexy that people couldn't help but want to kiss her.
What?
Lin Feng was a little confused.
What game? He had never heard of it before. I am full of curiosity about you now. Don't worry, no matter how many women are around you now, as long as I, Yang Yingying, like a woman, you will not be able to escape from my palm. Yang Yingying said confidently that he did have the ability. As long as I like a man, no one can run away. You are the first and only one.
As the saying goes, as long as you use the hoe well, the person you like can't run away. Yang Yingying looked at Lin Feng, leaned forward, and gave Lin Feng a sweet kiss on the cheek. Lin Feng turned his head and dodged it skillfully.
Are you kidding me? You want to sneak attack me? I can dodge bullets, but I can't dodge your kiss? Good.
Yang Yingying patted Lin Feng's shoulder with her small hand and said angrily. This was the first time someone dared to resist her. Suddenly, Yang Yingying grabbed Lin Feng's neck, pounced on him, and was about to kiss Lin Feng's lips.
How could Lin Feng let this woman do whatever she wants? Wouldn't that make him look too cheap?
He was the protagonist after all. If he acted so casually, it would make him look too casual, and the audience would not like it.
We have to raise the level of quality and liven up the atmosphere.
Lin Feng dodged and Yang Yingying missed again. Lin Feng got in the car, started the engine with a roar, and rushed forward. Now, at this moment, Lin Feng was really scared. This woman suddenly rushed over desperately and lay under the wheel hub, screaming for her life. Fortunately, this did not happen.
Yang Yingying looked at Lin Feng's embarrassed escape and just smiled confidently.
She didn't believe that there was no man in this world that she couldn't get.
Chapter 86 Standards.
Yang Yingying looked at Lin Feng's car getting farther and farther away, and the confident smile on her face gradually disappeared.
Beauty, if he doesn't want to, the two of us can do it.
A thief looked at Yang Yingying and said boldly that he saw that Yang Yingying was so hot and wild, and it was actually just a joke.
He knew his own weight. However, he couldn't help but hold out a glimmer of hope. Are you talking to me?
Yang Yingying looked at the sloppy middle-aged man in front of her. A trace of disgust flashed in her eyes, but she still walked towards him with a sexy step. The thin boy behind him had never seen such a scene before. He had just become an adult a week ago and had never even dated a girl.
Before meeting Yang Yingying, he was still very confused and ignorant. What kind of person should his future girlfriend be?
But now, he understood.
This was Yang Yingying's standard.
This was a standard, and everything had to be done according to this standard.
Do I look good?
Yang Yingying looked at the two men in front of her, lifted her sexy hair and played with it gently. Beautiful, the man murmured, walked forward, opened his arms and wanted to hug Yang Yingying in his arms.
Fuck you.
Yang Yingying's expression suddenly changed, her charming look instantly disappeared, her eyebrows raised and her eyes widened, and she raised her hand and kicked the middle-aged man who was walking towards her in a daze. The middle-aged man screamed in pain, holding his crotch and rolling on the ground. The young man behind him looked at the situation and immediately turned around and wanted to run. It was too scary, this woman was too scary. But, he was no match for Yang Yingying.
Yang Yingying was a Bali Taekwondo athlete. Her moves were ruthless and every move hit the enemy's vital points, leaving no chance for the enemy to breathe. The moment he was knocked down by Yang Yingying, he knew that he was finished. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: in the future, he would never meet this standard when looking for a girlfriend. This woman is so terrible. The women in the city are not simple at all.
He suddenly thought of those shy young wives in the village and felt that they are better there.
He wants to go back to the countryside and marry a wife in his hometown.
Yang Yingying looked at the two thieves lying on the ground gasping for breath, clapped her hands, straightened her messy bangs, and took out her cell phone.
We're lucky today. We caught two thieves.
They must be repeat offenders.
Bring some people here and take them away.
After saying that, Yang Yingying hung up the phone. Lin Feng didn't know why, but his legs started to tremble while he was driving. Brother Feng, how did you do that just now? A voice asked on the phone.
Oh? Do you think I need to tell you?
Lin Feng smiled and asked back.
Brother Feng, I saw you drink a whole bottle of Wuliangye. How is it possible that there is no problem when testing for alcohol? Is there something wrong with the detector? A bodyguard asked on the phone.
Driven by strong curiosity, he couldn't help but call Lin Feng to ask about the situation.
Yes. Lin Feng asked. Some things should be told to you naturally. When you stand at my level, you will naturally understand. Yes, Brother Feng. The bodyguard tensed up and said nervously.
Don't worry, just tell me with all your heart, and such a day will come soon.
Lin Feng gave some instructions and hung up the phone. The bodyguard couldn't help himself for a long time.
His eyes were full of confidence and loyalty. As long as Lin Feng needed him, he would go through fire and water and he would do it without hesitation. As soon as Lin Feng arrived at the door of his house, he saw his mother Yang Lu walking around the house, and his father Lin Sijuan smoking a pipe, with smoke coming out of his nostrils, as if he was thinking about something. Lin Feng smiled and said, no matter where we are, the ones who miss us the most are our parents.
Dad, Mom, I'm back.
Lin Feng said, looking at his anxious parents.
Feng, you're finally back? They didn't do anything to you, did they?
If you don't come back, I'll call the police. Yang Lu looked at Lin Feng and rushed over anxiously, stroking Lin Feng's face with her hands, as if she was afraid that Lin Feng had lost a hair.
It's good that you're back. Don't try to show off in the future.
I'm still here to take care of this family.
Dad will take care of it for you if anything happens.
Lin Sijun glanced at Lin Feng, extinguished his pipe, put it in the bag, glared at Lin Feng, and walked into the house.
He hadn't slept for a whole day and night.
Lin Feng was speechless. In the past, when he had no ability, he had to be scolded by his father. Why is it that now that he has great ability, he still has to be scolded by his father? Lin Feng smiled.
No matter what time, the only thing that has not changed is his father's love. You know what, this kind of strict love is really good.
Your father has been sitting here for a whole day and night without closing his eyes. He wanted to fight Lin Su several times, but I stopped him every time.
Don't blame him if he scolded you. I also want to say a few words to you. You've been out for such a long time, and you didn't even call us to let us know you were safe?
As she spoke, tears welled up in Yang Lu's eyes. Lin Feng felt a warm feeling in his heart, and he wanted to slap himself twice.
How could he be so stupid? Making his parents worry?
Lin Feng hurriedly hugged his mother and felt that his mother had become lighter, darker, and had wrinkles. He had grown up, and his mother was no longer the same person she was back then. After all, time is unwilling to let anyone go, and she has grown old. Lin Feng was a little heartbroken and resentful of time.
Even though he had money, he couldn't buy time.
Feng, your father's health has not been very good these past 2 days. I want to take him to the county hospital for a checkup. Yang Lu looked at Lin Feng worriedly.
As they were together day and night, she could naturally understand the abnormality of Lin Sijun's body. Okay, we'll go tomorrow.
Lin Feng patted Yang Lu's shoulder and comforted her. At this time, Lin Feng had an idea. He wanted to bring his father to live in the city and take care of him until he grew old. Lin Feng quickly made a phone call and arranged for experts from major hospitals in the province. However, due to the long journey, they might not arrive until tomorrow afternoon.
Lin Feng looked at his phone and it was already 5 p.m.
I will go to the county hospital for a checkup tomorrow, and then arrange for major experts to come for a follow-up check. Lin Feng made up his mind, and seeing Yang Lu busy cooking in the kitchen, he hurried over to help.
What are you doing here? Don't get your clothes dirty? Yang Lu looked at Lin Feng, pushed him out and said. Chapter 87, Medical Treatment. What's the big deal about clothes? Just wash them when they get dirty. Lin Feng said disdainfully. He snatched the dough from his mother's hand and started rolling it out, making Lin Feng's favorite pork and green onion dumplings. As Lin Feng was wrapping the babies, he felt a little sad. There seemed to be more wrinkles on his mother's face, and more calluses on her hands. As time passes, Lin Feng feels a little sad. His mother's best youth was spent on helping him grow up and become an adult. Lin Feng's eyes became moist and a tear was shed, but it quickly evaporated. Lin Feng didn't want others to see him like this. Okay, the dumplings are ready. Yang Lu brought out the dumplings and placed them on the table.
Dad, breathe less welding smoke, it's bad for your health. Lin Feng said as he looked at Lin Sijun coughing violently on the table, still puffing away at the welding smoke in his hand. Lin Sijun glared at Lin Feng, and the latter immediately stopped talking. Lin Feng also understood that this welding smoke has accompanied Lin Sijun for most of his life.
How can he quit it just like that? Come on, Dad, try this.
Lin Feng handed the yellow crane tower 1916 in his hand to Lin Sijun.
What kind of cigarette is this?
Lin Sijun looked at the cigarette that Lin Feng threw over, put it to his nose, sniffed it, and asked.
My friend gave it to me. He said it's quite good. You can try it and see if it suits your taste.
Lin Feng said, looking at Lin Sijun.
Lin Sijun was half believing and half doubting. He put it to his lips and Lin Feng lit it for him. He knew that his father was an old smoker and smoking was a lifestyle habit and a sentiment for him. He could only help Lin Sijun quit smoking slowly. During this process, Lin Feng needed to give Lin Sijun some good cigarettes. After all, welding smoke was too harmful to the body. Lin Feng specially took out the expensive cigarettes, just wanting his father to smoke something good. After all, the production process of the expensive cigarettes was obviously not comparable to that of ordinary cigarettes. Well, this one is not bad, not bad.
Lin Sijun put it in his mouth, took a sip, and said.
I still have some in my car. You usually smoke this. Smoke less when it's okay.
After all, smoking is bad for your health.
Your body is your own. Lin Feng looked at Lin Sijuan and forced an explanation.
Well, thank you for your thought. Lin Sijuan glanced at Lin Feng and felt that this little kid who had always followed him and cried all the time had grown up and become an adult.
This is just what a son should do.
Lin Feng touched his head. It was the first time he saw his father look at him like this.
I've smoked Huazi cigarettes that someone handed to me before. I heard that they cost dozens of yuan a box.
Your packaging is much more upscale than his.
It should not be cheap, right?
Lin Sijuan said, and was about to throw the cigarette that Lin Feng handed over. After all, his son had just graduated and didn't have much money. He couldn't let his son spend so much money. This is not expensive, we just put some effort into the packaging, and it's only 10 yuan a box. Lin Feng said as he held down the cigarette that Lin Sijuan was about to hand over.
Okay, I'll take it. Don't be too careful when you're out there. Tell me if you have any problems.
I still have some savings here, and I'll give it to you whenever you need it. Lin Sijuan looked at Lin Feng and murmured. Lin Feng shook his head. Lin Sijuan joined the army when he was young, and he would receive a pension every year after retirement. This was also saved by him bit by bit. Lin Feng absolutely could not accept it because it was his parents' hard-earned money.
What's more, he was not short of money now. Come on, stop talking, the dumplings are getting cold. Come, eat.
Yang Lu interrupted the conversation between the father and and said.
Yeah, okay. Lin Feng nodded, took the dumplings handed over by Yang Lu, dipped them in some vinegar, and put them in his mouth.
It still tasted the same as before, without changing at all.
Delicious. Lin Feng nodded and ate. If it tastes good, eat more.
There's more in the pot.
If it's not enough, I'll give you more. Yang Lu said to Lin Feng. Yang Lu and Lin Sijuan also did not speak.
The former just held his face with his hands, slowly watched Lin Feng eat, and from time to time reminded Lin Feng to slow down. Lin Sijuan was smoking on the side, watching Lin Feng eat slowly, without saying a word. He only coughed from time to time and covered his mouth to keep his voice down for fear of disturbing Lin Feng.
After Lin Feng finished eating, Yang Lu quickly asked if he wanted more, as there was more in the pot.
Lin Feng immediately bowed.
He was indeed too full.
Then, the three of them agreed to go to the county town to see a doctor early tomorrow morning.
As for the city?
Lin Feng also looked down on it. After all, he felt that there was not much difference between the county and the city.
Only experts could make him feel at ease. Lin Feng got up early in the morning and asked the bodyguards around him to stay on standby.
Lin Feng led Yang Lu and Lin Sijuan out. Lin Feng secretly checked Lin Sijuan's body in the morning and found a tumor in his lung. Lin Sijuan had been coughing, which might have been caused by that. But Lin Feng did not dare to make any private judgment.
He was just a professional. Some parts should be left to professionals.
When it came to seeing a doctor, he was just a professional. Although we arrived at the county hospital at 9 o'clock in the morning, there were still quite a few people seeking medical treatment.
Li County First People's Hospital is the only hospital in Li County. Usually, folks who have any health problems will come here for medical treatment and physical examination.
Lin Feng and his parents got out of the Audi, and a lot of eyes came towards them. Although Li County is a small county, everyone knows about the popular brand like Audi, and those who can afford it have extraordinary families. Lin Feng looked at everyone's eyes for a few times, and sighed in his heart.
Fortunately, he didn't drive the Ferrari today. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching. There were dozens of people queuing up.
Lin Feng felt helpless. They had arrived just before the hospital opened, so why were there still so many people? Lin Feng was a little depressed, but he couldn't cut in line either. After all, everyone had waited in line for so long. If he cut in line, it would be a bit too much of a bully. Lin Feng helped Lin Sijuan line up on the side. As for his mother, Lin Feng arranged for bodyguards to protect her while she rested. Lin Feng looked at his phone and made a call.
Where are you now? When will you arrive? Lin Feng asked.
I have just assembled the team and we estimate that we will arrive within 2 hours, a female voice said on the phone.
It was Zhang Li, one of the bodyguards who followed Lin Feng. Well, try to be as quick as possible. If you can't get there, don't follow me anymore.
Lin Feng nodded and said coldly. When Zhang Li saw Lin Feng hung up the phone, she nodded heavily. She had followed Lin Feng for so many days and had already understood his temper. As a boss, she hated it most when her subordinates were late, no matter what the reason was.
Chapter 88 Seeking Death. Hurry up, everyone. If anyone is slower, I will break his legs.
Zhang Li said fiercely while looking at the group of people behind her. After hearing this, the group of people behind them immediately quickened their pace. Behind Zhang Li was a force that they could not afford to offend. If someone was watching from the side, they would find that these people who quickened their pace were actually experts in various industries in the country.
Feng, why are you so angry? Lin Sijuan asked after Lin Feng finished the call. It's okay. It's just that the employees don't understand some things, so I will teach them. Lin Feng said. Don't understand? Then can't you talk nicely? If you are so harsh to others, they might secretly resign at any time and quit their job.
Lin Sijuan looked at Lin Feng and warned.
Lin Sijuan looked at Lin Feng and educated him. Okay, I will pay attention next time.
Lin Feng nodded and said. After about tens of minutes, Lin Feng and Lin Sijuan finally got to the front of the line. The person in front was seeing a doctor, and it was their turn next. Seeing that Lin Sijuan was still coughing, Lin Feng knew that his father's illness had recurred. He could only secretly transfer some internal energy to his father through his father's arm to make his father feel a little better, but it was only a temporary solution and not a cure. Lin Feng knew that if he wanted to cure the disease completely, he would probably have to undergo surgery.
Boom, boom. Hearing the roar of accelerators, everyone in the hospital looked towards the door.
The car was so arrogant that it didn't park in the parking lot in front of the hospital, but drove directly into the hospital.
The hospital security guard took a look and pretended not to see anything. He went straight to the toilet. It looked like he wouldn't be back for another hour. Lin Feng frowned. Who was this person? How could he be so powerful?
It seemed that he had underestimated his county before.
Could such a small county be home to many talented people? Lin Feng looked at the stopped Maserati.
The Maserati was red and looked extremely glamorous and sexy.
A bald young man got off the car.
He was probably in his 30s, with a face full of flesh. He was hugging a woman who was wearing hot pants, a vest, and a mink coat.
Looking at the charming appearance of the woman, it seems that she is an expert in the love field. The young man held the woman's slender waist and applied force gently. The woman let out a soft moan, and the volume was quite loud, making everyone's ears red.
This woman's voice was so hard-working, as if she had drained all her strength out of her body, yet also as if she had just been filled with strength, giving people an unsatisfied pleasure.
The fat man seemed to be in a good mood because of the woman's cry.
He grabbed the woman's face and kissed her hard. The woman was reluctant but willing, and she grasped the timing to the extreme. She said no with her mouth, but her body was moving forward. Lin Feng thought to himself that it was shameless. He had seen slutty people before, but he had never seen anyone as slutty as this.
In broad daylight, he was still so shameless.
Suddenly, Lin Feng frowned when he saw these two people actually walking towards him.
The fat man seemed to be used to being domineering and didn't even glance at Lin Feng.
The woman looked at Lin Feng and was no longer interested in him. Lin Feng was handsome, but the man next to him was so rich. After looking at Lin Feng, the woman looked at the fat man beside her, as if making some kind of comparison. As the steps of the two people became clearer and clearer, Lin Feng frowned.
It seemed that these two were coming for him. The fat man walked over and everyone stepped back.
It seemed that the fat man was not someone to be trifled with, so it was better to avoid trifling with such people. Lin Feng stood at the top of the position, but he did not make any concessions.
He came here to take Lin Sijuan to see a doctor today, so how could he make concessions?
Lin Feng looked at the two people walking over, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. The fat man pulled the woman without even looking at Lin Feng and stood in front of Lin Feng. The woman, on the other hand, actually secretly glanced at Lin Feng a few more times, and even flirted with him in the end, as if she wanted to seduce Lin Feng.
However, they were all ignored by Lin Feng. How could Lin Feng look down on a woman who traded her body?
Besides, there were so many women around him. If he picked any one of them, she would be more than twice as good looking as the woman in front of him in terms of looks, figure, facial features, conversation, family background and knowledge. Because there was a 1 meter separation line in front, Lin Feng was still some distance away from the counter in front, and the fat man was standing casually within the separation line, which was in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was about to step forward to speak, but saw someone tugging his sleeve. He turned around and saw that it was Lin Sijuan. Lin Sijuan naturally understood what Lin Feng meant, and Lin Feng also understood what Lin Sijuan meant. Lin Sijuan shook his head, obviously telling Lin Feng not to be so impulsive. These two people look extraordinary, they are definitely not ordinary people. If Li wants to jump the queue, just let them do it. It's better to have less trouble than more. Lin Feng looked at his father, who kept shaking his head, and his heart softened. He didn't want to be the first to do so. If they wanted to cut in line, let them do so. Lin Feng looked at Lin Sijuan, nodded, patted Lin Sijuan's arm, and signaled him to rest assured. At this time, it was autumn. In the cold autumn, the wind was howling. Even though Lin Sijuan was wrapped in a military coat, he was still shivering. Although Lin Feng was wearing a thin coat, his body was exceptionally warm. Under the effect of the Golden Sutra, no matter in the cold winter or the hot summer, the temperature in his body can be kept at a certain stability, and the external environment has little impact on him. But Lin Sijuan was different. He was nearly 60 years old, half of his hair was white, and he was skinny. Even with his thick military coat on, he still felt cold. A gust of cold wind blew, and Lin Sijuan took a sip of the cold wind, which entered his body and triggered another bout of coughing. The hospital was filled with people of all ages, sickness, and death. They looked at Lin Sijuan without any disdain. They were all the same, they had let it go and only had pity in their hearts. Lin Feng hurriedly patted Lin Sijuan's back, trying to make him feel better. Seeing that Lin Sijuan looked like he wanted to cough out his lungs, Lin Feng felt extremely heartbroken. Birth, aging, sickness and death, the cycle of the sun and the moon, when can we achieve immortality, when can we live long? When can we break free from this shackles, when can we achieve eternity? What are you coughing for? You sick bastard. I'm so unlucky today to run into a coughing ghost like that. A girl broke the silence. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the woman in front of him, who was wearing a mink coat and posing. What are you looking at? Hurry up and help him get away from me. You guys step back a little. It might be some infectious disease. Don't infect me. The woman looked at Lin Feng with disdain. The fat man turned his head to look at Lin Feng and Lin Sijuan, but didn't take them seriously. After all, ordinary people wouldn't have much interaction with him. Chapter 89 Hospital Incident. Just as Lin Feng was about to step forward, his sleeve was pulled. Lin Feng turned his head and saw Lin Sijuan looking at him again, and shook his head. This time, Lin Feng did not compromise. He patted Lin Sijuan's arm, signaling him to rest assured. Lin Feng stepped forward and looked at the arrogant woman in front of him with freezing coldness in his eyes. This woman insulted his parents and deserved to die. How could such an arrogant and domineering woman deserve to stay in the world? What are you looking at? Am I wrong? Take him away quickly, otherwise he will spoil my fun. The woman looked at Lin Feng, staring at her, not realizing that a disaster was about to happen, and continued to say with disdain. Damn it! Lin Feng stepped forward and slapped the woman in the face. With just one slap, the woman was sent flying 3 meters away, her originally charming posture completely disappearing. A second passed, and everyone reacted. The woman's body system reacted, driven by the intense pain. Lin Feng's movements were as fast as lightning, so no one saw when he made his move. Ah! My face! The woman curled up on the ground, wailing. The woman covered her face, and through the gaps between her fingers, one could see a bright red slap mark on the right side of her cheek that had penetrated deep into her flesh. She was probably disfigured. A few snow-white teeth were rolling on the ground, with traces of blood on them. The woman's wailing voice was even heard in the wind. The scene was horrific. You actually hit my woman? The fat man reacted and threatened when he saw Lin Feng actually hitting his woman. The fat man's face was filled with rage. Lin Feng hit his woman in front of everyone, which was a slap in his face. He glanced at the woman who was wailing on the ground, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. He couldn't keep this woman anymore. Before Lin Feng could say anything, Lin Sijuan ran over. Sorry. Lin Sijuan apologized and pulled Lin Feng to retreat. Sorry? Is sorry useful? Just wait, I will make you pay the price today. When the fat man saw Lin Sijuan's old appearance, his smile became more and more arrogant. He liked to see the other party's frightened look. Before he could finish his words, the fat man felt a strong force rushing towards him and a palm slapping him. Bang! The fat man was also blown away, his teeth scattered in the air, and the flesh on his face kept shaking.
Lin Feng's face changed. He was not ready to end it.
He grabbed the fat man's leg with his left hand and smashed him with his right hand. With a snap, the originally straight legs instantly became 90 degrees, forming a terrible angle. This leg is broken, completely broken, and Lin Feng showed no mercy. They shouldn't mess with him, and more importantly, they shouldn't mess with Lin Sijuan. Since you are looking for death, don't blame others for being ruthless.
They have been touching Lin Feng's bottom line again and again.
Lin Feng has given in again and again, but they have been provoking him again and again, and he can no longer tolerate it.
Ah! Boy, you're dead. Ah!
My legs, my legs. The fat man covered his right leg and actually pulled his leg in front of his head.
How could he do that with his stiff limbs?
There was only one possibility, that is, his leg was broken. The fat man was in great pain. Lin Feng broke his legs. He was finished. Lin Feng was finished. Everyone was shocked and stunned when they saw this scene. The plot had reversed and turned into such an incredible scene. This young man is so fierce, he seems like he is possessed by a superhero, his moves are wild and fierce, his attacks are ruthless. Lin Sijuan was speechless when he saw Lin Feng like this.
He never thought that the originally honest Lin Feng would become so extraordinary.
Lin Feng's ruthlessness and ferocity made everyone on the field tremble in fear.
The two people rolling on the ground made them realize the consequences of offending Lin Feng. Come, treat my father.
Lin Feng looked at the female nurse at the front desk as if she was looking at a monster, and pulled Lin Sijuan over. He pulled up the fat man who was rolling on the ground. Looking at the fat man's resentful eyes, Lin Feng knew that this matter might not end well and a decision had to be made. Lin Feng grabbed the fat man by the collar and asked,
"Are you convinced?" "I obey you, uncle." The fat man was a man of great integrity. He endured the pain and refused to compromise. Lin Feng stepped forward and slapped the fat man in the face again. The fat man screamed and several of his teeth fell out. "Do you know who I am? Do you know the consequences of hitting me?"
The fat man looked at Lin Feng, raised his head, and threatened fiercely.
"Oh? Then why don't you introduce yourself?"
Lin Feng asked, looking at the fat man's confident eyes.
"Listen carefully, my father is Li Chuanhu, one of the 3 overlords of this city." The fat man looked at Lin Feng and said fiercely, "Li Chuanhu?"
Lin Feng fell silent.
The two of them really had a connection. "After beating me, the boy came. And the boy was much more rampant than me." "What? Are you scared? Let me tell you, my father is ruthless. You beat me into this disabled state, and my father will definitely not let you go. So you better prepare to face the baptism of the storm." The fat man looked at Lin Feng and threatened him harshly. "Your father's name is Li Chuanhu?"
Lin Feng's eyes were somewhat amused.
"Didn't I just beat him up, and now I'm here again? One-stop service? Give you a chance? Call your father and ask him to come over."
Lin Feng waved his hands and said to the fat man in front of him who was sweating in pain,
"You said it, don't regret it."
The fat man looked up at Lin Feng with a smile on his face. He had already thought about what he would do when his people arrived.
He would torture Lin Feng. "Just hit me when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much?"
Lin Feng kicked the fat man again.
The fat man spit out blood and flew several meters away.
Lin Feng looked at him and thought to himself, if he beat Li Chuanhu's son like this, and he was really the same Li Chuanhu who was beaten up by me in the bar, should I just kill him secretly? After all, even a tiger will not recognize its own cubs. Few people can bear to see their own son beaten like this.
"Hello, what's the matter?"
The fat man dialed the number and pressed the speakerphone button directly.
"Dad, I was beaten in the hospital and one of my legs is broken. Dad, please come and save me. If you don't come, I might lose my life."
The fat man cried, his voice extremely sad.
"Aren't you the one who provokes others all day? Is there anyone who dares to touch you? Well, wait, I'll be right over."
A familiar voice said on the phone. Lin Feng frowned and thought to himself, why not just get rid of Li Chuanhu tonight? After all, this guy will probably be a threat sooner or later. In a short while, a large number of luxury cars swarmed out.
Chapter 90 Master Phone.
Lin Sijuan had never seen such a large lineup before. The first thing he thought of was to protect Lin Feng with all his might. However, Lin Feng held him back and told him to just focus on his treatment, and he would take care of other things. There were many luxury cars outside. The first one was a Bentley, followed by countless Audis and Mercedes-Benzes. The whole hospital was blocked. Everyone who had come to see the doctor knew that things were not so simple this time. They chose to stay out of the matter and stepped back, wanting to see how Lin Feng, who was such a good fighter, would solve the trouble before them. Lin Feng looked at the ever-expanding scene in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This brother who was really powerful. He managed to call so many people in such a short time. Lin Feng remained motionless. He was standing alone in the middle of the venue, with a shivering fat man and a fainted woman lying under his feet. Lin Feng was like a god of war, waiting for the storm to come. Li Chuanhu was recuperating in the hospital. When he heard that his son was being bullied, he immediately rushed over. Rather than feeling sorry for his son being bullied, he actually felt more humiliated because his dignity was trampled upon. In Xiangqing City, all the slightly prominent figures know him and will give him some face. Therefore, Li Chuanhu wanted to see who this person was who actually bullied his son and broke his son's legs. He bullied him to such an extent. Li Chuanhu sat in the back row, looking at the old, weak and sick people around him with a disdainful smile on his face. He didn't believe that in this shabby place, there was someone with such a great power. Li Chuanhu was not in a hurry to get out of the car. He looked around, obviously wanting to break his son's legs and find out who bullied his son. Li Chuanhu swept his tiger eyes across and saw Lin Feng, who was present. And his son was actually lying at Lin Feng's feet, twitching constantly under Lin Feng's feet. Li Chuanhu instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that this rebellious son had offended Lin Feng? If you offend Lin Feng, not to mention breaking your leg for a day, you deserve to lose your life. You can find another son if you lose him, and it's easy to find 3 wives and 4 concubines, but if you offend Lin Feng, you're probably going to die. Since you've seen me, why don't you get out of the car? Li Chuanhu? Lin Feng looked at Li Chuanhu, who was reluctant to get off the car, and spoke. The entire hospital was silent as everyone was frightened by Li Chuanhu's majesty. If anyone was blind enough to start talking, they would probably be killed by both sides before the battle even started. You can talk in front of ordinary people, but you must keep your mouth shut in front of high-ranking officials and nobles. Otherwise, you may bring trouble upon yourself and be killed by the other side before the war between the two sides even starts. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but the scene was quiet, so Lin Feng's voice stood out very loudly. When Li Chuanhu saw that Lin Feng saw him, his legs trembled. He looked around and saw that most of his body was tied with gauze. He looked so miserable. It was the reward given by Lin Feng in front of him. Li Chuanhu originally wanted to escape here if Lin Feng hadn't discovered it yet. Of course, all this is based on the premise that Lin Feng hasn't discovered it yet. However, now that Lin Feng has discovered it, Li Chuanhu did not hide it. He was betrayed by his rebellious son, so he has to face it. He regretted it very much. Why was this world so small? Yesterday, because his subordinates had betrayed him, he was beaten so miserably by Lin Feng. So, after Lin Feng left, he made up his mind to stay away from Lin Feng as far away as possible. But today, he met him again. This world is really too small. Li Chuanhu got out of the car in a panic. Perhaps because he was too frightened, he accidentally stepped on the threshold and almost fell down. Fortunately, his men supported him in time. Li Chuanhu's legs felt a little weak. He looked at the threshold that almost tripped him and thought to himself, if only he could be tripped by this guy and knocked unconscious, then he wouldn't have to worry about anything else. Li Chuanhu would rather fight with others on the street for a day and a night than face Lin Feng for even a second. As soon as Li Chuanhu made a move, people from dozens of cars behind him got out of the cars immediately and surrounded Li Chuanhu with baseball bats in their hands. Suddenly, Li Chuanhu's power as a gangster boss was instantly revealed. Mr. Feng, why are you here too? Li Chuanhu looked at Lin Feng and asked respectfully. Lin Feng raised his eyelids but said nothing. He felt that even though he had beaten Li Chuanhu's son into this state, he was not even angry at all. When Li Chuanhu saw Lin Feng looking at him, he felt as if it was an illusion. He actually felt the goo in his body begin to wriggle, as if it was hesitating whether to start an attack. Boy, you are the one who hit our young master? Just wait, I will break your arms and legs and make you apologize to my young master. A subordinate behind him began to shout. This is a common tactic used in the underworld. The two sides started clamoring, talking about the deep blood feud between the two sides, and then started cursing. As for whether to fight or not, that is a matter for the future. However, as soon as this subordinate started shouting, he realized something was wrong. The brothers who had shouted together before all shut up and stopped talking. As soon as his curse sounded, he immediately became the focus. Everyone turned to look at him, and the people around him also looked at him. He knew that look was like looking at an idiot. Li Hu was extremely angry at this time. He looked at his subordinate and took 2 steps at a time, then slapped him in the face. Damn it, didn't you see that I respectfully called him Master Feng? Why are you still insulting me? Who should I hit if not you? Are you crazy or have water in your body? This subordinate was greeted with a burst of calls, and he looked extremely miserable. Everyone looked at him and shook their heads. This was the end of a quarrel. Dad, he hit me and broke my leg. Hurry up and call someone to deal with him. I want to kill him. I want to break his hands and legs, so that he can't eat and will starve to death. The fat man became alert when he saw Li Chuanhu. As for Li Chuanhu's respectful title for Lin Feng, he didn't hear it. Sorry, he just dozed off, and when he woke up, he saw his father not far away. He felt confident and had a backer. He stared at Lin Feng like a snake. He wanted revenge and made Lin Feng pay back several times for the harm he had done to him. Rebellious son, what did you say? How dare you say Master Feng like that? Li Chuanhu stepped forward and slapped the fat man in the face. The fat man was stunned. He didn't understand why his arrogant father would hit him instead of the enemy. Dad, are you dazzled? You hit the wrong person. He hit me. Hurry up and call someone to kill him. The fat man looked at Lin Feng and shouted madly. Chapter 91 Examination Results. Rebellious son, do you know who you are talking about? Do you know how big of a figure the Master Feng in front of you is? If he hadn't shown mercy, I'm afraid you would be dead now. Li Chuanhu looked at his son and cursed him harshly. I don't care, I want to kill him. The fat man didn't listen to Li Chuanhu's explanation. Perhaps he was used to the coquettish hum, and he slowly crawled towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not move and let the fat man move around. Lin Feng wanted to see to what extent he could seek death. The fat man slowly crawled towards Lin Feng, hugged Lin Feng's legs, opened his mouth and prepared to bite. Court death. Lin Feng was a little annoyed. This person was like a mentally retarded person. He would never stop talking. Lin Feng raised his leg and kicked, infusing his foot with internal energy. Before he kicked, the fat man's teeth, which were about to bite, fell out. Lin Feng raised his leg and kicked the fat man down, sending him flying dozens of meters away. The fat man stopped only after he hit a car. Lin Feng had the intention to kill. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they wouldn't know who was who. The fat man spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted, and his life or death was unknown. Lin Feng did not kill him completely, but left him a breath. As for his normal life in the future, Lin Feng could not guarantee it. If Li Chuanhu showed even a little disobedience, Lin Feng would not prevent him from suffering the same fate as his son, or even making him disappear directly? Uncle Feng, please spare my son's life. He is still young and doesn't know the word respect. Li Chuanhu begged for mercy when he saw his rebellious son being kicked away by Lin Feng. Oh? Don't you know the word respect? Lin Feng laughed coldly. I didn't want to cause trouble, but he insulted my father. I wanted to let bygones be bygones, but he kept scolding me. You say, he shouldn't die? Lin Feng looked at Li Chuanhu and asked again and again. Li Chuanhu's eyelids twitched wildly. This rebellious son actually scolded Lin Feng's father? Isn't this courting death? Why are there so many stupid people around me recently? If the fat man was not his biological son and had some blood relationship, Li Chuanhu really wanted to leave. Facing Lin Feng, he really had no spirit at all. This was an existence that could control his life and death with just a little effort. I'm sorry. Li Chuanhu lowered his head and apologized to Lin Feng. Look after your men from now on. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be so lenient next time. Lin Feng looked at Li Chuanhu, frowned, and said coldly. Li Chuanhu nodded heavily. This happened over and over again, and he understood it. After returning, he would definitely hold a meeting with his brothers and hang Lin Feng's portrait on the wall so that his brothers would have to take a detour when they saw him in the future. Lin Feng was saying something when he suddenly sensed something and looked at the sky. Li Chuanhu saw that Lin Feng did not continue to talk about him. He saw Lin Feng looking at the sky. He could not understand the meaning for a moment and also looked up at the sky. But he found that there was nothing in the sky, it was empty, but Lin Feng still looked at it as usual. As the two of them walked, everyone looked up into the sky curiously, but they all found that there was nothing. As a result, the originally tense scene suddenly became a little awkward, and everyone looked at the sky. Lin Sijuan's mood was already fluctuating at this time. He was nearly 60 years old, and with his age, his health declined, and the passion in his body had long disappeared. Lin Sijuan looked at Lin Feng with complicated eyes, as if he saw Lin Feng's honest appearance when he was a child. He did not expect that Lin Feng, who was extremely honest when he was a child, has become so powerful now. Lin Sijuan looked at Lin Feng and suddenly sighed. His son had grown up and become strong. This was a good thing. After about a few seconds, the silhouette of a helicopter in the sky became increasingly visible. Li Chuanhu was shocked. How powerful was Lin Feng that he could even predict the scene in the sky in advance? The helicopter slowly descended. Lin Feng didn't say anything, so no one dared to say anything either. More than half an hour had passed since Lin Sijuan's physical examination, and now Lin Sijuan had already walked over with the report. "Dad, what are the test results?" Lin Feng asked with concern. "It's nothing, just some colds caused by years of fatigue, so it caused the cough." Lin Sijuan took out the checklist and showed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a look and found that it was indeed as stated on the checklist. "Call your dean over," Lin Feng said coldly, looking at a nurse beside him. The nurse was still a little hesitant, but Li Chuanhu took the opportunity to shout, "Didn't you hear what Master Feng said? Hurry up and call your dean over." The nurse shuddered. Li Chuanhu, nicknamed Tiger Lord, was one of the few ruthless men in Xiangcheng. After being yelled at by Li Chuanhu, the female nurse wiped tears from her eyes and immediately ran to the dean's office. Soon, a bald man in his 50s came over. Seeing the nurse looking at Lin Feng, the dean was also a little puzzled. It was obvious that he didn't know what Lin Feng wanted to do by calling him here. How do you treat patients in your hospital? How do you examine patients? Did you really examine my father's lungs carefully? Lin Feng looked at the dean and yelled. The dean was confused by the scolding, but he was not angry at all. He also saw Lin Feng's strength. To confront Lin Feng was like an egg hitting a stone. "Feng, Master Feng, we're sorry. This is our negligence. Let's check it again." The dean looked at Lin Feng and said respectfully. Lin Feng used his qi to check Lin Sijuan's body. He clearly had a tumor in his lungs. But when he came to Li County Hospital, there was nothing wrong with him. How did the doctor say that? How did this hospital open? Do they know that a small mistake may lead to the death of a patient or the breakup of a family? The helicopter slowly descended, and under Lin Feng's gaze, it landed directly in the hospital square. The hospital square was not small, enough to accommodate a helicopter. The leader was a sexy woman wearing military clothes. She walked over from a distance, followed by dozens of people in doctors' uniforms. They are all in their 50s, about the same age as Lin Sijuan, but they look tired, obviously they did not get enough rest. "Boss, I brought them here." Lili walked over and stood beside Lin Feng, speaking respectfully. Suddenly, seeing the two miserable people lying on the ground, as well as Li Chuanhu beside Lin Feng, she stared at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes and asked, "Boss, do you want me to take care of them?" Li Chuanhu shuddered. Why were the people around Master Feng so aggressive? Chapter 92, Paying the Bill. "No need, it's more important to see a doctor first." Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "Boss, where is the master?" Lili looked around Lin Feng and asked cautiously. "The test results are out, and they were not correct. I asked them to check again." Lin Feng said, his face full of fatigue. He was not at ease with the patient's condition. What else in this world can he be at ease with? This is the chairman of our company. Lili said, looking at the people behind her. These are professors from major hospitals. Their medical equipment are all sponsored by our company. Lili looked at Lin Feng and said, "Hello, chairman." Everyone said respectfully when they saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not pretend to be mature and nodded as a return gesture. "It's my fault that everyone came here today. After this is over, I will compensate you all." Lin Feng looked at everyone and said affirmatively. Li Chuanhu looked at the people in white coats in front of him and felt that they looked familiar. After taking a closer look, he realized that this was the well-known domestic medical expert Fei Yulin.
That's right, the old man ranked first is the well-known domestic expert Fei Yulin.
He has his own unique insights into many difficult and complicated diseases in the country and was once called the living Huatua.
Lin Feng actually invited him here? And judging from their relationship, he actually had to obey Lin Feng's orders? Li Chuanhu was shocked.
He knew how important this old man was, so he had a bad temper. He was seriously injured by Lin Feng yesterday, so he asked someone to invite him to treat him, but he was immediately rejected.
Unexpectedly, this person came here to treat Lin Feng as father?
Looking at his son lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead, Li Chuanhu knew what was going on. If his son had not provoked Lin Feng without knowing whether he was alive or dead, things would not have ended up like this.
You guys go over and take a look, my father seems to have a tumor in his lungs.
Lin Feng looked at everyone and said truthfully. As he spoke, he took out the checklist and handed it to them. The previous check results were normal, there was nothing wrong at all.
Everyone was surprised and could only go to the examination room and wait for the results again.
The dean felt honored to see all the medical predecessors coming from afar, and thought that it was his academic research some time ago that impressed you all. However, when he saw how respectful they were to Lin Feng, he knew that he was wrong.
This group of people probably came because of Lin Feng. How powerful is Lin Feng? Can he be both black and white?
Lin Feng didn't say anything, but just stood quietly in his original position. Lili was now beside Lin Feng, protecting him.
Lin Feng didn't say anything.
The place was silent and no one dared to speak.
Li Chuanhu just waited quietly by the side. How could you do this? Couldn't you detect such a big problem at the beginning? With a roar, Fei Yulin was seen holding a report sheet in anger.
The healthy report on it disappeared, and was replaced by emphysema and a tumor around the lungs, which was already in the middle and late stages. After a while, it will probably reach the late stage, and by then even if Huatua were alive, he would be helpless.
Fei Yulin roared.
The man in front of him with his head lowered was the director of Li County First People's Hospital.
He was the one who checked the results. You don't need to come tomorrow.
The dean looked at him and said lightly, but his tone was firm.
Dean, You don't need to come tomorrow. We don't need people like you here.
It's a taboo in our medical field to make the patient's condition worse because of work mistakes.
You know, from now on, I'm afraid no one will want you anymore. You, take care of yourself.
The dean looked at him and said, then he ignored the other party's pleading and left.
Fei Yulin watched the dispute between the two parties but did not say anything.
Lin Feng asked him to come over for a physical examination, so he naturally had to be responsible for the people here.
Fei Yulin looked at Lin Feng and said, Chairman, this is indeed a misdiagnosis. Don't worry, the master is in the middle and late stages of emphysema.
We have a special treatment plan, but we need to take the master to Beijing for treatment.
Well, okay, thank you for your help.
Lin Feng looked at them and said,
Dad, you should accompany them to Beijing for treatment.
The medical equipment there is obviously not comparable to what we have here. Lin Feng looked at Lin Sijuan and said that he really hoped that Lin Sijuan could go to the hospital for treatment and cure his illness.
Then, what about your mother?
Lin Sijuan nodded, thinking that Lin Feng was right, but he still asked. He had lived with Yang Lu for decades and had never been apart. Now that they were separated, he was lying alone in the hospital, so it was inevitable that he would feel a little uncomfortable.
Don't worry, I will send my mother over when you get there.
Lin Feng looked at Lin Sijuan and promised.
Well, okay.
Lin Sijuan nodded, followed the doctors into the helicopter and started treatment.
Boss, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself.
Lili looked at Lin Feng and said.
Well, take good care of my dad.
Lin Feng looked at Lili and said. This woman has been with him for some time. She has a good character, but she lacks emotional intelligence.
Don't worry, I will take good care of the master. Lili promised, and then led everyone to board the plane and left. This matter finally has a result. I'll go back and arrange for my mother to send it over, and then everything will be perfect. Lin Feng murmured. Hello, Mr. Lin Feng. We will definitely give you some compensation for the mistakes we made before. Do you have time tonight? We would like to invite you to dinner.
The dean looked at Lin Feng and invited him.
Compensation? I don't need it. I don't have time for meals. The hospital has made such a big mistake. You have to solve it yourselves. Tomorrow you go and explain it to the media. There will also be major publicity on the live broadcast platform,
Lin Feng said, looking at the dean.
This.
The dean opened his mouth to say something more, but saw Lin Feng left without saying anything.
I sighed unconsciously. There was nothing I could do.
I had to bear the consequences of my own actions. Go back and write a resignation letter, pack your things, and leave, said the dean to the director of diagnosis who was waiting on the side.
Dean, I have worked diligently in our hospital for so many years, can you give me another chance?
The director pleaded. He hoped that the dean could give him a hand based on their years of friendship.
This is not something I can decide. Do you know how much damage your mistake has caused to our hospital?
The dean looked at the director and sighed.
Hospitals like yours should be closed down. Chapter 93 Arrangements.
A playful voice was heard, and the dean frowned, looking at Li Chuanhu, who had stood up at some point. He knew Li Chuanhu, who was a powerful figure in the city, and the two had met before. But the dean didn't know Lin Feng, but he certainly couldn't afford to offend anyone that Li Chuanhu couldn't afford to offend.
Director, the medical skills of your hospital are getting worse and worse. Doctors are kind-hearted. If you don't make good arrangements, you will probably be closed down soon, said Li Chuanhu, preparing to leave.
Looking at his son lying on the ground, Li Chuanhu kicked him and said, "Damn it, he just lies in a woman's arms all day long.
He's so stupid." Li Chuanhu hooked his finger, and two people came over and lifted the fat man into the car. As for the woman on the ground,
Li Chuanhu took a look at her and found that she was already disfigured and had no use at all. Lin Feng drove back home and saw his mother cooking at home, waiting for the father and son to come back.
"Feng, where is your father?"
Yang Lu glanced at Lin Feng, but did not see Lin Sijuan.
"I sent Dad to the capital for treatment. He will probably recover in 2 months. Don't worry. I'll send someone to take you there soon."
Lin Feng looked at Yang Lu, smiled and said,
"Is your father's illness not serious?" Yang Lu asked with some concern.
After all, she had been with Lin Sijuan day and night, and she was very clear about Lin Sijuan's illness and abnormalities.
"It's not serious. We've done a comprehensive checkup. Don't worry. I've sent someone to take him to the best hospital, and the best experts will treat him.
You will be able to be discharged from the hospital and recover in about 2 or 3 months.
Don't worry, I will arrange the best doctor in the world."
Lin Feng looked at Yang Lu and assured.
"Well, I'm glad you're okay."
Yang Lu looked at Lin Feng and nodded. Yang Lu had already prepared the meal and Lin Feng ate a lot. It had been a long time since he had eaten Yang Lu's home-cooked meals. During this time, Yang Lu kept adding more dishes to Lin Feng's meal with a smile on her face, but Lin Feng carefully discovered that Yang Lu seemed a little absent-minded.
"Mom, what are you worried about?"
Lin Feng looked at Yang Lu and asked.
"It's okay."
Yang Lu glanced at Lin Feng, shook her head, and continued to pick up food for Lin Feng.
"Mom, just say whatever you want to say."
"I can tell at a glance that you are worried about something," Lin Feng said, looking at Yang Lu. "Today, your uncle came and apologized, kowtowed and apologized. He also brought his son with him. His son was wrapped in bandages all over his body and looked miserable."
Yang Lu thought about it and said, "Oh? They actually came here to apologize?"
Lin Feng was a little surprised. He had thought about apologizing, but he didn't expect them to come so soon. However, Lin Su was actually safe and sound, which was something Lin Feng had not expected. He had caused Li Chuanhu to suffer heavy losses, but how could Li Chuanhu let him go?
This is impossible.
Li Chuanhu must want to kill him and cut off his 8 legs. Lin Feng thought about it and concluded that Lin Su must have made the relationship between them clear and acted cleverly. Li Chuanhu also indirectly gave him face and let Lin Su go.
"I think you are a little different this time when you come back."
Yang Lu looked at Lin Feng and murmured he could still see the changes in his son. "Mom, everyone dreams of having a son who becomes a dragon and a daughter who becomes a phoenix.
Now that I am successful, I must have my own way to make others respect me and not be bullied by others." "Then you shouldn't bully others. Look how badly Lin Su has been injured."
Yang Lu said that she hated to see others fighting and killing, and her own son was fighting and killing, so how could he be so lazy as to continue? "Mom, if I was still myself last time, I might be in a worse situation than Lin Su this time. If Lin Su keeps forcing me, my dad will fight hard.
If he wins, he will go to jail. If he loses, he will probably be beaten into the hospital by Lin Su. Have you ever thought about this?"
Lin Feng looked at Yang Lu and argued that Yang Lu was only thinking from her perspective now and had not thought about the overall situation.
I'm sorry, Feng.
Yang Lu was shocked when she heard Lin Feng's words. She obviously didn't expect the consequences would be so serious.
Mom, you are too kind, that's why others bully us.
Being kind is a good thing, but sometimes you have to give others a chance. Lin Feng said, looking at Yang Lu. Don't worry, I will protect our home well in the future, and no one will come to bully us again. Lin Feng looked at Yang Lu and promised.
Feng, I feel relieved when you say this. Yang Lu looked at Lin Feng.
He felt that his son seemed to have grown up and become sensible all of a sudden.
Oh, by the way, Mom, since you already know some of my secrets, I won't hide anything from you.
Here, this is some money I saved.
Take it and use it as your pocket money.
Lin Feng suddenly took out a card from his pocket, handed it to Yang Lu and said.
No, I can't take it. We have money here. Yang Lu refused directly.
He had money and didn't need Lin Feng's money.
How can you and my dad go to Beijing without money?
The prices in Beijing are very expensive, which is incomparable to places like ours. Lin Feng looked at Yang Lu and said directly.
Besides, it's not much money. I just arranged everything for you too. You can use this money for traveling. Don't you and my dad also plan to go out for a trip when you have time?
Lin Feng looked at Yang Lu and said directly.
Well, okay.
Yang Lu took the card that Lin Feng handed over.
How much money is in this card? Yang Lu asked casually. About 1 million.
Lin Feng answered casually.
So much money? I can't take it.
Yang Lu refused directly and wanted to hand the card directly to Lin Feng.
I don't need this money. I have money, don't worry. I have my own company now, and my business is booming.
Lin Feng looked at Yang Lu and said directly.
Start a company? Yang Lu asked curiously. He thought Lin Feng had done something illegal?
Yes, I started a business with a few friends, said Lin Feng.
Don't worry, I am a good person who abides by the law. Your son will never do anything illegal.
Lin Feng looked at the look in Yang Lu's eyes. He understood what she meant and spoke directly.
That's good. Although our family is poor and not wealthy, there are some things we need to understand, some things we can do and some things we can't do. Yang Lu looked at Lin Feng and taught him again. He was afraid that Lin Feng would go down a path of no return. Okay, enjoy your meal.
Lin Feng picked up a piece of shrimp and put it in Yang Lu's bowl.
Chapter 94 County Alley.
The next day, early in the morning, Lin Feng arranged several bodyguards to send Yang Lu to the airport.
Feng, you have grown up now. I have been away for so many days. Please take some time to visit your sister.
Yang Lu touched her hair, looked at Lin Feng and said.
My sister? Doesn't she have her own family? What are you still worried about?
Lin Feng looked at Yang Lu and smiled. Lin Feng has an older sister named Lin Yingying, who is 20 years older than him and already has 2 children. Lin Yingying is now a mother of 2 children. Lin Feng has also thought about taking time to visit her, but thinking that Lin Yingying must be under a lot of pressure, he has to find a good time to go.
Your sister is not doing well now? Or even not very well?
Yang Lu looked at Lin Feng and sighed. Unknowingly, the pillar of the family was left to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had no complaints about this. He was the only boy in the family, and it was natural for him to bear the family pressure. I'll take some time to go see her.
After all, I haven't seen him for many days. Lin Feng nodded and agreed. Feng, I'll leave first. Come to Beijing to see us when you have time.
Yang Lu looked at Lin Feng, hugged him, and left. Lin Feng arranged several bodyguards for Yang Lu, who were responsible for Yang Lu's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. This made Lin Feng feel much more at ease. After all, if anything happened, the bodyguards would notify him at the first time. Lin Feng looked at them leaving, turned around and left.
Hey, sister, where are you?
Lin Feng said with a smile while driving a Ferrari.
Feng, I'm at home. What's the matter? Lin Yingying asked, her voice a little weak.
Lin Feng frowned. It seemed like he had just talked to Lin Yingying on the phone last month, and nothing like this happened last time.
Could it be that something happened to Lin Yingying? Lin Feng couldn't help but think that Yang Lu asked him to go to Yang Lu's house to take a look.
Lin Feng knew that when he was not at home, whenever Yang Lu missed her child, she would go to visit Lin Wenwen's house.
After a few visits, he knew a lot about Lin Wenwen's family. Lin Feng was reluctant to help. After all, marriage is the main thing. Once Lin Yingying gets married, she will belong to another family. If Lin Feng intervenes aimlessly, he may gain some temporary favor, but it will be very detrimental to the long-term development of the couple. Are you home? I'll go find you. Lin Feng shook the ashes off his fingers and said. Oh? You're back? Lin Wenwen asked, with a hint of surprise in her voice. Yes, I just came back a few days ago. Lin Feng said. Well, I'm glad you're back, I'm glad you're back. Lin Wenwen said, and then hung up the phone. Lin Feng tapped his fingers and felt something unusual. Lin Wenwen was not like this before. Why did she become so abnormal now? Forget it, let's go over and take a look first. Lin Feng thought, and then drove a red pony towards the county town. Lin Wenwen married a man from the county town, and she had very good vision. She dropped out of school early and used all the money in the family to support Lin Feng's schooling. Lin Feng recalled the scenes before his eyes, and tears welled up in his eyes. These were the memories buried deep in his heart. Lin Wenwen's family has 3 generations living together, including her parents-in-law, a son and a daughter. Her husband is a purchasing manager in a supermarket and his career is doing very well. Compared with first-tier cities, Xianqing's consumption level is not high. Lin Wenwen's husband is named Li Tianan. Li Tianan's monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan is very good in this small city. Lin Feng thought that it might not be a good idea to go to Lin Wenwen's house empty-handed, so he had to bring something with him. But what should I buy? Lin Feng was a little hesitant. Maybe some nutritional supplements? But that seemed too stingy and insincere. After all, his boss was a big boss now, and he had endless money to spend. If I just give money directly, it would seem insulting. How can you give money directly to relatives? Lin Feng turned on his mobile phone, opened the flash sale software, and directly bought another company's shares. Lin Feng does flash sale every day, it is something he cannot miss every day. After all, this society is realistic. He was afraid of being poor at the beginning. Lin Feng didn't know how much money he should have now. However, becoming the richest man should not be a big problem. Forget it, let's go and take a look first. After all, this thing is really not worth much. We have to give it to someone who wants it. Lin Feng didn't know what Lin Wenwen wanted. After all, he hadn't seen her for such a long time. Lin Feng drove in the alley, and the roar of the engine directly broke the silence of the alley. Lin Feng drove the car directly to the door of a 3-story building, which was not much different from the courtyard of his hometown. Lin Feng walked to the door of a vermilion building and knocked on the door directly. Soon, the sound of rustling footsteps was heard, and Lin Feng's calm mood actually became a little nervous. Sister! Lin Feng shouted in surprise when he saw Lin Wenwen. In his impression, Lin Wenwen seemed to have become more vigorous and it seemed that she was worried about the trivial matters at home. Xiao Feng, you're here? Lin Wenwen became excited when she looked at her younger brother. In her impression, Lin Feng was just a little kid, but she didn't expect that he has grown up so much now. Lin Feng nodded and walked straight into Lin Wenwen's house. There were some crops planted in the house, and it looked very clean. Is my brother-in-law at home? Lin Feng looked at Lin Wenwen and asked. No, did he go to work today? Lin Wenwen said. Oh? Today is Sunday? I still have to go to work. Lin Feng frowned, a little confused. He said that he was a little busy at the company, so he had to work overtime today. Lin Wenwen's eyes dimmed and her face looked a little haggard. It was obvious that something was going on between the couple. Sister, where are your parents-in-law? Lin Feng asked. In the bedroom. Lin Wenwen said. Yeah. Lin Feng nodded, walked straight in and greeted the 2 old men. Lin Feng was invited to dinner at home, but he refused. He directly asked Lin Wenwen for Li Tianan's work address, and then Lin Feng went out. Li Hui Supermarket is a chain supermarket with some 50 or 60 stores. Li Tianan works as a buyer for this company and makes a lot of money. It's normal for a company to earn tens of thousands of yuan a year, which is pretty good in Xianqing, a small 3rd or 4th tier city. Lin Feng went out, sat in the car, leaned his head on the leather seat, took out his cell phone, and started calling Li Tianan. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. A series of manual service voices came. Lin Feng frowned, and suddenly thought of the grievance in Lin Wenwen's eyes when she spoke, but she did not confide in Lin Feng. Chapter 95, Scoundrel.
Lin Feng sighed.
Could it be that this guy had cheated on his wife?
Lin Feng thought that Li Tianan, as a purchasing manager, was at least a minor official in the company, and there were many women eyeing such a position.
In their eyes, Li Tianan is a successful person. He is already a rich man.
Lin Feng sorted out the thoughts in his mind and drove to Li Hui Supermarket.
There is also a Li Hui Supermarket in Li County. It is one of the largest supermarkets in Li County.
It has a booming business every day and there is a steady stream of customers. Lin Feng drove the car and stopped it in front of Li Hui Supermarket, attracting a lot of people's attention. The red Ferrari, a supercar, is worth several million. In Li County, it can probably buy several houses.
A car is just a means of transportation, but if a tool can easily cost several million, you can imagine its value.
No need to think too much, everyone knows that Lin Feng is probably a rich second generation. In fact, Lin Feng is not only handsome, but also rich, and his facial features can kill most men in seconds.
Handsome guy, can I add your contact information?
A woman couldn't stand it anymore, so she suppressed her excitement and came over to chat. I have to say that Lin Feng is so outstanding, and the people who can come and chat with him are also very outstanding.
To sum up, it is nothing more than a combination of the two.
Lin Feng summed it up in his mind. The name refers to beauty on the outside, which naturally refers to a girl with pretty appearance and good figure.
This is one of them.
The name refers to strength on the inside, which naturally refers to a bold girl. Bold and careful girls are the most popular, while girls with weak hearts can only wait for others to pursue them.
How could they have the confidence to pursue someone else?
Even though Lin Feng was handsome and rich, and their hearts were moved, they still didn't have the courage to overcome the weakness in their hearts. I'm sorry, I don't have any intention of making friends for the time being. Lin Feng directly refused and walked into the supermarket without saying a word.
Handsome guy, would you consider it?
I can dance, do all kinds of yoga moves, and the splits are no problem at all. The girl pleaded and began to show off her strengths, hoping to use this to win Lin Feng's favor, and then add Lin Feng to WeChat, and then further gain Lin Feng's favor.
Can you pole dance?
Lin Feng asked. This scene seemed familiar. Lin Feng remembered that Yang Lianhua from Country Garden had once shown off her dancing moves to him in the same way.
Yes, the girl nodded.
Lin Feng looked at the other person twice. The girl was wearing a short-sleeved vest that exposed her belly button. There was a shiny thing in her belly button, like a nail. She also wore hot pants on her lower body, about 5 centimeters long, just covering her hips, and she wore a pair of small white shoes on her feet, revealing her ankles.
Lin Feng frowned.
The weather today was not that cold, but it was definitely not too warm.
This woman was wearing such revealing clothes. Wasn't she afraid of the cold? I'm sorry, I really don't have time.
Lin Feng refused directly without giving the girl any chance and walked into the supermarket. The girl has such a good figure and beautiful facial features, but she looks a little old.
But I can't tell where she is old. Is she old in person? Or is she old in heart?
Lin Feng randomly found a waiter, asked a few questions, and went straight to the second floor.
Lin Feng walked around the second floor and saw an office in the corner. On it was written the name of office manager in 5 black letters.
I knocked on the door directly, but after about 5 seconds, there was no response.
After about half a minute, no one came to open the door. Lin Feng knew that there might be no one here. But, in broad daylight, where are the people?
Lin Feng had no choice but to continue knocking on the door.
Soon, someone in the next room heard a call and opened the door.
Lin Feng saw that it was written Office of the Assistant Purchasing Manager.
Where is your manager? Where is he?
Lin Feng looked at the beautiful girl who opened the door and asked directly.
Oh? Are you looking for our President Wang? He's on vacation today, so why didn't he come over?
The beautiful girl said confusedly, Mr. Wang is not at work today.
Today is Sunday and the leaders should all be resting at home. Well, okay.
Lin Feng nodded and prepared to leave.
By the way, do you know where your President Wang usually goes?
Lin Feng asked.
This? Not sure. Shall I call you and ask? The assistant said, took out his cell phone and made a call. Soon, the call was connected and a familiar voice appeared on the phone.
Although the girl did not turn on the speakerphone, Lin Feng heard the conversation between the two clearly. Lin Feng heard that there seemed to be a girl next to Wang Tianan, and she said, Brother, can I wash your feet?
Well, a foot massage parlor? A foot job parlor? A bathing center.
Lin Feng kept thinking in his mind, but his face was cold. His sister was devoted to him, but he was having fun outside. He was simply on the brink of death. Lin Feng went out without saying anything, walking like a dragon or a tiger, making people unable to help but take a few steps back. The girl had just finished the call, but she didn't expect Lin Feng to leave without saying a word. Seeing Lin Feng like this, she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The way Lin Feng stood there was really scary. Lin Feng went out and saw the girl in hot pants still waiting for him outside, but she ignored him. As soon as the key was pressed, the sports car flashed neon lights, as if waiting for its owner. Lin Feng got into the car directly, but he did not expect that the girl actually got into the car directly.
Oh my god, so shameless. Lin Feng was shocked.
Lin Feng has seen many casual girls, but this is the first time he has seen such a casual girl. This surprised Lin Feng a little, as he has never seen such a girl before.
You, get out of the car.
Lin Feng said coldly, seeming a little angry.
No, I don't. I like you and I just want to seduce you. The girl looked at Lin Feng and said straight to the point. I'm not interested in you, get out of the car right now.
Lin Feng continued to urge. No, I won't get off the car.
If you have the guts, come and carry me down?
The girl looked at Lin Feng eagerly, her bright big eyes flashing constantly. Lin Feng was helpless. Today he had broadened his horizons. He had seen scoundrels and rascals and men, but how come this woman could be so powerful even when she was acting like a bitch?
Here's the money, give it to you, get off the bus.
Lin Feng opened the drawer directly, took out a stack of banknotes at random, and threw it to the girl's hand.
I'm not after your money?
The girl handed the money to Lin Feng.
Are you trying to play the long game and catch a big fish?
Lin Feng frowned. He was hesitating whether to throw the girl down.
After all, the other party was too unsatisfied. Chapter 96, Making Trouble.
No, I did covet your money at the beginning, but now I realize that it's you I like.
The girl looked at Lin Feng with her eyes expressive. Get the hell out of the car.
Lin Feng looked at the girl's belly button.
Lin Feng flicked his finger, and the air seemed to condense into a piece, and the sparkling diamond in the girl's belly button actually fell down. The girl was a little frightened, obviously she didn't expect Lin Feng to be so scary. Aren't you looking for someone? Can I help you find someone? The girl looked at Lin Feng and said. Oh.
Lin Feng was a little surprised that this girl could actually discover it. It seems that this girl has a unique way of observing details.
Do you know which foot massage shops and bath centers are the nearest?
Lin Feng looked at the girl and asked.
Are you talking about formal or informal? The girl looked at Lin Feng and asked jokingly. Tell me about the situation.
Lin Feng nodded. The regular ones are in the west, there's probably one, and the irregular ones are in the southeast, there's probably 2. The girl seemed to know the place very well and spoke directly.
What's your name?
Lin Feng asked.
Shangwan Xior. Shangwan Xior looked at Lin Feng and answered. My name is Lin Feng, nice to meet you.
Lin Feng nodded and stretched out his hand. Shangwan Xior grabbed Lin Feng's hand, and it seemed that she used too much force, and actually pulled Lin Feng's hand towards somewhere. Lin Feng exerted a little force with his fingers and stopped just a few millimeters away from touching. Lin Feng looked at the girl, feeling somewhat helpless.
She was only in her 20s, about the same age as him, so how could she become so cheap?
Unexpectedly, the girl grabbed Lin Feng's hand, but when she found that she couldn't hold it anymore, she straightened her body and leaned towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's whole body shook, as if a firecracker was lit.
This touch seemed to ignite Lin Feng's entire body.
Lin Feng could only force by to suppress the messy thoughts in his mind. He had to say that the woman in front of him was absolutely amazing. Let's go to the southeast first. Lin Feng thought for a while and said, expressing the most unwanted thought in his heart and the reality that he least wanted to believe.
You? Are you in such a hurry? Please? There's a beautiful woman next to you, okay? Those old women are probably not as pretty as me.
Shangwan Xior looked at Lin Feng, licked her lips, teased Lin Feng, and gave Lin Feng some advice.
Lead the way.
Lin Feng started the car directly. Lin Feng felt a little hot and turned on the sports car mode directly. The speed was not too slow, but when the cold wind blew, Shangwan Xior could not bear it anymore, and her weak body began to tremble. Lin Feng seemed to have not seen it.
Who could he blame for his own death? In this weather of over 10 degrees? Wearing hot pants? A vest? Aren't you afraid of the cold? It must be very sour, right?
Lin Feng thought, but he didn't take off his windbreaker.
If you catch a cold, go to the doctor. We have money and can afford to see a doctor, no matter how serious the disease is. I'm cold. Shang Guanxior looked at Lin Feng and pleaded.
Lin Feng seemed not to hear it and continued driving. Shang Guanxior saw that Lin Feng ignored her and actually pounced on Lin Feng. He wanted to keep each other warm and didn't care at all whether Lin Feng was driving. Lin Feng smiled, and the moment Shang Guanxior stood up, Lin Feng turned the steering wheel sharply, pulled the handbrake hard, and the car actually drifted. Shang Guanxior was pressed to the ground as soon as she stood up, and her eyes lit up instantly when she looked at Lin Feng.
The scene of Lin Feng drifting just now shocked her. This driving skill is not something that an ordinary experienced driver can achieve. Stay in your seat or I'll kick you off the bus.
Lin Feng said that if Shang Guanxior moved again, Lin Feng would be ready to kick her out of the car. As if she heard Lin Feng's threat, Shang Guanxior unexpectedly became quiet.
It's the third house on the left in the street ahead. Shang Guanxior directed to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng slowly stopped the car on the side of the road and looked at the magnificent place in front of him. It has everything from Thai massage, Chinese medicine conditioning, to cupping and so on.
Lin Feng watched downstairs for a few seconds.
He really didn't want Li Tianen to come to such a place. Lin Feng went upstairs and someone soon came up to greet him. Seeing that Lin Feng was alone, he hurriedly asked if he needed any service. Lin Feng had no choice but to say that he hadn't thought it through yet and then find a place to do it. Lin Feng's ears kept moving, and he listened to all the sounds in the surrounding boxes.
Finally, he heard Li Tianen's voice, in a small box on the second floor. There are security guards on every floor.
When Lin Feng walked to the second floor, he was quickly stopped by the security guards. Lin Feng didn't say anything and just rushed over. Before the two security guards could react, Lin Feng arrived at the door of the box like a gust of wind. Listening to the laughter in the room, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with anger. Lin Feng kicked it directly. The security door was of good quality and did not collapse, but a big hole was rotten in it. Two security guards rushed over, grabbed Lin Feng, and wanted to tie him up, but they underestimated Lin Feng. Lin Feng kicked each of them, and they spiraled up into the sky, flying several meters away.
Hello, there's someone causing trouble here.
A woman appeared at the stairs. Seeing Lin Feng punching and kicking here, she immediately made a phone call and said. Lin Feng did not give up and kicked again, directly kicking the door open. There was a disheveled middle-aged man in the room with a big belly, his business suit placed on the floor. There was a disheveled woman beside the bed, wearing only a suspender, shivering as she looked at Lin Feng. At that moment, they were so frightened by the loud crash that they thought it was an earthquake. Lin Feng's figure appeared at the door, which made Li Tianen feel a chill all over his body. He didn't expect that the person who created such a huge crash noise was actually his brother-in-law.
You Tianen, get the hell out here.
Lin Feng roared, and the whole room shook suddenly, as if it was about to collapse at any time. Seeing Lin Feng's hysterical look, Li Tianen dared not go out. He was on the second floor and wanted to open the window and jump out. The strength displayed by Lin Feng is so powerful that if I were caught by him, I would probably be killed at least. However, as soon as he opened the window, Lin Feng's figure seemed to have teleported and stood in front of him.
Li Tianen, are you being worthy of my sister by doing this? Lin Feng asked, grabbing Li Tianen who was about to jump down.
There was no hysterical roar this time, only a cold greeting. When asked by Lin Feng, Li Tianen's face was full of guilt.
Chapter 97 Brother Meng. Since you're sorry? Why are you still doing this?
Lin Feng roared, grabbed Li Tianen's hand and threw him to the ground like a chicken.
Kid, I don't care where you come from. If you dare to cause trouble here, I will make you pay for it.
A bold voice was heard, and Lin Feng saw a woman in her 30s walking towards him. She was holding a leather wallet, wearing a gold necklace around her neck, and had a beautiful face. She must have been a great beauty when she was young. Lin Feng looked at him without saying a word. Dozens of people suddenly gathered around the eldest sister, holding baseball bats, as if waiting for orders.
As soon as the order came, they would rush over and knock Lin Feng to the ground.
Sister Jingjing, please let him go.
This is my brother-in-law. Please let him go this time.
Seeing Wu Jingjing's threat, Li Tianen begged for mercy, hoping that Wu Jingjing could give him some face and let Lin Feng go this time. Li Tianen, you are also a frequent customer here, you should know our rules.
If he broke something, it would be fine, but he injured our brothers in the store. Isn't this a slap in my face? If he doesn't leave an arm or a leg, how can I explain to my brothers? Wu Jingjing said disdainfully, thinking to herself, your face? How much is your face worth? When I recognize you, you are a guest, and when I don't recognize you, you are just an ant. Ha, you want to break my arms or legs? You're talking big, right?
Lin Feng smiled, without any disdain.
This woman's tone was really too arrogant. Don't worry, I've called someone over. Even if you can still fight, you'll be in trouble soon.
Wu Jingjing looked at Lin Feng and thought that Lin Feng was just a spent force. She had seen many people who could fight, but they all ended up wailing and begging for mercy on the ground.
He couldn't wait to see Lin Feng rolling on the ground and wailing. Can I call someone? Lin Feng asked. Sure, call as many people as you can. Since my place can continue to operate here, you should know the background.
Wu Jingjing said generously that the fact that her place remained standing here proved one thing, that her connections were extremely strong. Lin Feng nodded and dialed a phone number directly.
It was Brother Hu.
At this time, Brother Hu was standing in front of the bed with an angry look on his face. There was a miserable-looking patient lying on the ground. It was the son of Li Chuanhu who had offended Lin Feng in the hospital. Li Chuanhu was about to continue his education when he found his cell phone vibrating. Li Chuanhu immediately trotted to a quiet corner, wiped the sweat from his head, and carefully answered the phone.
Huzi, someone is looking for me here, come over here.
Lin Feng said directly.
Yes, we'll be there soon.
Li Chuanhu straightened his body and assured.
By the way, bring a few more people.
Lin Feng added one more sentence and hung up the phone.
After all, having more people does have its uses. Li Hu nodded. He did not dare to neglect what Lin Feng said. He immediately arranged for his men to take the brothers to the assigned place. Lin Feng didn't hesitate to sit down at the table and chairs on the balcony, poured himself a cup of tea and started drinking. You dare to come here in such a hurry, you must be a little thirsty? Lin Feng's mouth was a little dry.
Wu Jingjing didn't say anything, but just looked at Lin Feng silently.
He saw that Lin Feng was about to die.
There are probably two types of people who can remain so calm when facing death. One type is the brainless person who knows that the other party is powerful but still calmly waits for death.
The other type is extremely powerful and is not afraid of anything.
In a small county like Li County, such people are well known.
Wu Jingjing has already counted them all.
There is no trace of Lin Feng among them, which only means that Lin Feng belongs to the former.
I have been working in Li County for decades. The fact that I have been working here shows that I am not a pushover.
Wu Jingjing felt ruthless in her heart.
No matter who it was, if they dared to cause trouble in her Chunhua pavilion and broke their arms and legs, it would be a complete disrespect to her.
A dirty and messy place like yours should have been closed down long ago.
Lin Feng took a look and saw men and women of all kinds, most of whom were dressed very simply.
He sniffed the air inside the pavilion, which was full of the smell of disinfectant.
The white sheets made it look like a reincarnated hotel.
Needless to say, this pavilion is filled with the hustle and bustle of the place. The girls are posing and flirting, and the guys are brandishing swords and guns.
In fact, they are all doing it for a little bit of pleasure, and the girls are also tempted by the money. Should he be banned or not? Do you have the final say? Wu Jingjing looked at Lin Feng and said disdainfully.
She has been here for decades, and has received countless calls to complain about her, but she has remained safe and sound.
She might receive a report call 1 second, and disappear the next.
She cannot be said to be omnipotent, but her background is extremely strong, and her connections are very solid.
I say, are you deliberately wasting time here? Wu Jingjing seemed to see through Lin Feng's thoughts and wasted time here deliberately. Oh, no need, it's about time.
Lin Feng fiddled with his watch and checked the time.
10 minutes had already passed.
If Li Chuanhu can't arrive within 15 minutes, Lin Feng will have to think carefully about the value of this person and whether he is necessary to exist. In a luxury car, Li Chuanhu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly sneezed, and a bad premonition came over him.
Drive faster. Li Chuanhu urged. Boss, we're already driving at 160.
If we go any faster, it might be unsafe, said the driver.
Fuck you, I told you to drive faster, why do I need to listen to all your bullshit?
Li Chuanhu slapped the driver twice, kicked him out of the car, sat in the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and rushed towards Chunhua Pavilion.
Soon, a cursing voice broke the silence.
I saw a man in his 30s, dressed very informally, walking towards me with a baseball bat, followed by a group of younger brothers. Wu Jingjing immediately trotted up to him and lay on his chest. The man was also extremely bold and played with Wu Jingjing wantonly in public, causing the latter to gasp for air. "It's you who is causing trouble here." The man glanced at Lin Feng, fiddled with the jade ring on his finger, and asked indifferently. Lin Feng didn't say anything, only Wang Tianan begged for mercy. "Brother, we didn't mean to cause trouble here. We know we were wrong, and we are willing to compensate for all the losses." "Do you know you're wrong? Then break an arm or a leg and then go out?" The man looked at Lin Feng and said directly. "Brother, we have elderly and children to take care of, please let us go just once." Li Tianan continued to cry and beg. Chapter 98. Who dares to touch him? How about this? That's easy. 500,000 for each person, 1 million for 2 people, and I won't let you break your arms and legs. I'm a person who can easily negotiate anything. The man looked at the two of them and said with disdain. Give you money? Can you afford it? Lin Feng said coldly. Why can't I afford this money? As long as you can give, I will take as much as you want. The man looked at Lin Feng and laughed, as if he had heard some funny joke. Lin Feng took out a coin from his pocket and threw it in his hand. Ha, who are you trying to get rid of with a $1 coin? In today's society, I'm afraid no one would pick it up if you threw it on the ground, right? The man looked at Lin Feng and laughed disdainfully. He thought Lin Feng could really take out 1.8 million. Unexpectedly, he miscalculated. Lin Feng only took out $1. $1? To send away a beggar? What? You don't want it? But you have to take it even if you don't want it. Lin Feng said with a smile. He clenched his 2 fingers and threw it at the man. The coin flew out like a bullet. The man opened his eyes wide in horror, but the coin flew out too fast for him to react at all. In just 1 second, a blink of an eye, he felt the pain in his calf. Ah! My legs? The man wailed, and he could see with his own eyes that a coin was stuck in his leg, breaking through his clothes and going straight in. Brothers, kill him! The man covered his leg, wailed, and immediately became furious. This Lin Feng, not only was he alone and weak, but he was also so arrogant and used a hidden weapon to hurt people. Who dares to touch him? All I heard was a domineering voice, and hurried footsteps came over. There were crowds of people upstairs and downstairs, probably about 100 people. Lin Feng was speechless. He had only reminded Li Chuanhu to bring 2 more people, but he didn't let him bring so many people. As soon as Li Chuanhu's voice came out, the younger brothers who were about to pounce with knives, guns, sticks, and clubs stopped. Wang Tianan regretted it so much in his heart. It was all his fault that things turned out like this. When would this matter ever end? I'm afraid it won't end well. Mangzi, are you getting too proud? Li Chuanhu looked at the man in front of him. The man's name was Wang Mang, and he was also a younger brother brought up by Li Chuanhu. However, as his business grew bigger and bigger, he became too lazy to take care of these small places. Tiger, brother Tiger, why are you here? Wang Mang looked at Li Chuanhu, and a bad premonition came over him. Could it be that Li Chuanhu came here for Lin Feng? Thinking of this, he was extremely scared. If he came here for Lin Feng, what would happen? Li Chuanhu ignored Wang Mang and walked straight to Lin Feng. Several trusted aides followed him, but no one dared to stop him. Sorry, Mr. Feng, I'm late. Li Chuanhu arched his body and said to Lin Feng. Several people behind him also hunched their bodies together, not moving at all. Without Lin Feng's order, they didn't dare to get up. Okay, get up. You're 1 minute earlier than I expected. Lin Feng looked at the watch on his hand. 14 minutes had passed. Li Chuanhu was not late. Li Chuanhu was shocked when he heard Lin Feng's words. Oh my god, 1 minute early? Fortunately, he was not late. He would have to fire the driver when he got back. Damn it! Li Chuanhu thought to himself, if he was late, he didn't know how Lin Feng would treat him. Now that I've called my people over, what do you think? Let's start the fight? Lin Feng looked at Wu Jingjing and asked. When Lin Feng asked Wu Jingjing this, everyone's attention was focused on her. Even though she had experienced many big scenes, Wu Jingjing still felt a little trembling in her heart when so many big shots were staring at her. Wang Mang stared at Wu Jingjing at this time and cursed in his heart, "Damn it, you spendthrift woman, why do you have to provoke someone that even brother who is afraid of?
Start a war? How is that possible? Master Feng, I was wrong.
I didn't recognize the real master." Wu Jingjing immediately knelt on the ground and admitted her mistake to Lin Feng. "Forget it, you handle this matter yourself.
I have something else to do. Remember to teach them a lesson,"
Lin Feng said to Wang Chuanhu. Then he patted Wang Tianen on the shoulder and motioned him to go out. Lin Feng had something to talk to him about. Wang Tianen shuddered in his heart. It must be bad for Lin Feng to find him. It was also his fault that he could not resist the temptation and caused such trouble today. He just didn't know how Lin Feng would treat him.
Wang Tianen trembled in his heart. "Brother-in-law, this is the last time I will call you. You know my sister. She married you 20 years ago. At that time, our family's financial situation was not good.
I can understand that, but now the most difficult days have passed.
Why do you want to cheat now?" Lin Feng looked at Wang Tianen and said coldly. Wang Tianen shuddered, but did not speak. He just looked at Lin Feng with a guilty look on his face.
Lin Feng felt extremely upset. Lin Feng stood in front of the window, lit a cigarette, and smoked it slowly, looking at Li Tianen who was standing beside him like a child doing something wrong. He originally had a lot to say, but now he couldn't say anything.
"This is your family's business. I don't want to get involved. However, my sister has noticed something over the past few days. She just didn't say anything, and you are still having a good time outside." Lin Feng looked at Li Tianen and spoke earnestly. "In that case, let's get a divorce. As for what happened here, I will go back and tell him everything."
Lin Feng thought for a while and said,
"Divorce?" Li Tianen asked.
"Yes, if life is unbearable, is it meaningful to maintain the marriage like this?" Lin Feng looked at Li Tianen and wished he could punch him to death right away, but he couldn't because this was their family affair.
"Come on, let's go back and explain what happened here to my sister. As for how to solve it, that's your business." Lin Feng looked at Li Tianen and said, pinching out the cigarette that was burning faintly between his fingers. "I won't go back, I don't want to go back."
"I don't know how to face one," Li Tianen said.
Lin Feng was a little annoyed. Looking at Li Tianen's decadent appearance, he stretched out his fist and hit Li Tianen's face. Li Tianen closed his eyes. He let Lin Feng attack him, but he had no intention of fighting back.
Lin Feng's fist stopped when it was 5 centimeters away from Li Tianen. Seeing that Li Tianen didn't fight back, Lin Feng didn't know how to calm down the anger in his heart. If this was someone else's family matter, he could still just laugh it off, but this was his own sister's matter. Thinking of how kind his sister was to him, Lin Feng wanted to beat Li Tianen to death right away.
Chapter 99. Kneel down. "Let's go, let's talk about it when we get back,"
Lin Feng said, and took Li Tianen to walk ahead first.
After hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Tianen didn't bother to put on his clothes.
He just put on 2 pieces of clothes at random and walked outside.
"Wait."
Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and it seemed that he had forgotten to take something. Lin Feng entered the room and saw Wang Mang lying on the ground begging for mercy. Wu Jingjing was also kneeling on the ground, asking Li Chuanhu for forgiveness. Li Chuanhu said nothing, just looked out the window with a confused expression.
"Excuse me,"
Lin Feng said apologetically. He was really deeply sorry for interrupting the business negotiations.
"Uncle Feng, why are you back again?"
Li Chuanhu looked at Lin Feng coming back, confused, and hurriedly walked forward and asked with concern.
"I forgot something and came back to get it," Lin Feng said.
Lin Feng walked directly in front of Wang Mang, scaring the latter so much that he trembled all over and instinctively wanted to retreat.
"Feng, Master Feng, what do you want to do?" Wang Mang instinctively shrank back and looked at Lin Feng, saying with some fear. "Don't worry, I'm just here to get my things back," Lin Feng said.
As he spoke, he waved his finger and a coin appeared out of thin air in Lin Feng's palm. The bloodstains on the coin disappeared out of thin air in Lin Feng's palm. Wang Mang started to scream in pain, rolling on the ground, wailing. His voice was heartbreaking, as if he had no descendants.
"What the hell are you yelling for? You're disturbing Master Feng's fun." Li Chuanhu covered his ears.
This guy had a really loud voice, even louder than a pig when it was being slaughtered. Li Chuanhu picked up the ashtray on the table and knocked Wang Mang unconscious with it.
"Just handle the matter yourself." Remember, Chunhua Pavilion must be properly rectified in the future. I don't like the atmosphere here.
After Lin Feng finished speaking, he left. Li Chuanhu's fierce eyes swept across and finally fell on Wu Jingjing.
This woman was very strong.
She was able to independently control Chunhua Pavilion and stand firm for decades.
She was undoubtedly a strong woman, right?
But she should never offend Lin Feng.
Lin Feng is definitely not someone she can offend?
When Wu Jingjing saw Li Chuanhu looking at her, she knew that she was probably doomed. He had been in control of Chunhua Pavilion for decades and regretted deeply that he should not have provoked Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked out of Chunhua Pavilion and saw that Shangguan Xiu'er actually had a car waiting outside, and he couldn't help but frown.
You? Why haven't you left yet? Lin Feng asked curiously. Shangguan Xiu'er is really good looking, but she looks old.
Some women look mature, they are only in their 20s but have the face of someone in their 30s.
I'm waiting for you? Shangguan Xiu'er looked at Lin Feng and said with a frown.
Lin Feng shook his head.
There was no other way. There were only 2 seats in the sports car.
Without thinking, Lin Feng threw Shangguan Xiu'er out.
Lin Feng's actions surprised Shangguan Xiu'er.
She had never seen such an unreasonable man who threw her down before she even said a few words.
Lin Feng opened the car door and got in.
Li Tianan followed closely behind him, stepped on the accelerator, and roared away.
Shangguan Xiu'er sat on the ground, watching the red sports car going away.
Driven by the unwillingness in her heart, she wanted this man.
Xiaofeng, this car is yours?
Li Tianan looked at the luxurious sports car, gently stroked it with his hand, looked at Lin Feng in disbelief, and asked.
What's it to you whether it's mine or not?
I don't want to get involved in your affairs with my sister, but in this matter, you cheated on me, which is really too much. Lin Feng said angrily that the most important thing between husband and wife is trust, and they must never accompany each other.
What Li Tianan did was really disappointing.
Since Lin Yingying was able to notice the changes in Li Tianan, it meant that Li Tianan had definitely experienced this more than once or twice. So, this marriage could indeed be divorced. Lin Feng thought so. Otherwise it would be unfair to Lin Yingying. From a younger brother's perspective, Lin Feng still sides with his sister. After all, Lin Yingying has definitely been very kind to him since he was a child. Lin Feng looked at Li Tianan, the anger in his eyes grew deeper and deeper. It seemed that he had to vent it. Lin Feng was practicing the Golden Sutra, and he knew that he had to vent some of his emotions.
It would do him no good to hold it back.
Lin Feng raised his hand and slapped Li Tianan. Li Tianan felt pain and was about to cry, but he held it back and didn't say a word. After all, on the one hand, he had cheated on his wife, which was indeed wrong. He was the one who made the mistake first and could not blame others. On the other hand, Lin Feng was too powerful, so powerful that he could not muster the heart to resist. He was definitely not Lin Feng's opponent, so any resistance would be in vain. Rather than resisting in vain, it would be better to let Lin Feng slap him to see if that could eliminate the resentment in his heart. This is what Li Tianan thought. Lin Feng looked at Li Tianan, who was suffering in pain, with an expressionless face. He knew how hard he had hit him, but it was wrong and it was wrong. Lin Feng slapped him again. Li Tianan lowered his head a little more, with tears flashing in his eyes. It was really painful when Lin Feng hit him. Lin Feng glanced at Li Tianan without saying anything. He just drove forward slowly, driving with one hand and smoking with the other, with a sad expression on his face.
Li Tianan didn't dare to say anything else.
After all, he had done something wrong and had to accept certain punishment.
As for the size of the punishment, that depended on Lin Wenwen.
Lin Feng didn't stop and drove the car directly into the community where Lin Wenwen lived.
Feng, why are you back?
Lin Wenwen asked curiously when she saw Lin Feng coming.
Because the current Lin Feng is completely different from the one she knew.
Lin Feng drives a luxury sports car, and his aura is incomparably powerful, much more powerful than those rich people she has seen.
Come out.
Lin Feng saw that the door was not closed, so he drove the car directly into the car.
However, he saw that the passenger seat did not get out at all.
Lin Feng frowned and said,
"Ha?"
Lin Feng frowned when he saw that Li Tianan still didn't show any sign of preparation. Without saying a word, he stepped forward and picked up Li Tianan like a chicken.
When Lin Wenwen saw Li Tianan's disheveled appearance, she immediately understood what was going on. Her face showed extreme disappointment, but she did not make a fuss. Wenwen, I know I was wrong.
I had no choice but to do this.
I know I was wrong. It was that woman who seduced me.
When Lee Tianan saw Lin Wenwen's sad look, he began to defend himself.
You don't need to explain. I knew some things from the beginning. I just didn't expect them. I just didn't want to accept the reality. Chapter 100, Issue Solved.
Lin Wenwen said in a cold tone that he had seen Wang Tianan chatting with other people more than once, and the ambiguous messages were naturally clear to him. The truth will come out eventually. Lin Feng also roughly understood Lin Wenwen's thoughts. Lin Feng didn't say much.
This was Lin Wenwen's family's own business. You go out for a while, I have something to say to my sister. Lin Feng looked at Lee Tianan and said. Lee Tianan nodded and walked straight into the house, leaving space for the two to talk. Feng, how come you are so rich now? What's going on?
Lin Wenwen looked at the luxury car behind Lin Feng and asked in surprise. She was not surprised, but just worried. She was worried that Lin Feng would do something illegal. Lin Feng patted Lin Wenwen on the shoulder and did not force an explanation.
Dad's health is a little abnormal.
I have sent him to the capital for hospitalization. He will be almost fully recovered in 2 or 3 months.
Mom is going to accompany Dad. Dad is in the hospital? What's going on? How come I don't know? Is it serious?
Lin Wenwen was anxious, asking how come no one informed her when her parents were hospitalized. As a child, she didn't even know that her parents were hospitalized.
What a dereliction of duty. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. I've solved it. Oh, here's a card and a key. Take them.
Lin Feng took out a card and a bunch of keys from the car and handed them to Lin Wenwen.
What is this for?
Lin Wenwen didn't have time to react before Lin Feng stuffed the gift into her hand.
Lin Feng looked at Lin Wenwen's surprised expression and found it a little funny. His sister was almost 40 years old in the blink of an eye. Time passed so quickly.
Lin Feng said with some sigh, in the blink of an eye, nearly half of the time had passed.
Feng, how did you become so rich? We can't do anything illegal.
Lin Wenwen looked at Lin Feng and emphasized again and again that she was afraid that Lin Feng had done something illegal. Lin Feng was still young, only in his early 20s, and had just entered society. He had not experienced the hardships of society and was easily confused by the colorful world outside.
I've created several companies, so I have lots of money now.
Lin Feng looked at Lin Wenwen and said, he couldn't just say that it was given by the system or obtained by the system. If he continued to say that, everyone would probably treat him like a fool. By the way, there is 1 million in this card, and the other is a country garden house in our county.
You can take them all.
Lin Feng looked at Lin Wenwen and said bluntly.
I can't accept this. It's too valuable. Even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it like this. You haven't married yet?
Lin Wenwen looked at Lin Feng and hurriedly wanted to stuff the valuable thing in her hand into Lin Feng's hand. But Lin Feng dodged it easily.
I have plenty of money, I don't need it.
Lin Feng refused as usual. Lin Wenwen was too pretentious and was unwilling to accept his money no matter what, for fear that he would do something illegal.
Then tell me, what did you do? Where did you get the money?
If you don't tell me, I won't take the money at all. Lin Wenwen said directly and firmly that she was really afraid that Lin Feng would learn to take shortcuts at such a young age, and that Lin Feng would do something illegal.
You know Country Garden, right? I'm the boss there?
Lin Feng said directly, and Lin Wenwen's face turned dark instantly.
Does Lin Feng think she is a fool?
I won't tell you the details, but I am really the boss of Country Garden. As Lin Feng spoke, he took out a card from his pocket. This was the person in charge of Li County.
Lin Feng asked for a card.
Lin Wenwen put the card away doubtfully and looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression.
Sister, you shouldn't care about me so much now, you should care about yourself.
Lin Feng smiled and continued.
Since I was little, you have always taken care of me and given me red envelopes every year. Now that my brother has money, isn't it normal for me to give you some?
Lin Feng looked at Lin Wenwen and said. Lin Wenwen is nearly 40 years old, which is not a young age anymore.
Time flies so fast, and in the blink of an eye, all the relatives around her have grown old. Sister, what do you think about what happened between you and Lee Tianan? Since you knew it a long time ago, why didn't you say it?
Lin Feng looked at Li Wenwen and asked directly.
I don't know, and I don't know what to do. Lin Wenwen sighed.
The two have been married for more than 20 years and have 2 children. It is impossible to say that there is no love between them.
Sister, no matter what decision you make, I will support you.
Lin Feng looked at Lin Wenwen and said, "If you support me, bring me a girlfriend home as soon as possible." Lin Wenwen suddenly thought of something and urged, "Lin Feng is already in his early 20s after graduation, how can he not have a girlfriend? Their Lin family depends on Lin Feng alone for inheritance.
Is it necessary to be so nervous? It's not like you can't find a girlfriend."
Lin Feng said helplessly, patted the Ferrari behind him.
Lin Wenwen covered her brows and wondered when her brother became like this. Wang Yang, Wang Li, and the others all have girlfriends? Why don't you hurry up? I'm serious.
Lin Wenwen said to Lin Feng, he was serious. Wang Yang and Wang Li are Lin Wenwen's 2 sons. Lin Wenwen has no daughter, only 2 sons, so the pressure is always great.
Lin Feng thought, his 2 nephews both have girlfriends? Should I bring them back to meet them? But who should he take? His teacher Lin Ruoshi? The overbearing CEO Guo Wanting? Both of these women are my women, they both belong to me. If I were to take them home, I don't know which one to take.
Lin Feng thought about it and felt a little thirsty unconsciously. He hadn't seen them for many days.
Feng, why not stay for dinner?
Lin Wenwen hurriedly invited Lin Feng when she saw him was about to leave.
No need. You still have things to deal with. I am here to help you.
Sister, you still have to face your own problems.
Don't avoid them. Follow your heart and deal with them as you should.
Lin Feng looked at Lin Wenwen and said carefully. He didn't want Lin Wenwen to worry about these things, but there was no way.
Some people are destined to have different personalities.
As Lin Feng drove away, he suddenly thought that every time he practiced the Golden Sutra, he felt very strong and could expel a lot of dirty air from his nostrils.
If he asked his parents and sister to practice, would the same thing happen?
Lin Feng opened the system. There were still many company shares on the system. Without exception, the prices were not expensive, about the price of a meal.
Chapter 101, Money should be used for charity.
Lin Feng would grab shares from time to time.
After all, even though he had a lot of money, it would eventually be spent. However, recently, I suddenly don't want to rob anymore. Although I have a lot of money, it is something outside of my body. Money is just an object, a currency, and an asset structure. Only eternal life is the truth.
If there were an elixir that could prolong life, I'm afraid many people would spare no effort to buy it, even if it meant spending all their money. Lin Feng noticed that there was a small square in the upper right corner of the software, which was not there before.
Was this a system update?
Lin Feng clicked it half doubtfully, and suddenly many cultivation techniques popped up. Without exception, they were all very well-known martial arts.
I don't know if it's true or not, maybe it's just a scam?
Lin Feng thought about it and was about to close the software, but he noticed carefully that he saw a familiar technique. The golden scripture, the martial arts method that he practiced, is actually here at this moment. Lin Feng clicked on it and found that this martial arts method is exactly the same as the one he practiced. Lin Feng was shocked and began to have grand fantasies in his mind.
Could it be that these skills are all real? Are they all genuine? But this is too scary, isn't it? Lin Feng noticed that there are hundreds of these techniques. Lin Feng didn't know and didn't dare to think about it. If he wanted to practice, he would definitely practice first.
It was impossible to let his parents practice first.
What if something went wrong?
Lin Feng lay in the car and rested for a while.
He was really tired from running around these days.
Lin Feng felt the endless power in his body and was very surprised. He had been practicing for so many days and had never checked his results.
Could he be so powerful now?
Lin Feng felt that it would not be a problem for him to blow up a car now. After Lin Feng resolved the issues here, he returned to his home and reunited with his bodyguards. After returning home and seeing the bodyguards who were still cautious and orderly, Lin Feng nodded unconsciously. The training method of the ace bodyguards was really great, both their quality and force were just right. Rather than great strength, Lin Feng actually prefers noble qualities.
Let's go, brothers.
Lin Feng drove the car directly into the car door and said with a smile. As soon as Lin Feng arrived, everyone immediately gathered around Lin Feng and maintained military posture. Lin Feng smiled and didn't say much. He drove the car out first. The cars behind followed Lin Feng as usual.
The scene was grand and attracted many people to stop and watch. Ha! Lin Feng frowned. When he just left, he actually saw a familiar person, Yang Yingying, a hot policewoman who caught thieves on the roadside. Yang Yingying didn't see Lin Feng at this time, she was patrolling on the roadside. Lin Feng stopped the car on the roadside, honked the horn and waved to her to take care of it. Yang Yingying, who was on patrol, heard a horn behind her and frowned unconsciously. She turned her head and saw a familiar sports car appear behind her. Lin Feng? Yang Yingying murmured. It had been 3 days since she met Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Yang Yingying's surprised eyes. It was obvious that he did not expect that they would meet here. Why are you here? Yang Yingying asked first, walking with her long straight legs, still wearing a short skirt and black stockings underneath. When Yang Yingying was talking to Lin Feng, she lowered her head and looked at Lin Feng, revealing her plump figure. Lin Feng did not look around recklessly, he was not that kind of wretched person. I'm going back to the city today. Lin Feng explained. Then there was another silence. Lin Feng didn't know what to say. Yang Yingying was also extremely quiet today. She was silent for a long time before she started speaking. Are you leaving so soon? Yang Yingying looked at Lin Feng and asked. Well, everything here has been dealt with. There are still many things to deal with in the company, so it's time to go. Lin Feng sighed and said. Okay then. We'll meet again if we're lucky. Yang Yingying had a sad face. She thought they would have a bright future the last time they met, but she didn't expect that this meeting would be a separation. Lin Feng took out another business card from his pocket, handed it to Yang Yingying, and said that she could call him if she had any problems in the future. Lin Feng drove away directly. Lin Feng frowned. He saw through the rearview mirror that Yang Yingying was staring at the business card for a long time. At this moment, how could Lin Feng not understand that this woman must have taken a fancy to him? There was nothing he could do about it. Outstanding people are always welcome everywhere. I don't know if it's karma or fate, destiny, or love, but Lin Feng feels that since he became rich and got the system, the number of beauties around him has suddenly increased. This feeling is indescribable. It's like you are playing a game and find out that you are the protagonist and everyone else is just bots. This is what it feels like to be powerful. You can accomplish things in minutes that others may not be able to do in their entire lives. You can earn money in minutes that others cannot earn in their entire lives. You can complete in 1 minute what others can accomplish in their entire lives. The convoy got on the highway. Li County was only about 50 kilometers away from Xianqing City. Lin Feng arrived in about 20 minutes by car. With nothing to do, Lin Feng thought about his parents' situation and couldn't help but call to ask about it. His father had already started treatment and his mother had already come to his side to take care of his food, clothing, and daily life. After returning to his residence, Lao Zhan was about to close the door and go to rest, so Lin Feng naturally returned to his residence. Lying on the bed, Lin Feng watched the news out of boredom. Soon, a piece of news attracted Lin Feng's attention. Children of Liguangshan village in Xian province, who can help them? Seeing such a message, Lin Feng's eyes focused, he immediately became interested and clicked directly in. Soon, Lin Feng finally understood what was going on. It turns out that there is a place called Liguangshan in the vicinity of Liguan County, Xian province, and there is a small mountain village inside. The villagers are self-sufficient and it is difficult for them to get in touch with the outside world. Every time you go out, you have to travel through mountains and rivers, which is very difficult. This piece of news was also posted by a travel enthusiast. They accidentally discovered the difference here while traveling, and then reported such an incident after returning. But how many people can see such news? There are many mountain villages near Liguan village. In fact, every household nearby has children. These children cannot receive knowledge from the outside world because they cannot learn knowledge. They are surrounded by mountains. How can they go out to study? And at the end of the article, there is just one sentence. Dear kind-hearted people, if you still have kindness in your hearts and happen to see such a piece of news, I hope you can come and have a look. On behalf of the villagers here, I would like to thank you. Chapter 102 Climbing. When Lin Feng saw this piece of news, he was moved, and the softest part of his heart was touched. Call. After lighting a cigarette, Lin Feng's expression became solemn. Although there are only text descriptions on the phone, Lin Feng can roughly guess what the living standards there are like. Seeing the location displayed above, Lin Feng estimated in his heart that it was about 2,000 kilometers away from here. This was really not close, but for him, it was something that he had to do.
Lin Feng was already feeling a little impatient. Looking at the streets outside, which were busy with traffic, Lin Feng felt uncomfortable.
When would he be able to make everyone live a good life?
He took out his cell phone and called Lin Feng directly. "Dear passengers, please note that our plane will soon arrive at its destination.
Please fasten your seatbelts and prepare for landing."
Listening to the broadcast on the plane, Lin Feng opened his sleepy eyes and looked out the window.
It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
This journey was really long.
Brother Fei, it looks like we can only stay in the city today. Lin Feng nodded and didn't say anything. It would be a little difficult to go to Liguang village now.
Soon, the plane landed, and several people got off the plane and came to the city. They found a hotel and stayed there. At night, in Lin Feng's room, Zhao Li was reporting to everyone some matters that needed attention. "Boss, the place we are going to is 150 kilometers away from here. It is close to Liguang County, and the development of the county is also very backward.
We need to climb over the mountains there before we can enter Liguang village inside.
According to my research, there are 3 small villages in that mountain. Each village is in the same situation. If we want to go there tomorrow, this is the list I made of what we need to prepare." Seeing the two of them taking the items and examining them, Zhao Li smiled and said, "These things are what we will need when we live there in the future. We can prepare things for the children, but before we check the situation over there, I think we can't do that to avoid waste." After looking at the things above, they both nodded, and Lin Feng even smiled and said, "Zhao Li, you did a great job.
I am so lucky to have an assistant like you." "Hee, boss, you're too kind."
They really are the best teachers.
"Both of you, is there anything else you need?"
"If so, I'll go get it ready right away." "Go ahead, there aren't many of these things, and Brother Wang and I will carry them when the time comes." In this way, the night passed peacefully. The next day, everyone got up early. Everyone was full of expectations for the future life. In order to go there, Zhao Li specially chartered a car. After getting in the car, several people headed towards Liguang County. The car was also filled with some prepared things.
2 hours later, everyone appeared in Liguang County. When they arrived in Liguang County and saw the poverty here, they couldn't help but be moved. Most of the roads here are gravel roads. Although the surface is flat, it will be difficult to travel when it rains. After much difficulty, they found a place to stay. After parking the car, they found a taxi. "Master, we are going to Liguang village. Can you take us there?"
"Hey guys. I can take you there, but we can't get any closer. There are mountains over there, and our car can't get in at all." It's okay, master, just put us a little closer and tell us the direction." While talking and laughing, Lin Feng took out a $100 bill from his pocket. The driver's eyes lit up immediately when he saw it, and he laughed and put it away.
"No problem, shall we set off now?"
"Let's go." On the way, the driver became talkative.
"What are you doing in Liguang village? You don't look like locals, do you?"
Listening to the driver's words, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Yes, we are from Xiangcheng. This time, we came here to see the development there and, if possible, to provide some financial support."
Cut. For some reason, after hearing Lin Feng's words, the driver sneered.
This scene happened to be seen by Lin Feng, and he was a little surprised for a moment.
"Oh, master, what's with that expression on your face? It seems like you look down on me a little bit."
No, sir, I don't look down on you. I look down on those of you who say you want to sponsor Liguang village."
"Oh, master, what do you mean by that?"
Listening to Lin Feng's words, the driver shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Little brother, I see that you look kind, so I'll tell you. Actually, many people have come here before you, and they all said they wanted to help Liguang village."
"Isn't this a good thing?"
"It's good, but these people just left the money and left. Their so-called charity is just a formality. I even heard that the money they donated was not big, just a few thousand or tens of thousands."
"So little? What did they fund?"
"Bullshit."
Suddenly the driver became agitated. "These people didn't provide any funding. They just came to take pictures and then left.
And I heard that all the money went into the hands of our second in command."
"Second in command?"
Listening to the driver's words, Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Zhao Li beside him. They both saw something wrong in each other's eyes. They stopped talking and just waited quietly. Finally, after a violent turbulence, they arrived at the foot of a mountain.
Little brother, the village of Liguang is ahead. I don't have much to say. If you really think Liguang village is poor, then show your sincerity.
The villagers of Liguang village can't stand such a toss.
Don't worry, master. This is what we are here for.
Listening to the driver's words, Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand. Only when he saw the driver leave did he come to his senses. It seems that this Liguang village is really interesting.
Yes.
Several people adjusted their sportswear. Lin Feng and Zhao Li still had some strength, so they took on the responsibility of carrying the things. Looking at the high mountain in front of them, the four of them advanced towards the mountain. As a result, half an hour later, when everyone climbed halfway up the mountain and reached the other side of the mountain, they saw another mountain.
Ah! I don't want to climb anymore. I'm so tired.
Wang Jian sat down on the ground and acted like a spoiled child. When had he ever suffered such torture? Seeing Wang Jian complaining like this, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, smiled and said, "Okay, hurry up, didn't the driver say that if we cross this mountain, we can reach Liguang village?"
All right. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, and finally everyone arrived here.
Looking at the small village in the middle of the mountains, everyone began to pant. Even Zhao Li was the same. Even though her physical fitness was now 102, she still found it a little unbearable to carry such a heavy load. Lin Feng, on the other hand, seemed to be fine at this moment. Holding on to the tree, Lin Feng vaguely saw that at this moment in the village, every household in the village was busy with their own affairs. Some were tidying up the vegetable garden in the yard, some were feeding pigs, and some were driving sheep towards the mountains. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. It really feels like a paradise.
Chapter 103 Supporting the Village.
Who are you? When the villager saw Lin Feng and the other two, he couldn't help but frown. There was absolutely no way there could be such people in the village.
These people were too handsome and the women were too beautiful.
Seeing the villager's alert expression, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Hello, uncle.
We are from Xiangqing City.
We heard that Liguang village is relatively poor.
We came to take a look. If possible, we would like to improve the environment here. Let's go."
Unexpectedly, the villager directly ordered Lin Feng and his companions to leave. Hearing what the villager said, Lin Feng was a little surprised for a moment. He didn't expect to be treated like this.
Master, we are here sincerely.
Bullshit.
Which of those people who came before didn't say they came sincerely? What happened in the end? Didn't they just pat their butts and leave? All the money went into the hands of bastards. You guys can go now.
We in Liguang village are not interested in fighting with the world and don't need your support.
Don't worry, sir.
Lin Feng finally understood. These villagers were deeply heartbroken. Seeing this situation, Lin Feng didn't know what to say.
After a long while, he finally said, "Uncle, can you help me find our village chief? I'll tell him what's going on, okay?"
"Humph. That's the one at the entrance of the village, the one who's cooking." As the villagers left, Lin Feng and his companions looked embarrassed. None of them could have imagined that such a problem would occur in Liguang village.
"Come on, let's go take a look." Several people quickly went to the residence of the village chief. The houses here are still very old, with thatched roofs and built with dilapidated adobe.
Arriving at the house in front, looking through the fence, I soon saw an old man with white hair sitting hunched over in the yard, fanning the fire in the stove in front of him.
"Hello, village chief."
Looking at the old man, Lin Feng called out softly. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the old man raised his head, saw Lin Feng and the others, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he smiled.
"Everyone, I am the village chief, my name is Li Mande. I wonder what brings you here." He.
Seeing the smile of the village chief, Lin Feng finally calmed down.
He came directly to Li Mande and sat down. He looked at him and said with a smile, "Hello, village chief Ma.
We are from Xiangqing and would like to provide some financial assistance to your Liguang village."
"Oh?" There was a hint of intrigue in Li Mande's eyes, and then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Okay, you guys can take a look at it, and you can leave at any time after you have seen it."
Village head. Looking at Li Mande, Lin Feng was helpless. "We really want to invest. I plan to build a whole primary school here, and then recruit a few teachers to teach the children. I know that the children's lives are very difficult now, so I came here. The purpose is to enable the children to live a good life."
No matter who suffers, we can't let the children suffer, right? You.
Looking at Lin Feng's sincere eyes, Li Mandai's eyes were full of shock.
Are you kidding me? I'm talking to the village chief.
Lin Feng smiled bitterly.
Do you think we are joking? No one else is here.
Our purpose of coming here is to help support Li Guang village.
Otherwise, why would we come? I know what happened to you before, but think about it. There is no one around us taking pictures. How could it be what you think?
This. Listening to Lin Feng's words, Li Mandai fell into deep thought.
Yes, they don't look alike at all. Doesn't that mean they? Oh, guys, I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry for neglecting you. So, wait a minute. I'll go get you a cup of tea.
It's cold in the mountains, so drink some hot tea grown in my garden.
This old man, really.
Seeing Li Mandai's attitude change instantly and he went straight inside to work, Lin Feng smiled bitterly helplessly. He didn't expect that the matter would be resolved so quickly. It really surprised him. Soon, Li Mandai brought out a cup of tea, and the three of them drank it without hesitation. Looking at Li Mandai, Lin Feng asked, "Village chief, when I came here, I heard that people often come here, but none of the money is invested in our village?"
Yes. Li Mandai sighed.
Those people said nice things when they came, but in the end the money still became someone else's.
I'm used to it.
I'm sorry that I didn't find this place earlier, but don't worry, village chief. I will conduct an investigation here soon, as well as the other 2 villages inside. If possible, I hope to build a Hope Primary School in our Li Guang village so that all the children can learn knowledge. If the children want to continue studying in the future, I will also sponsor them to go to a higher level school.
You can rest assured about these. My visit this time is different from those people. Yes, you are right, young man. Oh, by the way, what are your names? My name is Lin Feng.
After a few people introduced themselves to each other, they became familiar with each other.
Oh. Have you guys not eaten yet?
I didn't make much, please wait a moment. Li Mandai came to the door of his house and shouted at the house opposite, Li Tiantiao.
Come on, bring your bacon over so I can cook something for you nobles.
Seeing Li Mandai's anxious look at this moment, Lin Feng and others all laughed.
This kind of life is really quite interesting.
Li Tiantiao was the villager who had just given Lin Feng and his friends a bad look. When he saw that Lin Feng and his friends really wanted to provide financial support, he looked a little embarrassed for a moment. Fortunately, Lin Feng and his companions didn't care about this at all. To them, it was just that they had been deceived too many times.
The food in the farmhouse was so delicious that soon everyone was full. Lin Feng looked at Li Mandai and said with a smile, "Village chief, shall we go for a walk in the village?" Good.
After sorting out the feedback, Li Mandai took Lin Feng and the other 2 to walk around the village. There are only 30 households in the whole village, excluding fighting, and there are quite a lot of children, 13 in total.
The oldest is 11 years old and the youngest is only 3 years old.
The whole village is self-sufficient in everything, even the clothes are linen clothes made by themselves using the old method. However, they didn't know that at this moment, in a house in the village, there was only a young man in the house. After watching Lin Feng and others leave his home, he took out his phone.
Hello? Second uncle?
4 people came to the village and said they wanted to help the village.
Did you know about this? Chapter 1014 Family Country. Don't know? Then come here, second uncle.
If we let them fund this, how can we cheat those philanthropists of their money in the future?
Big brother, can you really let us go to school?
Looking at the innocent look of the child in front of him, the softest part of Lin Feng's heart was touched. Lin Feng touched the child's dirty head and said with a smile, "Yes, believe me, I will definitely let you go to school."
It won't be long.
Great.
It's really great. I can go to school now. I'm going to tell my friends the news.
Watching the child skipping away, Lin Feng suddenly smiled, his eyes full of relief. Looking at Li Mandai, Lin Feng turned and walked towards his residence.
"Village chief, let's do this.
I will stay here for half a month. During this half month, I will arrange for people to build a school with board houses here, because this will save time and effort.
After that, I will find some teachers to teach you.
I hope these things can be completed within half a month."
What? Li Mandai looked at Lin Feng in surprise. "Mr. Lin, are you really going to help our village?" Seeing Li Mandai's surprised expression, Lin Feng smiled helplessly and said, "Haha, what's the big deal? I am a philanthropist, and I can see that our village is really in trouble. Don't worry, village chief. Well, let's do this. It's only noon now. Let's go to the county today and buy some things. Then we can arrange the next things tomorrow." "Okay. I'm really sorry to bother you guys. How about this, go to my place and have some tea first? I'll go find Li Tiantiao. There's a small path leading out of here. How about letting him show you the way?" "Okay. To be honest, my legs and arms are almost broken after climbing this mountain this morning." "Ha ha. There's nothing we can do. No one is paying attention to us. Let's go to my place first, take a walk and have a rest." So they returned to the village chief's house again. Since Li Tiantiao went to the mountain to chop firewood, Lin Feng and his friends could only sit in the yard and wait. After lighting a cigarette, Lin Feng looked at Wang Jian and said, "Old Wang, how are the company's affairs arranged?" Listening to Lin Feng's words, Wang Jian nodded and said, "Brother Feng, everything has been arranged. Just when we were walking around the village, the company sent me a message saying that they have already started to deploy in Xiangqing City and are now looking for development. When we return in half a month, everything will probably be done. Well, it seems that it is really good to have some capable subordinates." "Ha, yes, these subordinates of mine are quite good. It really makes things a lot easier for me." "Yeah, not bad." Lin Feng nodded, then smiled and said, "How about this, give the company a call. We need to recruit a teacher to teach. See if the company can help." "Good." Wang Jian naturally agreed unconditionally to Lin Feng's words. After hearing Lin Feng's words, he hurriedly got busy, taking out his mobile phone to arrange what Lin Feng said at home. After that, everyone started chatting about all sorts of things. "Hello?" At this moment, Lin Feng and the others heard a shout. Hearing this voice, Lin Feng turned around with some confusion. "I saw a man walking in at the door. He was dressed in a suit and looked like a successful person." Coming in front of the few people, the man smiled. "Hello? Are you the entrepreneurs from Xiangqing?" Hearing the man's words, Lin Feng nodded and asked in confusion, "Yes, it's me. May I ask who you are?" "Oh, haha." The man smiled and stretched out his hand. "Hello, everyone. I am the second in command of Liguang County. My name is Qin Jiagua. I am very happy to meet you." "Second in command?" After hearing the man's words, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly focused, and he immediately reacted. This was really familiar to him. Long before when Lin Feng came here by car, he also heard the driver's voice. At that time, Lin Feng knew one thing. That is, all the sponsors who came over did not achieve anything significant in the end, because all the money went into the hands of the second in command. Seeing the Qin family kingdom at this time, Lin Feng's eyes were full of amusement. He was also thinking about what the purpose of the Qin family kingdom coming here was. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Thinking of this, Lin Feng directly stretched out his hand. "Hello, yes, we are from Xiangqing. My name is Lin Feng, and this is my friend, Wang Jian and Zhao Li. Hello, Mr. Lin, Mr. Wang, and Miss Zhao. It's nice to meet you." After saying this, the whole scene fell into awkwardness for a moment and no one knew what to say. After a long time, Qin Jiagua finally broke the awkward situation. "Oh, I forgot to mention that I accidentally wanted to come to our Liguang village for an inspection today, and suddenly I heard about the arrival of the three of you. After hearing this news, I was very excited. I didn't expect that you three could have such kind hearts. It's really great for me. Liguang village has always been an eternal pain in my heart. I really want to see these villages have a good development." As he spoke, Qin Jiagua's expression turned gloomy. "The villagers in this village are so pitiful. Everyone lives a difficult life. What worries me most are the children. These children really have a hard life. Sigh, but you three may have discovered that the terrain here has no possibility of development. For me, this is also an eternal pain in my heart." Listening to Qin Jiagua's words and looking at Qin Jiagua, Lin Feng's eyes were full of amusement. "It's already this time, why are you still pretending?" Turning his head to look at Wang Jian and Zhao Li, Lin Feng also saw a hint of amusement in the eyes of the two people opposite him. Who doesn't know about the Qin Jiagua's identity and what he has done? But now Lin Feng just wants to know what the Qin family is trying to do. Seeing Lin Feng and the other two looking at each other, there was a different meaning in their eyes. For a moment, Qin Jiagua completely misunderstood. He thought that Lin Feng and the others were moved by what he said. So, after thinking of such a situation, Qin Jiagua hurriedly said, sorry, I made you three laugh, but this is also an expression of my emotions. I really didn't expect that after so many years, someone finally came here. I am really moved. Oh? Listening to Qin Jiagua's words, Lin Feng smiled and then began to speak. Mr. Qin, I'm very curious. Has no one come here before? Chapter 105 Answering Questions. This. Hearing Lin Feng's sharp question, Qin Jiagua's eyes suddenly changed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Looking at Qin Jiagua's emotional changes, Lin Feng suddenly reacted and realized that it seemed that his question was correct. Thinking of this, Lin Feng just looked at Qin Jiagua, saying nothing, and just silently waited for Qin Jiagua's response. And soon, finally at this time, Qin Jiagua spoke, looking at Lin Feng and smiled. Mr. Lin, to be honest, some entrepreneurs did come here before, but they really didn't have any idea about this place. Everyone came here to take a few photos and then left. Oh? I didn't expect these people to be like this. Lin Feng smiled, but who could tell what was meant by his eyes? Looking at Lin Feng, Qin Jiagua nodded immediately. Of course, Mr. Lin, you have to believe what I say. I won't lie to you, right? Those people are so annoying. They came here and just left. This is really a very uncomfortable thing for me. I really don't want to see Li Guangxuan living in such an environment again and again. Well, I understand you. Lin Feng nodded, then turned to look at Wang Jian beside him, not knowing what to say. Turning around and looking at Wang Jian, Lin Feng immediately burst into laughter. He really couldn't help it. Damn it, Qin Jiagua was really good at acting. It was just like the real thing. Lin Feng was also feeling fortunate. If he didn't know what was happening here, he might have really been fooled by the Qin family's lies. And Wang Jian was also trying to hold back his laughter at this time. When had he ever seen such a hypocritical lie? At this moment, Wang Jian burst out laughing, but he was trying to hold it back. Mr. Lin, what's wrong with you? Seeing Lin Feng turned around and didn't come back for a long time, Qin Jiagua was a little confused for a moment. What on earth happened? After hearing what Qin Jiagua said, Lin Feng reacted instantly, turned his head and looked at Qin Jiagua, nodded seriously and spoke. Well, Mr. Zhang is really a leader who cares for his subordinates. I really admire you. I never thought you would be so broad-minded. Sorry to make fun of you, Mr. Lin. Qin Jiagua? What are you doing here? At this moment, a shout was suddenly heard. Hearing the voice, Lin Feng knew that it was Li Mandai's voice. Looking up, I saw Li Mandai standing at the gate of the yard at this moment. At this time, Li Mandai was accompanied by Li Erzhu. When they saw Qin Jiagua sitting in the yard, Li Mandai's expression suddenly changed. What are you doing here? Oh. Ahaha, it's Village Chief Li. Qin Jiagua looked at Li Mandai with a questioning look in his eyes, but he still smiled at this time. Village Chief Li, you are at home. I thought you went to the mountain to chop wood. I also wanted to come here today to investigate the situation and see if I could attract investment. I didn't expect that when I arrived here, I heard that Mr. Lin and his two friends were going to sponsor Li Guang Village. I am so happy. I didn't expect to finally meet such an entrepreneur. Village Chief Li, this is a good thing for our village. Snort. Li Mandai came directly to Lin Feng's side, looked at Qin Jiagua and snorted coldly, you are not welcome here, please leave. After listening to Li Mandai's words, Qin Jiagua was a little confused. Village Chief Li, I don't know what you mean by that. Is that how you talk to me? What's wrong with me talking to you like this? At this time, Li Mandai didn't care that Lin Feng and the others were here. He snorted coldly at Qin Jiagua. Don't think I don't know what you've done over the years. I advise you to leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I won't say much about how much grievance Li Guangxuan has suffered over the years. I hope you won't challenge my bottom line. You. Qin Jiagua stood up immediately when he heard it, with a different kind of charm in his eyes, but he still pointed at Li Mandai and spoke angrily. Humph. I won't talk to a rude person like you. You only know how to slander others. To me, what you say is all nonsense. Qin Jiagua turned around and looked at Lin Feng and said, Mr. Lin, how about this? I'll wait for you at the entrance of the village. how about we discuss improving the living environment of Liguang village?
Listening to Qin Jiagua's words, Lin Feng didn't say anything, but just smiled indifferently, and at this moment, Qin Jiagua also left. Seeing Qin Jiagua leave, Li Mande spat immediately.
Bah! What a piece of shit! He.
Looking at Li Mande's actions, Lin Feng was a little surprised for a moment. It seems that village chief Li has a lot of opinions about the Qin family country.
Opinions? Big ones. This Qin family country is nothing.
Looking at Lin Feng, Li Mande sighed. Mr. Lin, you may not know that countless entrepreneurs have come here before and proposed a set of charitable improvement plans for our Liguang village, but afterwards, I found that those entrepreneurs left and there was no follow-up. Later, I found out that it was the Qin Jiagua's fault.
He took away all the donations left by the philanthropists.
Otherwise, how could our Liguang village still be in such a situation? This Qin Jiagua is really a piece of shit.
After listening to Li Mande's words, Lin Feng's guess was finally verified.
When listening to the driver's words before, Lin Feng might not have been so convinced, but now after hearing what Li Mande said, Lin Feng had no choice but to believe it.
There was definitely something wrong with the Qin family. Looking at Lin Feng, Wang Jian asked, "Brother Feng, what should we do next?"
I am worried that if we invest here, it will cause opposition from the Qin family, and it will eventually affect what we do.
It doesn't matter.
Lin Feng shrugged indifferently.
Would he dare to stop us from doing something like this?
Besides, when we get to the county later, we will go find the top leader here.
I believe he will definitely not have any problems. That's right.
Our top leader is an old man, he's 50 years old this year, and he has been honest and sincere over the years, but unfortunately, Qin Jiagua has never been caught for what he did.
Okay.
Since you, village chief Li, said so, I will go find the leader when the time comes.
Oh, by the way, what is the leader's name? Li Weiman. Chapter 106 Speak of the Devil.
After a conversation, I looked at the time and it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Looking at Lin Feng, Li Mande smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, how about this, you guys set off now, and let's talk about the rest later. I'll let Li Tiantiao take you on a small road, and we'll avoid the Qin family country."
Good.
Lin Feng felt that it was time for him to distance himself from the Qin family. When he did not have the strength to compete with them, it was better to avoid their edge. So, Lin Feng and the other three, led by Li Tiantiao, walked towards the back of the village. "Mr. Lin, there is a small path behind our mountain. Not only is it a little shorter, but it also doesn't require climbing a slope. It's just a little difficult to walk on, so please forgive me."
It's all right.
Listening to Li Tiantiao's words, Lin Feng waved his hand.
As long as I don't climb mountains, I can't climb anymore. It seems that I lacked exercise before.
Lin Feng was also helpless. Even after being strengthened by the system, his physical condition was only at the level of an ordinary person.
It was really embarrassing.
I really hope that this system can bring me some things to strengthen my physique in the future. Soon, everyone came to the back mountain and saw a small path at the foot of the mountain. Lin Feng knew that this was it. At this time, the road was full of thorns, and Li Tiantiao was holding a hatchet in his hand and kept walking forward. Li Tiantiao waved the hatchet and looked at the people around him, and the road became a little easier to walk on.
Stepping on the gravel, everyone walked towards it. "Mr. Lin, wait for me."
As a result, they had not walked far when they heard a shout.
Not good.
Hearing this voice, Lin Feng frowned immediately, because that voice was exactly the voice of Qin Jiagua.
As expected.
Looking back, they soon saw Qin Jiagua running over from behind and soon arrived in front of them. Coming to Lin Feng's side, Jin Mingming looked at Lin Feng and spoke breathlessly.
"Hey, Mr. Lin, why didn't you tell me you were going this way?"
Seeing that Li Tiantiao was unhappy at the moment, Qin Jiagua didn't care at all. He just took Lin Feng's hand and walked forward. "Mr. Lin, don't believe what Li Mande said. I would never do what he said. You have to believe me. As the second in command, how could I do such a thing?" "Well, I believe you." In order to stabilize the Qin family, Lin Feng can only say this now. Listening to Lin Feng's words, Qin Jiagua suddenly smiled.
That's good, as long as Mr. Lin doesn't say that. Oh, by the way, Mr. Lin, are you going to the county town? What are you going to do there?" "Us."
Listening to Qin Jiagua's words, Lin Feng smiled.
"We are just going to the scene to take a break. There is a place for us to stay in this village, right?" "That's right. This place is too shabby. How can Mr. Lin and his friends live here with their status?
Listening to Lin Feng's words, Qin Jiagua suddenly said, "Oh, by the way, Mr. Lin, how about I arrange a place for you guys?
You can take my car there later, and then we can stay there."
Listening to Qin Jiagua's words, Lin Feng felt a little contempt in his heart. The Qin family just wants to make arrangements for me, but this is not acceptable. Thinking of this, Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, we have already booked a room.
I'll go there directly, otherwise it will be troublesome. As for the car, I've also found one.
What Lin Feng said was correct. He had indeed found the car, the same car he took when he came here. Lin Feng had already contacted the driver when he came out.
After everyone went out, the driver would probably arrive here.
Hearing Lin Feng's stubborn words, Qin Jiagua felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Lin Feng just ignored everything he said, which made Qin Jiagua feel a little unhappy.
But there is nothing we can do about it, since he is a rich man.
As he walked, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Qin Jiagua looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, I have always been paying attention to the improvement plan for Liguang Village. I also have a number of improvement plans in my hands.
When the time comes, I will show them to you, Mr. Lin."
Okay. Lin Feng thought this was completely possible. Soon, the group walked out and saw the taxi parked on the side of the road, along with a black sedan. This is exactly Qin Jiagua's car and the taxi that Lin Feng found. Seeing the driver waving at him, Lin Feng walked over directly, waved hypocritically to Qin Jiagua, and got into the car.
After getting in the car, Lin Feng only heard what the driver said. "Everyone, how did you get together with Qin Jiagua? Are you planning to be like those entrepreneurs before? Let me tell you, if you give the money to Qin Jiagua, it will be like a stone sinking into the sea." Listening to the driver's anxious words, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. It seemed that this kind of thing happened more than once or twice. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled. "Don't worry, master. We are not that kind of people. Don't worry." "That's good." After listening to Lin Feng's words, the driver finally felt relieved and just looked at the road conditions ahead without saying anything more. And at this moment, Wang Jian spoke. "Brother Feng, I know what you're thinking. You don't plan to get close to Qin Jiagua, but why do you still want to listen to Qin Jiagua's advice and look at his improvement plan?" Listening to Wang Jian's words, Lin Feng smiled. "You don't know this, right? We just got to know this place today, but Qin Jiagua is different. He knows this place very well. So if we formulate an improvement plan for this place ourselves, it will really require a lot of energy to complete. Then for us, since the Qin family has such a perfect plan, why not listen to him?" Turning around and looking behind, he saw Qin Jiagua's car following him. Lin Feng smiled and said, "See? Qin Jiagua is following us very closely. He could have overtaken us, but he didn't. His purpose was to find out where we live. I believe that soon after we find a place to live, Qin Jiagua will come to us with his own plan. At that time, we only need to refer to his plan. What do you think?" Hi. Chapter 107 Meeting. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Wang Jian immediately gave him a thumbs up. "Sure, Brother Feng, how come you are so smart? Oh, why didn't I think of that? If you can think of this, you're my brother. Come on, stop flattering me, master. Just find us a better hotel. We have a girl here, so we can't live in a bad place." Okay. Finally, they arrived at a relatively clean hotel. They booked 3 adjacent rooms. When they entered the room, Lin Feng went straight to the window and looked at Qin Jiagua's black car downstairs. Lin Feng smiled. Turning around and lighting a cigarette, Lin Feng looked at Wang Jian and the other man and said with a smile, "How is it? Qin Jiagua is now asking where we are. I believe that within half an hour, Qin Jiagua will leave here. Brother Feng, your plan is really great. Yes, it won't be long before he comes over. Oh, by the way, how is the volunteer teacher now?" "Well, we've already posted the news 2 hours ago, but we'll probably have to wait a bit. However, my assistant just checked and there are already 5 people. I plan to wait until tomorrow afternoon after we've arranged these things and then carefully select the candidates." Okay. Then please show me all the personnel information tomorrow and I will check it. Okay, Brother Feng. Wang Jian naturally obeyed Lin Feng's words, and so did Zhao Li. Everything changed when Lin Feng handed the company over to him for management, and Lin Feng's status had changed greatly in the hearts of both of them. Looking at the time, it was only 3 o'clock.
Lin Feng thought for a while and said, Xiao Li, can you find the top leader of Liguang County?
I think we can go over tonight and take a look. Are we going tonight?
Zhao Li thought about it and said, Brother Feng, if I'm not mistaken, when the Qin family sends us the plan, I think the Qin family will definitely watch us.
If we go to find the leader Li Weiman, won't the Qin family know about it? You are right.
Listening to Zhao Li's words, Lin Feng nodded.
We just want to let the Qin family know. Do you know why? Why?
Zhao Li shook her head in confusion. Instead, it was Wang Jian who smiled at this time. Because we want to put pressure on Qin Jiagua and make him feel the crisis. Only when a person feels the crisis, he cannot show any flaws. I think Brother Feng's idea is to make Qin Jiagua show his flaws so that we can catch them and take care of Qin Jiagua in one fell swoop, right?
That's right. Wang Jian still has some ideas. This kind of thing is a conspiracy.
Seeing that Zhao Li was still confused, Lin Feng was helpless.
You, just listen to this. You, a girl, wouldn't use such a trick. Think about it. Lin Feng leaned forward and said with a smile, what will the Qin kingdom think when we go to find Li Weiman? Him? He'll definitely think we don't trust him. Yes, he will think that we don't believe him. Why would he think so?
Lin Feng continued speaking. Because the Qin family will think that we found out about him, and all this is because of what Li Mande said when we were at Li Mande's house today. The Qin family will definitely be worried that Li Mande told us those things. He has always been worried in his heart, worried that we will find out about him in the end, and then he will have no money to take. So, Qin Jiagua will be worried. When he sees us going to find Li Weiman, he will think we are going to expose such a thing, which is the last thing he wants to see. As the saying goes, chaos breeds change. When the Qin family is in a state of panic, it is very likely that many flaws will be exposed. As for Li Guanxuan's affairs, I really don't want to see him get into trouble, so Qin Jiagua cannot be kept, and I'm also curious about one thing.
What is it?
Wang Jian and the other man both asked. Lin Feng nodded, and then said, I am very curious about one thing, that is, how did the Qin family know that we came to Liguang village?
There must be someone who informed us, otherwise he would never know.
And when the time comes, I also plan to deal with this person.
Well, Brother Feng, now that you mention that, I also think there is a problem. Why did Qin Jiagua come here just after we showed up? Because we didn't tell anyone that we were here.
That's right, but now is not the time for us to investigate this matter.
I will investigate it when I return.
As they talked, they were all thinking about something and just waiting.
Found it.
At this time, Zhao Li spoke up, Brother Feng, I found Li Weiman's contact information.
This is it.
Looking at the computer that Zhao Li handed over, Lin Feng wrote down the phone number on it, then took out his mobile phone and dialed it. The call was connected soon.
Hello? Who are you?
Listening to the voice on the other end of the phone, Lin Feng detected a hint of vicissitudes, which was a feeling unique to age.
Soon Lin Feng smiled and said, Excuse me, is this Mr. Li Weiman? Yes, I am Li Weiman. Who are you?
Hello, my name is Lin Feng, I'm from Shangqing City, we are now in Liguang County, and one of the reasons I called you this time is that I want to tell Mr. Li that I plan to sponsor Liguang Village.
What?
After hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Weiman was immediately surprised, and his whole body looked unbelievable.
You said your name is Lin Feng? Mr. Lin, are you serious? It couldn't be more true. Besides, there's no need for me to lie to you, right?
I don't think Mr. Lin would lie to me, that's great.
Mr. Lin, you just said you were in Liguang County? Where are you now? I'll go find you right away. No need. How about this, Mr. Li, can you recommend any good restaurants with special features in Liguang County? When you get off work tonight, why don't we go there for dinner?
Don't worry, I'll treat you.
No. This won't work.
That's what Li Weiman said at the time.
Let's go to the Lao Ma restaurant. This is a long-established restaurant in our Liguang County. The chef and I are acquaintances. The veterinarian's food there is delicious. Let's go over there and try it. I'll treat you. Let's talk about the treat later. How about this, Mr. Li, you go to work first, and when you get off work, come and call me, and we'll go over there. Good. After listening to Li Weiman's assurance, Lin Feng smiled and immediately hung up the phone.
And at this moment, the knock on the door finally sounded.
Boom, boom, boom.
Hearing this voice, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth.
Chapter 108 Showdown.
Our chess piece is here, Zhao, go open the door. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhao went over to open the door. Sure enough, when the door opened, they saw Qin Jiagua laughing outside. The expression on his face made several people feel disgusted. Once you know a person's true face, you will find everything he does disgusting.
This is the problem of first impression.
What's more, the Qin family also did such a thing, which made several people feel shameful. Looking at Qin Jiagua laughing at this moment, Lin Feng felt that such a person was too hypocritical, but facing such a thing, he still had to face it. Smiling, Lin Feng stood up and walked forward and said, "Mr. Qin, why don't you go and have a rest? You are tired from the journey, but you still come to my place.
I hope you will forgive me for not welcoming you in person." Ha ha.
After hearing Lin Feng's words, Qin Jiagua was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter.
"Mr. Lin, what are you talking about? Why are we making things so strange between the two of us?"
Qin Jiagua came into the room with a smile, sat down without any hesitation, then looked at Lin Feng and smiled.
"Mr. Lin, you are so kind.
When I heard that the four of you came to our place to support Li Guang village, I was very excited. Not long after I returned, I went to find the research I had done before." Having said this, Qin Jiagua took out a stack of documents from his arms and handed them directly to Lin Feng.
"Mr. Lin, this is my plan for improving the environment of the entire Li Guang village. Would you like to take a look at it first?"
Listening to Qin Jiagua's words, Lin Feng sneered in his heart, but with a dagger hidden in his smile, he took the document and looked at it.
It can be seen that this document contains information about the improvement of the environment of Li Guang village. Qin Jiagua has actually given sufficient consideration to the improvement of the environment.
Of course, Lin Feng also knows the specific reason. It is just a superficial project, just to let other people know so as to fool the entrepreneurs who come here.
What is written in the document is that there will be improvements to the environment of Li Guang village. The first step is to manage the surrounding waters.
After that, the villagers will be allowed to build a standardized tea garden around the village. By then, the villagers will be self-sufficient and can also develop a way to sell the tea to the outside world. In this way, at least in the later stages, the villagers will be able to be self-sufficient. And the important thing is that it is something for the children. What Qin Jiagua mentioned in his plan was to build a prefabricated school at the entrance of the village. Then, the prefabricated school would be able to allow students to go to school. Of course, this was just the initial idea.
As long as the students were settled first, they could proceed.
At that time, they could build a brick house for everyone, as well as some sports and entertainment facilities. All the plans are perfect, because the distance for these children to go to school is too far, and there are no boarding schools in the county, so schools can only be built locally.
After reaching junior high school, these children can go to school in the county town.
That means the most important thing to do is to impart knowledge learned in primary school. Seeing that everything written on the document was so perfect, Lin Feng felt very satisfied for a moment.
He showed it to Wang Jian again. Wang Jian looked at it and nodded.
Then he gave it to Zhao Li, and Zhao Li finally gave it to Zhao Li. "Zhao Li, give us an estimate for this plan and see how much we need to complete it."
"Okay, please wait for me for 10 minutes. "No problem."
Seeing Zhao Li busying herself, Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Qin Jiagua and smiled.
"Mr. Qin, I really didn't expect that you care so much about the people. This plan is really perfect. It's great to be able to do it like this." "Ha, Mr. Lin, you are too kind. I am only doing this for these children."
The affairs of Li Guang village have always been on my mind, so I have always been paying attention to them. For me, being able to improve their living environment has always been what I look forward to in my heart.
Well said. I think it's a blessing to have someone like Mr. Qin here. "Ha, Mr. Lin, you are really too kind. I am just doing what I like. Mr. Lin, come and have a cigarette."
Looking at the cigarette handed over by Qin Jiagua, Lin Feng took it and lit it without any concern. Soon the cigarette was finished and Zhao Li's voice was audible.
"Boss, I have already finished the estimate.
From the initial material purchase, to the water management, and the tea tree construction, Mr. Qin's estimate of everything is very accurate. It will cost about 1 million.
1 million?
After hearing what Zhao Li said, Lin Feng couldn't help but say, this money is not much.
If it's 1 million, it's really good.
As Lin Feng spoke, he turned his head and looked at Qin Jiagua. He clearly saw that when Qin Jiagua heard Lin Feng say that 1 million was not a lot, there was suddenly some change in Qin Jiagua's eyes. Seeing such a change, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This Qin Jiagua is really a money grubber. The meaning in his eyes just now is self-evident. But Lin Feng didn't say anything about it. Anyway, the money was not his at the time. Thinking of this, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Mr. Qin, I agree with your suggestion. Let's consider the feasibility of this plan today." Okay. Then I won't bother you anymore. Qin Jiagua stood up and walked outside without hesitation. As a result, just as they were about to reach the door, Qin Jiagua suddenly turned his head, looked at Lin Feng and the others and said, "Oh, by the way, the three of you, I think you will also have your own things to do, but don't worry, you can just give me the money and I will handle everything for you. You just need to come and see how far this thing has been done." Oh? I didn't expect Mr. Qin to say something like that. It seems that Mr. Qin really took Li Guansuan's situation to heart. Of course. However, I just want to help you all. I know you are all busy, and I feel very happy to be able to help you. Well, I will tell Mr. Qin what the result is then. Okay. In that case, I won't bother you anymore. I'll leave first and come visit you again tomorrow. Good. Watching Qin Jiagua leave, Lin Feng symbolically saw him off before walking back and sitting down again. Chapter 109 Dealing with. This Qin Jiagua is really an old fox. The fox's tail is finally exposed at this time. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Jian and the other man both smiled. As two people who have been in the business world for many years, they naturally saw the desire for money. Listening to Lin Feng's words, they both smiled bitterly and helplessly. Brother Feng, if we didn't know about this situation in advance, we might have really been deceived by the Qin family. Yes, if I didn't know, I might think that Qin Jiagua is really a responsible leader, but now I think I was completely wrong. This old fox is really too cunning. As he spoke, Lin Feng came to the window and watched Qin Jiagua's car leave here at this time and soon disappear from his sight. Okay, everyone, take a break. There is a leather sofa over here. Everyone, take a break. We will go to the Lao Ma restaurant in a while to see what kind of person Li Weiman is. I hope he is really a trustworthy person. Oh, by the way, Zhao Li, please take a moment to see how long it will take to implement this plan from start to finish. We are not short of money, what we need is time. After listening to Lin Feng's words, everyone went to rest, and Li Yun also went to busy himself with his own things. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Lin Feng smoked and thought to himself. For me, what I need to do now is to continue to do charity. After all, I am not short of money. When I have done charity to a certain extent, I will also gain the corresponding ability. One thing to note about the system is that the money must be related to yourself, and you can also spend it as a donation. Lin Feng didn't care about this. He had plenty of money in his hands now, all of which came from legitimate sources and had cause and effect. As the saying goes, evil will be punished with evil, and good will be rewarded with good. Lin Feng thinks this is very good. Although he has not planned to seek a result for so many years, he still got the result now. How can Lin Feng not feel happy? I really don't know how I will grow in the future, and what kind of changes this system will bring to me. Looking at the sky outside the window, Lin Feng talked to himself. And at this moment, Lin Feng's cell phone finally rang. When I picked it up, I saw that it was Li Weiman's number. Seeing this, Lin Feng picked up the phone without hesitation. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Li Weiman. I know. I know your phone number. Now it's. Looking at the time, it was already 5 o'clock. Lin Feng asked, Mr. Li, have you already gotten off work? Well, I just got off work, Mr. Lin, I wonder if we can go have dinner now? That's what I want. Let's go over there now. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng called a few other people and left in the car. Laoma Restaurant, you will know it by just asking around, it is a big restaurant in the center of the county town, it has been open for 40 to 50 years now. When Lin Feng came here and saw the building still had a strong sense of age, he immediately fell in love with this place, it is really beautiful. After parking the car, several people walked forward, and at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly found that there was a car behind him, which came here and parked far away on the other side of the road. Lin Feng's eyes focused, and he soon saw that there was a person sitting inside. The man was holding a phone in his hand and muttering something. Seeing this situation, Lin Feng smiled and said, Wang Jian, did you see that? That car belongs to the people from Qin Jiagua.
It seems that he really doesn't believe us. Ha, isn't this exactly what you want, Brother Feng? That's right.
Lin Feng said, took out his mobile phone and called Li Weiman. After informing Li Weiman that the four of them had arrived, they soon saw an old man in simple linen clothes coming out. This person was Li Weiman, who looked to be in his 50s or 60s. His face was full of traces of time, and his white hair was enough to prove it.
Oh no!
At this moment, a waiter at the front desk had just handed over a table of guests' menu, but when he turned around, he slipped without noticing. He stabilized his body, but the stack of menus in his hand fell to the ground. Coincidentally, at this time Li Weiman walked closer, saw this and quickly bent down to help the waiter pick it up, and then patted the waiter on the shoulder.
Young man, don't be impatient. Things are done bit by bit. If you are always in a hurry, there will always be problems. Yes. Mr. Zhang, I understand. Thank you for your teaching. It's okay, just do what you should do.
Looking at what happened, Lin Feng smiled, then looked at Wang Jian and said with a smile, "It seems that we have found the right person."
This science cannot be done artificially. Yes, Brother Feng, we have found the right person. Who are you, Mr. Lin?
Seeing Li Weiman approaching, Lin Feng smiled and stretched out his hand.
Mr. Zhang, I'm so sorry for coming here uninvited.
I hope you can forgive me.
Hey! Mr. Lin, what are you talking about? I should thank you for coming. Your arrival has given our Xian County a glimmer of hope. Come on, please come in. I must have ordered some wine and food. I hope you can get used to eating. It doesn't matter.
As long as the food is kind, no matter how bad it tastes, it will still be sweet.
Oh. Ha.
Mr. Lin's words are really shocking, but I like it.
Come in, please. Please. Just after walking in, Lin Feng turned around and looked back.
Soon Lin Feng saw that the driver in the car behind him came out, and when he saw Lin Feng turned around, he suddenly hit himself, but he could still see the other person's gaze. Seeing Lin Feng suddenly make such a move, Li Weiman was also a little confused.
Mr. Lin, do you have any other friends coming? How about we wait for them? No need, that's not a friend. I think it must be someone Mr. Li hates. The person I hate? What are you talking about, Mr. Lin? Oh, this is the room. Let's go in first.
When I walked in, I saw a large round table with only some tea on it.
Everyone sat down, and Li Weiman still asked curiously. Mr. Lin, what do you mean by my enemy? I, Li Weiman, haven't offended anyone, right? I don't have anyone I hate, right? Of course.
Lin Feng smiled confidently.
Chapter 110 Mr. Li.
Just now, there was a person observing us at the door.
That person was from the Qin family. What? People from the Qin family?
When Li Weiman heard Lin Feng's words, he was a little surprised for a moment and looked at the latter in disbelief.
Mr. Lin, what do you mean by this? I don't quite understand, I hope you can explain it to me. It's actually very easy to explain.
As he spoke, Lin Feng explained to Li Weiman everything he had experienced from beginning to end. Mr. Li, I think I am already familiar with the affairs of Qin Jiagua, and I won't say much about it, but I believe that after today, Qin Jiagua will definitely be in disarray, and everything he has done will be exposed. I hope Mr. Li will come forward in time. As for Li Guangxuan, I don't want anyone to disturb what I am doing, so I will trouble Mr. Li to deal with Qin Jiagua at that time. Listening to Lin Feng's words, Li Weiman was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Feng's character would be like this. It was really terrible. Mr. Lin, I feel that anyone who becomes your opponent in the future will definitely not have a good ending. I hope so. But don't worry, Mr. Li. I know your character and I will believe you. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your trust. I am not bragging. I am over 50 years old and have worked hard for Liguang County for nearly 30 years. During these 30 years, I have witnessed Liguang County develop from nothing at the beginning to what it is now. Liguang Village is an eternal pain in my heart. But who would have thought that I have heard of countless times that business owners came to sponsor, but in the end nothing came of it. At first I thought those people looked down on us, but in the end I found out that it was the Qin family that was causing trouble. But what can I do? I have never found any evidence against the Qin family. It really makes me feel helpless. Sigh. Looking at Li Weiman's expression, Lin Feng smiled and said, Mr. Li, don't blame yourself. Don't worry.
This kind of thing won't last long. The Chin family won't be able to stay like this for too long. Ah, yes, Mr. Lin's plan is really good. I believe that it will be fruitful soon. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Lin. This plan is really great. Ha, it's just going with the flow. Mr. Li will have to keep paying attention to this matter.
According to my estimation, Chin Jiagua will definitely not sleep well tonight, and he may take action tomorrow morning.
Okay. I'll arrange it right away.
Taking out his cell phone, Li Weiman made a call and said only one sentence.
Always observe the movements of your prey. If anything goes wrong, report to me immediately. I can take action if necessary. Seeing Li Weiman hanging up the phone, Lin Feng asked, could it be that Mr. Li had already made preparations?
Of course. I have made so much preparation for this moment.
Well, let's not talk about this anymore. Come, let's eat.
Watching the waiter continuously bringing in dishes, soon a table of food was served. Listening to Li Weiman's words, everyone started to move. While picking up the dishes, Lin Feng soon saw that Li Weiman's hands were full of wrinkles and calluses. For a moment, Lin Feng's heart was moved.
What on earth had such an old leader experienced over the years?
The calluses on his hands proved this, which made Lin Feng feel a little sad.
It's really not easy.
At the same time, Lin Feng was thinking in his heart. If possible, we must improve the situation in Liguang County. Then Li Weiman won't have to work so hard. Thinking of this, Lin Feng continued to eat the food silently. He had to say that the food here was very delicious. At the same time, in a residential area, in the room where Chin Jiagua was having dinner with his wife in the restaurant, when suddenly the phone rang. When he picked it up, he saw that it was a call from his men. Seeing this, Chin Jiagua picked up the phone with an unhappy expression.
Hello?
I hate it most when people disturb me when I'm resting.
Don't you know that? If you don't have a good reason, you don't have to come to work tomorrow.
The subordinate on the other end of the phone heard what Chin Jiagua said and hurriedly said, Mr. Chin, it's bad.
Something happened.
Lin Feng, who you asked me to observe, got together with Li Weiman, and now they are having dinner in the Lao Ma restaurant.
What?
After hearing his subordinate's words, Chin Jiagua suddenly shouted loudly, put down the chopsticks in his hand at this time, and there was an expression of indescribable surprise on his face.
Is your information accurate? It's absolutely accurate.
I saw them go in with my own eyes.
I even went over there to ask and confirm that they were eating in a private room. This is absolutely correct. Okay, I understand. Just continue to observe over there. If there is anything, just text me.
After hanging up the phone, Chin Jiagua's expression became serious.
Seeing this, his wife on the other side couldn't help but say, Jiagua, what's wrong? What happened? Ah.
Looking at his wife, Chin Jiagua smiled and said, nothing, let's eat quickly, it's just some trivial matters, okay, don't worry about it. After listening to Chin Jiagua's words, his wife finally put her mind at ease and continued to eat.
Ring, ring, ring.
Inside the Lao Ma restaurant, while people were having dinner and chatting about all sorts of things, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. When he picked it up and took a look, Lin Feng was a little surprised for a moment.
Mr. Li's phone call? Why did he call me?
Lin Feng was confused for a moment and picked up the phone directly.
Hello? Mr. Li, have you had dinner yet? You're calling me at this time. What's the matter?
That's right, the person who called was Li Jinbao. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Jinbao smiled.
Haha, little friend Lin, you are really mean. You went to Liguang County to support the poor areas without telling me? Oh? Mr. Li actually knew about this?
Lin Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Li Jinbao would know such a thing. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Jinbao smiled and said, it was my bodyguard who came back to report his work to me and then wanted to go back to continue to protect you secretly, but he found out that you had handed the company over to someone else. After that, I investigated and found out that you actually went to the Xian province.
Little friend Lin, this is not right. You actually did this behind my back? What happened?
Lin Feng was a little helpless for a moment.
Mr. Li, you said I didn't do anything behind anyone's back, right?
I just came here a day ago and wanted to take a look at the situation here before drawing conclusions.
Alright, I won't say anything to you. Little friend Lin, do you have a place to stay over there?
My plane is about to take off and will arrive in 3 hours.